Sometimes he was decisive, but his heart remained clear and pure. But at that moment, he suddenly felt the urge to kill, because he sensed a strong sense of despair and pain. This filled him with anger, taking over a body. Ha ha. Zuan muttered softly. The award ceremony ended. Next was the grand banquet. Countless female stars dressed in various luxurious gowns appeared at the banquet, competing to be the most dazzling. Men gathered in groups of 3 or 5, engaging in lively discussions. The topics revolved around the quality of movies this year and the female stars. Zuan did not participate in these discussions. He was leading two young girls to the dessert area to eat. Seeing this, Mr. Long, who was surrounded by the crowd, squeezed his way over and handed a glass of red wine to Zuan. You seem to not like talking much. Mr. Long chuckled. Zuan took a sip of red wine and said calmly, "It's not that I don't like it, but tonight, there are things to be done." Oh. Mr. Long was about to ask what needed to be done when the hall's doors crashed down. A large group of men in black suits filed in, all armed with various weapons, some even carrying rocket launchers. This scene startled everyone at the banquet, and the women began screaming. But soon, the screams subsided. Griffin walked in elegantly and fired a dozen shots into the ceiling. The gunfire was deafening and silenced everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt your dinner." Griffin slightly bowed, looking like a perfect gentleman. What do you want?" a burly man angrily asked. Snap! Before he could finish speaking, his head was blown off by a shot. He fell to the ground, lifeless. Many people gasped. Then the sounds of sobbing from the women were heard. Griffin shook his head. "I'm sorry. I don't like being questioned with that tone." At that moment, Williams whispered to Fen Manchu, "Miss Manchu, follow me later. I will safely take you out." Fen Manchu frowned and gave him a stern look, indicating she didn't want him to speak further. As soon as the words fell, Griffin raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting Williams in the leg. Williams fell to the ground with a thud, first with a look of disbelief on his face, then crying out in pain. "Bastard, why did you shoot me?" Griffin blew the smoke from the muzzle of his gun and calmly said, "Sir, you seem to have misunderstood something. We are not after money. However, I can give you a chance. If you are willing to sacrifice your life, then this beautiful lady can live. Of course, you can also let me kill her, and I will spare you. What do you say?" Griffin aimed his gun at Fen Manchu. Far away, Mr. Long, squatting on the ground, said solemnly, "This guy will choose death no matter what." Indeed. After hearing this, Williams didn't hesitate at all, pointing at Fen Manchu and said, "Kill her. I can even give you a large sum of money in exchange for sparing me." Williams' words caused a low murmur among the crowd. Many people were disgusted by his actions, but Williams didn't care. In his view, while beauty is nice, it's only meaningful if he's alive, about to lose his life soon. What's the point of talking about beauty now? Griffin smirked. Very well. With that, he raised his hand and shot Williams in the head. Williams still had a smile on his face, thinking he could survive. Since Griffin entered, he had already killed 2 people, with his action sending chills down many people's spines. Griffin smiled faintly. "Let me introduce myself. I am Griffin. Doom." Many people's faces turned pale with horror and despair. Even Mr. Long, known for being tough, looked defeated. "God, it's him. We're probably all doomed now," Zuan calmly said. "Why do you say that? Don't you understand? This Griffin is the dark overlord of the City of Sin, known as the Bonebreaker. He's ruthless, and I can't believe he's here," Mr. Long said, in a dazed manner. Then he gritted his teeth and said softly to Zuan, "If he goes on a killing spree later, I'll draw him away. You take your wife and children and escape first. After all, the 2 kids are innocent." Zu, and glanced at Mr. Long, who looked serious, and suddenly smiled. "Why does this feel like a movie?" Mr. Long smiled bitterly. "Movies don't even portray events like this. He's a dark overlord. What is he doing here?" At this moment, Griffin approached Fen Manchu, and his gun lightly slid across her face, his eyes full of playfulness. A flash of anger crossed the Night Demon Empress's eyes. This guy was deliberately taking advantage of the situation, but she displayed panic on her face, trembling as she asked, "What do you want to do?" Griffin chuckled. "What do I want to do? Can't you guess?" Many people looked grim. The Night Demon Empress glanced towards Zuan in the distance. Seeing him still unmoving, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. How could he remain so calm? With his personality, He shouldn't be like this. Griffin suddenly grinned, aiming his gun at Fen Mengsu's head. Such a beautiful face. It would be a shame if it were shattered by a gunshot. No one dared to speak. Mr. Long's face showed a tinge of humiliation. Fen Mengsu, a Chinese female star, was being humiliated, and as a Chinese male star, he felt anger and frustration. Please, spare me. The Night Demon Empress tried to suppress her anger, trembling as she pleaded for mercy. Spare you? Sure, but only if someone is willing to die in your place, Griffin said casually. The whole venue fell silent, with the fresh corpses lying there. Who dared to step forward to their death? Mr. Long took a deep breath and decided not to tolerate it anymore, though he knew rushing forward would lead to certain death at this moment. However, a Han Chinese man could not stand idly by watching his female compatriot being humiliated. Even in death, he had to try. But just as he was about to stand up, someone gently patted his shoulder. Let me handle this. Mr. Long was stunned, then stared in disbelief as Zhuan stood up and walked forward. You. Mr. Long was astonished. He had wanted to say, don't you have a wife and children? At this moment, Zhuan said softly, Mr. Long, don't be afraid. My husband can handle this matter. Mr. Long smiled bitterly, but didn't believe it at all. After all, the other party was a long-standing infamous Dark Lord, and he was accompanied by so many henchmen. How could he possibly come out unscathed alone? If things go south, I'll step in later. Mr. Long gritted his teeth inwardly. At this moment, all eyes were on Zhuan. Griffin, however, looked amused. In his eyes, Zhuan's aura was average and didn't seem like a strong person. Were those legendary feats really from a man like this? The Night Demon Empress's face brightened. You've taken the bait, Zhu, and approached Griffin, giving a light smile. Impressive marksmanship. Griffin was slightly taken aback, then gracefully smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Zhuan shook his head. But people are foolish. Doom. Everyone was shocked, including Mr. Long. Many thought Zhuan must be insane. How could he dare to provoke at this moment? Griffin's expression turned serious. Oh, you're saying that I dare not kill her. He then aimed his gun at Fen Mengsu's forehead. With tears in her eyes, Fen Mengsu looked at Zhuan. Zhuan casually said, you can pull the trigger now. This completely bewildered Mr. Long. What is this guy up to? Infuriated, Griffin aimed his gun at Zhuan. You asked me to shoot, and I'll shoot. Do you believe I'll kill you right now? As Griffin spoke, the Dark Disciples raised their weapons against Zhuan. Faced with this situation, Zhuan turned to the Night Demon Empress and said, indifferently, you disguised yourself well, but from the first glance, I knew you weren't her. This statement left the Night Demon Empress shaken. Though she tried to maintain her composure, she couldn't hide her shock as she replied, Anne, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Zhu, and smiled, a smile filled with killing intent. For example, she never calls me Anne. The Night Demon Empress felt a sense of panic, then gradually calmed down and smirked. You discovered it, but, facing this predicament, even if you know, what can you do? As the voice fell, Fen Mengsu's momentum suddenly surged, her eyes turning into a mysterious dark red color. A gorgeous mandala flower gradually emerged on her slender neck and cheeks. Zhuanjing watched quietly, a hint of anger in his eyes. Griffin slightly bowed, elegantly saying, Respected Empress, welcome back. The Night Demon Empress's face carried a hint of extreme coldness, speaking in a condescending tone to Zhuan. Zhuan, you killed my Night Demon Valley disciple. Today, I will settle this score with you. Zhuan looked up at Fen Mengsu, floating in the air like a demon god, and said calmly, Night Demon Valley. So, you're also from the Hidden World sect. The Night Demon Empress sneered. Yes. Do you really think that the Hidden World sect is so weak? Let me tell you, the real sects are in Kunlun. Just one ancestor descending can crush you with a finger. Then the Night Demon Empress's eyes flashed with greed. But this matter can be negotiable. As long as you are willing to tell me the secret of Qianyuan, then I can consider letting you go. The Night Demon Empress accidentally obtained a bottle of Qianyuan, and was surprised to find that this potion had spiritual fluctuations that could enhance cultivation. This discovery made her ecstatic. In Kunlun, any elixir that can enhance cultivation is invaluable. She did not expect to find such a thing in the mortal world, so she painstakingly planned to approach Zhuan by possessing Fen Mengsu to extract the secret of Qianyuan. Hearing her words, Griffin finally understood why the Night Demon Empress went to great lengths to approach Zhuan. He also knew the effects of Qianyuan, so his face was full of greed. Zhuan, The Empress has made a concession, and I promise, as long as you hand over the formula for Qianyuan today, I will let everyone go. Griffin's words caused a stir. Many people began clamoring. Tell them. Yes. Otherwise, we'll all die today. This was a pleading tone. Some even turned their hostility towards Xuan, believing that he was the cause of the current situation. It's because of you that we're in this mess. Speak up, or we won't spare you. The scene was chaotic. Pleas and curses mingled together, but all aimed at Xuan. Mr. Long looked at a person clamoring next to him, and couldn't help but angrily say, "Have you all gone mad? Griffin is the one holding us hostage now, and you're all insulting Mr. Zhu like this. How does that make sense?" Mr. Long's words made some people awkwardly shut their mouths, but more people still glared at Xuan angrily. At this moment, the Night Demon Empress smiled coldly, saying, "Xuan, see this. If you don't speak today, not only will I not spare you, but none of these people here will either." Under such pressure, Xuan, standing at the center of the storm, slowly raised his head, his expression neither sad nor happy. But the Night Demon Empress suddenly felt uneasy, because she found that Xuan's eyes were unnervingly calm, a calmness that was almost frightening. "When we were in school, I once promised her that if anyone dared to bully her in the future, I would stand up for her," Xuan said slowly, his tone unchanging. She lost both her parents and had a difficult childhood. After she grew up, she attracted countless troubles because of her beauty. But even so, she never gave up on herself. When others bullied her, she would only hide and cry quietly, because she said that no one in this world cared for her anymore. Far away, Yan, who had been worried, suddenly had teary eyes. "In my eyes, she is like a younger sister to me. And you dared to imprison her soul, torturing her day after day." As he spoke, Xuan's tone was filled with indomitable killing intent. At the same time, an extremely fierce aura rose from him. "No matter who you are, today, you are all doomed." The Night Demon Empress was shocked, exclaiming, "Immortal? No. How can an immortal have such a formidable aura? Griffin, attack." The Night Demon Empress felt fear in her heart, shouting loudly. Griffin at this moment was also a bit bewildered, losing his elegant demeanor, yelling at the dark followers behind him, "Attack! Kill him!" Gunshots rang out, countless bullets heading towards Xuan. But when the bullets were just about 10 meters away from Xuan, they all stopped in midair. Then they gradually disintegrated and shattered. This scene horrified everyone. Xuan shook his head. "I told you, you're all going to die today." With that, Xuan took a step forward. Doom. The entire venue shook violently. Countless sword auras manifested in the air like the god of death in the dark night, swallowing all the dark followers. The Night Demon Empress and Griffin barely avoided this strike. Later, Griffin watched in horror as his dark followers were devoured like a giant beast chewing down on its prey, all turning into blood and dying tragically on the spot. "Lord Cerberus, save me!" Griffin shouted. A big dog slowly walked into the venue, arrogantly saying, "All right, you lowly demons, you are all just a bunch of trash." With that, its entire body began to swell, soon turning into a huge and terrifying three-headed evil dog. "It's the Hellhound!" someone exclaimed. "My God! Is Satan descending tonight?" Some people trembled and called out to God. "Mortal, your cultivation is not bad, but I am a demon under the seat of the King of Hades. Today, I will let you know what a god truly is." The three-headed evil dog grinned. Xuan's face was cold, taking another step forward, and suddenly disappeared from his original position, reappearing in front of the three-headed evil dog. The speed was so fast that even the evil dog was stunned. Then, Xuan grabbed one of the evil dog's heads, coldly ordering, "Even your king of the underworld is here. Today you will kneel before me." With a forceful pull, Xuan lifted the evil dog. In midair, the evil dog attempted to struggle, but when it saw Xuan's eyes, it suddenly froze, then screamed in extreme fear. "Lord, have mercy. I didn't know it was you." But it was too late. Xuan's strike shattered the entire body of the evil dog. The evil dog dared not resist and collapsed on the ground, looking at Xuan with utmost reverence. "Lord, do you recognize me, Xu?" and stood in midair, looking at the evil dog. I've heard our King of Hades mention you before." The three-headed evil dog was filled with regret at this moment. It never expected it was him. Wasn't this guy missing? If he knew it was him, he would have been terrified, and wouldn't have dared to come here. Because this man was someone even their King of Hades had to kneel before. Zhu, and nodded. In that case, then you shall perish. A strike. Cerberus, one of the demons in hell, fell dead on the spot. Zuan turned around to look at the Night Demon Empress and said lightly, "It's your turn now." As Zuan's gaze fell on her, the Night Demon Empress subconsciously took a step back. After realizing, she gritted her teeth angrily. "I admit, your cultivation is formidable in the mortal world, but there's one thing you definitely don't know." The Night Demon Empress's face showed a trace of satisfaction. "What we excel at in the Night Demon Valley is the techniques of possession and soul seizing. Now that I have occupied her body, unless I willingly leave, you have no way to do anything." Zuan stared, seemingly pondering. The Night Demon Empress became more smug. "Hehe, to be honest, I am quite satisfied with this body, so I won't leave. Either kill me if you can." Ha ha ha. The Night Demon Empress laughed maniacally. At that moment, Zuan shook his head. "You have also misunderstood one thing." "Oh." The Night Demon Empress stopped laughing, looking at Zuan with confusion. "You have never been able to subdue her soul. Don't you know why?" The Night Demon Empress was shocked, about to speak. Zhu, and narrowed his eyes and communicated with his divine thoughts. "Little Ponytail, I'm here." Ponytail. When they were in school, Fen Menchu often tied her hair in a ponytail. Zuan gave her this nickname secretly, except for Fen Menchu and Tanjuan. No one else knew about it. Hearing this name, the Night Demon Empress smiled disdainfully. "How ridiculous. Do you think calling out a name will awaken her? Let me tell you, since she refuses to submit, I will burn her daily with demonic flames. I want to see how long she can hold out." Zhu, and ignored the Night Demon Empress's threats, just standing quietly, as if waiting for something. Meanwhile, in the spiritual world, Fen Menchu was shackled tightly by the divine thoughts, her soul filled with wounds so severe that ordinary words could not describe it. It was like a porcelain doll shattered and glued back together. The pain that touched her soul was unimaginable to ordinary people, which was why the Night Demon Empress was constantly surprised and enraged. How strong was this girl's will to endure such agony? At that moment, Zuan's message of Little Ponytail reached her. Fen Menchu trembled all over, slowly lifting her head, hollow eyes gradually showing a spark. "Is it you?" Fen Menchu whispered to herself. Sensing Fen Menchu's words, a faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips. "Indeed, you didn't disappoint me." Zuan sent another message. "Don't worry, I'm here to save you." Fen Menchu smiled, and then her whole soul began to burn at a terrifying speed. She was burning her soul's power, the only way to break free from the shackles of divine thoughts. Sensing the change in the spiritual world, the Night Demon Empress couldn't help but shout in horror. What are you going to do?" Just then, a muffled sound. The divine thought chain was burnt apart alive. Fen Menchu, already heavily wounded, grew weaker after burning her soul's power, but she still fearlessly shattered the mental cage that bound her. Her movements stalled, her face showing signs of struggle. In the mental realm, the Night Demon Empress's demon soul cried out in horror. "It's impossible. By burning your soul's power like this, your soul will be destroyed. Aren't you afraid?" Fen Menchu spoke coldly. "I used to be afraid, but now that he's here, I'm not afraid of anything." With a resolute momentum, Fen Menchu's soul approached the Night Demon Empress. Startled, the Night Demon Empress began to fight with Fen Menchu. In terms of spiritual strength, she was 1,000 times stronger than Fen Menchu. However, Fen Menchu's soul was fierce and fearless as it was the original soul. Thus, for a moment, the Night Demon Empress found herself struggling to defend. This scene was unknown to the outside world, where they could only see Fen Menchu's face turning pale, and then dark, her expression constantly changing. Zuan stepped forward, pointing his finger. "Sever." In Fen Menchu's mental domain, the Night Demon Empress felt an immense force of suction. Before she could scream, Zhu, and forcibly extracted her. A black mist appeared in Zuan's palm, as the trembling voice of the Night Demon Empress rang out. "How is this possible? How do you possess such formidable divine power?" Zhu, and said calmly, "In my hands, nothing is impossible. Now, I'll let you taste what it's like to be consumed by flames." With that, a pure white flame emerged, enveloping the black mist. The Night Demon Empress let out a terrible scream. "Ah! Zuan, I warn you, this is just a projection of my divine self. If you dare to kill me, my true self will never let you go." Zuan smiled faintly. "Rest assured, we will meet again soon." The Night Demon Empress was stunned. What did he mean by that? Zhu, and continued, "Aren't you all under Kunlin's rule? By then, I will crush your Kunlin." With that said, the pure white flame roared even fiercer. The Night Demon Empress's demon soul screamed in agony, but soon fell silent. She had truly perished. At that moment, Fen Manchu slowly opened her eyes. Zuan looked at her with a smile. You suffered these days. Tears streamed down Fen Manchu's face, but she smiled brightly, swaying on the verge of fainting. The torment of these days had left her soul extremely weakened. Zuan waved his hand, transferring the purified divine thought remaining after the demon soul was burned away to Fen Manchu. These were the essence of the Night Demon Empress's soul, greatly beneficial to the spirit. In just a few moments, Fen Manchu's complexion became rosy, her eyes shining with a strong light. Faintly, a hint of a powerful aura emerged from her. Zhu, and smiled faintly. Then he turned to look at the griffin, who was sneaking away, and said lightly, "Do you think you can still walk away?" The griffin froze, then turned around, smiling obsequiously. Master, this matter really has nothing to do with me. It's all the Night Demon's doing. I swear in the name of Lord Satan, I was forced to do this. Griffin's face was filled with righteousness. Are you wondering how I knew? Griffin shuddered, quickly smiling obsequiously. No, of course, the master knows everything. Zhu, and ignored his flattery and said calmly, people can lie, but the soul cannot. Griffin swallowed hard and dared not speak. He understood Zuan's meaning. If he dared to lie, he would end up like the Night Demon Empress, with his soul scattered. Are you a demon of the dark race? Zhu, and asked. Yes. Griffin replied respectfully. Zhu, and nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a black seal was imprinted on Griffin's forehead. Griffin felt a sharp pain in his head and looked at Zuan in horror. I have planted a curse in your soul. If you have other ideas, your demonic soul will be consumed by hellfire. After hearing Zuan's words, Griffin's legs went weak, and he knelt down, looking at Zuan with despair in his eyes. Zuan scanned the venue. By now, people had awakened from their initial shock, but no one dared to approach. After all, Zuan's performance just now was too terrifying. It was almost like a god or a demon. Accompanied by Yan, Su Xian, and Zunayan, Zuan walked over. Aunt Manchu, you're back. The two little girls, without their initial resistance, asked with smiles on their faces. Manchu nodded and then looked somewhat embarrassed at Yan. Yan smiled. It's good to be back. You've suffered these days. Thank you, Sister Anne, Manchu said softly. At this moment, Mr. Lan hesitated and watched from a distance, not daring to come closer. Zuan smiled. Mr. Lan, it seems the banquet tonight cannot continue here. How about we find another place? It can also serve as a celebration for Manchu. Mr. Lan was momentarily surprised and then nodded with a smile. Sure, I've been feeling suffocated in this place anyway, especially with the appalling behavior of some people just now. His words made many people hang their heads in shame. Zuan smiled. All right, let's go. He didn't want to bother with these people. As they exited the venue, Zuan noticed Chen Kong and his daughter anxiously waiting in the distance. They had heard about the disruption at the venue but were too scared to enter, so they waited outside. Seeing Zhu and come out safely, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and quickly came forward to meet him. Mr. Zhu, we were so worried about you. Shen Kong sighed in relief, and then noticed Manchu and Mr. Lan standing beside them. Miss Fen. Mr. Lan, Shen Kong exclaimed in surprise. Zuan smiled. The banquet here was disrupted. Why don't we go back to your place for a feast? Shen Kong was delighted. It's an honor. After they left, people gradually came out of the venue, telling the late arriving police officers from Country M about what had happened. When this information was reported to the FBI, the head of the intelligence department looked at the report and broke out in a cold sweat. Nearly half of Country M's elites had been kidnapped by the dark overlords of the Sin City, and the #1 dangerous figure from Huaxia had also appeared at the venue. If anything happened, he wouldn't be able to resign in shame. It would be far worse. So, he got on the phone and gave a ton lashing to the security department responsible for safety and defense. After venting his anger, the head cautiously asked, Hen, what should we do next? Should we try to keep Zuan in Country M? Bullshit. Is your head filled with crap? The intelligence head was furious again. Haven't you heard the news? Zuan has subdued the bone picker griffin. What does that tell you? The security chief on the other end of the line looked embarrassed. Oh my god, if you were in front of me right now, I would strangle you. It shows that Zuan is definitely heading to Sin City. I heard that something very precious had appeared in Sin City, and the dark bigwigs are now eager to make a move. Isn't it perfect for Zuan to go there? Let those dogs bite each other. The intelligence head felt somewhat pleased at this thought. And remember, keep this matter under strict wraps, and give all witnesses a gag order. I don't want to wake up the next day, check my phone, and find myself bombarded with news about gods, demons, and monsters. This is the promised land, Country M, not the realm of charlatans. Yes, the security chief replied loudly. After hanging up the phone, the intelligence head silently prayed, "Dear God, please make the killer god leave Country M as soon as possible. Every day he stays here, I lose a year of my life." While this unfortunate intelligence head was silently praying, Zuan, Manchu, and the others were enjoying a warm dinner. It was more like a late-night snack at this point. Everyone at the table was chatting and laughing happily. Mr. Long, having been a Hollywood insider for many years, was well informed about many interesting stories, and his funny anecdotes enlivened and the atmosphere. Even Manchu, who hadn't fully recovered from the oppression, couldn't help but smile. Only Griffin, at this moment, was miserably crouched in a corner, nibbling on dry bread. It wasn't intentional torture, but whenever he saw Zuan, the soul suppression made him involuntarily kneel. "Oh Satan, please show mercy and get me away from this guy soon." Griffin prayed fervently in his heart. But apparently, even his own Satan had no intention of coming anywhere near upon hearing that he was dealing with Zuan. After the meal, Mr. Lon prepared to leave. Zuan saw him off, admiring the man's character. "Mr. Zhu, are you a cultivator?" Zhu, and smiled. "Mr. Lon, do you know about this?" Mr. Lon nodded. "Living for so long, one can encounter some incomprehensible existences, but someone as powerful as you, I've never seen before." Mr. Lon paused and then said, "I actually wanted to advise you against going to Sin City, but then, I thought it's better left unsaid." "Oh. Why is that?" "Because I know whatever I say will be in vain." Mr. Lon shrugged and said resignedly, "Zhu," and burst into laughter. This Mr. Lon indeed was a clever man. Back in their room, Griffin was still kneeling in the corner reflecting on his actions. Zuan remarked, "You seem to fear me a lot." Griffin didn't dare to speak. "Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I won't kill you. In fact, I will help you ascend to the throne of Sin City." Griffin looked up suddenly, a glint in his eyes. "Master." Zuan waved his hand. "But you must explain the situation in Sin City clearly." Griffin hurriedly agreed and detailed, "The state of affairs is Sin City. The city, often referred to as Sin City, was located on the edge of Country M's desert and had gradually become a gathering place for fugitives, growing in size and influence over recent years. It had evolved into a vast city where darkness was omnipresent, and sin was a way of life. There were no laws, no moral constraints. Kunlun Wonderland, Night Demon Palace. The Night Demon Emperor suddenly opened her eyes, and a terrifying demonic aura instantly swept through the entire palace. "Zuan, how dare you destroy my avatar? I will tear you into 1,000 pieces, never allowing your soul to reincarnate." The Night Demon Empress roared in anger. Under her fury, the entire Night Demon Palace trembled in fear. The disciples of the Night Demon Palace all knelt in silence on the ground. "Sister Night Demon, why are you so angry?" A woman dressed in translucent garments, elegant like a fairy from the Moon Palace, walked in gracefully. Seeing this woman, the Night Demon Empress couldn't help but stand up. "So it's Sister Qianzu who graces us with her presence." Qianzu Fairy smiled slightly. "Night Demon Sister, why were you so furious just now?" The Night Demon Empress darkly recounted the incident. When she mentioned that Zuan had destroyed her avatar, even Qianzu Fairy, who had been calm all along, couldn't help but change her expression. "Zuan." "Yes, Fairy. Do you also know this person?" Qianzu Fairy sneered. "Of course I do. A few days ago, I sent Ben Nemi to the mundane world to seek individuals with immortality potential, but unexpectedly, she died shortly after arrival. And the one who killed her was Zuan." After hearing this, the Night Demon Empress looked at Qianzu Fairy. "Sister, this man must be dealt with to ease our anger." The Night Demon Empress nodded. "But we are both bound by rules. Our true selves cannot enter the mortal world. What can we do?" A hint of triumph appeared on Qianzu Fairy's face. "Sister, do not worry. I have a plan. I will make sure Zuan falls into the trap. Once he enters Kunlun, it will be as easy as flipping a palm for us to kill him." The Night Demon Empress nodded and asked, "Is there anything else you need here, Fairy?" "The trial event will be soon. My disciple Ben Nemi died. I'm afraid Qianzu sect will lose in the competition at that time. Speaking of this, Qianzu Fairy looked distressed. The trial event was crucial for the distribution of resources for each sect in the following year, a significant test of strength. If they lost, their spiritual resources would be reduced, causing trouble in the future. So, Fairy, what do you suggest? I want one of my disciples to practice in your divine trial grounds to quickly enhance her strength. The Night Demon Empress hesitated. Sister, rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. With that, Qianzu Fairy took out a pill. This is a good item for enhancing spiritual cultivation. The Night Demon Empress smiled as she took the pill eagerly. In Kunlun, where cultivation was prosperous, but resources are limited, even a single herb was precious to a sect, not to mention a spiritual pill. Meanwhile, in the sinful city, deep within a chaotic street, there was a nondescript little bar. The bar owner was from Huaxia, currently sitting comfortably in the hall, sipping liquor. The sunlight outside was scorching, and the streets were deserted at this time. Only at night would various monsters and demons appear on the streets. Just as he was getting drowsy from drinking, a group of people walked in from outside. Startled, he raised his eyebrows. The bar only opens at night. The man in the lead took off his cape and hat, smiling. Old Stone, I'm glad to see you haven't drunk yourself to death yet. Old Stone widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of this person. You. After repeating the word you several times, Old Stone quickly got up to close the door before speaking in a terrified voice. Griffin, are you out of your mind? How dare you come back? Griffin smiled. Why wouldn't I dare? I have a stake in this sinful city. Old Stone sighed. After you were expelled, your territories have long been divided. Now, no one remembers you in this sinful city. Griffin's expression turned somber upon hearing this. Is Carter the same? Old Stone chuckled sadly. Your faithful dog Carter now holds the most territories. That damn guy. Griffin's eyes flashed with killing intent. I advise you not to try to reclaim the territories. The sinful city is not what it used to be. Many powerful and ruthless people have arrived, including Carter's skilled subordinates. You can have a meal here, then I'll find a way to get you out of here. Old Stone spoke. Griffin smiled. My friend, in the end, you are the one who hasn't betrayed me. But I won't leave this time. I am here to conquer all and ascend to the throne of the Dark King. Old Stone thought Griffin was boasting and furrowed his brow. A person from Huaxia. Old Stone was surprised. Huaxia people were rare in this place. Zhu, and glanced at him. Man said softly, that's enough. Let's all remove our hats. With Zuan's words, everyone took off their hats. Old Stone was stunned because the person was a woman, and a stunning beauty at that, accompanied by two incredibly exquisite and lovely young girls holding buckets of ice cream, enjoying themselves. What a strange group. Were they here for a vacation? Old Stone looked puzzled at Griffin. Zuan gave a faint smile. Oh, so powerful? Old Rock sighed. You and I are both citizens of Hua. Whoa, I truly don't want to harm you. This city is different from others. Here there are no laws or rules to bind us. Griffin should understand this better than me, so you'd better take care of yourself. Zhu, who was eating ice cream, raised his head and said, Grandpa, my dad is really formidable. Zunan also chimed in. That's right. Griffin impatiently said, Old Rock, these matters don't concern you. Adults will make the decisions. We will stay here for now. Old Rock shook his head silently and walked away. He had seen too many passionate young people come into this city wanting to achieve something, only to find themselves dead in the gutter the next day, humiliated. After Old Rock left, Griffin sneered. Adult, that guy is just like this. More timid than a mouse. We don't need to pay attention to him. With that, Griffin skillfully led Zuan and others up to the third floor of the bar. There were several rooms here and Griffin arranged for Zuan's family to stay here. After Griffin left, Yen nervously said, Husband, what the old man said is really scary, isn't it? Zuan smiled slightly. He means well, but with me here, no one will dare harm you. Stay here peacefully, and in a few days, I will take you back home. Zhu, and settled Yen and her daughter and then went downstairs. Griffin stayed on the second floor, now dressed in a dirty jacket, with a scruffy beard, completely different from his previous, refined gentlemanly appearance. Adult, I think the most important thing now is to reclaim my territory. Griffin rambled on, with a look of ferocity in his eyes. It was obvious that he was resentful of the betrayal by his subordinates. Zuan smiled. There's no need to rush on that. I want to see what kind of city of sin this is first. Night fell, and the small bar became lively. Gang members with tattoos on their faces were slowly drinking at the bar. Seductive dancers began swaying on stage, accompanied by mesmerizing music, causing people to involuntarily become intoxicated. Behind the bar, Old Rock was mixing his unique cocktails. A few gang members grew impatient and said, "Old Rock, are these scum again today?" Old Rock chuckled and remained silent. "Hey, where's that fiery chick from last time?" A gang member with a smug face asked. "Who knows? Maybe you scared her off." Old Rock responded with a smile. He was the only one on the street who dared to banter with these lawless people. Just then, Zuan and Griffin walked down the stairs. Their appearance, especially Zuan's, attracted a lot of attention. Old Rock quickly explained, "This is my distant nephew, who just came from Huazia to seek refuge with me." "Old bugger, you actually have a nephew?" The gang members relaxed their guard and jokingly scolded. Zuan found a seat. Old Rock hesitated for a moment, poured a glass of wine for him, then lowered his voice. "You should leave quickly. This place is too chaotic." Zuan smiled. "Chaotic? I happen to want to see for myself." Old Rock rolled his eyes in anger and annoyance, thinking that Zuan was just an ignorant fool, then turned and left. Griffin whispered, "Adult, those boisterous gang members are probably from the motorcycle gang nearby." His face showed a hint of disdain. "Back then, the leader of their motorcycle gang would kneel before me." Zuan smiled faintly, took a sip of the wine. The spicy sweetness exploded in his mouth, surprising him. Griffin chuckled, surprised, right? Although that Old Rock is pathetic, his cocktail mixing skills are superb. Many prominent figures come here specifically to taste his creations. As they were talking, the door of the bar was pushed open. Everyone turned to look and was stunned. A woman in an ultra-short skirt, revealing a pair of long and slender legs, walked in. She was dressed provocatively, with a figure so alluring that all the motorcycle gang members started whistling. Ignoring the hungry gazes of the men, the woman walked gracefully to the bar, skillfully pulled out a slim lady cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then said lightly, "Give me a Twilight Love cocktail." Old Rock was a bit nervous, but quickly made the drink and handed it over, whispering, "Why have you come back?" The woman smiled slightly. "You run a bar, can't I come?" Old Rock was taken aback for a moment and then nodded helplessly. "Of course you can come. Please enjoy." With that, he turned and walked away. The motorcycle gang members sneered, their gazes turning more hostile. A burly man with a tattoo of a snake on his face grinned. "Old Rock, did you deliberately invite this chick here to boost business? Otherwise, why would she come here so often?" This woman was the same fiery chick they had mentioned earlier. Occasionally, she would appear in the small bar, attracting the attention of the motorcycle gang members. Old Rock forced a smile. How could I afford a woman like her? So in other words, this chick deliberately comes here to show off. The burly man chuckled. Old Rock's heart sank, about to say something, but the burly man had already stood up, picked up a cheap beer, and approached. "Hey babe, feeling lonely? I'm quite impressive, want to get to know me?" Sitting next to the woman, slouched against the bar, he asked with a lecherous smirk. The woman put down her glass, turned her head to look at the man, a scornful, cold smile appearing on her face. "Get lost." As he spoke, the sturdy man raised his hand and slapped over. The burly man had a robust physique, and his palm was as large as a fan. If he hit the target, the woman's head would probably be smashed. Lao Shai let out a cry of surprise. But faced with such a slap, the woman remained calm, and even looked coldly at the burly man, with a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. Just then, a silver lighter flew like a streak of light directly from behind and hit the burly man's face. Dang! The burly man was knocked back as if hit by an elephant, flying out WebD, finally stopping after being blocked by a table, his face looking hideous. Not only were his bones shattered, even the teeth in his mouth fell out. This incident caused a commotion in the entire bar. The remaining few bikers all stood up abruptly, saying, "You dare to hit our bikers." The woman paid no attention to these people, turned around and looked at Zuan with interest, smiled, and walked over. "Thank you," she said. Zu, and glanced at the woman, then lowered his eyes, and said, indifferently, "No need to thank me, it was just a simple effort." The woman shivered slightly, and she met Zuan's eyes. This man's eyes were so deep, like too deep, bottomless pools. It made people involuntarily fall deep into them. At this point, the bikers understood who did the hitting, so they pulled out the pistols they carried with them and approached. "Kid, you've got guts, daring to hit our bikers," they said as they pointed their guns at Zuan. To seem terrified Lao Shai, who trembled all over and shouted, "Please, don't." He might have acted erratically. "You old man, get out of the way." One of the bikers shouted before turning towards Zuan and the woman. "Ha ha, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Well, take them both away. Tonight, we'll take turns playing with this woman right in front of this guy," said the scarred man with a wicked smile. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes turned slightly cold, but she said nothing, just looked at Zuan. Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly, gave a light shout, "Go away." This shout sounded plain to onlookers, but to the bikers, it was like a thunderbolt, shattering their eardrums. One of them was so frightened that his heart and soul shattered, and he died on the spot. This incident made all the bikers panic, and they scrambled to the door, even turning back to sneer, "Kid, you've got guts. If you're so capable, wait here." Zuan smiled faintly. "All right, I'll give you 10 minutes. The group fled in a panic. The other customers in the bar glanced at each other and quietly left. As residents of the city of Sin, they were accustomed to such scenes. At the same time, they understood that those who left had definitely gone to call for reinforcements. The bar would soon be a bloodbath. Lao Shi's face turned pale with fear, stomping his feet and sighing. You. Oh well, it's too late to say anything. Hurry and leave. Go out from the back, or when the bikers arrive later, you won't be able to leave." Zuan chuckled and shook his head. "Leave? Why should I leave?" Lao Shai widened his eyes, then sighed helplessly. "All right, if that's your choice, I better hide quickly." With that, he ran to a back room and locked the iron door. The vast bar now only had the woman and Zuan Griffin left. Griffin, having seen various grand scenes, was unperturbed. It was the woman who seemed surprisingly calm, even sitting aside with a look of surprise as she watched Zuan. "Aren't you afraid?" she asked softly, this time using standard Mandarin. Zuan gave a faint smile. "Then why aren't you afraid?" The woman shrugged. "Because I've seen these kinds of scenes before. At most, I'll just be captured by them, but you might actually die." Zuan smiled and did not answer. Instead, he raised his glass and continued drinking. The woman, with interest in her eyes, suddenly leaned forward and said, "Hey, tell me the truth. Do you want to pick me up?" Hearing this, Zuan almost sprayed the wine in his mouth. After 2 light coughs, he shook his head. "Then why did you help me? Just now had nothing to do with you," the curious woman asked. "Does one need a reason to help someone?" Zuan countered. "Do you not need one?" The woman asked. "No need. But if you insist on a reason, maybe it's because you're also from Hua country," Zuan said, indifferently. The woman seemed to stare at Zuan like he was a precious animal, then shook her head. "You must not be from the city of Sin." "Oh. Why is that?" "Because people from the city of Sin would never do this. The most they would do is watch me be taken by those guys and then pick up the spoils." The woman sighed, then raised her glass. "For your damn kindness, I toast to you." Zuan smiled and also raised his glass. After downing the drink, the woman's eyes seemed a bit hazy. Then she leaned in and said, If you don't die later, I can accompany you for a night. Don't worry, it's free." Zuan looked a bit surprised, then shook his head. "What? Do you think I'm dirty?" The woman's expression turned cold. Zuan smiled faintly. "Not at all. And I have a wife." At that moment, Griffin on the side laughed. "Exactly. My master's wife is exceptionally beautiful, unlike the likes of you." Then Griffin turned to Zuan, looked somewhat smug, and said, "How about that, sir? My Mandarin was flawless, right?" The woman was stunned. He had a wife. Her gaze flickered as she seemed lost in thought. Just then, the deafening roar of motorcycles could be heard from outside. Someone shouted angrily, "This is it. Our brothers died here." Then, sounds of smashing glass and a kicked open door as a group of burly bikers rushed in. "Boss, this guy killed our brothers." The just escaped motorcycle gang member pointed at Zuan. The giant man sneered disdainfully, then turned his gaze toward the woman standing nearby, his eyes showing some admiration. Especially when he saw the woman's straight, long legs, his face became filled with greed. Hey, this girl is not bad." The giant man drooled, saying, "Boss, let's take her with us." "Of course." The giant man reply, pointing at Zuen and grinning wickedly. But we have to kill him first. These motorcycle gang members all aimed their guns at Zuen. A big battle was about to erupt. Just then, the woman suddenly spoke up, saying, "That's enough." Everyone was slightly taken aback. Then they saw the woman smile at Zuen. "You are a good person, but in this city, kindness is the true evil." Then she looked up and said to the giant man, "You wanted me, right? I'll go with you." The giant man was slightly surprised, then he smirked, "Quite sensible, but he killed a few of my brothers. How do we settle this score?" The woman calmly said, "I can settle it for him." "Fine. That's what you said. Let's go." The giant man sneered. He wasn't a fool. If Zuen could kill his men with one blow, he must have some skills. Now that the woman volunteered to go with him, why bother fighting over a few dead men? After all, in the city of Sin, there was a shortage of everything but dead bodies. The woman leaned down and whispered in Zuen's ear, "I'm Wensinan. Nice to meet you." With that, she smiled slightly, showing a hint of joy, then stood up and left with the motorcycle gang. Zuen watched them leave, his eyes flickering with thoughts. Griffin chuckled. In the city of Sin, women really don't care about these things. And she is right. In this place, kindness is the greatest sin. Zuen smiled faintly and said nothing. After a while, Old Stone cautiously poked his head out from the back door. "Are they all gone?" Griffin scolded with a smile. "You old man. You hid pretty well. They're all gone." Old Stone breathed a sigh of relief and dared to come out. "If I wasn't so timid, I would have died years ago," said Old Stone. Zuen stood up and said calmly, "Let's go. Time to sleep." With that, he walked upstairs and left. Old Stone approached Griffin. "Brother, what's wrong with him? He just narrowly escaped death. Why does he seem a bit unhappy?" Griffin finished his drink and smiled faintly. "The ones who just barely escaped death should be those guys." "All right, I'm going to bed too." With that, Griffin also got up and left. Zuen returned to his room on the 3rd floor and found that his two daughters were already asleep, leaving only Yan playing with her phone on the bed. When she saw Zuen return, she sat up. "Why aren't you sleeping yet, Zuen?" and asked. "I can't sleep. There was chaos downstairs just now. What happened?" and Yan asked. Zuen smiled. "It's nothing. Just a few guys were drunk downstairs." And Yan nodded. After Zuen lay down, she habitually hugged his waist, burying her head in his chest. "Husband, I just had a video call with Mengzu. Oh. She and Han Yao went to Europe. They said they are going there to shoot a movie." Zuen smiled faintly and said nothing. Today he killed the demon empress's soul that was attached to Han Yao. The night demon also dissipated. But before he could leave Hollywood with Yan, Fan Mengzu left with Han Yao. She didn't say anything before leaving. Now, hearing Yan's words, she had gone to Europe to shoot a movie. Thinking of this, Zuen let out a faint sigh. He understood that Fan Mengzu was trying to avoid him as much as possible. "All right, let's go to sleep." Zuen no longer dwelled on these thoughts and turned to hold Yan, gently stroking her hair. Yan's faint fragrance gradually calmed Zuen's heart. Outside, the wind started to rise. Wensinan obediently sat behind the giant man on his motorcycle, following these motorcycle gang members back to their base. It was an abandoned factory, but the motorcycle gang had turned it into their headquarters. When they got off the bike, the members guarding the area came out to welcome them. However, many people's attention was focused on Wensinan. The giant man smirked at Wensinan. "Little girl, you are sensible, so I won't kill you, but I will make you have an unforgettable night." Upon hearing these words, his henchmen burst into laughter. Hearing the giant man's words, Wensinan's face showed a hint of an ambiguous smile as she coldly said, "It's a pity. Although you don't intend to kill me, I won't spare you." Wensinan's words made the motorcycle gang members all stunned. After a moment, they started to clamor. "Damn, is this woman scared stupid? Boss, should we teach her a lesson first?" The giant man's expression turned dark, and he grinned. "Very good, but I'm really curious. How do you plan not to spare me?" Wensinan gave a faint smile and whispered something in the giant man's ear. His expression suddenly changed. His previous confidence and arrogance disappeared, his face becoming as white as paper, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at Wensinan. You. He was so frightened that he couldn't continue his sentence. This scene also shocked the motorcycle gang members. The boss was fine just now. How did he suddenly become like this? At this moment, a strong man suddenly knelt down in front of the woman, trembling all over. When Sinan's face was cold, as she softly said, "Now you know fear, but unfortunately, it's too late." As soon as she finished speaking, out of the surrounding darkness emerged hundreds of women dressed in black. They all held giant firearms that sent chills down one's spine. Looking back at Wen Sinan, she had somehow acquired a mask at some point. A terrifying mask of a poisonous snake, with a bright red scorpion inside the snake's mouth. Seeing this scene, all the motorcycle gang members were stunned. Then someone screamed, "It's the Queen of the Poison Scorpions." This title made everyone present shiver, because in the city of Sin, she was the most mysterious and terrifying dark figure, the Poison Scorpion Queen. Hardly anyone had seen her true face. She seemed to have countless faces, but whenever she appeared in front of people, she always wore a terrifying mask. "Kill them all," Wen Sinan ordered coldly. The black-clad women advanced in silence, crushing anyone who stood in their way. They were like a black tidal wave, swallowing up these people directly. The screams lasted for less than 3 seconds. This once powerful motorcycle gang vanished into thin air. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. Amidst the blood and bodies scattered on the ground, Wen Sinan stood proudly, with purple hair swaying in the night wind. "Your Majesty, how shall we dispose of these bodies?" a subordinate asked. Wen Sinan replied nonchalantly, "Cut off the leader's head and place it in front of that bar." "Yes." Wen Sinan looked towards the direction of the bar, a slight smile forming under the mask. "I hope you like this gift." The next day, Lao Shitu, following the routine, opened the bar early but soon let out a deafening scream. Griffin, awakened by the noise, grumbled impatiently as he descended the stairs. "What are you yelling about?" Lao Shitu, pale-faced, tremblingly sat on the ground and whispered, "Dead bodies, there are dead bodies." Griffin raised an eyebrow. "Dead bodies? When has Sin City lacked dead bodies?" Turning to look, he too froze. There was a severed head placed at the entrance of the bar. Bald, with a terrifying expression and fear etched on his face, it was the leader of the motorcycle gang from yesterday. Griffin gasped in shock. "Who did this?" At that moment, Zhuan also came down the stairs. "Sir, look at this." Griffin's expression turned serious. Zhu, and calmly said, "Let the dead rest in peace. He deserved it. Is there anything strange about it? But I can't help but feel suspicious. Could it be the work of that woman?" Griffin mumbled to himself. Zhuan smiled faintly. "Whether it was her or not, we will soon find out." By evening, more news arrived. The motorcycle gang had been completely wiped out, with the scene described as horrifying. This news shocked everyone in the bar. Many who were present yesterday started discussing animatedly. "Oh my, the motorcycle gang was gaining momentum recently, and yet they were wiped out overnight. Well, what's so surprising about that? The bigger the tree, the stronger the wind. The motorcycle gang has been too arrogant lately. It's no surprise they attracted enemies. Then who do you think is behind this?" Someone disagreed. "I don't think it was him. Old Bell has been acting cautiously in recent years, rarely resorting to such mass killings." "Then who do you think it could be?" Someone retorted. "Have you all forgotten about the woman from last night?" The mention of the woman silenced the bar. "How could we forget? She's just an ordinary woman, probably even a prostitute." Someone sneered. "Exactly," many echoed. As these debates continued in the bar, Zhuan and Griffin sat at the bar counter, sipping their drinks. Old Shitao's bartending skills were commendable. At least Zhuan was satisfied with his drink. Upon hearing the discussions, Griffin muttered angrily under his breath, "That old Bell, if not for him, I wouldn't have been driven out." Zhuan remained silent, calmly sipping his drink. Just when the bar was bustling with the news of the motorcycle gang's downfall, the door swung open. A pair of long, slender legs entered first, followed by the familiar short skirt and the light purple hair. The bar fell silent. Everyone stared in astonishment at the woman. Sun even swallowed hard and attempted to slip away quietly. It was Wen Sinan. She walked up to Zhuan and sat down beside him, nonchalantly saying to the dumbfounded old Shitu, "Give me a hellfire, I'm exhausted from last night." Oh, of course." Old Shitu hastily started preparing the drink, occasionally casting fearful glances at Wen Sinan. Even Griffin's face turned slightly pale, as he struggled to read the woman's intentions. However, Zhuan continued to drink calmly. "Aren't you curious at all?" Wen Sinan couldn't help but ask. "Curious about what, Zhu?" and set down his glass and turned to her. "Curious about what I went through last night. Wen Xinan blinked her large eyes. Zuan smiled. The path you chose was your own. It has nothing to do with me. Wen Xinan was left speechless at his reply, gritting her teeth in irritation. She had come today to gauge people's reactions, especially Zuan's. She had developed a strong curiosity about this man. It was his decisive nature that she particularly admired. However, Zuan showed no interest whatsoever. This rejection infuriated Wen Xinan. Hey, I should actually thank you for last night, Wen Xinan suddenly said, in a low voice. Zuan smiled. I already said, no need to thank me. HMPH, you're such an interesting guy. Wen Xinan, already hot-tempered, couldn't hold back and, with those words, turned and left. Only when she reached the bar's entrance did she turn back and say, it's my birthday tomorrow. Are you interested in coming? Zhu. And shook his head. Not interested. You. Wen Xinan's eyebrows furrowed before she regained her composure, coldly huffing and leaving. After she departed, many people looked at Zuan with astonishment. Some were even envious. Wen Xinan's earlier behavior was clearly an indication towards Zuan. But Zuan remained unfazed, rejecting the advances of a woman who had approached him. Only Griffin wasn't surprised. Compared to Yan, Wen Xinan was no different from an ugly duckling, but he was still curious and said, Sir, this woman is quite mysterious. Are you really not going? Zhu, and shook his head. I have no intention, and I need to quickly investigate the exact information on the Fountain of Youth. I don't have time to always linger here. With that, he stood up and went upstairs. Outside, Wen Xinan got into a car, her face full of a murderous intent. The people inside the car shuddered. They were well aware of their queen's temperament, knowing that she could easily resort to killing. Your Majesty, should we destroy this bar? One of Wen Xinan's attendants asked. Unexpectedly, Wen Xinan raised her hand and slapped the attendant, leaving the person with a bloody mouth, afraid to even lift their head. Dare to speak such words again, and I will toss you into a pit of snakes to be devoured by them. Sir, when the Fountain of Youth was first discovered, it was in an abandoned mine in the Sinful City, a place that originally belonged to me, but I never expected that those two fellows, Old Belle and the Scorpion Queen, would join forces to drive me away. Speaking of this, Griffin's eyes were full of bitterness. As for how those two are going to divide the Fountain of Youth later, I'm not really sure, but I know the Fountain of Youth isn't always available. It follows a time pattern, and the next appearance will be in 3 days. Griffin recounted everything he knew, and Zuan nodded after listening. So, I think the most important thing now is to first reclaim my previous territory and weaken Old Belle and the Scorpion Queen as much as possible, Griffin said. Zhu, and glanced at him. Griffin's heart sank and he quickly lowered his head. I'm just making a suggestion. Everything is up to you, sir. Zuan replied calmly. No need to rush for now. If the Fountain of Youth doesn't appear in 3 days, I'll be able to feel it. Once we have the water, we can eliminate these people. Yes. Griffin replied respectfully. In the heart of the Sinful City, there is a black building. In a spacious office on the top floor, Old Belle was leaning back in his chair, enjoying the city's night view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. He liked this feeling, as if he were in the clouds, with everyone under his feet. And indeed, his reputation and influence had already made him a dark ruler of the Sinful City. Griffin had escaped, leaving only the Scorpion Queen. Thinking of this woman, Old Belle frowned slightly. At that moment, the office door opened. Without needing to look back, Old Belle knew that it was his own son, Little Belle, because besides him, no one dared to enter without permission. Father, there's something I need to report to you. Little Belle, who bore a striking resemblance to his father, said. They shared the same deep eyes and refined demeanor, but Little Belle appeared more rebellious. Old Belle gazed at his son as if admiring a piece of art. Oh, what is it? He inquired. Last night, a motorcycle gang near the bar street was wiped out. What's so special about that? My child, you should know that in the Sinful City, there are more gangs destroyed every day than the white hairs on my head. But father, this one is different. Little Belle laid out several photos on the table. Old Belle picked them up and furrowed his brows upon seeing the blood and bodies in the factory in the photos. This is, Old Belle hesitated. Exactly, father. This should be the work of the Sinful Scorpions. The Sinful Scorpions. The minions of the Scorpion Queen. Old Belle's eyes gleamed. Little Belle continued with a smile, and I've found many interesting things. Like this. He produced a photo showing a scene in a bar, with the profile of a man and a woman with light purple hair. Father, the Scorpion Queen acts mysteriously and never leaves a trace. For so many years, we didn't even know what she looked like. But this time, she finally revealed herself. Old Belle's brow furrowed. Are you saying that this woman might be the Scorpion Queen? Not might, but she is. Old Belle felt gratified and looked approvingly at his son. What do you plan to do? Little Belle smiled like a venomous snake. Father, the fountain of youth is about to appear. It rightfully belongs to our Belle family. Why should we share it with a mad woman? Good. Go ahead. Old Belle nodded, understanding his son's words. As the dark titan of the sinful city, murder, alliances, and betrayals were all commonplace. Yes, Father. By this time tomorrow, I will present this woman's head to you. Throughout, the father and son had never once looked directly at the impassive man in the photo. To them, anyone besides the Scorpion Queen was inconsequential. The next day, as the night lights came on, Old Stone's bar became lively again. Many people enjoy coming here to have a drink of Old Stone's own concoctions, especially now that the motorcycle gang had been eliminated, making it much calmer. Zhu and sat steadily at the bar, sipping his drink. At that moment, the bar door opened and when Sinan entered carrying a large cake, her actions caused many to give a slight start. When Sinan walked straight to the bar, placed the cake down, and began to put candles on it, Zhu and furrowed his brow slightly. What are you doing? Of course, celebrating my birthday. Can't you see me putting on the candles? When Sinan replied casually, you're celebrating your birthday here, Zhu, and retorted, is there a problem with that? When Sinan smiled at Old Stone, tonight, all expenses are on me. Her words elicited cheers from many. Some even raised their glasses, shouting, happy birthday, lady. When Sinan was clearly in a good mood, smiling softly as she thanked them, she lit the candles and the music in the bar was turned off. The dancers nearby also watched with smiles. In this small bar, the atmosphere had surprisingly become warm. Do you refuse to even say happy birthday? When Sinan joked, Zhu, and regained his composure and gave a faint smile, happy birthday. When Sinan laughed and made a wish before blowing out the candles directly, many began to cheer, and drinks poured in like a waterfall. The night had just begun but it already had an intoxicating effect on people. When Sinan drank a lot and mischievously attacked many with the cake, even though some deliberately flirted with her, she remained unfazed. Outside the bar, several black, heavily modified trucks with women dressed in black were seated on top. They were Wen Sinan's personal bodyguards, the sinful scorpions. Hearing Wen Sinan's exaggerated laughter from the bar, these women exchanged glances and some made comments. It seems that Her Majesty the Queen is very happy tonight. But I remember, Her Majesty the Queen has already celebrated her birthday this year. Someone whispered, shh, remember, never say such things to Her Majesty or you might end up as snake food. Another warned. As they chatted casually, countless dark shadows flew across the night sky. Zibei stood on top of a tall building, leaning forward to look at the distant black behemoths. Are those the legendary Scorpion of Sin? Zibei said lightly. You actually only brought this few people on this trip? Your courage is indeed admirable. A hint of excitement appeared on Zibei's face, and his mood became restless. After all, the other party was a dark giant equal to his father. If he could decapitate him tonight, his reputation would skyrocket again, and the Belle family would truly become the city's ruler. Shadow arbitrators, move out, Zibei said. Yes, came a response from the shadows, followed by countless shadows streaking across the sky. As the only son of the Belle family, Zibei was naturally highly favored. Even for this mission, the family sent him the most elite shadow arbitrators. In the City of Sin, the henchmen of the three dark giants all had their own elite minions. Griffin's dark disciples, the Scorpion of Sin under the poisoned Scorpion Queen. But even greater than their fame, the strongest one recognized by all was the Belle family's shadow arbitrators. It was rumored that these people were cultivated by the Belle family with decades of effort, and each of them was extremely powerful. Zibei stood on the rooftop, watching the overwhelming arbitrators, a sense of pride welling up in his heart. From now on, the City of Sin will only have the Belle family. At this moment, outside the bar, members of the Scorpion of Sin were still chatting. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept by. The woman sitting in the driver's seat slumped, blood flowing from her throat. Even this slight sound startled these women in black. What's that sound? Someone exclaimed. Those closer to the door immediately opened it. The outside was eerily silent. The black-clad women looked at each other, frowning. The silence carried a sinister atmosphere. However, as warriors accustomed to walking on the edge of life and death and blood were commonplace. So despite sensing that something had gone wrong, everyone remained calm. They silently picked up their weapons, leaned on each other, and got out of the car. The night was abnormally dark, without even a hint of moonlight. Suddenly, as the black-clad women reached the middle of the street, ready to enter the bar, countless shadows flew towards them from a distance. Without hesitation, these women in black raised their firearms, preparing to fire. The shadows rushed closer. Two dark torrents collided on the street. The sound of breaking limbs, gushing blood, and the metallic clang of blades merged into a cruel symphony. But there were no screams. The silent confrontation was terrifying. None of the fighters made a sound in the face of death. As warriors to emerge from the dark purgatory, they had all reached a point where they feared neither life nor death. Even Zibei, watching from a distance, couldn't help but show admiration. Truly admirable dark warriors. However, compared to the overwhelming presence of the shadow arbitrators, the Scorpion of Sin had fewer numbers and suffered heavy losses in the hurried battle. Soon, most of the black-clad women had fallen. The remaining few were also wounded, standing back to back warily, watching the shadows in the sky. "It's the shadow arbitrators," someone whispered. "The Bell family has taken action. We must quickly inform Her Majesty the Queen." Another person said solemnly, "I just try. This street has been sealed by shadows, and no message can get out." At this moment, Zibei approached from the street, smiling and saying, "Although you are women, you deserve respect. If you now drop your weapons, I can consider sparing you." "Zibei." The remaining members of the Scorpion of Sin shouted in a low voice. Then, they looked at each other and slowly raised their guns. "It's a pity." Zibei wasn't surprised by this outcome, so he just lowered his head slightly, and the shadow arbitrators flew past him. "All for Her Majesty." These members of the Scorpion of Sin shouted once more before pulling the trigger. The gunfire flashed a few times and was subsequently swallowed by the shadows of the shadow arbitrators. A creaking sound, as if a monster was chewing flesh, sent shivers down the spine. As the darkness dissipated, only a pool of blood remained on the ground, with not even a trace of bones left. "What a delightful night." Zibei sighed. "Do you think the Poison Scorpion Queen will be saddened to find her subordinates dead outside, while she is celebrating her birthday inside?" Zibei said playfully. No one replied. These shadow arbitrators were always silent warriors. "All right, surround this bar. I want to have a good heart-to-heart with our queen." Zibei was in a great mood. With that, Zibei pushed open the door and walked into the bar. By this time, everyone in the bar was drunk except for Wen Xinan and Zuan, who were slowly sipping their drinks. Zhu Xian and Zunan were drinking the juice specially made for them by Lao Shidu. When Zibei walked in, many people didn't pay much attention to him. Zibei looked at Wen Xinan and smiled slightly, saying, "Your Majesty, happy birthday." This statement did not elicit any reaction from Wen Xinan. She even continued to drink with a smile. Only Zuan's mouth curved up, revealing a meaningful smile. "I should probably apologize because I accidentally killed all of your Majesty's subordinates just now." Zibei's words finally caught Wen Xinan's attention. She turned to look at him, her eyes gradually turning cold. "What did you say? You can try summoning them to see if your people are still there." When Xinan sensed it, her face changed. She put down her cup, stood up slowly, a dignified aura gradually emerging. "Zibei, indeed," Zibei said with a smile. "Very well. Your Bell family has successfully provoked me. Be prepared to face my wrath." When Xinan said icily. At this moment, all the drunk people in the bar had sobered up because many people finally heard the conversation between the two. This man turned out to be the famous Zibei, and this woman, Poison Scorpion Queen. "I also feel regretful about this, but you probably won't have to be angry anymore, because this bar tonight will be your final resting place." Poison Scorpion Queen. Zibei, it seems you still don't understand. Although your current strength is very strong, compared to me, you are still far behind. When Sinan said coldly, as her expression changed, her appearance also underwent a huge transformation. Her originally delicate face disappeared, replaced by a face that seemed demonic. "Blood of the gods," Zhu, and muttered softly, then chuckled. "It looks similar, but the aura is much weaker. probably a pseudo-god. His muttered words did not attract anyone's attention. At this moment, everyone in the bar wished they could escape quickly. Some quick-witted individuals even started crawling out through the windows quietly. But as soon as they crawled out and before they could rejoice, cries of agony were heard, and then they were swallowed by darkness. When Sinan frowned and said with authority, "Shadow Arbiters. No wonder they managed to deceive my senses just now. The Buyer family must have spent quite a bit to deal with me." Buyer chuckled. Being able to kill the queen, a few arbiters are nothing to be concerned about. And at that moment, when Sinan suddenly transformed into a black light, heading straight for Buyer, the speed was so fast that it even brought about a sharp sound of wind. Faced with this fierce attack, Buyer remained calm, only taking a half step back. A dark surge poured out from both sides of him, heading straight for Sinan in midair. When Sinan snorted in anger, "Insignificant ass, get lost." With that, Sinan waved her hand, and countless snake shadows headed towards these dark figures. At this moment, Griffin turned pale, wishing he could crawl under the table. Shadow Arbiters, oh my. So many in action. Is the Buyer family mad? And in midair, these snake shadows finally clashed with the black surge. Doom. A muffled sound. All the glassware in the entire bar shattered. The black surge was instantly reduced by more than half. This made Buyer behind feel his eyelids twitching, feeling heartache as if blood were about to drip. These were all efforts of the Buyer family. When Sinan was also not feeling well, her figure staggered in midair, a look of pain on her face. "She's injured," Buyer exclaimed with joy. Indeed, when Sinan's aura began to dim, and she appeared to be on the verge of collapse. "Kill her," Buyer roared. As long as she died, the fountain of youth, including the Sin City, would all be his. But just at that moment, a timid voice came through. "Husband, what's going on? Is something wrong?" The voice was crisp and extremely pleasant. Everyone turned to look and saw a stunning woman standing on the stairs. Although in such a dangerous situation, many couldn't help but be mesmerized. In the Sin City, there were plenty of flaunting and exposed women. Where had they seen such a cold, then captivating beauty? Even Buyer couldn't help but be stunned. He was someone who loved beautiful women. But what did she just call out? Husband. Who was her husband? And Yan was quite nervous at this point. She had heard the constant banging noise from below and didn't know what had happened. Although she had confidence in Zuan, the two little girls were downstairs. Eventually, she couldn't bear the worrying and came down. But she didn't expect to find so many people downstairs, all staring at her with piercing gazes. At this moment, Zuan stood up, smiling. "Nothing's wrong, just some people playing house." Zuan's words caused a commotion. Behind the bar, trembling in fear, Old Stone was close to tears. He thought to himself, this guy had come looking for trouble indeed. Meanwhile, in midair, when Sinan stared fiercely at Yan, and after a moment, she had to admit, this woman surpassed her in both appearance and demeanor. Was this really his wife? No wonder he didn't pay any attention to her. At a critical moment, a touch of sadness swept through Sinan's heart. Then, Buyer smirked sinisterly. "Heh. Excellent. I didn't expect to find such a beauty in this small bar. It seems that my journey this time has been quite rewarding." Saying that, Buyer said coldly, "Kill the poison scorpion queen first." At his command, these shadow arbiters rushed up again. Sinan shouted angrily and tried to eliminate the shadows. However, the previous attack may have wiped out half of the shadow arbiters, but it also drained her energy. Now, facing the fierce attacks, she could only dodge and parry, becoming increasingly slow in her movements, with wounds appearing on her body from time to time. Despair filled Sinan's eyes, knowing that the situation was dire. But just when Buyer felt confident of victory, Zuan smiled at Yan and said, "Wait for me." "Okay." Yan obediently nodded. Then Zuan stood up and walked forward. Sinan in midair roared angrily, "Don't come over. This is not for you to intervene in." Buyer, on the other hand, looked proud and casually pointed, "Kill him." To Buyer, killing this man was a simple matter, and once he died, the stunning beauty would be his. Thinking this, Buyer's heart burned with excitement. Several shadows rushed towards Zuan. Even Griffin's expression became uncertain. As for the others, they all paled, thinking Zuan was doomed. However, just as those shadows approached, Zuan waved his hand and calmly said, "Move." The shadow arbiters, feared warriors of the Sin City, were like trash under Zuan's gesture. being blasted away and disappearing with a mournful scream. One strike. The coming shadow arbiters met their demise. When Sinan in midair had her mouth slightly agape, her face showing disbelief. Zebair was trembling with disbelief as he watched this scene unfold. How is this possible? How could these shadow arbiters be wiped out so easily? Who exactly was this man? At that moment, Zuin looked at Zebair, smiled faintly, and said, "An interesting thing, but just interesting. So, the game is over." With that, Zuin raised his fist and lightly shouted, "Move heaven and earth." With this shout, everything seemed to pause. Then Zuin casually threw a punch. Doom. The shadow arbiters didn't even have a chance to struggle and turned into dust under this strike. Zebair screamed in extreme terror, but soon he realized he was unharmed. Just as he was rejoicing, he heard a loud rumble behind him. Turning his head, he was stunned. Under Zuan's punch, the entire wall of the bar was gone. Everyone looked at Zuan in horror. When Sinan, who had fallen to the ground, was full of shock. She knew that Zuan's martial arts skills were not bad, but she hadn't expected him to be this powerful. As for Zebair, who was gradually recovering from his shock at this moment, he said with a grim expression, "Who are you? Don't you know the consequences of harming my Bayer family?" Zuan replied indifferently, "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Zebair was uncertain, but since Zuan hadn't killed him just now, it gave him some confidence. He coldly said, "Very well, you are indeed powerful. It's my fault for not recognizing it earlier. Those who are strong should be treated as strong. I apologize for my earlier attitude. Now, can I leave?" Zebair finished speaking and turned to leave. Zuan's voice came from behind. "Did I say you could go?" Zebair turned around abruptly, his face fierce, and said, "This is the city of Sin. Even if you are a formidable warrior, you must follow the rules here. Understand, Zu?" And shook his head. "Do you know why I didn't kill you with that punch just now? Because I wanted to tell you that rules are for the weak, and I only believe in fists." With that, Zuin pointed a finger. A sword aura instantly pierced through space, directly penetrating Zebair's head. Splurt. Brain matter and blood splattered on the ground. Zebair never expected that Zuin would suddenly attack. After a moment, his corpse fell to the ground. This incident caused a stir in the entire bar. Griffin laughed heartily, as expected of the boss. This guy should have died long ago. He was naturally someone who feared nothing but chaos. But the rest of the people were trembling in fear. Zebair. He was the only heir of the Bayer family, the only son of old Bayer. Even those hostile to the Bayer family would not dare to kill him. After all, no one wanted to face the wrath of a mad old Bayer. Yet, Zuin had actually said he would kill him. Thinking about facing the towering rage of old Bayer next, many people felt desperate. At this moment, when Sinan struggled to get up from the ground and hesitated before saying, "I will have someone send you out of the city later. I'll take care of the rest," Zuin shook his head. "I don't want to leave just yet." When Sinan became anxious, "I know you are powerful, but the Bayer family has been in this city for over 100 years. What cards they hold, no one knows. You still have your wife and children with you. If something happens, it will be all over." When Sinan was indeed a ruthless and cruel queen, but she was also a woman with clear loves and hates. In When Sinan's eyes, Zuin had just acted suddenly to save himself. So, to repay Zuin for his punch's favor, she was ready to take this matter entirely on herself. But then, Zuin suddenly looked towards a distance. He felt a strong wave of spiritual energy. When Sinan also sensed it at this moment, her face changing, and she blurted out, "It's the fountain of eternal youth." Zuin smiled. It seemed that Griffin's calculations were off. He had expected it 3 days later, but the fountain of eternal youth had appeared ahead of schedule. Zuin had originally intended to go directly to the Bayer family, but now that the fountain of eternal youth had appeared, he was ready to collect it first. With that in mind, Zuin picked up his 2 daughters, had Griffin take charge of driving, and headed to the abandoned mining area where the fountain of eternal youth was located with his family. However, before leaving, Zuin looked at the dejected When Sinan and suddenly said, "All these years, you have been overusing the power of your bloodline. Don't you know that if you continue like this, your bloodline will collapse and you will die?" Upon hearing Zuan's words, When Sinan's face changed drastically. "You, how did I know, right?" Zuin smiled lightly. "It's simple for me. I can see it at a glance, and I have learned that, although you act tyrannically, you have at least protected the fallen women of the city of Sin from tyrants. By this alone, I have never thought about dealing with you. When Sinan listened in a daze, are you saying, Zhu? And nodded, that's right. This time I came to the city of Sin not just for the fountain of eternal youth. I intend to conquer this city as well. So even if the buyer family's people don't come, I will come to their doorstep. As for you, what I want to tell you is that kindness is not a sin. Weakness is. With that, Zhuan got into the car and left. When Sinan watched the distant car lights, her expression dazed. Zhuan's words made her suddenly recall many things from the past. Back then, she was just a simple high school girl who, because she believed a so-called friend, was abducted to this place. After arriving here, she understood that she had been deceived. At that time, she naively hoped for a hero to come and rescue her. But the cruel reality mercilessly shattered all of her fantasies. That night, she was forced into prostitution and lost everything in pain and humiliation. From that day on, she was forced to become everyone's cash cow. Gradually, she became numb. But finally, on a certain day, after enduring abuse all night, when those clients were about to cut her throat with a knife, she erupted. Something deep inside her seemed to explode like a bomb. And the immense power of her bloodline turned all her tormentors into blood. It was from that moment on that she suddenly realized that to survive, she had to be wicked, not kind. She later grew step by step to become one of the 3 Dark Lords and controlled 90% of the flesh trade in the entire city of Sin. Under her protection, many women at least no longer suffered constant torment. She thought she had done well. But today, Zhuan's words made her suddenly realize many things. It was as if she had seen the clean-cut high school girl with ear-length hair and clear eyes again. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. With a vicious tone, she said, "Damn it." Then she turned and disappeared into the darkness. In the car, Anyan asked curiously, "Husband, who was that woman just now?" Zhuan smiled faintly. "Someone who has lost a lot of things, I suppose." The car soon arrived at the abandoned mining area, which was heavily guarded with numerous sentries. So, when the car hadn't reached the front of the mining area yet, the guards raised their guns to warn them. "Who goes there? Back off." Griffin halted the car, looking somewhat puzzled. "Sir, what should we do?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuan, who was sitting in the back seat, gestured casually. A huge crescent-shaped halo suddenly appeared in front of the car. "Go." Zhuan lightly commanded. This massive halo swept like a scythe towards the guarded camp. Griffin felt a chill run down his spine. With such a casual gesture, not even stepping out of the car, he killed all the guards on duty. Zhu, and remained indifferent to this. The killer is unrestrained in heart. The living are not trapped in confusion. Moreover, those who died were all heinous criminals. As the vehicle entered the mining area, the fluctuations of spiritual energy became more and more intense. Various flowers and plants were constantly sprouting on the ground and even on dilapidated buildings, then rapidly withering and decaying. The cycle continued endlessly. After Zhuan got out of the car, he went straight to a mine with his 2 daughters. Suchong and Zunan looked around with some curiosity. "Daddy, this place is so beautiful." Everywhere was adorned with glowing flowers and plants, making this remote mine seem somewhat radiant. Zhu, and smiled. "It will be even more beautiful later." After entering the cave and walking a long way inside, a wide space suddenly appeared up ahead. In the center of the space, there was a spring flowing. After the spring flowed on the ground, it transformed into various elf-like things, dancing throughout the entire space. Zhuan's eyes lit up. It was indeed a spirit spring. Anyan and the 2 little girls, watching this dreamlike scene, couldn't help but be fascinated. "Honey, it's so beautiful," Anyan murmured. Zhuan smiled. "This eye of the spirit spring has not truly matured yet. When it does, that will be the most beautiful sight in the world." Back in the days when Zhuan traveled through the various realms, he had visited the spirit river in the heavenly realm. That place was off limits to those whose cultivation was insufficient because once they lacked enough cultivation and determination, they would be mesmerized by the extraordinary beauty and would never return. Compared with that all-encompassing spirit river, this eye of the spirit spring didn't even come close in the slightest. Nevertheless, Zhuan was still very satisfied. This world was too barren, and the spiritual energy was too thin, so having this was already good. "Yanner, you and Shaner stay here. It will be helpful for your cultivation." "Then where are you going, honey?" And Yan asked. "Of course, I'll be outside guarding. After all, this spirit spring will take another day, or to mature. During this period, it will definitely attract countless prying eyes, Zuan said. And Yan was somewhat worried. Zuan smiled. Rest assured, with your husband here, all unwanted godly gazes will retreat. With that, Zuan left the mine. Although he said that, Zuan was still somewhat uneasy. Therefore, before leaving, he placed various talismans around the mine. In this way, unless it was a golden celestial being, even immortals couldn't enter. Outside the mine, Zuan found a clean spot and sat cross-legged. Griffin paced anxiously nearby. He had completely surrendered to Zuan now. Even without the curse in his soul, he dared not leave Zuan. But now he was guarding a precious item alone. Who knew how many people would be secretly eyeing it? Thinking of this, Griffin couldn't help but feel a lack of confidence. Meanwhile, Zuan remained unfazed, closing his eyes to meditate. The Bell family. The news of Little Bell's death had already spread back. Along with it came Little Bell's body. All members of the Bell family had gathered, waiting outside the office without daring to go in or make a sound. Many knew that a great storm was about to hit. After a while, the door to the office opened. Old Bell walked out with a pale face. He had changed into a black suit with a white flower pinned on his chest. Who is the killer? Where is he now? Old Bell asked softly. Beneath his calm tone lay unimaginable anger and killing intent. Respected Godfather, the killer is someone living on Bar Street, a Wagwo national. As for where he is now, it's still unclear. A Bell family executive stepped forward to reply. Old Bell nodded. Very well, then arrest everyone on Bar Street, one by one, and kill them, until you find out where this person is. Yes. Just as the underling was about to leave, someone hurried back. Godfather, something isn't right at the mine. What's going on? Tonight, it has been restless inside the mine, as if the fountain of youth is about to appear. We were about to report when suddenly someone burst in, and with a wave of his hand, killed all the guards. I happened to be stationed elsewhere, so I managed to escape by luck. Thinking back to that scene, this person was still trembling. Old Bell's eyes lit up. Excellent. You killed my son. And now you want to seize my family's assets as well. Seems like I should let you know how formidable I am. Spread the word. Call back all the Knight Commanders. Yes, Knight Commanders. Upon hearing this name, all the members of the Bell family visibly relaxed, since the family's strongest force was being deployed. No matter who the opponent was, they would not survive. However, another group acted faster than the Bell family. After Zuan had been guarding outside for 20 minutes, a convoy consisting of various heavy trucks forcefully entered. Many people disembarked from the convoy. They all had cold, stoic faces and robust figures, wielding all sorts of firearms. Then a fierce-looking man with blonde hair walked over. When Griffin saw this man, he was taken aback at first, then gritted his teeth and said, Carter. Yes, the person who arrived was Carter, Griffin's loyal subordinate from the past. However, when Griffin was later forcibly expelled from the City of Sin, Carter was the first to betray him. Every time Griffin thought back to that moment, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. Carter hadn't recognized Griffin at first. It took a moment before he dubiously said, You're Griffin? Griffin sneered. Heh, my loyal dog, have you finally recognized your master? Carter's expression changed, and then he coldly chuckled. Griffin, you have some nerve. You escaped in desperation back then, almost losing your life, and now you dare to return. Griffin proudly declared, Of course, I had to come back, and I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. What belongs to you? Carter sneered, then greedily glanced at the glimmering mine. You are not entitled to possess such things. Now, it belongs to my master. With that, Carter respectfully stepped aside, and a haughty man with golden hair walked over. The man had a strong British accent and a very arrogant expression. Sout. At this moment, Griffin, who was kneeling beside him, was sweating profusely. The man turned to look at Griffin and wrinkled his brow in disgust. It's actually a lowly inferior demon. Griffin's face turned pale, showing a look of humiliation in his eyes, but he could only lower his head helplessly. This was suppression from the level of bloodline. He was completely powerless to resist. The blonde man then said, Person from HUA country, I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't disappear, I would love to taste the blood from the east. As he spoke, the blonde man smiled slightly, revealing two terrifying fangs. A vampire. A higher being among the dark races, with almost eternal life and strong power, once ruling over Europe for thousands of years. Facing such a powerful opponent, Zuan slowly opened his eyes and furrowed his brow slightly. Go away, Doom. With the words spoken by Zuan, an invisible shockwave suddenly spread out. The blonde man was thrown back as if hit by a cannonball, flying until he crashed into a heavy truck before finally stopping. The blonde man's face twisted in anger. Person from Hua country, how dare you attack a noble vampire? Today, I will make you my blood slave. With that, two huge black wings suddenly spread out from the back of the blonde man, and he floated into the air, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. Person from Hua country. This is the consequence of angering the noble Aldington Lester. The vampire count turned into a red light and shot towards Zuan at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that it left after images behind. The most terrifying thing about vampires was their incredible speed. As he neared, Lester's mouth curved into a smirk. This person from Hua country was very powerful, but his innate abilities from his race made him fearless. But just as his hand was about to touch Zuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Dang! Lester was sent flying even faster, his body exploding in midair, turning into a blood mist. In the snap of a finger, this powerful vampire count almost perished. Lester stood in midair at a distance, his expression uncertain. His shattered half-body began to regenerate at a rapid rate, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. The vampire's proud immortality. Very good. You are indeed strong. You are worthy of me using my true strength, Lester said, in a deep voice. His aura surged once again, and he charged once more. Boom. A deafening explosion, piercing through the air caused by Lester alone. Lester actually broke through the sound barrier with his physical strength alone. Following that were two more loud noises. 3 times the speed of sound. This astonishing speed turned Lester into an invincible weapon. In an instant, Lester reached Zuan's side. Die. Lester shouted, activating a family secret technique, sending a massive blood claw straight towards Zuan. Despite facing such a terrifying attack, Zuan remained seated, extending his hand and directly grabbing the blood claw. Lester rejoiced. The blood claw was infused with various curses from the vampire, and any contact would bring negative curses. But his joy lasted less than half a second as Zuan's hand suddenly ignited a pure white flame. Under this flame, the blood claw melted like ice in the sun, disappearing in an instant. Lester, terrified, screamed, "Sacred flame? No." Then he turned and ran, escaping at 5 times the speed of sound. The sacred flame had a natural suppression on dark races, filling him with fear. However, Zuan simply waved his hand, and a sword light flew past, cutting Lester's body in half. This time, despite Lester's struggles in the air, he couldn't heal his body. The sword energy slowly eroded Lester's body. His aura rapidly weakened. This vampire count, who had lived for hundreds of years, felt the breath of death for the first time. No. Please, spare me. I can offer you endless wealth. Spare my life. Lester shouted in fear. Zuan was unmoved. At that moment, Lester began to fall, and his body began to age rapidly. He knew he was finished, so he yelled before his death, "You have killed a noble vampire count. My family, and the entire vampire council, will seek revenge on you. You will become the lowest blood slave, enslaved by my vampire family forever." With Lester's words, a mark emitting a gray light appeared on Zuan's hand. Lester laughed. "This is from my curse. It will never be erased by you." But Zuan simply looked down at the mark on his arm, then lightly brushed it, and a gray light orb floated in his palm. Lester's eyes widened. How is this possible? How can you remove the vampire's curse, Zu? And shook his head. Is this your curse? It's too simple. In the vast multiverse, there exists sects dedicated to studying curses. The most profound curse techniques can even directly kill grand low immortals. Even celestial masters would have a headache when dealing with such curses. Compared to those curse techniques, the vampire's curse was rudimentary. Today, let me show you what a real curse is. With that, Zuan pointed his finger, and the gray light suddenly turned black, flying directly to Lester, then imprinting onto his forehead. Lester didn't even have time to scream in horror, disintegrating into nothingness. At the same time, miles away in Europe, in a castle in Hua country, over a dozen members of the Aldington family who were drinking blood suddenly began to deteriorate. Some minor barons even perished without making a sound, their souls dispersing. This scene horrified many vampires. "It's a curse. Quickly, summon the head of the family, At that moment, an incredibly strong aura descended upon the castle. A vampire with golden wings appeared in the sky. Many vampires knelt down. "Lord of the family, please save us." At that moment, the head of the Aldington family, David, had a grim expression. He was sleeping when suddenly he was entangled in a powerful curse, costing him 100 years of life to barely resolve it. In front of the abandoned mine, in the city of Sin, the tragic death of the vampire Lester made Griffin bow his head, in utmost humility. In this moment, he even wanted to kiss Zuan's toes. As a demon, he knew better than anyone the difficulty of killing a noble vampire. You can imprison them, or destroy them physically, but as long as a drop of blood exists, they will be reborn. But just now, Lester was completely turned to ashes, which meant that it had disappeared forever. And this was simply the result of Zuan's casual action. At this moment, Griffin completely surrendered. As for Carter and the others, they were all speechless, especially Carter, who was originally confident that with the power of the vampire, he could even rule the city of Sin and become the Dark King of the city. But he didn't expect that the formidable vampire in his mind would be killed by this man from Hua country with a single blow. This man was too frightening. Thinking of this, Carter trembled all over, then quietly retreated. But Griffin clearly had no intention of letting him go. "Heh, my dear Carter, what? Do you still want to leave now?" Griffin said with a cold smile. Carter stiffened, then forced a smile and said, "Lord Griffin, in the city of Sin, betrayal is a common thing. Isn't that what you said?" "You're right, but that should only be me betraying others, not others betraying me." Griffin then said to Zuan, "Master, these guys are all irredeemable criminals. Please have them all killed." Hearing Griffin's words, Carter was scared out at his wits and turned to run. Not only him, even the others who followed scattered and fled. But just as they had run a few tens of meters away, they saw countless vehicles driving up to the entrance of the abandoned mine. The glaring headlights made it impossible for Carter and the others to open their eyes. At the moment they were panicking, countless men in black got out of the cars. All of them exuded a fierce and bloody aura, clearly elite criminals of the city of Sin. Carter was shocked. These are the people of the Bell family. At the front of an antique car, inlaid with gold, Old Bell slowly got out. As soon as he appeared, all the black-clad men stood still, bowing their heads in silence. This scene made Carter and the others shudder. After a while, Carter finally squeezed out a flattering smile. "Godfather, the person you are looking for is over there." Old Bell's slightly pale face showed a hint of a smile, nodding towards Carter. "Carter, thank you." With that, Old Bell walked inside. Carter quickly lowered his head. He felt somewhat excited inside. Old Bell personally involved. "You're done for." After Old Bell walked away, Carter was about to raise his head. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Startled, he wanted to fight back, but the next moment, a sharp dagger pierced his throat. Along with Carter, his henchmen were also killed. Within a few breaths, these people all turned into corpses, not even having time to scream before dying. At that moment, they all walked into the abandoned mine. Old Bell was at the front, followed closely by his men. Everyone wore a white flower on their chests. This imposing scene even made Griffin pale. Zuan, however, remained calm, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Old Bell stopped, looking quietly at Zuan. After a long time, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Man from Hua country, I'm surprised you haven't left the city of Sin." Zuan smiled faintly. "Leave? Why would I leave? Just because I killed your son?" Zuan's words caused an uproar among the men, many glaring at him with anger. Old Bell's face turned even paler. Young Bell was a good boy. He had many excellent qualities. Given time, he might even have been a more outstanding dark overlord than me. But you killed him with your own hands. Old Bell's face showed a fierce look. "Therefore, despite your high cultivation, I will still kill you, at all costs." With that, Old Bell took a step back. His men behind him raised their firearms. Countless bullets poured forth like a barrage that could destroy a mountain. Faced with this onslaught enough to crush a mountain, Zuan simply smiled, then held his palm up and softly said, "All swords unite." As Zuan spoke, countless sword energy surged from his palms and converged into a white torrent, directly smashing the incoming bullets to pieces. Then the sword energy, like a dragon, headed straight for Old Bell and his men. But at that moment, several dark shadows suddenly appeared in midair, then roared together and managed to block this fierce sword. The sword energy dispersed. Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up at the figures in the sky. There stood 3 cloaked figures, their features obscure, but the only thing visible were the evil glints in their eyes beneath the hoods. Griffin exclaimed, "Commander of the Dark Knight! The Commander of the Dark Knight! The most mysterious figure in the City of Sin, and also the Bell family's strongest card." Zuan's gaze turned cold. Then he turned to Old Bell. "So we're fighting with demon bodies. I'm curious, which demon god from the underworld did your Bell family make a deal with?" Hearing Zuan's question, Old Bell's expression changed, somewhat surprised as he looked at Zuan. "Man from Hua country, your knowledge is quite extensive." "Yes, our Bell family are loyal followers of Lord Samuel, the demon god." With that, Old Bell pointed at Zuan. "Kill him." The 3 commanders of the Dark Knight instantly disappeared from their original positions and reappeared on either side of Zuan. Then, the 3 unleashed a combined strike. Endless dark energy shrouded Zuan, its power so strong that everything in its wake was reduced to fragments. A satisfied smile appeared on Old Bell's face. In his eyes, Zuan was undoubtedly doomed. After all, it was a combined strike from the 3 commanders of the Dark Knight. As for Griffin, he barely managed to dodge the strike, crawling on the ground in fear. The demonic pressure from these commanders of the Dark Knight made it difficult for him to even move a finger. Is the master dead?" Griffin thought in despair. But at that moment, a slender hand emerged from the demonic energy and tore through the barrier. With Zuan's voice, a bright flame rose from the feet of these 3 knight commanders, enveloping them in the blink of an eye. The 3 of them let out a painful roar simultaneously. Then, like candles, they were melted by the flames, disappearing without a trace. This scene left everyone in shock. Old Bell couldn't help but exclaim, "How? How is this possible? Those were 3 knight commanders. Yet Zuan defeated them in one move." This result sent a chill down his spine. Zuan smiled faintly. "In my hands, nothing is impossible." With that, Zuan took a step forward. Doom. The power of this step shook the heavens and the earth. Old Bell's men were instantly crushed by this step. Although Old Bell didn't die, he was also injured by this impact. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on his face as he finally understood how powerful this man truly was. Immediately, a look of ruthlessness and madness emerged on Old Bell's face. He took out a pitch-black dagger from his chest and stabbed himself directly in the heart. Not a drop of blood flowed out. All the blood seemed to be absorbed by the dagger. Old Bell began to rapidly age, but he still shouted angrily, "Please, Lord Demon, come forth." With his roar, the ground cracked open, and an immensely powerful roar emanated from within. A demon over 10 meters tall slowly rose from the crack in the ground. Old Bell was barely alive at this point but still shouted with joy, "Lord Samare, I beg you to kill this man." The demon Samare's face was filled with arrogance as he chuckled a few times. "Bell family, you sacrificed your life to summon me just to kill a mere mortal?" Old Bell nodded. "Lord Samare, this man is extremely formidable. I ask for your help in killing him." Samare nodded. "Your family has served me for generations. Today I will assist you once." He turned to look at Zuan, first stunned, then greedily licked his lips. "What a strong life force! A perfect nourishment." With arrogance, he said, "Mortal, kneel now, and I may spare your soul, but I will take your flesh." Under his overwhelming pressure, even the ground began to tremble slightly. But Zuan just looked at him calmly and shook his head. After a while, "No wonder I don't recognize you. You're just a mediocre demon." Samare's expression changed abruptly. "What are you saying, Zu?" And raised his fist. "I mean, since you're here today, don't think about leaving." With that, he threw a punch. Samare was initially arrogant and didn't take it seriously. With his powerful demon body, few things in the world could harm him. However, when Zuan's punch landed, he suddenly changed color. "Impossible." Before he could finish his sentence, Zuan's punch was right in front of him. Doom. Samare was sent flying far away by this punch. When he stopped, his demonic aura surged, and his face turned pale. "What cultivation level are you? How can you hurt me?" Zuan couldn't be bothered to answer his question and raised his fist again with interest. "You could take a blow from me. Very well, come again." Doom. Samare was sent flying once more. This time, one of his arms was shattered, and his demonic aura began to tremble. But Zuan didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and quickly rushed up like lightning. In midair, an astonishing scene unfolded. A giant demon over 10 meters tall was sent flying in all directions by Zuan. Old Bell, who believed in the demon's superiority, couldn't believe his eyes. Is this the all-powerful demon he worshipped? Why is he being tossed around like a ball by this man's fist? Finally, Zuen stood firm in the air. Looking at Samir, who was broken all over, he was in a pathetic state. Old Bell's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Zuen. Who are you? You couldn't possibly be a mere mortal to hurt me like this. Zuen smiled faintly. Who am I? My fist will tell you. With that, Zuen raised his fist slowly. This time, he no longer had a playful attitude. One punch eclipsed the sun and moon. The fifth move of the 6 techniques of the killing god was finally displayed by Zuen. Doom. It seemed like a sun appeared under Zuan's fist, radiating a brilliant light that enveloped everything. Samir let out a painful roar, then seemed to remember something. Shivering all over, he yelled in horror, You are, Zu, and nodded. Yes, I am. With that, the light exploded. Samir had expected to be defeated, but he didn't anticipate facing this man. If he had known it was him, he would never have dared to come. He roared in frustration. And then, his voice abruptly stopped. This unlucky demon was completely destroyed by Zuen's punch. At this moment, Old Bell was still alive. He was quivering and collapsed on the ground. Zu, and bent down and looked at him. Is there anything else you want to say? Who are you? Old Bell asked, trembling. Me, Zu, and smiled. I am Zuan. With that, he flicked his finger, and a sword burst out, shattering Old Bell's head. Griffin, who was covered in wounds, crawled up from the ground and knelt down, shouting in fear, Master. Zu, and nodded. Remain here. Yes. Zuen was a bit impatient with the provocations of these people and turned into a stream of light, flying back to the city of Sin where the Bell family's dark tower was located. In the Black Tower where the Bell family resided, the members of the Bell family who were left behind were chatting casually, thinking that with 3 Knight Commanders and Old Bell personally taking action, no one could defeat them. Just then, the remaining experts in the tower felt an earth-shattering momentum rapidly approaching. Before they could react, Zuen had landed on the rooftop. Who are you? These experts followed Su and flew up to the rooftop, asking with serious faces. Zuen didn't answer them but instead looked around and nodded. This is it. Kill him. The experts rushed towards Zuan, Zu, and ignored their attacks, his palm grasping the air as he calmly said, Utilize the moonlight of the entire city. With his words, the moonlight that covered the heavens and the earth suddenly changed, transforming into boundless sword che. These experts were obliterated by the sword che without a chance to scream, and even the building they stood on was engulfed by the sword che, turning into nothing. As for the members of the Bell family inside, they were completely annihilated. The sword che rose to the sky, turning into a vast sword curtain that shrouded the entire city. When Sinan was healing in her headquarters, when her expression suddenly changed, and she rushed out, observing the sky filled with sword che with an incredulous expression. Is this your true power? When Sinan murmured softly. At that moment, countless experts in the city of Sin were also looking up in horror. Zuen stood in midair and said calmly, Go. With his command, the sword che descended like rain. National Intelligence Agency. Boss, it's an urgent encrypted file from the city of Sin. Do you want to take a look? A special agent asked. The head of the intelligence, Quixie, was leisurely drinking coffee and chuckled after hearing his subordinate's words. The city of Sin. What kind of file could be there? Is it a murder case? Quixie's words elicited laughter from many people. The city of Sin was already a lawless place in Nem country, and who would care if people died there? Quixie took the file, sipping his coffee as he opened it. Suddenly, coffee sprayed out of his mouth as he read the beginning. Boss, what's wrong with you? Someone asked in amazement. Quixie, not even bothering to wipe the coffee off himself, muttered to himself, It's him. He's even more powerful than I imagined. No. This must be reported to the chief immediately. With that, he rushed upstairs, without any regard for anything else. When he reached the door, he didn't even bother with courtesy and barged in. Respected chief, you. Quixie was stunned, because at that moment, in this spacious office, the stars were shining, and his immediate superior, that elegant old lady, was now looking at the screen with a face full of fear. The screen showed the entire city of Sin shrouded in sword che. As the sword che rained down, countless evil men were directly cut into pieces, causing a gasp from everyone in the office. When the scene ended, the lady with the code name M asked in a panicked tone, "General, how can we deal with this man? Do we have any good methods to handle him?" The M country's army general looked extremely grim, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head. "His abilities are almost insurmountable. We have no way to deal with him immediately, unless we use tactical nuclear weapons." The general's words silenced the room. "Keep a close eye on him, and remember not to provoke him. At least one good news is that our Eastern Immortal here still has some boundaries. He only kills those who are utterly despicable." Mrs. M smiled bitterly. Similar scenes were unfolding in various countries. Countless people were trying to figure out how to subdue Zuan. The results of their calculations all showed that unless they used top-tier weapons, Zuan's abilities were almost unsolvable. Intelligence agents from many countries raised Zuan's danger level to the highest, and began frantically blocking information to prevent riots. Amidst the uproar caused by this incident, Zuan quietly waited in front of the mining area for 3 days. During these 3 days, no one dared to step into the area within a radius of 2 kilometers around the abandoned mine. Zuan's terrifying sword had wiped out half of the population of the city of Sin. The Bell family had disappeared along with their iconic Black Tower. Faced with such extraordinary means, who wouldn't be terrified? At this moment, Zuan finally opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashing across his face. Matured. The spiritual energy in the entire mining area surged once again, and the ground and walls were covered with vibrant and beautiful flowers. Zuan stood up and entered the mine. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy, the Yin family of 3 did not even need to eat. However, to prevent the 2 little girls and Yan from feeling bored, Zuan specially had various snacks and toys sent in, including a brand new laptop. So, during those 3 days, Yan and the 2 little girls leisurely played games and ate snacks in the mine. When Zuan returned inside, he quietly stood behind Yan. It must be said that the environment inside the mine was perfect for playing horror games. For instance, at this moment, Yan had her eyes closed, chanting while playing a survival horror game. Zuan gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Yan screamed in fear, jumping off her seat. When she turned and saw Zuan, she patted her chest. "You scared me. You scared me to death, Zu." And laughed. "How do you feel? The game is pretty fun." Zuan was a bit speechless. "I meant, how has your cultivation progressed in these 3 days? Yan frowned, thinking for a moment. "How should I describe it? It seems like there's some progress." Suddenly, she relaxed her brows, picked up a nearby walk. "I think I can now smash a dinosaur with this walk." Zuan was left speechless by Yan and could only nod. "All right, it's time to go." "Huh? What about this spiritual spring?" "Of course, we take it with us." "Take it with us? But this is spring water. How can we take it?" And Yan was puzzled. Zuan smiled. "Your husband has a way, of course." With that, Zuan formed hand seals and pointed at the spiritual spring. The spring suddenly floated from the ground, gradually shrinking until it flew into Zuan's hand, turning into a crystal-clear gem. The gem still emitted spiritual energy, giving a pleasant feeling to anyone who approached it. And Yan was already wearing a necklace with a blood pearl of a sea maiden. Zuan then embedded this gem into it. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. "All right, wherever you go now, you'll have the spiritual spring with you." And Yan didn't understand, but still nodded. Little did she know that even the disciples of heavenly sects didn't have the luxury of carrying such things. A spring turned into a gem, carried around. What kind of extravagant sect would do this? Only someone like Zuan, who doted on his wife. "Husband, shall we go home directly?" And Yan asked. "No rush. Since there's nothing urgent, let's go to the bar first. I really miss the drinks made by Old Stone." Zuan chuckled. The city of Sin. Old Stone was happily busy in the bar. Though the population of the city of Sin had halved, business was booming. This was because those who died were all despicable scum. The security in the city of Sin had suddenly improved. There were no more frequent fights in the bar. All of this was thanks to that man. Thinking of this, Old Stone couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Who would have thought that such an ordinary-looking man would be so formidable? Old Stone had heard warriors admiringly say that the power of that one sword was unparalleled in the world. Even the bar under Old Stone was becoming more popular. Many people knew that when Zuan arrived in the city of Sin, he stayed at this bar, and so they rushed over. When Zuan entered the bar, Old Stone was busy cleaning a glass. Upon hearing the door creak, he didn't lift his head and said, "We're not open yet, come back later." Zuan gave a faint smile. "Just a drink will do. I'll leave after finishing it. Upon hearing this voice, Old Stone froze, then slowly lifted his head to look at Xuan. After a long while, he said with reverence, "Yes, my lord." The drinks were quickly prepared. Lao Shida thoughtfully made 3 cups of juice and handed them to Anyang and her daughter. Xuan held the wine glass and drank slowly. Lao Shida stayed in the distance, watching with awe in his eyes, not daring to come closer. "How is Griffin doing now, Xuan?" asked casually. After that day, Griffin returned to the city of Sin. Lao Shida quickly replied, "He's doing well. He told me he's planning to open some legitimate businesses and stop doing bad things." Xuan smiled. Can even demons change their ways? Just then, the door of the bar was pushed open, and when Sinan walked in, Lao Shai, he then widened his eyes, looking at Xuan. Xuan raised his cup and smiled. What a coincidence! When Sinan took a deep breath, first nodded towards Anyang with a smile, and then walked over. "Give me a glass of Twilight Love." The drink was quickly brought over, but she didn't drink, just quietly watched. After a while, she softly asked, "Are you planning to leave, Xuan?" and nodded, "Of course." When Sinan raised his glass, "Wish you a smooth journey." Xuan smiled. "And what should I wish for you?" "Prosperity in business." When Sinan felt a bit awkward, and after a while, he said, "Actually, during this time, many girls who were forced to work have quit. Those remaining are the ones with no way out." Xuan smiled. "No need to explain. I'm not a saint. Where there is light, there will also be darkness. It's a normal thing. I killed those guys not because of the heinous crimes they committed, but because they annoy me." This explanation left when Sinan bemused, destroying half a city with a sword, just because he was annoying. Meanwhile, in the sinful city, while Xuan was drinking, in China, in Beijing, Tang Zhuaner led Xiaosha, preparing to go home. Tang Zhuaner had already gotten used to this kind of life, taking Xiaosha to work, buying groceries on the way home. Just a simple day. "Zhuaner, going back?" Someone greeted her with a smile. Tang Zhuaner nodded with a smile. Now in the hospital, Tang Zhuaner was well known, not just because of her beauty, but more so because of her background. Tang Zhuaner had been seen more than once being picked up by Miss Qin from the Qin family to go out and have fun. The Miss of the Qin family. What status that was. Not exaggerating. Even the director of the hospital didn't have the qualification to meet her. So many people were starting to suck up to Tang Zhuaner, but she just smiled and ignored it all. Once out of the hospital, Xiaosha confidently walked towards the east. "Hey, going there again. Can't take a break. I'm starting to feel embarrassed." Tang Zhuaner followed behind Xiaosha, softly saying. Xiaosha didn't even react, just continued walking straight ahead. Soon, they arrived at a cooked meat shop. The young apprentice was absent-mindedly working. As soon as he saw Tang Zhuaner, he suddenly became alert. "Sis, you're here." Tang Zhuaner nodded. "The usual, at another 10 pounds. Tang Zhuaner blushed a bit when she said that. "Sure, please wait a moment." The young apprentice quickly started cutting the cooked meat. Soon, a large package of about 40 to 50 pounds of cooked meat was ready. The apprentice asked, "Sis, can you carry it? Let me deliver it for you." "No need. Thank you." Tang Zhuaner took the cooked meat, turned, and left. The young apprentice watched her depart, seemingly infatuated. Just then, he felt a tap on his head. The shop owner said helplessly, still staring, "If you keep looking, your eyes will pop out." The apprentice lowered his head. I was just looking." The shop owner sighed. "Let me tell you, that girl seems to have quite a background. Don't think of anything else, understand?" "Yes." The apprentice nodded. But soon, he noticed a few men across the street suddenly walking forward. Initially, it seemed normal, but these men appeared to have followed the girl. Were they tracking her? The apprentice's hair stood on end. No. The young lady is in danger. I must go save her. With that thought, without even changing out of his work clothes, the apprentice rushed out, ignoring the shop owner's scolding. Meanwhile, the men were huddled together whispering, "This girl looks great. You rarely see such beauty in Kunlun." A sinister-looking man said, "Yeah, and her aura is so pure, looks like a young chick." Another one greedily added, "But how could a mundane person like her offend the Kunlun Kiangsu fairy? Who knows, but catching her will bring a reward." Indeed, these men were from the Kunlun Wonderland, specially sent by the Kiangsu fairy. They had just the right cultivation level to operate freely in the secular world, making them suited for such tasks. However, Tang Juaner seemed oblivious to it all. She soon entered a desolate demolition area. Previously, Tang Juaner would have steered clear of such places, but with Xia Xia by her side, she didn't mind going anywhere. The men following her shared a look, their faces filled with delight. This is it. No one around. We'll grab her and head straight back to Kunlun. Good. Let's go. Just as the men were about to advance, the apprentice arrived panting and saw the men looking menacingly at Tang Juaner. Shocked, he shouted, "Miss, run!" Startled, Tang Juaner turned to see the men eyeing her maliciously. "Who's this kid? Get lost," one of them said, making a dismissive gesture. The apprentice was flung out and fell into the mud, struggling to get up. Watching, Tang Juaner's face paled. These were martial cultivators. "Heh, girl, as long as you cooperate, we won't harm you," a man jeered, an intimidating force enveloping Tang Juaner. She trembled slightly, her face turning pale. As the tension rose, Xia Xia snorted, positioning itself in front of Tang Juaner. To the dog, she was its provider of food and shelter, and without her, it would probably still be fishing in the lake all day, longing for delicious roasted chicken. So, to those who dared to harm Tang Juaner, it didn't mind showing them what Trua was. The men were taken aback. "Damn, just a little broken dog, quick and decisive, hurry up," someone shouted. The few guys woke up as if from a dream and rushed forward together. Little Xia coldly looked at this group of people. A trace of disdainful smile appeared on his lips. When they rushed closer, he slowly lifted his paw. Doom. The guy in front was directly knocked away by Little Xia's swipe. "It's a demon beast. Use the talismans." The group of people took out a piece of talisman stone each, aimed at Little Xia, and threw them. Little Xia still didn't dodge. These people showed a hint of satisfaction. These were talismans against demon beasts from the Chenqi Dao of the Kunlun Fairyland, very effective against them. It didn't even dodge, indicating that the intelligence of this demon beast wasn't very high. But just as the talismans flew close to Little Xia, it suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on the talismans. The people were all stunned. Little Xia crunched the talisman stones. Then it raised its head and let out a roar, a dragon's cry, echoing through the fields. Little Xia's whole body began to swell rapidly, revealing its true form. A dragon suddenly appeared in front of everyone, its huge dragon head looking coldly at the group. "What the hell? It's actually a dragon!" all of them exclaimed. "I thought there were no dragon species left in this world," someone shouted in despair. Little Xia paid no attention to their cries. It opened its mouth and a black mist enveloped the group. Without even a chance to struggle, the group turned into blood water and vanished. After easily dealing with these people, Little Xia looked around, its huge dragon eyes cold. The young apprentice lying in the mud saw this scene and trembled in fear. Suddenly, he recalled something the shopkeeper had said. This girl's background is definitely extraordinary. Now it seemed true. It was more than extraordinary, she had already become an immortal. Little Xia looked around, seeing no more enemies. Satisfied, it shrank back and transformed back into the form of a sand dog, then rubbed against Tang Juaner affectionately. Tang Juaner calmed down, squatted down, and with a slightly amused expression, patted its head. "All right, you're amazing. I'll buy more cooked food tomorrow to reward you." Little Xia joyfully nodded. Tang Juaner picked up the food on the ground, glanced at the young apprentice in the mud, hesitated slightly, and whispered, "Thank you. Please do not speak of what you just saw." The young apprentice nodded awkwardly, bitterly thinking, even if I wanted to say it, who would believe it? I just saw a dog turn into a dragon, then breathe out a large black smoke, turning several people into blood water. If I dared to say that, I would probably be taken as a lunatic. Tang Juaner put down 100 yuan. "Go wash the clothes," she said, then turned and left. The young apprentice stared blankly at Tang Juaner's retreating figure, suddenly shivering. "No. It seems I can't stay in this city. It's too dangerous. Even a dog on the street turns into a dragon. Who can handle that?" With that in mind, the young apprentice crawled out of the mud pit, panicked and ran away. Moments later, a figure slowly emerged. A man in white appeared in the empty space, with a smirk on his face. "Interesting, there's actually a dragon protecting, but this is good. A dragon is worth good money in Kunlun." With that, he vanished from the spot. At that time, in the heavenly villa, Little Xia was gobbling up the cooked food. Tang Juaner sat on the sofa, still a bit shaken. Who were those people just now? They all seem to have cultivation levels. Why would they come after me? Is it because of Zuan? Tang Jur was lost in thought. Zi Jingjing entered with her backpack. Zur sister. Tang Jur smiled. School's out, yet. Zi Jingjing put down her backpack and handed a test paper to Tang Jur. Zur sister. Look. I've improved again, Zi Jingjing proudly declared. She had been working hard preparing for the college entrance exam during this time, but because she had fallen behind in her studies before, she didn't know where to start. Tang Jur knew and took the initiative to help her catch up on her studies. After all, when Tang Jur was in school, her grades were always top-notch, so she had no problem tutoring Zi Jingjing. Good, but there are still some problems with these questions. Tang Jur began to explain in detail to Zi Jingjing. She soon forgot the recent scary experience. However, at the foot of the heavenly villa, the man in white appeared once again. He looked at the not-so-high but geographically unique small hill, surprised. The spiritual energy here can even rival Kunlun. It seems that a master has set up this place. As he thought to himself, the man in white began to walk up the mountain. Soon, he reached the summit, where the spiritual energy was so dense that it had formed into mist. The man in white greedily took a deep breath. Truly a rare blessed land. Just then, Little Sha, who was inside eating the cooked food, suddenly raised its head, rapidly rushed out, even breaking a door in the process. Little Sha, what are you doing? Tang Jur exclaimed, quickly following. Zi Jingjing, not knowing what was happening, picked up a kitchen knife and followed. Once outside, they saw Little Sha staring vigilantly at the man in white across from them. Tang Jur's expression changed. Who are you people? Why have you been following me? The man in white licked his lips. You'll find out who I am soon enough. Oh. The man in white saw Zi Jingjing beside them, and with great surprise said, she's a pure yin spirit body. Today's truly a big win. One was a mortal rewarded by Lady Qiangsu, a dragon, and now, at a pure yin spirit body girl. This made the man in white overjoy. This trip's gains were enough to earn him a lot of spirit stones. What a mess. Young man, I know you have ulterior motives, but this is the Yunmeng courtyard, the Qin family's property. Those with sense should leave immediately, Zi Jingjing said sternly. This girl, now even calmer than Tang Jur. The man in white grinned. You little girl, quite sharp-tongued, but today I'll show you what true expert skills are. At that moment, Little Sha suddenly charged forward. It could tell that this man was even more formidable than the previous ones, especially with the aura that made even it fearful. It seemed he possessed some treasure specifically targeting demon races, so it decided to take the initiative. Good. Come. The man in white laughed and raised his hand. Doom. A net quickly entangled Little Sha. Little Sha struggled, but the man in white sneered. It's useless. This is a dragon binding rope specially made to restrain demon beasts. Tang Juaner and Zi Jingjing's faces both turned pale. This man in white was unexpectedly so terrifying. Even Xiao Xia was trapped by him. Just then, a calm voice came from the mountain path. So, are you ready to let me kill you with my own hands? Or will you end your own life? Upon hearing this voice, Tang Juaner and Zi Jingjing trembled, looking incredulously in the direction of the mountain path. They saw Zuan slowly approaching from the mountain path, smiling slightly at the two. Long time no see. Then he looked down at Xiao Xia, who was bound by the dragon rope, his eyes turning cold. People from Kunlun, so arrogant. At that moment, the man in white's face also darkened. Although he couldn't see through Zuan's true strength, he could guess that this guy must be Zuan, the one both the Qiangsu Gate and the Overlord Gate wanted dead. Are you Zuan? The man in white said, in a low voice. Zu, and nodded, then sighed softly. Since my wife and child haven't come up the mountain yet, you should end it yourself. I can leave behind a strand of your soul. The man in white grinned wickedly upon hearing this. Zuan, your cultivation may be decent, but you have no idea how powerful Kunlun is. With that, the man in white threw out two pitch black stones, aiming straight for Zuan. Zuan didn't move, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. The man in white was overjoyed, as these stones were treasures he had paid a hefty price for on Thunder God Island, called the Nine Heavens Divine Thunderstones. They were weapons so powerful that even loose immortals couldn't withstand a single blow. Since Zuan didn't dodge, he was surely doomed. When the stones reached him, they suddenly expanded and exploded. Doom. Two thunderbolts, tens of jaws long and as thick as a water bucket, rained down directly on Zuan. The lightning was so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. This terrifying power made Tang Juener and Zi Jingjing scream in shock. However, the man in white chuckled coldly. If he killed Zuan, he would surely receive a huge reward from the Kangsu Gate and the Overlord Gate when he returned. But his joy didn't last long. As the lightning dissipated, the scene before the man in white nearly popped his eyeballs out. Zuan had two lightning strands as thick as chopsticks swirling in his palm, as if two silver snakes were dancing around. The man in white could clearly sense that these two lightning strands were the same as the divine thunder he had just drawn. How is this possible? The man in white was horrified. He had never heard of anyone who could control divine thunder. Zuan raised his head and smiled. This is what you gave me, and now I return it to you as it was. With that, Zuan suddenly clenched his fist. Doom. He crushed the two divine thunders in his hand, and a terrifying energy exploded in his palm. It was as if a sun appeared in Zuan's hand, radiating an extremely dazzling light. Tang Juener and Zi Jingjing closed their eyes at the blinding light. After a moment, everything returned to calm. At that moment, the man in white stood stunned in place, his face frozen in a look of terror. Ignoring him, Zuan went over to release Xiao Xia from the dragon rope. Xiao Xia was extremely angry at this moment. How could it be nearly ambushed by this guy, even though it was a dragon? So when it was released, the first thing it did was rush over to settle the score with the man in white. However, as it rushed forward, it found nothing but ashes in the air, as the man in white had been turned to dust by the divine thunder. At this point, Enyan and Zhu Xianzun had just arrived at the mountaintop. Daddy, why was there thunder on the mountain just now? The two daughters asked in unison. Zuan smiled. Who knows, maybe it's going to rain. Tang Juener and Zi Jingjing also approached. Yanner, when are you going back to Beijing? Tang Juener asked. And Yan smiled. We just arrived. After returning from the city of Sin, Zuan and his family did not go back to the capital, but directly to Beijing. It was precisely because of this that Zuan coincidentally encountered this incident. Otherwise, the two girls and Xiao Xia would probably have been taken away by the people from Kunlun. Thinking about this, Zuan's killing intent gradually arose. Those two Kunlun disciples coveted the heavens chance last time, and I haven't settled the score with them yet. Now they dare to target people around me. It seems like a visit to Kunlun is in order. An unwelcome reunion filled with joy, especially for the two little girls, who were extremely affectionate with Tang Juener. Tang Juener also missed the two little girls very much. They all chattered happily as they entered the villa. Zi Jingjing fell silent for a moment, then bowed her head and said, Mr. Zhu, I'll take my leave now. Upon hearing this address, Zuan was slightly surprised, then gently ruffled her head with some helplessness. In the future, call me brother, understand? Zi Jingjing froze, and after a while, she replied softly, yes. Go inside. I'll call Uncle Z and the others to come over later. We'll have a lively gathering together, Zuan said calmly. At this moment, Qinyu was busy at the company. The Qin group was now under her full management. Her grandfather, Qin Yuan, had retired and no longer interfered much. The Qin group had grown into a formidable entity, with a presence in both Beijing and the provincial capital. Many industries had the Qin group's influence, earning Qinyu the title of a business queen. Chairman, there will be an important meeting later, and everyone is already waiting for you in the conference room, the secretary said respectfully. Qinyu nodded. All right, you can proceed with the arrangements. Yes. The secretary was about to leave when the phone rang. Qinyu checked it and stood up abruptly, answering with great respect. Sir, you're back. All right. We'll all come over tonight. The secretary was somewhat dazed, as she had never seen the usually cold-faced CEO so moved before. After hanging up the phone, Qinyu said calmly, notify them, the meeting is cancelled. But there are no buts. If anyone disobeys, say it's my decision, Qinyu said dismissively. At the Jinbei Martial Arts Hall, Ten Xiaoyu patrolled back and forth with a serious expression. The young trainees practicing martial arts in the room had been carefully selected and were the new forces of the Jinbei Martial Arts Hall. These young people looked at Ten Xiaoyu with awe and admiration. They both loved and fear. Wow, what's going on today? Why are there so many luxury cars coming and going? Exclaimed a security guard at Yunmeng Manor. There must be some big shot coming. Stay alert. Don't make any mistakes, the chief security guard said in a low voice. Yes. Just then, a modest black hottie slowly approached. Compared to the high-end luxury cars that had just come and gone, this Audi was clearly not up to par, so even the security guards were a bit lax, lazily opening the gates of the community. At that moment, a crack appeared in the car window. Inside was a middle-aged man exuding a sense of power without anger. The chief security guard trembled at the sight of this man. He quickly ran over, nodding and bowing, saying something. The car window slowly rolled up. The chief security guard wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, turned around, and shouted, "Quick! Open the gate!" The gate swung open. The vehicle drove in. A security guard approached, astonished, and asked, "Chief, who was that just now that made you so nervous?" The chief security guard, still shaken, took a deep breath and said slowly, "Who? Hey, that's a real big shot. Could it be the general manager of our security company? Him? Hey, he's not even worthy of being a shoe shiner for this man." The chief security guard said disdainfully. The security guard shivered, shocked. "Are you saying?" The chief security guard nodded with a serious face. "Yes, it's Mr. Chin." Gasp. Many security guards gasped in cold air. How is that possible? Hasn't he already retired into the shadows? Why is he appearing now? Hey, isn't it clear enough? He's here for a banquet. It seems that the energy of this big shot today can move mountains. The chief security guard sighed. A fiery red Porsche roared towards them. Seeing the license plate of the car, the chief security guard turned pale with fear. "Quick, open the gate." After the Porsche drove in, he fell silent for a moment, then said, "Remember, no matter who comes later, show respect. Otherwise, if something goes wrong today, not even a deity can save you." "Chief, could it be that the person just now was Miss Chin?" The chief nodded. The security guards quickly rallied their spirits. These big shots that they never interacted with were all appearing today, which excited the security guards. But after eagerly anticipating for a while, a shabby van pulled up. The van was so dilapidated that it looked like it could be taken straight to the junkyard. Several security guards frowned and scolded. "Quick, make way. You can't come in today to collect scrap." It turned out they mistook the van for a scrap collection vehicle. Laozi rolled down the window, stuck his head out and said, "What a mess. Open the gate quickly. I'm here to attend the banquet." Huh. These security guards were dumbfounded. He's here for the banquet too. The contrast was too stark. But not daring to stop him, they had to let him pass. Laozi felt smug about it, leading Ms. Pang directly to Villa No, one of the Tianzi. By now, the villa was brightly lit. If there were outsiders here, they would probably exclaim in surprise. That's because all the people present were influential figures in various fields. However, these influential figures who usually call the shots outside were all looking reverent at the man sitting in the main seat. Zuin never expected so many people to show up today. He had just casually invited a few people, but word spread like wildfire, and many came without invitation. Zuin just smiled, then let it be. "Sir, how long are you planning to stay in Beijing this time?" Qin Yuan respectfully asked. Zuin replied casually, "Not for long. I have something to attend to." Oh. Many people looked disappointed. They had come hoping to get close to Zuin because they all knew that the current prosperity of the Qin family was entirely due to this man. "Well, in that case, I wish you success, sir." Qin Yuan raised his glass. Zuin smiled faintly, raised his glass, and then gestured to everyone below. "Since everyone is here to show support today, let me raise a toast to all of you." Doom. Everyone stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Z." Witnessing this scene, Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Who would have thought that the man who once was nothing had grown step by step into someone that everyone looked up to? Sharing the same sentiment were Laozi and Ms. Pang. They looked at each other, seeing the satisfaction and awe in each other's eyes. The little and in their memories had become a revered figure by many. That night, in Villa No. 1, glasses clink, people talked and laughed over drinks, until late into the night before dispersing. After that, Zuin stayed in Beijing for 3 more days before setting off alone for Kunlun, and Yan couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After all, it was a place known as a fairyland. Who knew what was inside? It was too dangerous for Zuin to go alone. Zu, and just smiled at this concern and whispered softly in Yan's ear, "When I come back, I will hold an unparalleled wedding for you." And Yan's face blushed, softly murmuring, "I'll wait for you." These 3 words carried infinite affection. Zu, and rubbed in Yan's head, then turned to Zhu Xiang and Zunan, saying, Dad won't be here for the next few days, so you to be good, okay? Yes. Dad. Don't worry. We'll take care of Mom, Zhu Xian said. The plane landed slowly at the nearest major city to Kunlun. Then Zhuan found a secluded spot and soared into the sky. Kunlun was known as the Dragon Vein of China, hidden among continuous mountains with countless secrets. Flying in midair, Zhuan searched with his divine sense for any anomalies around. Despite his speed, it would still take him almost half a day to navigate through Kunlun. Soon, he sensed an unusual disturbance at a particular location. A smile curved on Zhuan's lips. This was the place. After landing, Zhuan discovered a valley surrounded by mountains, very secluded. Zhuan squinted his eyes, then punched suddenly. Doom. The space rippled violently, and a black crack appeared. Zhuan jumped into it, disappearing into the mountains. This time was different from his previous expedition to the Wolf Warrior's secret realm. The transference lasted over a minute with intense celestial winds blowing. If not for Zhuan's profound cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the winds. Finally, a bright light appeared ahead, and Zhuan hastened his pace, rushing towards it. After reaching the spot, he sprinted forward. The entire person disappeared after passing through the light curtain. This was a small mountain in the Kunlun fairyland. Suddenly, there was an abnormal ripple in midair, and then a figure was spat out. After appearing in midair, Zhuan's body uncontrollably plummeted. The over-a-minute transference had drained too much of his strength, that after taking a deep breath, he discovered that the spiritual energy here was 100 times more concentrated than on Earth. At this moment, was covered in injuries, but still persevering. Behind him was a young girl with a youthful face. Hand over the elixir, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, today you and your sister will both die. A man in green clothes spoke coldly, gritted his teeth and snarled. Can the people of the Zhuanyuan sect act so arrogantly? This elixir took me a year of hard work to obtain, and you just want it like that? Hey! Whether we act arrogantly or not, it's not up to you. Everything is determined by strength. Who made your Qingmu town so weak? Speaking, these green-clothed men attacking them all increased their pace. This situation made, who was already struggling to hold on, face even greater danger. Seeing her brother about to die under the sword, the young girl started to cry. At this moment, had arrived nearby and witnessed the scene. He frowned slightly, then stepped forward. His appearance startled the people from the Zhuanyuan sect, but when they saw that there was only, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, the Zhuanyuan sect acts. Those who know better should leave quickly. The man in green clothes said in a deep voice. Originally, was happy when he saw someone coming to help. But when he noticed that was ordinary, a feeling of despair crept back into his heart. Just as he was about to fall into despair once again, slightly raised his eyebrows and without wasting any words, directly flicked his finger. A sword aura flew directly at the neck of the man in green. Swish! The man in green's head flew into the air, his body falling to the ground. This move shocked everyone, especially the people from the Zhuanyuan sect, who were as if they had seen a ghost. Who are you? How dare you kill our Zhuanyuan sect disciple? Aren't you afraid of us? Said lightly. Noisy. With that, he took a step forward. The sword energy surged and directly turned the remaining few people into minced meat. Then turned his head and looked at the stunned, ready to leave. He had only intervened to rescue them because his behavior of protecting his sister even when facing death had impressed. Now that the people were rescued, he was about to leave, preparing to settle the score with the Kiangsu sect. As he turned to leave, finally came to his senses and hurriedly said, Immortal, please stay. Stop. What did you call me? Immortal. With the means you just displayed, even the elders of the Zhuanyuan sect are no match for you. Naturally, you deserve to be called an immortal. Sighed respectfully, smiled faintly and did not bother about this, only asking, Why did you stop me? Hesitated for a moment, then said, Immortal saved us. My sister and I naturally want to repay you. Would the immortal like to come to our town? After saying that, nervously looked at, as he said, S means could indeed be called immortal, and such a person, other than the town's master sister. There was no one else in Qingmu town who could match him, so he sincerely invited to the town. Pondered for a moment. He didn't know how big the Kunlun immortal realm was, so he decided to follow and take a look, and also inquire about the news regarding the Kiangsu sect and the Overlord sect. Thus, nodded. Okay. Could hardly believe his ears and then said excitedly, In that case, please follow me, immortal. Saying that, led the way ahead. The young girl kept looking curiously at and only after a while couldn't help but say, "Immortal, where did you come from? Is it from Jijo City?" Looking at the young girl who was only about 11 or 12 years old, S mood improved a lot. "No. Oh. Then where are you from? Also, what is your name?" At this point, sneakily nudged his sister and then apologetically said, "Immortal, this is my sister. She loves to ask questions. We all call her the question baby. Please don't take her seriously." Before could respond, was already dissatisfied. "Brother, big sister Chingmu said you can't call people by that nickname anymore. Otherwise, I will tell her when we get back." Was very unhappy, smiled awkwardly, unknowingly touching the corners of his mouth where the injury was, causing him to wince in pain. Seeing this, S eyes filled with tears again as she asked, "Brother, does it hurt?" "It's fine. It will be okay in a while." Watching this scene, took out a simplified version of the Piyuan pill from his pocket. "Here, take this. It will be good for your injury." Hesitated a bit but eventually took the pill and swallowed it down. After a moment, the visible wounds on S body began to heal at a noticeable speed. This miraculous scene left dumbfounded. Spirited pill? Den looked at with intense affection. "Immortal, you actually used a spirited pill to heal my injuries." Smiled faintly. "Is it surprising?" Didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes towards now held a lot of reverence. With profound cultivation, he assisted with a spirited pill and looked unconcerned. Such a figure must be someone from a large city or a major sect. Soon, followed the brothers and sisters, and to Qingmu Town. It was then that understood why this place was called Qingmu Town, because in the center of the town stood a towering ancient tree, its vast canopy enveloping the entire town. Upon S return, the residents of the town greeted him one after another. "Is back?" Nodded and asked, "Where is the town master?" The town master is in the meeting hall discussing matters with several leaders. Hearing this, led towards the town's meeting hall. As they approached, they heard voices of argument from inside. "Town master, I think we should consider this matter. After all, the strength of our Qingmu town is still too weak. If we could merge with Yuanzhou City, it would also be a good idea. No need to say more. This matter is absolutely impossible," a cold female voice said. At that moment, when led in, they saw a determined-looking woman sitting at the main seat, with 3 or 4 men with unfavorable expressions sitting below. When the woman saw, she couldn't help asking, "How did it go?" Excitedly, said, "Qingmu sister, I have brought him back." At that moment, noticed beside them and asked, "Who is this?" Before could answer, said, "Sister Qingmu, this is the immortal who saved my brother and me." The words of the dark-faced men made the atmosphere in the room awkward. Before anyone else could speak, Bnhua was already angry, saying, "Yuanzhou City, ha ha. Sister Qingmu, I went to collect spiritual herbs this time, but I was actually surrounded by the Zhuanyuan sect of Yuanzhou City, almost killed, and had my herbs stolen. And now the people from Yuanzhou City dare to come and persuade us to merge." Bianhua's words caused a commotion. The dark-faced man stood proudly, sneering. "Bianhua, you said that my Zhuanyuan sect tried to kill you. Then how did you manage to escape? Are you saying that we deliberately surrounded you, then let you go?" Bianhua responded, "As I just said, if it weren't for this immortal gentleman coming to my rescue, I would have died long ago." The dark-faced man listened with a mocking expression, then turned to Bian Qingmu and clasped his fists. "Master of the town, I think all these words are completely groundless, especially this guy. I don't know where he came from. Most likely just a fraud." Dian Qingmu had been watching Zhu, and all this time, and at the words, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. The man's demeanor didn't seem particularly extraordinary. Everyone in the room looked at Zhuan with strange expressions. Dianhua was so angry that his face turned red, about to retort to the dark-faced man. Zhuan raised his hand to signal him not to speak, then raised his eyebrows slightly. "Are you saying I am a fraud?" The dark-faced man sneered. "Whether you are or not, you know best. That if you were in our Yuanzhou City, someone like you would have been chopped into pieces a long time ago." Zhu and nodded, then flicked his finger. Doom. A sword or pierced straight towards the dark-faced man's chest. However, the dark-faced man was quite skilled. As the sword or pierced his body, a sudden golden light appeared, protecting him. The dark-faced man looked a bit startled, but soon sneered, "Ha ha, useless. This is a protective jade pendant specially given to me by the sect master. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break it. However, his smugness didn't last long, as the golden light on his body flickered a few times and then shattered with a bang. The dark-faced man screamed in terror, and the sword slashed horizontally, cutting him in half. Surprisingly, the dark-faced man was not dead yet, but looked at Zhuan in shock and anger. "You! How dare you kill someone from Yuanzhou City?" Zhuan said lightly. "To me, no one is beyond killing." With that, another sword passed through, and the dark-faced man died. At this moment, the whole meeting room fell into silence, including Manhwa, who had brought Zhuan back. All wore expressions of shock. You actually killed Bianbo sent by Yuanzhou City?" A leader from Qingmu Town jumped up and roared. "Do you know how much trouble this will bring to Qingmu Town?" Another elder said with despair on his face. These people began to blame Zhuan one after another. Zhuan frowned. Dian Qingmu whispered softly, "No more need to speak." The room fell silent. Then Bian Qingmu looked at Zhuan and spoke after a while. "A swordsman." Zhuan smiled faintly. "You could say that. But the sword sects are all in the northern Kunlun region. Why did you come to the east?" Dian Qingmu continued to ask. "Do I need to report to you about that?" Zhuan replied lightly. A tinge of anger appeared on Bian Qingmu's face. Then she calmed down again. "The trial tournament is coming. I don't care what you swordsmen want to do, but this is where Qingmu Town is located, and you must abide by our rules." With that, she stood up to leave. Several leaders hurriedly said, "Town Master, the situation in Yuanzhou." Dian Qingmu said coldly, "Even if we don't kill this person, Yuanzhou will not let us off easily. Bian Qingmu, do not need to grovel for survival." With that, she turned and walked away. At this moment, Zhuan said lightly, "Do you want to suppress your injuries with spiritual herbs? You're being too naive." This statement was like thunder cracking in the room, leaving Bian Qingmu stunned. Her injuries, which had not healed, had always been a secret of Qingmu Town. Even Manhwa didn't know about it. "Let's make a deal," Zhuan said in a casual tone. "What deal?" "I'll go with you to the trial tournament. I'll help you heal." Zhuan's words seemed trivial, but they widened in the eyes of everyone in the room. Dian Qingmu turned around abruptly, a mocking look on her face. "Take you to the trial tournament? I suddenly understand. Could it be that you are a hermit practitioner?" Zhuan said lightly. "And if I am? Haha. In the last trial tournament, several hermit practitioners were all defeated. What do you think will happen?" Dian Qingmu continued. "This trial tournament is related to the survival of each sect, and those Sen are the most outstanding individuals from each sect. Don't think that just because you have some cultivation, you can look down on others." Zhuan nodded. "You're right. In my eyes, everyone is just insignificant. Dian Qingmu was so angry that her face turned white, but she quickly calmed down. "Fine. I agree, but I don't know how you plan to heal me." Zhuan casually took out a Peiyuan pill. "Take this. It won't instantly heal your injuries, but it can at least control them." Zhuan turned and said lightly, "Remember your words. I'll wait for you to join the trial tournament." With that, he left. The people in the room looked at each other. After Bian Qingmu took the Peiyuan pill, she initially didn't pay much attention. However, upon closer inspection, she was stunned. This is, Manhwa quickly said. "Sister Qingmu, I forgot to tell you, the immortal gentleman also gave me a healing pill when he returned." Bian Qingmu looked at Zhuan's departing figure with some astonishment. Who exactly was he? To act with a healing pill, and his cultivation was not bad, but he was too arrogant. In the Kunlun Fairyland, there were indeed many hermit practitioners, but due to the lack of sect support, it was difficult for them to surpass the sect disciples in cultivation. While this man had decent cultivation, he was still far inferior to those who had been carefully cultivated from a young age or the true disciples. In the end, he would understand what it meant for there to be always someone stronger and more capable in the world. Thinking of this, Bian Qingmu said in a low voice, "Send a message to Yuanzhou City. Tell them that Qingmu Town will not surrender." Yes, when Shaoyi, the lord of Yuanzhou City and also the master of the Zhuanyuan sect, received a letter from Qingmu Town, he was immediately furious. "Dian Qingmu, this woman, dares to resist me with just the power of a town. She must be killed," Shaoyi said in a deep voice. At this moment, someone nearby laughed and said, "Master, please calm down." This matter can actually be easily resolved. Dian Qingmu slowly opened her eyes, and a strong aura emanated from her. It was the cultivation peak of a scattered immortal. Dian Hua stepped forward and asked with concern, "Sister Qingmu, how are you?" Dian Qingmu nodded. "This spiritual pill is indeed extraordinary. My injuries are completely healed, and my cultivation has also returned to its previous level." Dian Hua sighed with relief and excitedly said, "I knew that the Divine Master's spiritual pill would be miraculous." However, a complex expression flickered in Dian Qingmu's eyes. Who was that mysterious man after all? Why did he possess such a mystical spiritual pill? In the Kunlun immortal realm, apart from the major sects, very few people could refine spiritual pills, making them extremely precious. Even the spiritual herbs that Dian Hua collected this time, if Zuan had not appeared, Dian Qingmu was prepared to swallow them directly. In that case, the efficacy of the medicine would naturally be greatly diminished. "Where is he staying now?" Dian Qingmu asked. "I have asked the honored master to stay at my place first." Dian Hua nodded, then suddenly said, "Go get a piece of 1,000-year-old greenwood." Dian Hua was taken aback. "Sister Qingmu, you..." Dian Qingmu said, "This spiritual pill is very precious. I do not like owing favors to others, so giving him a piece of 1,000-year-old greenwood will balance things out." "Okay." Dian Hua was just about to leave. "Wait." Dian Qingmu pondered for a moment. "I will personally deliver it to him." When Dian Qingmu arrived at Dian Hua's residence, she saw Zhu and busy in the courtyard. Dian Chia was drooling while squatting on the side. A bonfire was burning on the ground, with several spruce chickens hanging on tree branches. Zuan was turning the chickens and sprinkling seasoning evenly. A delightful aroma filled the air, stimulating everyone's appetite. Dian Qingmu was a bit dumbfounded. Zhu and glanced at Dian Qingmu and smiled faintly. "You've come at the right time. They will be ready soon." At this moment, Dian Qingmu suddenly noticed that the fire burning on the ground was being fueled by light green branches. Dian Qingmu fell into silence for a moment and then exclaimed angrily, "You are using branches of the sacred tree for fire." Zuan casually replied, "What's wrong with that? And I have to say, the branches here are quite nice, burning with a unique fragrance." Dian Qingmu was about to explode. Qingmu Town was named after the ancient sacred tree that grew within the town. Yuanzhou City coveted Qingmu Town precisely because this sacred tree produced a remarkably precious item each year. It was the 1,000-year-old greenwood heart that Dian Qingmu had brought to give to Zuan. Unexpectedly, Zuan dared to cut branches from the sacred tree for barbecue. This was blasphemy to the people of Qingmu Town. Zhu and paid no heed to these considerations. Seeing that the chickens were almost done, he picked one up and handed it to Dian Chia on the side. "Try it." Dian Chia eagerly tore off a piece of meat and swallowed it without hesitation, even though it was hot. Sizzling, she gritted her teeth but refused to spit it out. Zhu and chuckled. Perhaps because he had a daughter, he had a lot of patience and fondness for these young girls. "Want some?" Zuan asked with a serious expression to Dian Qingmu. Dian Qingmu snorted in anger, placed a piece of wood emitting a green light halo on the table, then turned and walked away. When she reached the courtyard gate, she spoke in a low voice. "Tomorrow, go to Yuanzhou City first. The first round of selection will be held there." "No problem, Zhu," and said while enjoying the spruce chicken. Dian Qingmu paused and added, "This trip to Yuanzhou City will definitely not be smooth sailing. I hope you won't be too arrogant by then. After all, the Zhuanyuan sect is a top sect within 1,000 miles. Zuan calmly smiled. "As long as they don't come looking for me, I won't bother with them." After Dian Qingmu left, Zuan handed a chicken to Dian Hua. "Try it, it tastes good." Dian Hua was salivating, but was hesitant because she didn't want Dian Qingmu to get angry. Zuan blinked. "The food cooked from this sacred tree can enhance your cultivation a bit." Upon hearing this, Dian Hua immediately grabbed a chicken and devoured it voraciously. After swallowing a mouthful of chicken, he exclaimed in surprise, "It's true." Zuan smiled. This feeling was entirely due to him adjusting the fire with his cultivation while barbecuing. Being an immortal, that was how they acted. Thinking of this, Zuan picked up the greenwood heart. This item was basically the essence of the sacred tree condensed over thousands of years, of no use to Zuan, but it could serve as a toy for the two little girls back home. If Dian Qingmu knew that the greenwood heart, which was so precious to her and attracted countless covetous eyes, was seen as a mere toy by Zuan, she wouldn't know how to react. Yuanzhou City, a small town under the main city of Jizhou, in the eastern part of Kunlun, the headquarters of the Zhuanyuan sect. As the trial competition drew near, this Yuanzhou City also became lively. When Zuan and Bian Qingmu arrived, the entire town was crowded with people. Not only were there participants for the competition, but also many commoners who came to watch the excitement. The spiritual energy in the Kunlun immortal realm was abundant, so even the commoners had robust bodies, and the realm of real people had become common. This could be seen from the fact that those guarding the event venue were all at the realm of real people. Dian Chia and Bian Hu8, the siblings, also came along. This was their first time participating in the trial competition, so they were all excited. Just then, an annoying voice came from behind. Hey hey! People from Qingmu town dared to come. Hearing this voice, Bian Qingmu and the others turned to see a haughty man walking over. As soon as she saw this man, Bian Qingmu's face darkened. Chu Xing's. The newcomer was an inner disciple of the Zhuanyuan sect and one of Shouyi's most trusted subordinates, Chu Xing's. With a malicious smile, Chu Xing stared greedily at Bian Qingmu, then said, I heard that the people of Qingmu town dared to kill our messenger from the Zhuanyuan sect. What? Do you think you have decent cultivation and want to compare with us from the Zhuanyuan sect? Bian Qingmu gritted her teeth in silence. Because Chu Xing's strength was slightly superior to hers, she was at the peak of a scattered immortal, while Chu Xing's was at the half-step longevity level. Chu Xing's, the trial competition has not started yet. Do you want to start a fight on the streets now? Bian Qingmu said coldly. Hey hey, I did not intend to start a fight now, but when the trial competition begins, I will let you know the consequences of offending the Zhuanyuan sect. Chu Xing said coldly. At this moment, a calm voice spoke up. Do you need my help? I see he's not very pleased, and I can help you kill him for free. Doom. The people around were in an uproar. Many exchanged glances, not knowing who had the audacity to speak such words in the city of Yuanzhou. Chu Xing's face turned dark as if it could drip water, staring fixedly at Zuan. Very well, you're seeking death yourself. With that, he was about to make a move. Bian Qingmu stepped forward, blocking in front of Zuan, and said coldly, Chu Xing's, the trial is imminent. Deal with it during the trial. Moreover, this is the streets of Yuanzhou City. If you start a fight here, it is open defiance against the decree of your profound origin sect. Because once cultivators started fighting, the destructive power was too great. So in all major main cities, there were clear rules that cultivators above the heavenly human realm were not allowed to fight privately. Upon hearing this, Chu Xing's expression was uncertain. Then he nodded. Full of killing intent, he said to Zuan, during the trial, I will tear you apart into 1,000 pieces. Zuan smiled lightly. I look forward to it. Chu Xing snorted in anger and left with a sweep of his sleeves. Bian Qingmu's face turned grim. She waited until she returned to their residence before reluctantly suppressing her anger and said, I don't know what you're thinking, but that Chu Xing's is a true disciple cultivated with great effort by the profound origin sect, with extremely strong power. And he is very petty and extremely cunning and ruthless. During the trial, you better be careful. Zuan smiled calmly. Non-committal. All right, I will definitely teach him a lesson then. Bian Qingmu was a bit helpless after hearing this. Turning back to the room, she still felt a bit angry. In her eyes, Zuan's attitude was simply despicable, acting as if he was invincible in the world, not caring about anything. I hope you can hold on during tomorrow's trial, then you will understand. In the Kunlun, there are many experts like clouds. Bian Qingmu silently thought. Meanwhile, in the profound origin sect, Shouyi looked at Chu Xing standing below, a look of admiration on his face. You say, has Bian Qingmu arrived already? Master, the disciple personally saw her on the street. Very well. Since she dares to come, we should not let her leave. Do you have confidence in this? Shouyi asked lightly. Disciple is fully confident. She will die in the trial assembly. Chu Xing said solemnly. Very well. You are now on the verge of becoming an immortal. If you perform well in this trial assembly, you can break into Jizhou and even the main city of Kunlun. I will fully support your cultivation in the future. You have a chance for immortality. Chu Xing's was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. This disciple will not disappoint Master's high expectations. The next day, All participants of the trial assembly gathered at the competition venue. Bian Qingmu looked up at the trial field emitting a faint halo and couldn't help feeling a bit dreamy. The methods of the Immortal Palace are truly unfathomable. Such a small space can accommodate so many people and conduct trials simultaneously. When she heard this, Zuan smiled, with a glint in his eyes. After these few days of contact, he had already learned a lot about the Kunlun Immortal Realm. This Kunlun Immortal Realm, to put it bluntly, was also a hidden place. Just its size was much larger than the previous Wolves battlefield, enough to be half the size of the earth. Many cities were scattered across this land. In the central position was the main city of the Kunlun Immortal Realm, and this trial assembly held every 3 years was hosted by the Immortal Palace of the Kunlun main city. It started with the first round of selection, and if you could stand out, you could enter the second round of trials in the main city. Only those who passed both rounds had the qualification to enter the Kunlun main city for the final trial. This setting was to determine the distribution of various cultivation resources through this method. And the so-called Immortal Palace is the sacred place in the minds of all cultivators in the Kunlun Immortal Realm. The people there, even at the lowest cultivation level, were heavenly humans. The sect leader had already reached the Golden Immortal Realm. There were even rumors that there was an unfallen peak Golden Immortal in the Immortal Palace. With such strength, they could dominate in this hidden place. For example, the Trial Godstone at this time made people like Bian Qingmu marvel at it, deeming it miraculous. But to Zuan, this was just a simple immortal technique. However, an immortal technique was fundamentally different from mortal techniques once it bore the word immortal. It seemed that this trip to Kunlun would be full of surprises. And thought to himself. People began to enter one after another. Chu Xing smiled coldly at Bian Qingmu and Zuan, then walked in confidently. Bian Qingmu said in a deep voice, "If you feel overwhelmed inside, you can choose to surrender. At least that way, you can save your life." Zuan smiled faintly. "Keep that advice for yourself." With that, Zuan stepped into the trial field. Bian Qingmu was both shocked and angry, but she had to grit her teeth and follow suit. Outside the trial field, people from various sects were anxiously waiting. Xiaoyi was of noble status and naturally would not stand below. At this moment, he was waiting in a tavern closest to the trial field. He had full confidence in his disciples' trial this time. After all, she was on the verge of immortality. Dian Hua and Bian Tia, the siblings, were silently praying in the crowd below. They prayed for the safe return of Sister Qingmu and Master. After entering the light curtain, Bian Qingmu felt a blackness before appearing in a room. Her opponent was a burly man with bare chest. Bian Qingmu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she didn't encounter Chu Xing's first. The burly man grinned. "Why did a delicate young lady like you come? I can't even get satisfaction from punching you." Despite his words, the burly man threw a punch. Along with the fist, there came a roar of a tiger. He was from the Tiger Slayer sect. Bian Qingmu was startled. The Tiger Slayer sect was a rising sect nearby with considerable strength. Bian Qingmu didn't dare to directly face this punch, dodging to the side, then exclaimed, "Greenwood slaying." Several vine-like tendrils instantly entwined the burly man. He struggled fiercely, breaking the vines with a loud shatter, but no matter how many were shattered, more vines replaced them. Soon, the burly man from the Tiger Slayer sect was engulfed by endless vines. In the end, he had to shout, "I surrender." Bian Qingmu withdrew her spell, stepped back, and said with clasped hands, "I yield." First round, Bian Qingmu emerged victorious. She continued to win 3 or 4 rounds, gradually rising in the rankings, but the opponents she encountered became increasingly formidable. Finally, after a flash of light, a cold and sinister laughter was heard. "Very good, I've been waiting for you." Chu Xing stared at the slender figure of Bian Qingmu, his eyes gradually turning sinister. Although his master had ordered him to kill her, he thought it wouldn't hurt to play with her before she died. So he smirked, "Bian Qingmu, do you really think you can compete with me?" With that, a terrifying aura emanated from Chu Xing's. Bian Qingmu's face changed drastically, shocked as she said, "How is it possible? You've already broken through to the half-step immortal stage." Chu Xing smirked coldly. "That's right, I just broke through not long ago." Bian Qingmu felt a wave of despair. Earlier, she had thought that Chu Xing's at most had the cultivation of a peak immortal, on par with herself. She believed that with all her effort, she could still put up a fight. But now that he had reached the half-step immortal stage, though just a half-step away, It was like a huge gap that he could easily crush her. Dian Qingmu, I don't necessarily have to kill you. As long as you yield to me now, I can spare your life. I can even request my master to accept you as a disciple. Dian Qingmu initially didn't understand, but when she did, a look of extreme indignation appeared on her face. The Bian family has always believed that death is preferable to dishonor. Even if you are a half-step immortal, what can you do? Today, I will defeat you. Saying this, Bian Qingmu activated her Qingmu decision to its fullest extent. Countless vines rose from behind her as if she were 1,000-armed Guanyin, appearing extremely holy and powerful. Qingmu, ultimate strike. Knowing the danger of a half-step immortal, Bian Qingmu unleashed her most powerful move right away. The vines grew wildly, enveloping the entire arena, with their tips turning into sharp blades aimed directly at Chu Xing's. This attack made Chu Xing's expression change slightly, and he snorted, "Bravo." As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. Profound element palm. Under this powerful strike, the vines were instantly crushed to dust. Dian Qingmu was also affected by the residual force and was knocked into a corner, struggling to get up. The gap between the half-step immortal and the immortal was just too vast. Chu Xing's, with a greedy expression, slowly approached. "Head, since you're about to die anyway, let me enjoy myself before you go." Hearing this, Bian Qingmu felt ashamed and outraged, preparing to sever her own meridians. But Chu Xing's was clearly wary of this move, casually pointing a few times, and Bian Qingmu felt her cultivation being sealed off, rendering her weak and powerless. Chu Xing's approached with a sinister grin. Dian Qingmu felt utterly hopeless. But just then, the trial room experienced a violent tremor, and a pair of hands reached in, tearing open the light barrier of the room. Zuan walked in calmly. "So here you are. Had me searching for a while." Observing Zuan's indifferent smile, Bian Qingmu was dumbfounded. How did he appear here? In the trial room, unless one side concedes or dies in battle, it is impossible to leave. This scene also left Chu Xing's dumbfounded. The guy actually barged in forcefully, which was simply unbelievable. Neither of them could understand this situation, but for Zuan, it was all too simple. To him, this trial was as straightforward as 1 + 1. After effortlessly defeating all opponents in the trial room, Zuan had gone from room to room in search of Chu Xing's. And now, here he was. Chu Xing's expression darkened gradually. "Who are you? How can you traverse the trial room?" Zuan nonchalantly replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is you're about to die." Having witnessed Chu Xing's despicable act, Zuan was filled with anger. Chu Xing's let out a cold smirk. "Brazen words. Today I'll send you to hell first." With that, he struck out with a palm. This palm was several times stronger than before, clearly intending to eliminate Zuan in one blow. But facing this earth-shattering strike, Zuan simply raised his hand lightly. Dang! Chu Xing's felt as if he had hit a mountain, his entire arm numbed by the impact. He was astonished. Zuan smiled faintly. "With just this little skill, you dare call yourself an immortal?" With that, the aura around Zuan suddenly intensified. An immortal? No. How can there be such a formidable immortal aura? Chu Xing's cried out in shock. Without giving him a chance to retaliate, Zuan grabbed his neck and slowly lifted him off the ground. Chu Xing's was filled with shock and anger, but he realized in horror that he couldn't utilize any of his cultivation. With a light squeeze, Zuan nullified all of his cultivation. Looking at the ashen-faced Chu Xing's, Zuan casually remarked, "Forcibly enhancing your cultivation through unspeakable means, even though you are a half-step immortal, you're the weakest kind." With a firm grasp, a cracking sound echoed. Chu Xing's neck was snapped by Zuan. His soul emerged, attempting to flee. Zuan waved his hand, shattering the soul. From the moment Zuan entered, to Chu Xing's defeat and demise, only a few breaths had passed. Dian Qingmu watched this scene in a daze, her mind completely blank. Zuan walked over, releasing the restrictions on Bian Qingmu, and casually remarked, "It seems like I accidentally took first place." "Huh?" Dian Qingmu trembled, fearfully asking, "Did you really kill Chu Xing's?" "Of course. With someone like him, do you suggest we let him live for another year?" Shivering, Bian Qingmu urged, "You quickly leave. The farther, the better. Leave." "Why should I leave?" Bian Qingmu stomped in frustration. "You killed the core disciple of Zhuanyuan sect. It won't let you off. While your cultivation is indeed high, within Zhuanyuan sect, there are 7 or 8 immortals, a few half-step immortal elders, and the sect leader, Xiaoyi is an immortal. How will you contend with them? Hearing this, Zuan smiled faintly. Immortals, good. I haven't killed a true immortal yet. Today, we'll start with Xuanyuan sect. Bian Qingmu stared in astonishment. This man, not content with killing Chu Xing's, was now planning to confront Xuanyuan sect head-on. Outside, the waiting crowd was abuzz with discussion. Most had already exited the trial room, with only Xuanyuan sect's Chu Xing's, Bian Qingmu from Qingmu town, and an unknown immortal still unaccounted for. I bet that girl from Qingmu town is in for some bad luck this time. One person sneered. Hey, I heard as well. Going against Xuanyuan sect, this Bian Qingmu isn't very bright. Seems that the wandering cultivator also came with Bian Qingmu, probably called for backup. Suddenly, the light curtain in the trial field fluctuated for a moment. Then something flew out and smashed directly in front of everyone. In the rising smoke and dust, it turned out to be a corpse. Many people recognized it at a glance and exclaimed in unison, "It's actually Chu Xing's from the Xuanyuan sect." The crowd was in an uproar. And at the restaurant in the distance, Xiaoyi, who was leisurely drinking wine, stood up suddenly with a grim face and flew over. The person lying on the ground was his true disciple whom he had carefully nurtured for many years. This discovery made his hair stand on end, and he roared angrily, "Who did this?" A chilling murderous aura began to emanate, so intense that even the ground seemed unable to withstand Xiaoyi's anger, starting to crack gradually. The might of longevity was terrifying. The onlookers couldn't help but retreat in silence. At this moment, Zuan slowly walked out of the trial field, looking at Xiaoyi filled with killing intent, and calmly said, "I did it." Xiaoyi stared at Zuan, feeling somewhat uncertain. As the head of a sect, he was naturally more cautious than ordinary people. Zuan seemed ordinary on the surface, but his calm demeanor was not something an ordinary person could possess. Moreover, his own disciple was likely killed by him. Who exactly was this person? Kid, have you not considered the consequences of killing a member of my Xuanyuan sect? Xiaoyi coldly said. Zuan smiled faintly, casually tapped his ear and said, I haven't thought about the consequences. And from what you're saying, it sounds like you Xuanyuan sect can kill others, but others can't kill you, right? Xiaoyi's face turned pale at being called out. Then he snorted angrily, "Spare me the nonsense. You must have colluded with that wretch Bian Qingmu to attack my disciple. Today, I will avenge my disciple." Saying this, Xiaoyi's imposing aura became even stronger, and he struck out with the palm, Xuanyuan palm. Though when he executed this move, it appeared even more overwhelmingly powerful. At the same time, Xiaoyi was carefully observing Zuan, trying to gauge his cultivation level through this move. As the palm force approached, Zuan did not dodge, but took a step forward directly. Sun Nan Moon Tread. Zuan directly used the fifth move of the Killing God 6 forms. Doom. Xiaoyi felt a force of heaven and earth attacking him, even disrupting the flow of his internal energy. In fear, he retreated 100 meters, glaring at Zuan. What technique is this? Although Zuan had only taken one step, Xiaoyi felt the taste of the laws of heaven and earth. Naturally, it's the technique of killing you, Zuan said. Then his whole person soared into the air, turning into a stream of light, heading straight for Xiaoyi. Move heaven and earth. Divide yin and yang. Separate life and death. Sever love and hate. Sun Nan Moon Tread. 5 successive punches. And seemed to be playing with Xiaoyi like a ball, causing the head of the Xuanyuan sect to flee in all directions. The thunderous sound resounded in the sky. Light flowed freely, and the aura of killing prevailed. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, especially Bian Qingmu, whose mouth couldn't close at this moment, staring blankly at Xiaoyi fleeing in embarrassment in the sky. Unsure of her feelings, she had struggled in Qingmu town for so many years, hardly ever seeing Xiaoyi. Even when she did, Xiaoyi always looked down on her. And Bian Qingmu was well aware of the difference in strengths between her and Xiaoyi, so she had always been in awe of him. That was why she wanted Zuan to leave as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, Xiaoyi, who she had always thought was formidable, couldn't even withstand a punch from Zuan. It seems she had been wrong all along. This man was far more powerful and terrifying than she imagined. At this point, Xiaoyi's eyes were red. He suddenly stopped his movements and roared, "Junior, today I'll fight you." With that, his imposing aura was burning, enveloping the entire field with a tremendous force. Some of the less experienced cultivators couldn't hold on and collapsed directly to the ground. Xuanyuan, Annihilation Palm. Doom. Xiaoyi's palm suddenly expanded greatly, bearing the might of heaven and earth. The onlookers were horrified. But facing this overwhelming strike, Zuan showed no sorrow or joy, simply shook his head and said, "If you were truly immortal, I would take a step back now. Unfortunately, false is false, and can never become real." These words astonished Xiaoyi, even more than the news of his disciple's death. How did he know about this? At this moment, Zuan raised his fist and struck out. Kill. This punch was as simple as that one word. There were no frills or embellishments, just pure killing intent. Yet, this punch directly broke through the Xuanyuan Annihilation Palm, then hit Xiaoyi directly. Plop. Xiaoyi was sent flying to miles away, blood dripping all the way. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed in shock. Xiaoyi had actually been defeated. Did that mean this man was even more formidable than an immortal? However, only Zuan knew that, in fact, Xiaoyi's immortality was not pure. He had seen this from Chu Xing's. The Xuanyuan sect seemed to have some kind of secret method to forcibly enhance their cultivation through external means. Such a thing might sound impressive when spoken out, but Zuan understood that cultivation couldn't be built on any falsehoods. False is always false. Even if you achieved immortality through opportunistic means, it was just a false state. There was a world of difference between that and true immortality. And that's why Zuan confronted Xiaoyi head-on. At this moment, Xiaoyi was like a frightened bird, his face full of confusion. Just then, from the far-off sky, 8 streams of light were speeding toward them and soon arrived nearby. They're the elders and acolytes of the Xuanyuan sect. Dian Qingmu trembled all over, shouting loudly. This was also a warning to Zuan. Zuan remained indifferent, gazing calmly at the newcomers. "Who are you, daring to injure our sect master?" One of the robust elders shouted angrily. Seeing reinforcements arriving, Xiaoyi's mood calmed down, and he sneered at Zuan. "I admit, your cultivation is indeed mysterious and unpredictable, but now that the experts of my Xuanyuan sect are here, even if you are a true immortal, you will fall to them." "Oh, you can try." Zuan smiled faintly. "Set up the formation and kill him," Xiaoyi ordered coldly. Among the 8 elders, 3 were half-step immortals, and 5 were pinnacle loose immortals. Together with Xiaoyi, a pseudo-immortal, even a true immortal would frown at this lineup. It's difficult to describe this palm with words. It's like the sky suddenly darkens, a giant hand that covers the sky and directly strikes Zuan, and stands in midair, raising his fist to face this earth-shattering palm. Xiaoyi, with a cold smile on his lips, as if seeing Zuan being crushed to pieces by this palm. Doom. After a deafening roar, there is no one in midair, only a large pit on the ground, no trace of a person to be found. Ha ha ha. This is the fate of going against my Xuanyuan sect. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Xiaoyi laughs triumphantly. As for the others, their thoughts are different. Only Bian Qingmu and the Bian siblings rush to the edge of the pit, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. Then, Bian Qingmu looks up, angrily saying to Xiaoyi, "Xiaoyi, using the strength of 9 against 1 person, don't you feel ashamed?" Heh. Bian Qingmu, spare me the nonsense. Today, even you will die. Xiaoyi sneers, a huge palm appearing in the sky once again. Bian Qingmu's face is pale, but there is no fear in his eyes, only a deep voice as he says to Bian Hua, "Take Tian'er and leave quickly. Remember, don't go back to Qingmu town. It's not safe there anymore." "I won't," Bian Hua resolutely declares. "Go now. Staying here will only lead to unnecessary deaths." Dian Qingmu says, fully unleashing the power of the Qingmu that he has cultivated for many years. Giant vines cover half of the sky, facing the giant palm. Xiaoyi shows a hint of satisfaction on his face, about to make a move. Just at that moment, a breathtaking momentum rises from the pit. The force is so strong that it shatters the giant palm in the sky, forcing Xiaoyi and his companions to retreat several steps. "What is that?" someone exclaims. They see a figure slowly walking out from the large pit. Every step he takes seems to be stepping on empty space, as if ascending to the sky step by step. 1 step. 2 steps. With each step, his aura becomes stronger. Everyone stares in astonishment at this scene. When he reaches midair, a powerful aura envelops the entire area. Dian Qingmu suddenly shivers, his eyes glazed as he gazes at this scene, softly muttering to himself, "Half-step immortal." He actually broke through at a critical moment. Xiaoyi is even more puzzled at this moment. How is this possible? How could you break through to the half-step immortal realm so quickly? Zhu and smiles faintly. Is it strange? Actually, I could have broken through long ago, just lacking pressure. Your earlier strike just happened to help me. Hearing this, Xiaoyi is at a loss for words. After all that talk, he had unknowingly assisted his opponent in breaking through. After a few moments of contemplation, he says in a deep voice, "Even if you have reached the half-step immortal realm, so what? Today, I will still kill you." With that, he once again frenziedly mobilizes the power of 9 people, preparing to fight Zhu to the death. Zhu and shakes his head. "I'm done playing with you. It's boring." With that, Zhu disappears from the spot, and when he reappears, he is turned into 9 figures, appearing in front of Xiaoyi and his 9 companions. Earth and heaven move. The 9 figures shout in unison, throwing out a punch. There is no earth-shattering sound or overwhelming momentum. This punch is extremely ordinary, but with this kind of punch, the 9 people let out incredibly fearful roars, because only those who understand know that the more stunning the external power, the greater the waste of power. It's only this seemingly ordinary fist that indicates power has been condensed to its utmost limit. Unfortunately, they couldn't even resist. After the punch, Xiaoyi and the 9 others all stand stupefied in midair. The 9 figures merge into one. Then Zhu breathes out. Whoosh! Xiaoyi and the 9 people turn into ashes, disappearing into the air. All the experts of the Zhuanyuan sect perish on the spot. Many people suddenly shiver, knowing that from this moment on, the Zhuanyuan sect will become history, existing in name only. Zhu descends, smiling at Bian Qingmu and the Bian siblings. When should we go to the main city? The events of Yuanzhou City on that day spread like wildfire in the East Kunlun region. Ji Prefecture City, like smoke tower. Shan Tian leisurely drinks wine. A beautiful girl gently massages his legs. Inside the room, the sound of playing the zither is pleasant and soothing, making people feel relaxed. After a piece is played, Shan Tian applauds lightly, praising, "Miss Ryan's zither skills are truly excellent." Behind the bead curtain comes the cold voice of a woman. "Master Shan, you flatter me." Shan Tian is about to say something more when a steward hurriedly comes in. "Young master, the master is summoning you back, saying there's an urgent matter." Shan Tian furrows his brows, but when the father calls, he still stands up and says, "Miss Ryan, I'm sorry, I must leave for a moment. Please go ahead, sir." Shan Tian rushes back home. Shan Yukin paces back and forth in the study, and when he sees Shan Tian, he says in a deep voice, "Just received some news. I think you should take a look." Shan Tian takes a look. It's from Yuanzhou City, and he seems somewhat skeptical. "It's just a small rural town. What's so important about it?" Shan Tian thinks to himself, but still opens the letter. However, after reading a few lines, he raises an eyebrow in surprise. After reading it all, he asks in disbelief, "Father, is this information reliable? I've already sent someone to investigate. It's absolutely certain." Shan Yukin says. He continues, "This person has an ominous background, and no one has seen him before today, but his strength is formidable. Especially, at the end, he unexpectedly broke through to the half-step immortal realm on the spot, indicating his exceptional talent. This trial will be another opponent for you." Shan Tian nods in response, still full of confidence. "Father, rest assured, the Zhuanyuan sect is just a small sect, and it is rumored to have a secret method to forcibly increase cultivation. Their claim of immortality is highly questionable. My Tian sword has been successfully forged. This trial event will be when our Shang family enters Kunlun. It's not just the Shan family. Ji Prefecture City, as one of the prominent cities in the Kunlun fairyland, is home to numerous prominent families and sects, with countless cultivators. Especially now, with the trial approaching, many people are beginning to stir. So when the news of Zhu destroying the Zhuanyuan sect spreads, it inevitably attracts attention from all sides. Like smoke tower, a stunningly beautiful girl looks at a piece of paper in her hand, her gaze flickering. "Summon, miss. Investigate the detailed information about this person." "Yes." Jizhou City, the main city in the eastern region of Kunlun. When Bianhui and Bianchen siblings saw the towering city walls, they were so excited they could barely contain themselves. For them, Being able to visit Jizhou once in their lifetime was already considered eye-opening. On the other hand, Bian Qingmu remained calm. She had been to Jizhou more than once, always coming for trials. Of course, without exception, she had always been eliminated. This time should be different, right? Bian Qingmu stole a glance at Zuan beside her. Although several days had passed since the incident in Yuanzhou City, she still found it heart-pounding to think about. Breaking through to half-step longevity on the spot and then defeating 9 people with a single fist, and among those 9, the lowest cultivation was that of a scattered immortal. This man completely overturned all of Bian Qingmu's understanding. She finally understood why, every time she tried to make Zuan keep a low profile, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Was he mocking her for being narrow-minded? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and whispered, "Let's hurry into the city, or else the gates will close soon." The group entered Jizhou City. The main street of Jizhou was several times wider than Yuanzhou City, and all the pedestrians on the street were well-dressed, with many strong individuals among them. Bianhui and Bianshan found everything fresh and exciting, especially Bianshan, who was captivated by a vendor selling small trinkets at the roadside and squatted down to look. Just then, there was someone galloping towards them from the street. The horse was magnificent, ridden by a person in red clothes holding a whip, shouting aggressively, "Clear the way." As they galloped, they occasionally whipped at the common folks who couldn't dodge in time, causing them to cry out in pain. This scene caught the attention of Bian Qingmu and the others. Just as they were about to avoid the horse, it came charging towards them. At that moment, Bianshan was squatting by the row and didn't notice the commotion behind her. Seeing this, a woman lashed out with the whip, "Get out of the way." The whip cracked loudly, indicating her harsh approach. Bian Qingmu was taken aback and was about to step forward to intervene. Zuan let out a cold snort and reached out to grab the whip. The woman was also surprised to see someone daring to grab her whip. Anger flashed on her pretty face. "Let go," she demanded as she tried to reclaim her whip. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't budge Zuan's grip. Then Zuan calmly said, "Riding recklessly in public and harming people with a whip, were you not taught manners at home?" This remark infuriated the woman. "Who do you think you are to lecture me, Zu?" and furrowed his brow slightly, finding her arrogance distasteful. Suddenly releasing his grip, the girl who had been trying to snatch the whip nearly fell off her horse. Enraged, she drew her sword from her waist. "I'll kill you." With those words, she thrust her sword towards Zuan's face with fierce speed. Bian Qingmu was slightly surprised to see the young girl, who appeared to be quite young, exhibiting the cultivation of a heavenly being. However, Zuan didn't even look directly at the sword until it was close. Then he raised his hand and flicked with a finger. Dang! The sword that was thought to be invincible was shattered into pieces by Zuan's flick. The force of the blow knocked the woman in red off her horse, and she let out a cry of pain as she fell. Seeing this, the onlookers, who should have been happy, exchanged glances and scattered in panic. Even the vendors by the street didn't bother to pack up their things and also fled. The woman in red struggled to her feet, her face filled with murderous intent as she glared at Zuan. "How dare you hit me?" Surprised, "Want another go, Zu?" and taunted. The woman backed away fearfully, watching Zu, and intensely. "All right, just wait." Just as she spoke, a rumble of hooves could be heard in the distance, and a group of dozens of knights swiftly rode up. Leading them was a middle-aged man who dismounted and bowed respectfully to the woman in red. "Miss." The woman in red, with a grim expression, pointed at Zuan. "Cripple him for me." "Yes." The man stood up and gave Zuan a cold smile after sizing him up. "Kid, you actually dared to strike our city lord's daughter. It looks like you're tired of living." "City lord?" Hearing this title, Bian Qingmu turned tail and exclaimed in shock, "Are you from the AI family?" The woman in red proudly confirmed, "That's right." Bian Qingmu's heart sank. The AI family of Jizhou. They were an ancient family and the current rulers of Jizhou City. No wonder this woman dared to act so arrogantly. Trouble was brewing. However, Zuan remained indifferent and said calmly, "Are you done talking? If so, please action quickly. I'm in a hurry." The man's eyes turned cold, and he angrily said, "You brought this upon yourself." With that, he unsheathed his sword and attacked. The formidable force revealed that he was a half-step immortal. Behind him, the dozens of knights also aimed their arrows at Zuan. AI Hongyu's face showed excitement. "Let him hit me. This time he won't survive even if he doesn't die." At this moment, facing such a coordinated attack, Zhuan took a nonchalant step forward. Doom. The entire street shook. All the knights and their horses were knocked over. The man was directly thrown back, unable to get up for a while. Only Ai Hanyu remained standing alone. Some confusion appeared on her face, gradually turning to horror. How is this possible? Her chief guard, without even making a move, was sent flying by this man's kick. What level of cultivation did he possess? At this moment, Zhuan looked at Ai Hanyu and shook his head. I had wanted to spare your life, but alas, with your cruel intentions at such a young age, keeping you alive would be a disaster. So it's better you die now. With a wave of his hand, a sword or shot straight at Ai Hanyu. Ai Hanyu was petrified. She never expected someone to truly dare to kill her. Doom. As the sword energy approached, a golden light suddenly appeared around Ai Hanyu, blocking the attack. Ai Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she was wearing the protective jade pendant her father had given her. However, just as she had a moment of relief, Zhuan said, indifferently, another one. Another sword or shot out, causing the golden light to flicker rapidly. Ai Hanyu's face paled in shock. No, please. But before she could finish her plea, the golden light was shattered. Meanwhile, a voice carried from afar in the city. Spare the sword. Unfortunately, Zhuan's killer instinct was as solid as a rock. Although this woman was young, she was ruthless, and had just ordered her men to harm him. Therefore, Zhuan took another step and released a sword aura that pierced through Ai Hanyu's chest. Spurt. Blood splattered. Horror froze Ai Hanyu's face. Then her lifeless body fell to the ground. As the voice fell, a stern-faced middle-aged man flew across the sky and landed on the street. I have seen the lord of the city. The cavalry leader struggled to get up from the ground and respectfully said, it was the lord of Jizhou City, Ai Boming, the father of Ai Hanyu. At this moment, Ai Boming lowered his head and looked at the body of his beloved daughter on the ground. Silent, his expression constantly changing. After a long time, he raised his head, staring fiercely at Zhuan. Whoever you are, since you dare to kill my beloved daughter, I will tear you to pieces bit by bit and let your soul taste endless pain and die. With that, Ai Boming exuded an extremely powerful aura. Immortality. The true realm of immortality. This momentum was like raging waves, making the immortal being Ed Xingmu grunt and involuntarily take 2 steps back. The power of immortality, so terrifying. However, faced with such formidable momentum, Zhuan remained indifferent, only a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Very well, today I will see how powerful the realm of immortality in Kunlun really is. Ai Boming was clearly enraged, and as he made a move, it was a killing move. Die. You madman. World-destroying fist. Doom. A huge fist shadow came straight towards Zhuan. Zhuan smiled slightly, feeling a sense of battle rising within him. Excellent. Zhuan raised his fist, fearlessly colliding head-on with Ai Boming. Dang. After a muffled sound, an invisible shockwave spread out from the interlocking fists. Wherever it passed, within a kilometer, the green stone slabs on the ground shattered inch by inch, and all the buildings collapsed. Ed Xingmu protected the siblings Ed Chue and Ed Xia, watching in horror from a distance. Who would emerge victorious? After a moment, suddenly, Ai Boming grunted, retreating 7 or 8 steps, apparently showing an unnatural flush on his face. Zhuan, on the other hand, just shook his shoulders slightly, then quickly recovered. It turned out that Zhuan had the upper hand. Not only Ed Xingmu was astonished by this, but even the knights of Ai's family were all filled with fear. How could this be? The lord, who had transcended worldly limits, was actually being defeated by an ordinary man like this. Now, Ai Boming's expression was extremely ugly, his voice low. Who are you exactly? How could you have such formidable skills? Zhu, and calmly smiled. Me, just a wandering cultivator. Bring it on. With that, Zhuan raised his fist and struck out. Ai Boming sighed inwardly. Although he was an immortal, combat was not his strong suit. He had thought that a single punch could turn this man into dust. However, he had unexpectedly not gained the upper hand but was at a disadvantage. This truly amazed him. Judging from the aura, this man at most had cultivation close to the realm of immortality. Why did he possess such formidable strength? Seeing another fist coming from Zhuan, Ai Boming gritted his teeth and took the blow. This punch sent him flying several steps back. Seemingly intrigued, Zhuan said, "Come at me again." Doom. Doom. 2 more punches, Zhu, and actually blasted AI, bombing from one end of the street to the other. This scene shocked many influential families who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. "Who is that man?" someone exclaimed. At this point, AI Bombing's expression was grim, his body appearing somewhat unsteady. Zhuan lightly said, "Take another punch from me. If you survive, I will spare your life." He leapt into the air, shouting, "Move, heaven and earth, doom." Although the power of this punch had yet to manifest, the ground within 100 meters had already collapsed. Watching this, AI Bombing raised his head in horror and muttered, "It's heavenly art." This remark stirred a commotion among the crowd. Heavenly art. This meant the supreme mastery. Who exactly was this man, and where did he come from? These onlookers were full of uncertainty. AI Bombing shouted, "I surrender," but it was too late. As Zhuan's fist struck down, it sent him flying far away, blood spurting from his mouth. Severely injured. AI Bombing, a being of the immortality realm, had been severely injured by Zhuan with a single punch. The whole place fell silent. Zhuan landed on the ground, standing with his hands behind his back. "Your daughter rode recklessly through the streets and attacked unprovoked, with malicious intent. I killed her. Do you have anything to say?" AI Bombing face wan, a touch of humiliation flashing in his eyes. Yet, when he saw Zhuan raising his fist again, he quickly said, "Nothing to say, Zhu," and nodded. "In that case, I'll spare your life." With a faint smile, he continued, "I know you are not convinced. I am here to participate in the trial tournament. You are welcome to come and challenge me then." With that, Zhuan turned and left. Only after they left was AI Bombing helped back to the AI family. The news spread and caused a sensation in Jizhou. The Shang family. Shan Tian, practicing calligraphy in the study, showed little reaction upon hearing the news, just nodding. After the messenger left, Shan Tian finished the final stroke of his writing, then examined the character for sword he had written. Although it was only on paper, a solemn air of the sword could be felt. The only downside was a slight pause at the end, causing a flaw in an otherwise perfect stroke. To defeat a being of the immortality realm with half a step in immortality, even though AI Bombing is not known for his martial skills, he is still an immortal, after all. "It seems you are truly my formidable rival," Shan Tian muttered softly, then waved his hand and cut the paper into shreds with a surge of sword energy. "Are you Yan Tower?" Zhu Ryan fell silent for a long time upon hearing the news, her eyes flickering. "Understood." Just as the maid was about to leave, Zhu Ryan said again, "Wait, let me write a letter. Then you can send it." "Yes." Zhu Ryan picked up the pen, pondered for a moment, and then swiftly wrote a few lines. "Go ahead." "Yes." Zhuan and Ed Xingmu lodged in. The events of the day made these 3 individuals somewhat in awe of Zhuan. Even Ed Chiad did not dare to frolic around Zhuan as she used to. Zhuan smiled wryly. "Why are you all staring at me like that? Am I going to eat you?" After a moment of silence, Ed Xingmu bowed and said, "Master Immortal, I was short-sighted before, and I apologize for my disrespect. Please forgive me." Ed Xingmu apologized for her previous disdain. Today, Zhuan had proved his strength with solid facts, causing her to acknowledge his prowess completely. Zhu, and chuckled, "All right, no need to be so formal. Just an immortal. Nothing particularly imposing." Zhuan's words reflected his true feelings. "Young master, someone is looking for you." The innkeeper walked in respectfully and said, Someone is looking for me." Zhuan was a bit confused, but still nodded slightly. "Let him in." Soon, a young maid walked into the room. "Young master, I am here on behalf of my lady to deliver a message to you." "My lady?" Zhuan was even more puzzled. "My lady is the owner of the Ryan Pavilion, Zhu Ryan," the young maid said. Zhuan was not sure what was going on, but he still accepted the invitation, opened it, and saw a line of delicate and elegant small characters. "Hearing about today's events, I am eager to meet you and hope to see you. Sincerely, Zhu Ryan." Zhuan was somewhat astonished. Was this inviting himself? But he didn't even know this so-called Zhu Ryan, the owner of the Ryan Pavilion. At that moment, the innkeeper on the side couldn't contain his excitement, took a few steps forward, and whispered, "Zhu Ryan, the owner of the Ryan Pavilion, is a stunning beauty. In Jizhou City, countless elite young masters are enamored with her, but it's rare to get the chance to see her. This time she sent a direct invitation. You're quite lucky." With a smile that men understood, The innkeeper spoke. Zuan was a bit amused, handed the invitation back to the young maid, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "Please go back and tell your lady that we are strangers and there's nothing to discuss, so there's no need to meet." Zuan's words stunned both the innkeeper and the young maid. A man actually declining an invitation from Zhu Ryan. Could it be just to shun fame? But looking at Zuan's indifferent expression, which seemed genuine, and turning to leave. At that moment, the young maid, in desperation, knelt down on the ground. "Young master, please stay. My lady is not the worldly woman you think she is. She invites you for an important matter. Please, I beg you to meet her." After saying so, the young maid cowed out. Zuan was slightly taken aback by the scene, then nodded. "You are so loyal. Well then, please get up." "So, are you going?" The young maid was overjoyed. "Since there is an important matter, I will go and see," Zuan said calmly. In the evening, the Ryan Pavilion was brightly lit. 3 months ago, Zhu Ryan entered Jizhou City and founded the Ryan Pavilion. Soon, she became famous for her exceptional skills in music and beauty. Those who came here daily were mostly drawn by Zhu Ryan. However, few were allowed on the second floor. It was said that one didn't need to have looks or noble lineage, only profound cultivation was required to enter. This requirement left many confused, not understanding why cultivation was necessary. When Zuan arrived with the young maid, the first floor hall was bustling with people, mostly young noble men from Jizhou City. Although these people were sitting, eating, and chatting, their eyes constantly wandered towards the staircase, clearly not focused on the drinks. As Zuan climbed the stairs to the second floor, many people made low murmurs in surprise. "What's going on? Where did this guy come from? I don't know him. He looks like a stranger. He doesn't seem like a rich person judging from his attire. How can he go upstairs? It's really frustrating." Amidst the discussions, Zuan ascended to the second floor. The second floor was spacious and brightly lit, divided in half by a pearl curtain. In the light, figures behind the pearl curtain were vague, difficult to distinguish clearly. "Please have a seat, young master," a cool and elegant voice came. Judging from the voice, this woman was definitely a beauty. Zuan faintly smiled, without any sense of awkwardness, and sat directly on the chair. For him, this display was not impressive at all. However, he was a bit curious. He certainly didn't know this woman, so why did she want to see him? "Would you like to hear a tune, young master?" the woman's voice inquired. "Please go ahead," Zuan replied dispassionately. After a moment of silence behind the curtain, the sound of a string instrument was heard. The music was melodious and soothing, bringing a sense of tranquility. Just based on this musical prowess, the woman was extraordinary. Zuan listened quietly. Suddenly, the music changed from elegant and melodious to a mournful and sorrowful tone, as if endless sorrow and pain were embedded in the melody. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Quite interesting." After a cup of tea's time, the music abruptly stopped, leaving echoes in the air. Zuan picked up a teacup, took a sip, then sighed softly, "So mournful and sorrowful. Quite unique. Are you lamenting about something?" A gasp was heard behind the curtain, and then the woman's voice spoke. "Young master truly has discerning ears. With just a piece of music, you can grasp my inner thoughts. It's true. Are you indeed feel something in her heart?" Zuan faintly smiled. "From the moment I entered until now, I haven't even seen your face. Is this the proper way to treat a guest?" There was a hint of sarcasm in Zuan's tone. "I have been rude. Excuse me." With that, the pearl curtain was lifted, and a stunning woman gracefully walked out. Her skin was like condensed fat, her eyebrows reminiscent of distant mountains. In terms of appearance, this Zhu Ryan could indeed be called stunning. However, Zuan remained calm, without a hint of amazement in his eyes. He simply smiled faintly and continued to drink tea. Zhu Ryan stood somewhat awkwardly there. She never expected that after Zuan saw her, he showed no signs of being amazed. This disrupted her carefully laid out plans. After a moment, Zhu Ryan gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and said, "Today, I have heard about your heroic deeds from others. Your feat of defeating the AI City Lord single-handedly is truly admirable." Zuan remained noncommittal, stating dispassionately, "If you invited me here just to praise me, you can continue." Zhu Ryan couldn't hold back any longer, raising her head with a glint of tears in her eyes. "Young master, there is a request I have. Do you dare to take it? Go ahead and tell me." After speaking, Zhu Ryan nervously watched Zuan, because she knew what the name Kunlun, Immortal Palace meant. She had begged several people before, all of whom were influential figures of the time, and admired her greatly. They had all boasted that they could accomplish anything she asked for. But as soon as Zhu Ryan mentioned the 4 words Kunlun Immortal Palace, all of them backed away, making various excuses to avoid her. These repeated blows had worn down Zhu Ryan's last shred of hope. This sudden invitation was her final effort. If this didn't work, then she would give up completely. At this moment, Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked with interest, Kunlun Immortal Palace's Zhuo Yuhu, do you have a grudge with him? Zhu Ryan nodded firmly, I do, and it's a deep-seated enmity. As she spoke, Zhu Ryan's eyes were filled with hatred. On one side is the lofty Immortal Palace, and on the other is you, a weak woman. How could there be enmity between you? Zhu, and asked lightly. Zhu Ryan fell silent for a long time, then lifted her tear-streaked face. Young master, my father was Zhu Tianhuo, a high-ranking official in Kunlun City. Just because he obtained a treasure, which Zhuo Yuhu heard about and demanded but was refused, he became furious and killed him. After my father was killed, he was still unsatisfying, and ordered the massacre of my entire family. If I hadn't been away at that time, I would have been killed too. These years, wandering outside, has been full of hardships and indescribable difficulties. The reason I endured it all was to seek revenge. With that, Zhu Ryan stood up and knelt before Zuan. Young master, you are a person of great ability. I only ask that you help me get justice and seek revenge. Zuan listened quietly, his expression showing neither joy nor sorrow, only sipping his tea. It sounds pitiful, but before Zuan could finish, Zhu Ryan interjected, naturally, I won't let young master do this in vain. I've saved up a lot of wealth these years, all of which I can give to you. Zuan shook his head, smiling faintly. Money is of no use to me. With this statement, Zhu Ryan fell silent, then trembled as she said, Young master, I once vowed that whoever helped me seek revenge, I would serve them and never go back on my word. With hope in her eyes, Zhu Ryan looked at Zuan. Zuan smiled, then shook his head. It sounds tempting, but it's the Kunlun Immortal Palace after all. Indeed, it's always like this. Zhu Ryan felt bitter, her head hanging low. She didn't blame Zuan, as his power was so vast that it seemed hopeless. In reality, deep down, Zhu Ryan no longer harbored any hope for revenge. She just didn't want to live aimlessly like this, feeling a sense of injustice. Seeking revenge had consumed everything about her. If she couldn't accomplish it, then her life would be meaningless. Thank you for coming. I've troubled you. Zhu Ryan spoke softly, slowly rising to her feet. Please leave. Young master. She managed to say this without bursting into tears. However, Zuan leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing on his lips. Others may fear the Kunlun Immortal Palace, but I don't. This declaration shocked Zhu Ryan to her core, and she looked at Zuan with disbelief. Young master. She quivered as she called out. But I want to know, how high a price are you willing to pay for this? Zuan said lightly. Facing Zuan's probing gaze, Zhu Ryan's heart sank, then she clenched her teeth. Trembling, she untied the ribbon of her outer garment. Young master, over these years, although I've drifted in the mortal world, I've remained chaste. And since childhood, I've practiced the virgin skill, which can greatly enhance one's cultivation, using the yin energy. With that, Zhu Ryan let her outer garment fall, her teeth chattering from nerves. As long as young master is willing to help me seek revenge, I can offer myself to you now. Everything Zhu Ryan said was true. She had practiced the virgin skill since childhood, a unique technique that allowed the use of yin energy to aid in the cultivation of men, even directly elevating them by one realm. However, the requirements to practice this technique were extremely strict, requiring a pure and flawless woman with the 5 meridians fully developed. This was a deep secret hidden within Zhu Ryan. She knew better than anyone that if her special trait were to be revealed, it would be a devastating blow to her. But at this moment, she was willing to sacrifice everything for revenge. Zuan looked on calmly. Zhu Ryan gradually lowered her head under Zuan's gaze, her heart in turmoil, unsure of her feelings. Very well, I will help you kill this person. Zuan's words sounded like music to Zhu Ryan's ears. Young master. Zuan waved his hand at this point and chuckled. All right, put your garment back on. Be careful not to catch a cold. Zhu Ryan was stunned. She couldn't understand Zuan's intentions. And continued, I am helping you because you are willing to pay a high enough price for what you believe in, which I admire. As for the other things you mentioned, I'm not one to take advantage of others in dire straits. Moreover, I already have a family, even to children. Zhu Ryan looked at Zuan in disbelief, her mind struggling to comprehend. Zuan stood up and said casually, when I win this trial, you will come with me to the main city of Kunlun. I want to see for myself what kind of people dare to call themselves an immortal palace. With that, Zuan descended the stairs. Zhu Ryan stood in place, dumbfounded for a long time. Miss, the maid called out softly. Zhu Ryan turned her head, tears streaming down her face. The maid had grown up with her since childhood, and seeing her like this, even she felt a bitter sadness. Congratulations, miss. Revenge is within reach. Zhu Ryan nodded sadly, a soft spot in her heart seemingly struck by something. Years of wandering without any support had made her accustomed to assuming the worst in people. But she didn't expect that Zuan would ultimately provide her with such an outcome. The last words he left her with excited Zhu Ryan beyond measure. Pack your things, we're getting ready to travel with the young master. Zhu Ryan said resolutely. When Zuan returned to the inn, the innkeeper gazed at him with envy. Even Bian Qingmu and the others wore strange looks. Zuan simply smiled, then disregarded their reactions. AI family. AI Boming is lying on the bed, his face pale as paper, recovering from his injuries. Although Zuan's punch didn't kill him, it severely injured his vital energy, which cannot be recovered in a short period of time. Is everything arranged? AI Boming asked in a deep voice. Yes, master. According to your instructions, we have tampered with the trial divine stone. Once that person enters, we can gather our forces inside to surround and kill them. A steward replied in a serious tone. AI Boming nodded, a vengeful look in his eyes. Very well. To dare to kill my daughter, this time, I will make you pay with blood. The day of the trial had finally arrived. The space in front of the trial ground was packed with participants and spectators. People from various places in the Kunlun East area rushed to join. A magnificent carriage entered the scene, and Shang Tian walked out. His appearance caused quite a stir. It's the Shang family. The eldest young master of the Shang family is here. It is said that this young master of the Shang family is a master swordsman, trained at the Kunlun North Territory's Sword Villa. I estimate that he will be the winner of this trial contest. Amidst these discussions, Shang Tian remained calm, while his father, Shang Yukin, wore a satisfied smile, nodding to the people greeting him. At that moment, Zuan and Bian Qingmu appeared at the venue. Many people recognized Zuan due to the incident a few days ago. It's him. He defeated AI Boming and left him bedridden, yet he dares to participate in the trial. He really has great courage, people murmured. Shang Tian gazed at Zuan and then walked towards him. Seeing him approach, many people made way, glaring at Zuan with malicious joy. Shang Tian was the pride of Jizhou City, so naturally, these people were biased towards him. As for Zuan, he had a mysterious background and a domineering manner, making many people worry of him. You are indeed strong, worthy of being my opponent. But in this trial, I will show you what a real strong person is, Shang Tian said sternly. Zhu, and smiled and didn't respond to Shang Tian but glanced at the sword on his waist. A swordsman. Shang Tian nodded. Shang Tian, a true disciple of the Sword Villa, he said with pride. Being recognized as a true disciple of the Sword Villa, an elite sect, displayed his exceptional talent. Well, in this trial, I will defeat you not with fists but with a sword, Zuan said lightly. His words caused a commotion among the crowd. Many people knew about Zuan's defeat of AI Boming with his fists, so they assumed he was a martial artist specializing in fist techniques. It was unexpected that he declared to win against Shang Tian with a sword, which seemed somewhat ridiculous. Many couldn't help but scoff, thinking the man was arrogant to the point of seeking death. Shang Tian's gaze turned cold upon hearing this. To defeat me with a sword? Ha ha! I have been practicing sword since the age of 3, training in swordsmanship countless times every day. At 7, I reached the realm of real person. At 12, the realm of freedom. At 18, the heavenly realm. And at 22, I became a sword immortal. Just now, I was recognized by the Moon Sword Master of the Sword Villa and inherited the unparalleled swordsmanship as a true disciple. Shang Tian's words drew admiring looks from the crowd. Shang Yukin was especially proud. His son's accomplishments brought a shine to his face. Shang Tian smiled coldly and retorted, and now, you're saying, You'll defeat me with a sword? Shan Tianhe's question made everyone look at Xuan. Many showed disdain. Facing these looks, Xuan just smiled. It sounds impressive, but to me you are still rubbish. The word rubbish provoked many angry gazes, especially from Shan Yukin, whose face turned dark as a storm. Shan Tian merely remained composed and nodded. My swordsmanship is unwavering. Your taunts won't affect me. I will prove with my sword who the real rubbish is. With that, Shan Tian turned to leave. At that moment, there was suddenly a commotion at the entrance of the trial venue, and the crowd parted to make way. A stunning and outstandingly beautiful woman approached with graceful steps. The onlookers gradually quieted down, many amazed by her beauty. After she passed by, someone whispered, "Is there such a beautiful woman in the world? Isn't this Miss Zhu Ryan from Ryan Tower?" Someone exclaimed, finally recognizing her, prompting low exclamations from the crowd. Shan Tian was initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. He had been pursuing Zhu Ryan desperately, but she had always kept him at arm's length, never giving him a direct response, much to his frustration. Seeing her suddenly appear at the trial venue, he believed she had come to support him and accept his feelings. Excited, Shan Tian eagerly approached her. "Miss Ryan, why have you come in person?" This truly makes Tian feel honored. His words were cut short as he realized that Zhu Ryan was not even looking at him, but walking straight past him towards the inside. Her actions puzzled him. He looked back and saw her approaching Xuan and bowing respectfully. "Sir." The onlookers were stunned. Why was the well-known Zhu Ryan showing such reverence to this man? Shan Tian was dumbfounded. Xuan smiled faintly. "What brings you here?" "I couldn't rest assured about Sir's participation in this trial, so I came specially to bolster Sir's presence." Upon hearing this, Shan Tian could no longer contain his calm demeanor, his eyes flashing with rage and his face turning grim. "Good. You have provoked me like this. I will kill you this time." An elder of the AI family shouted. The trial officially begins. Let the entry commence. A light screen appeared over the trial ground, much thicker than the one in Yuanzhou City, clearly considering the higher cultivation levels of the participants here. Shan Tian, with a grim expression, entered the field first. Xuan nodded slightly to Zhu Ryan, then turned and walked inside. Zhu Ryan looked at Xuan's back with a look of nervousness and anticipation on her face. After a dazzling display of light and shadow, appearing in front of Xuan was unexpectedly a small arena, and his first opponent was a pair of delicate and petite sisters. "Big brother, this is our first time participating in the trial. Please go easy on us," one of the women said in a sweet voice. Xuan smiled slightly and said, in a playful tone, "Someone over 100 years old still acting cute. Don't you find it disgusting?" This remark caused both women's expressions to change. "Kid, you look good, but unfortunately, we sisters won't be able to go easy on you today, because someone wants you dead." With that, the two women disappeared on the spot. Faced with this scene, Xuan remained calm, closing his eyes instead. Suddenly, a dagger emitting a strong ominous aura appeared at Xuan's lower back, then stabbed fiercely towards him. Just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce Xuan's hair, he calmly said, "Your voice escape technique is well trained, but it's useless in front of me." With that, a slash of sword energy directly tore through the void. One of the women screamed, blood dripping to the ground, before swiftly disappearing. "Still want to run?" Xuan took a step and appeared in the distance, then reached out and directly pulled the two women out of the void. The two women were horrified. "Help!" But their cries abruptly stopped as they were pierced through by a beam of sword energy and died. At the same time, the arena began to flicker intensely, with 30 to 40 people appearing in the arena. Xuan released his grip, and the bodies of the two women fell to the ground with a muffled sound, shocking the group of 30 to 40 people. "We've been waiting for you. You finally showed up," Xuan said nonchalantly. The leader's face changed unpredictably and said coldly, "It's the end for you, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. I said I would spare the AI family, but now that he's seeking death himself, don't blame me." Xuan said calmly and took a step forward. "Let's attack together. I'm in a hurry." The group exchanged glances, hesitating. The two women just defeated were known as the Deadly Witch Sisters in the Kunlun East region and were tough opponents, but Xuan had dispatched them with a single sword strike. This unexpected turn made the initially confident group somewhat uncertain. "Kill him. The AI family leader will reward us generously. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave," the leader shouted coldly. The group gritted their teeth upon hearing this and charged forward. Most of them were at the level of half-step Immortal Master, with a few leaders being Immortal Masters. Their joint attack was terrifying, even causing the trial arena to crack under the pressure. Meanwhile, outside observers could only see the shimmering light screen of the entire trial space flickering rapidly. What's going on? Yeah. We've never seen this happen before. Onlookers were puzzled and uncertain. Only the members of the AF family looked at each other with joy. It was certain that actions had been taken inside, and that person would have no place to bury himself now. However, the hopes of these people were destined to be dashed. Faced with the terrifying attack inside, Zuen raised an eyebrow slightly. Domain of the sword. Countless sword energies suddenly appeared, filling the entire space densely. These people felt like they couldn't even use their own cultivation, and the overwhelming attack dissipated along with their hopes. In that moment, the domain of the sword was the absolute ruler of that space. These people were horrified and at their wits' end. Zuen softly commanded, "Kill." As the word left his mouth, the sword energies swarmed over them like bone-corroding maggots, engulfing them all. After a few short screams, silence fell. When the sword light dissipated, only bare white bones remained on the ground. "Is this all you've got? It's getting more and more boring. Let's end this quickly," Zuen said, impatiently, then cut through the light screen with a wave of his hand and walked in. At that moment, Shan Tian was engaged in combat with a burly man. The burly man's attacks were swift, but Shan Tian simply dodged slightly, making sure none of the punches and kicks came close to touching him. After a moment, the burly man's attacks gradually slowed down, sweat beads appearing on his face. Just then, Shan Tian's scabbard struck the burly man's neck. "Don't move." The burly man froze, took a deep breath, and resigned. "I surrender." Shan Tian remained calm, stepped back, and nodded slightly. "I accept your concession." Throughout the fight, Shan Tian hadn't drawn his sword. All his opponents were defeated by the scabbard alone. Many opponents were infuriated, thinking Shan Tian was too arrogant for trying to win in the trial without unsheathing his sword. But only Shan Tian knew that he needed to cultivate the sword in his heart to the extreme in order to unleash its maximum killing power and defeat the man at once. After the burly man surrendered, Shan Tian's surroundings changed, and an old man with white hair appeared across from him. Shan Tian's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the old man. "So it's the Divine Calculations Master." Tian pays his respects. The Divine Calculations Master chuckled. "I'm just here to join the fun this time. Young Master Shang, let's fight." But just as the two were about to engage in combat, the arena rippled, and Zuen walked out from it. "Good. I finally found you," Zuen said calmly. Shan Tian, looking grim, asked, "What's going on? The battle here isn't over yet. How did you appear? I can't be bothered to wait. I've already defeated everyone else, and now it's just you." Zuan's words left Shan Tian stunned. The Divine Calculations Master snorted. To be so brazen at such a young age is quite amusing. Zuen turned to the old man and furrowed his brow slightly. "And you are?" The Divine Calculations Master proudly declared. "I am the head of the Divine Calculations Hall in the East region of Kunlun, known as the Divine Calculations Master." "Young man, you." Zuen had no time for the old man's rambling and disrespectful attitude. "Get lost." Enraged, the Divine Calculations Master was about to scold Zuen for not showing respect to his elders when Zuen casually waved his hand, sending a tremendous sword energy straight towards the old man's forehead. The Divine Calculations Master paled, twisted his body just in time to narrowly avoid the strike, and was drenched in cold sweat, looking at Zuen with fear in his eyes. Zuen said nonchalantly, "Still want to talk?" The Divine Calculations Master shook his head vehemently, with a pale face, and hastily left the trial ground. With only Zuen and Shan Tian left on the arena, Shan Tian's expression turned serious. The sword technique displayed by Zuen in that casual strike alarmed him privately. Could this guy also be a swordsman? Bring out your sword and show me your so-called peerless swordsmanship to see what you're really made of. Zuen stood with his hands behind his back, saying calmly. Shan Tian snorted coldly. Your swordsmanship is indeed good, but how can it compare to my unparalleled swordsmanship that I have honed through years of hard work? With that, Shan Tian slowly drew his sword. A white sword energy surged out wildly, illuminating the entire trial space like a celestial palace. Zuen remained neither sad nor happy, just quietly watching. Tian, sword heart, Shan Tian couldn't help but roar in anger, and an extremely brilliant sword light came slashing through the heavens and earth. The entire arena, and even the entire trial space, were directly split in half by this sword. The onlookers outside only saw a sword energy rising into the sky. Shan Yukin, who was initially a bit nervous, relaxed, laughing triumphantly. "It's my son Tianhe's sword intent. He's won now." He was full of confidence in this. Many people breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. No matter what, as long as they could defeat that man. Only Bian Qingmu and Zhu Ryan and others turned pale. In the trial field, the sword light shrouded the arena, making it impossible to see the situation inside for a while. But Shan Tian could be sure that he had won. No one could withstand his sword that no one could evade or block. And Shan Tian felt that his previous sword had made great progress. This filled him with joy and pride. However, his joy was quickly shattered by a voice. "To be honest, I am very disappointed." With that, the sword light dissipated rapidly, and Zuin appeared in the field, still standing with his hands behind his back, with a calm expression. "How is that possible?" Shan Tian exclaimed, looking as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of astonishment. Zuin shook his head. "With your current swordsmanship, you dare to call yourself unrivaled. In the mundane world, I once met a swordsman whose cultivation was lower than yours, but his swordsmanship was superior to yours." Zuin was referring to the southern sword immortal Yuan. Although Zuin admitted that he also had cultivated the wrong sword path, he had at least touched the edge of the Tao in the mundane world, which was not easy. In Zuin's view, Shan Tian, who had grown up in the Kunlun immortal realm since childhood, where the conditions for cultivation were 100 times better than in the mundane world, only pursued external power in the end, which was naturally considered trash by Zuin. Shan Tianhe's face turned iron blue. "Stop the nonsense. I don't believe your swordsmanship can be better than my master's. Show me your sword." With that, Shan Tian raised his sword again, ready to strike. Zuin smiled faintly. "My master, hehe, I once made all the immortals of the myriad worlds bow down. What is he compared to me?" Shan Tianhe's expression changed drastically. He felt the terrifying sword intent, but he gritted his teeth, focused all his cultivation on the Tian sword, and thrust it out violently. "Tearish!" Shan Tian roared. Doom! The Tian sword intent surged like a river, heading straight towards Zuan, and stood proudly and made no movements. Then Shan Tian saw a scene that almost shattered his internal organs. The Tian sword intent he had struck out suddenly stopped in front of Zuan, then bowed, as if a subject were meeting an emperor, before dissipating. Shan Tianhe's face turned pale, murmuring, "No, this can't be. How could?" Zuin said calmly, "I told you, no matter how hard you cultivate, your swordsmanship is still trash because you simply lack talent in swordsmanship." This statement was almost fatal to Shan Tian. He had been considered a sword talent since childhood, and now someone suddenly said he had no talent. The disparity made Shan Tian almost spit blood. "You're talking nonsense. I have no talent in swordsmanship. Then who in the world does?" Shan Tian was almost hysterical. Zuin took a step forward. "Since you don't believe me, today I will show you what a true immortal sword is." With Zuan's words, sword lights gradually appear and combine to form a giant white sword. "Watch my sword. Sky cutting." With those words, Zuin lightly gripped the sword handle and swung it out suddenly. An earth-shattering sword intent shot straight up in an instant, and the trial barrier in the sky only lasted a few breaths before shattering. The spectators outside were horrified, exclaiming, "What's going on?" Before anyone could react, a sword light fell with a bang, splitting the entire Jizhou city in half. This was the strongest sword Zuin had used after stepping into the realm of quasi-immortality. Dust rose and the entire city of Jizhou trembled under this sword. As for the others, they all stared dumbfounded. This one sword had surpassed their understanding. Shan Yukin suddenly turned pale. "Tian, what happened to him?" This was a matter of concern to many, so they all turned to look. They saw two people standing in the field. One of them was Shan Tian. Seeing that his son was unharmed, Shan Yukin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then his heart rose again. Shan Tian slowly said, "I was wrong after all." With that, Shan Tian turned and walked out. Shan Yukin hurriedly caught up, but before he could take a few steps, Shan Tian knelt down with a thud, blood trickling from his mouth. "Tian!" Shan Yukin exclaimed. Shan Tian nodded lightly at his father and said, "Father, your son has been unfilial. My sword heart has been destroyed. I can no longer serve you in old age. I only hope that you will not hold a grudge against me after my death." Shang Yukin trembled. Shang Tian looked at Zuan and nodded. "Thank you." With that, Shang Tian fell to the ground, lifeless. Zuan watched quietly. This Shang Tian had just resisted his sword with his sword heart, but in the end, he died with his sword heart shattered. This was no one's fault but his own. Thinking of this, Zuan shook his head and walked away. Shang Yukin was now red-eye. "Return my son's life," he shouted as he charged forward. Zuan didn't even look back, and Shang Yukin was sent flying out even faster. "For the sake of your son, I won't kill you this time, but I hope you won't test my patience again," Zuan said, indifferently before walking away. Shang Yukin stared blankly at Zuan's retreating figure, trembling all over, and all the people in the arena watched in fear and awe. From entering the trial field to now, in just an hour, there had been countless deaths and injuries. Even the highly anticipated young master of the Shang family had failed and died. Just how terrifying was this man? Only Zhu Ryan was excited with tears in her eyes. The stronger Zuan became, the greater her hope of avenging herself. AI family. Abo Ming always felt a bit unsettled, as if something was about to happen. Could it be that something happened at the trial tournament? Abo Ming was filled with doubts. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from outside. "What's going on?" Abo Ming exclaimed. "My lord, someone has cut down Jizhou City with a single sword," the steward said with trembling voice. "What?" Abo Ming suddenly sat up, his face filled with disbelief. "Cut down Jizhou City with a single sword?" "Yes," the steward said with great fear. Sure enough, at that moment Abo Ming also felt a very strong sense of sword intent. And this sword intent seemed familiar. Abo Ming's face gradually turned pale. Just then, a voice came. "Disappointed that you couldn't kill me." Abo Ming's expression changed abruptly as he turned to look. Zuan, who appeared in the room at some point, was sitting on a chair, calmly watching him. You, Abo Ming stammered, unable to say a word. Zuan smiled slightly. "I told you before, I spared you, but you persisted in your ways. Don't blame me now." No. Although Abo Ming was lying in bed recovering from his injuries, he couldn't care about that now. He immediately got up, knelt on the ground with a thud. "My lord, spare my life. I truly know my mistake. As long as you spare me, I can offer you countless treasures of gold and silver, as well as spirit stones and elixirs." Zuan looked at the terrified Abo Ming, shook his head lightly. "Why is it that people only regret when facing death?" With that, a sword pierced Abo Ming's forehead. Abo Ming looked at Zuan in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Zuan dared to kill him so decisively. And then he slowly fell to the ground, dead. The steward was almost fainting from fright. Seeing his master dead, he turned and tried to run. Zu, and furrowed his brow slightly, swung his sword, and the steward let out a miserable cry before falling dead to the ground. Zuan then got up and walked outside. By this time, the entire Jizhou city was in chaos. Fear ran deep in the hearts of the AI family. Zuan strode into the air, looking down at the AI family below. At this moment, the members of the AI family also noticed Zuan, and they exclaimed in shock. "Look, that man is here again. Heavens, is the AI family really doomed?" Amidst these despairing cries, Zuan shook his head. "I won't kill you." The people below breathed a sigh of relief. "But I will teach you a lesson." Saying that, Zuan stepped forward. The entire AI family compound was flattened as if by a giant hammer. "Not bad." Zuan nodded in satisfaction, then disappeared into the sky. The surviving members of the AI family looked at each other, then all scattered and fled. The once prosperous AI family had now fallen. Back at the trial ground, Zhu Ran and Bian Qingmu were still waiting for Zuan. As for the others, most had already left. Zuan just smiled at this, then turned to Bian Qingmu. "Would you join me too, Kunlun?" Bian Qingmu shook his head. "I'd rather not. My cultivation level would only burden you there." Zhu, and nodded. "Good then, let's part ways here." He then turned to Zhu Ryan. "Let's go now." "Yes." As Zhu and prepared to leave, Bian Tia came forward somewhat reluctantly. "Immortal Master, I don't even know your name. Could you tell me?" Hearing this, everyone around pricked up their ears. For a long time, they had no idea about Zuan's background or name. Zuan gently touched Bian Qian's head. "Remember this, my name is Zuan." "Got it. Got it." Bian Qian nodded vigorously, then said with reluctance, "Master Zhu, will we have a chance to meet again in the future, Zhu?" and smiled. Of course, the reason Zuin had been so patient in following the trial tournament was to understand in detail the sects within Kunlun Immortal Realm. He wanted to turn this place into a paradise for mortals in the future. After all, the spiritual energy here was much richer than outside. As Zuin and Jurian set off for the main city of Kunlun, the events in Jizhou City spread at a terrifying speed within the Kunlun secret realm. In no time, the entire Kunlun was shaken by the news. Countless eyes turned towards this direction. Who, indeed, possessed such terrifying cultivation to split Jizhou City in half with a single sword? In the northern region of Kunlun, there was the Sword Mountain Mansion. Covered in ice and snow all year round, sword lights flickered in the sky above. This was the headquarters of sword cultivators in Kunlun Immortal Realm, and the Sword Mountain Mansion was the most powerful place in this northern region of Kunlun. In the listening pavilion, the current head of the Sword Mountain Mansion, Wu Busity, was carefully examining the sword in his hand. At this time, Sword Master Yu Huaji quickly walked in. Master Wu. Wu Busity nodded, then looked at the Sword Master Yu Huaji. Have you heard about what happened in Jizhou? I have. Sword Master Yu Huaji's eyes flashed with a hint of severity. And one of my true disciples died there. What is your view on this? Wu Busity said calmly, gently wiping the sword in his hand. However, his wiping controlled a strand of sword aura on his fingertips, slowly cutting the blade of the sword. This awe-inspiring sword control made Sword Master Yu Huaji also feel a sense of awe. I've sent someone to investigate this person, but no one has ever seen him before. Could it be a hidden sword cultivator? Sword Master Yu Huaji said. Ron. Wu Busity said casually. Please explain, Master. A hidden sword cultivator could never be this powerful. Those who only meditate in caves and reflect on their past sins, how could they possess such terrifying sword intent? So, does Master mean this person should have come from the mortal world? How is that possible? Sword Master Yu Huaji's face was filled with disbelief. Although I can't go to the mortal world, my disciples have been there and come back to tell me. They said the place is desolate of spiritual energy. It's already a dead end for cultivation there. How could such a powerful swordsman appear there? Wu Busity smiled faintly. You all underestimate the mortal world. Recently, disciples from the Kiangsu sect and the Overlord sect went to the mortal world and ended up being killed by someone, right? Wu Book City couldn't help but show a proud smile upon hearing this. This Phi Bai is the next generation genius cultivated by the Yujian Mountain Nanner over the years. Among the major sects in the Kunlun Fairyland, there can be countless direct disciples, but there can only be one genius. Once you become a genius, it means you will be the strongest disciple of this sect. All resources will be inclined towards you. This also makes it the synonym for top talent among the new generation of experts. This time, go to the main city of Kunlun for the trial, and go with Phi Bai. See what kind of background this newly emerged sword cultivator has. Yes. Yulin Sword Lord bowed his head and slowly exited the sword pavilion. Sword Cascade, at the back of Yujian Mountain Manor. A waterfall resembling a sword from the sky roared down, smashing the ground into a deep bottomless pit. It was named Sword Cascade because of this. At this moment, Yulin Sword Lord walked to the edge of the cascade and saw a person standing in the icy sword pool, facing the falling sword cascade, waving his sword repeatedly. With each swing of the sword, part of the water falling down from the cascade would fly back. After a while, the entire huge waterfall was pushed back up by his sword one by one. Then it fell down again, pushed up by the sword aura. His perseverance and determination made Yulin Sword Lord full of admiration. Phi Bai. Yulin Sword Lord shouted at the edge of the pool. Phi Bai took a glance, sheathed his sword, turned around and flew out of the pool to the shore. Doom. The sword cascade, which had been bombarded by the sword aura for so long, poured down, seemingly venting its anger, splashing water from the sword pool far away. Junior Uncle Moonlight, what is it that you seek from me? Phi Bai spoke, his entire demeanor icy cold, as if he were a sword. The sect master ordered me to go with you to the main city of Kunlun to participate in this trial. Not going, Phi Bai said coldly. Why? It's the same people every year. It's boring. Yulin Sword Lord couldn't help but smile at this, and then said, this year is different. There is a new sword cultivator who has just emerged and cut down a city with a single sword. Oh. Phi Bai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He will also appear in this trial. All right, then I'll go. With these cold words, Phi Bai turned around and left. As he walked, limping along, he actually had a disability. Yulin Sword Lord shook his head. Ever since the sect master brought this young man, who was almost frozen to death in the icy wilderness a dozen years ago, back, his progress in swordsmanship had surpassed everyone's expectations. The only flaw was his disability. Yet this flaw was turned into a unique strength by through arduous training. Anyone who dared to look down on him because of his disability would ultimately reap what they sow. Kunlun Western Regions, and Temple. A handsome monk in white stood on top of a mountain. The fierce wind blew, and he fingered a string of beads, silent. Suddenly, a huge divine eagle flew from afar. The monk stepped into the void, and in a few steps, he climbed onto the back of the divine eagle. With a long cry, the divine eagle turned into a stream of light and flew away. Down the mountain, a group of young monks looked up admiringly at the sky. Has senior brother attained Buddhahood now? I think senior brother has already become a Buddha. In the eyes of these young monks, their senior brother was an unbeatable existence, because he was the current genius of the Yin Temple. Miyabi, Night Demon Valley. Qianzu Immortal and Night Demon Empress were chatting when a golden light suddenly rose from the back mountain. The two showed signs of joy and appeared on the mountain. It was Chen Lesheng, from Kangsu sect, who walked out of the divine evil trial field, exuding an aura that was awe-inspiring. He has reached quasi-immortality. Qianzu Immortal exclaimed Dinzhou. Chen Lesheng bowed respectfully. Yes, the disciple has broken through and entered the ranks of quasi-immortality. Good. Good. Qianzu Immortal was overjoyed. At this moment, Nangon Wushuan of Night Demon Valley also walked out, also reaching quasi-immortality. Night Demon Empress was naturally ecstatic as well. As long as her disciples performed well in the trial, they would have a significant advantage in resource allocation in the next year. They were naturally overjoyed. Similar scenes were playing out in the major sects of Kunlun. Many geniuses began to set off for the main city. In the center of Kunlun City was a towering palace that reached the clouds. When the people of the main city looked at this palace, awe would appear on their faces. That was the location of the Immortal Palace. At this moment, in the Immortal Palace, Crown Prince Haoyu was meditating in the quiet room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, one black and one white, with a faint flash of lightning inside. Then, he raised his hand, and a divine thunder descended from the sky, landing in his palm. Congratulations on the Crown Prince's achievement. Several disciples of the Immortal Palace knelt down one after another. Haoyu Huan's face was indifferent, like a god king of the heavens, and said, indifferently, I will participate in the trial this time. Yes. In less than half a day, news came that the Crown Prince Haoyu Huan of the Immortal Palace would come out of seclusion and participate in the upcoming trial. Everyone was shocked, especially those who were confident and prepared to take the top spot in this trial. All had their faces solemn, because in the entire Kunlun, there could be countless geniuses, but there could only be one Crown Prince. That was the strongest cultivated by the Immortal Palace. Only one who could dominate all the young talents of the present era would be worthy of the title of Crown Prince. At this time, Zuan and Jurian had already entered Kunlun City. The incredibly wide streets and bustling street scenes gave this main city unique atmosphere. Zuan stood on the main street and saw several Heaven Realm cultivators, and even scattered immortals coming and going on the street. However, Zuan had been looking at the Immortal Palace straight into the sky in the distance, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Sir, one of my senior sisters is in Kunlun City right now. We can stay there. Jurian said. Zuan nodded without saying anything, and followed Jurian to a street in the city. Although this street was not as wide as the main street, it was still prosperous. In the corner of the street was a clinic, Relief Clinic. However, at this time, the clinic's door was tightly closed. Jurian knocked on the door, and after a while, a voice tinged with surprise came from inside. Who? Senior sister. It's me. Jurian said. The door opened a crack, revealing a graceful and elegant woman inside. Upon seeing Jurian, she was first stunned, then quickly opened the door to let her in. Ryan, when did you return to Kunlun? Just back now. Lu Zongxu's face changed when he heard the words, seeking revenge. He then scrutinized Zhu Yan for a moment, a hint of coldness and disdain flashing in his eyes. Are you Yan? I know you have a deep-seated vendetta, but you must not let hatred blind your eyes. Believe in others casually. After all, some people may have ulterior motives. Lu Zongxu's words were harsh. Jurian's face turned pale, about to say something. Zhu, and waved her hand, signaling Jurian not to speak, then gave Lu Zongxu a slight smile. Are you implying that I have sinister intentions? I didn't say that. I'm just reminding my junior sister to be cautious, Lu Zenshu said coldly, then turned and went back to the room. Senior, my senior sister doesn't know about your cultivation and deeds. She is just concerned that I might be deceived. Please don't be on the same level as her. Zhu Ryan hurriedly came over to explain to Zuan, fearing that he might get angry. Zhu and smiled. He certainly didn't need to get angry with an inexperienced woman. Your senior sister cares a lot about you, Zuan said lightly. Zhu Ryan smiled bitterly. Xian Lu Zenshu had studied medical skills for a few years under a medical expert. Later, something happened in Zhu Ryan's family, and she left Kunlun City. Lu Zenshu then opened a small medical clinic here. Their relationship was indeed good initially, but this time coming back, Lu Zenshu's attitude towards herself was not as friendly. Over the next few days, Zuan stayed at Jishitang. Lu Zenshu always wore a cold and distant expression, treating him as if he were a big swindler. Zhu Ryan apologized several times, but Zuan just smiled it off. As the trial drew near, the whole main city of Kunlun gradually became lively. There were occasional streaks of light flying overhead, apparently experts from all over coming to participate in the trial. Whenever this happened, many people would look up with longing in their eyes. For the ordinary people in Kunlun realm, these immortals flying in the sky were unattainable beings. If one could join a sect of immortals, it would be like ascending to the heavens. Thus, whenever the trial assembly began, it was the busiest day in Kunlun City. This time was no exception. When the day came, Lu Zenshu had already gotten up early, dressed up, and said to Zhu Ryan, "Junior sister, today is the trial. Let's go and join the excitement together." Zhu Ryan smiled. Of course we should go, because our senior is also participating in this trial assembly. Hearing this, Lu Zenshu was slightly startled, then looked contemptuously at Zuan in the distance. Junior sister, this person talks big, you must be wary of him. This trial assembly is attended by the top experts in the whole Kunlun realm, and even many renowned sects elites are participating. Who is he? Zhu Ryan was a bit anxious. Senior sister, Senior Zhu is very powerful. How can you say that? Lu Zenshu shook her head and did not continue. In her eyes, this Zuan, even if somewhat capable, was not qualified to participate in the trial assembly. He was probably just boasting. Wait until that time, then I'll see how you keep pretending. Lu Zenshu thought to herself. The trial in Kunlun City was different from the usual, held on the square of the Immortal Palace in the middle of the city. When Lu Zenshu and the others arrived, it was already crowded with people. Occasionally, several imposing cultivators even descended from the sky, causing the onlookers to exclaim in surprise. Look, that monk is flying on an eagle. That's the venerable Master Miyu of the Western Region's Ahana Palace. A true saint monk, and people from the Kiangsu sect, the Tyrant King Gate, and the Night Demon Palace are all here. This year's trial assembly is truly unprecedentedly grand. Amidst these discussions, Lu Zenshu turned to look at Zuan, who remained silent and indifferent. Are you going to stay quiet now that we're here? Looks like you were just boasting. At the moment, those elites who had arrived in the field began chatting. I heard that this time the Imperial Prince will personally make a move. It seems we have no hope of winning first place. Sighed Miao Haoyan from the Tyrant King Gate, a true disciple. Hehe, that's not necessarily true, because this time, Phi Bai from the Yujian Villa will also be appearing, said Chen Lesheng from the Kiangsu sect. Phi Bai. Mentioning this name made many people tense, as he had once been a nightmare for all the true disciples. With a single Phi Bai sword, he had defeated countless people. Why bother with that monster? As long as we can achieve a good ranking this time, that's enough. Miao Haoyan chuckled. Just then, the crowded people suddenly parted to make way for a lame man walking slowly, his face pale and gaunt, with eyes as fierce as a wild beast. Seeing this person, the true disciples fell silent, because the arrival was none other than the monster they had mentioned earlier, Phi Bai. At this moment, the Moonlight Sword Sovereign was smiling from a high platform in the distance, observing the scene below. This time, virtually all the young top talents in the Kunlun realm have come. In contrast to his calm demeanor, members of other sects were somewhat agitated. For example, Kiangsu Fairy now wore a grim expression. Not only was the Imperial Prince from the Immortal Palace making a move, but even the Yujian Villa sent out Phi Bai, a remarkable prodigy. Many hidden immortal sects had also shown up this time. It seemed like Kiangsu sect would find it difficult to secure a good ranking. Meanwhile, Phi Bai, standing in the field below, had already arrived, causing everyone to keep their distance from him. Phi Bai ignored them, his eyes scanning the whole place, then furrowing his brows slightly. "Isn't he here?" Chen Lusheng, with a swaying figure, asked with a playful smile. "Who is Phi Bai talking about?" "The sword cultivator who slashed Jizhou City. Where is he?" This question left the true disciples looking at each other. "Hey, it's probably just a rumor. While Jizhou City is a main city, it's remote. Where would there be such a peerless swordsman?" Mia Haodian said disdainfully. Many people nodded in agreement. After all, in past years' trials, few people from Jizhou had appeared, and even if they did, their performance was usually mediocre at best. At this moment, Zuan in the crowd was looking at Phi Bai in the distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. Even a sword slave serving the sword, how interesting it's getting. Lu Zunshu was somewhat bewildered. What was this guy going to do? Could it be that he was really going to participate in the trial? Isn't that seeking death? Therefore, Lu Zunshu rushed to Zhu Ryan and said, "You quickly stop this guy, otherwise, he will really go." Zhu Ryan's face did not look good at the moment. Lu Zunshu repeatedly spoke to Zuan without politeness, which made Zhu Ryan feel very angry, so she said coldly, "My family's lord is indeed going to participate in the trial." This statement made Lu Zunshu's face turn white, and she couldn't help feeling somewhat annoyed. What a fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let him do as he pleases. But just when she was very dissatisfied in her heart, she suddenly heard a commotion ahead. She looked up and then froze. She saw that Zuan had already arrived at the inner field. His appearance also attracted many looks. Many people didn't recognize him, and seeing his ordinary demeanor walking over without the imposing manner of those immortals from before, they couldn't help but be somewhat disdainful. Even the true disciples were frowning. Where did this guy come from? Do you know him? Chen Lusheng asked the Night Devil Valley's Nangong Wushuan. I don't recognize him. Nangong Wushuan shook his head. He might be some random small wandering cultivator. Zuan also ignored the others, just smiled slightly towards Phi Bai, serving the sword with the body. When he said this, the gleam in Phi Bai's eyes intensified as he stared at Zuan, then nodded slightly. You must be the newly emerged sword cultivator, Zhu, and smiled. That's correct. I didn't expect to see someone as pure in the ways of the sword as you here. Quite interesting. With his words, a terrifying sword intent surged into the sky, making everyone in the square shudder. Lu Zunshu, who was preparing to laugh at Zuan in the crowd, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. What's going on? He actually possesses such a formidable aura. Could it be that all he said was true? Just as shocked as Lu Zunshu, there were many other true disciples who were originally skeptical. Such a powerful sword intent. Misaki squinted slightly, staring at Zuan. This man is truly terrifying. Chen Lusheng and the others had extremely unpleasant expressions. Only Phi Bai's face revealed a sense of delight. Good. Truly a sword cultivator who can cleave a city with one sword. It's worth my trip to witness you. At this moment, above the towering immortal palace, Emperor Hao Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, coldly observing everything below. Emperor, how are the strengths of this year's trial participants? A stern-faced middle-aged man appeared at his side. The Grand Steward of the Immortal Palace, Zhu Yuhu. Hao Yuan shook his head slightly. Phi Bai of the Imperial Sword Villa is decent, but other than that, they are all worthless and not worth my effort. What about this newly emerged sword cultivator? Zhu Yuhu asked. Hao Yuan's face showed a proud look. I have reached the peak of longevity and am one step away from entering the realm of half-step golden immortal. These people are no match for me. Zhu Yuhu respectfully lowered his head, his eyes showing some fear. Someone of Hao Yuan's age who had reached the peak of longevity could be considered unrivaled in the world. It was certain that he could take that step and enter the ranks of golden immortals. This meant that, apart from those few knowable existences, he would become the most powerful person in the Immortal Palace. Zhu Yuhu became even more respectful towards him. At this moment, the trial ceremony formally began. Many people entered the arena one after the other. Zuan also walked in. After the light and shadows shifted before him, the first opponent who appeared in front of him was none other than Phi Bai. It's been a long time since I drew my sword, Phi Bai said slowly, but out of respect, I will draw it against you this time. With that, Phi Bai slowly unsheathed the Phi Bai sword from his waist. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor was it a divine weapon. This Phi-Bai sword was unremarkable, as if it had been bought for 5 silver coins at a blacksmith's forge. But looking at this sword, Phi-Bai's expression seemed as if he was looking at his most intimate lover, softly caressing the blade. This sword has been with me since my youth, accompanying me through battles for many years, claiming the lives of 321 immortals, 118 wandering immortals, and 18 half-step longevity beings. And you will be the 19th. With these words, several giant tornadoes suddenly appeared around Phi-Bai. These were all formed by Phi-Bai's peerless sword intent. Unlike the other trials, the trial in the main city of Kunlun was broadcasted live throughout. Using the water mist mirror technique, the battles in each trial arena were displayed for everyone to see. So when the onlookers saw Phi-Bai's scene, they all exclaimed in amazement. Even through the mirror, one can still feel that powerful sword intent. This Phi-Bai is truly a rare genius in the sword world. A few sword cultivators said with serious expressions. As for the Fairy of Thousand Snow and the others, they looked gloomy. After all, the stronger the Imperial Sword Villa people were, the smaller their chances of winning. Among the crowd, Ju Ran couldn't help but clench her fists. My lord, you must do your best. On the other hand, Lu Zongxu's expression was constantly changing. So you really are an exceptional master, but why did you never say so? It's funny how I've been thinking you were a fraud all this time, when in the end, I was the real joke. Thinking of this, Lu Zongxu sighed slightly and then smiled wryly. Oh well, let's see if you can win this time. In the trial arena, faced with Phi-Bai's formidable sword momentum, Xuan's expression of approval became even stronger. You are the first sword cultivator I've seen in this world with such purity. Although your cultivation is still shallow, you are worthy of respect, Xuan said lightly. Many who heard these words through the water mist mirrors couldn't help but be astonished. To say that Phi-Bai of the Imperial Sword Villa had shallow cultivation, what kind of arrogance was this man displaying? But Phi-Bai remained unfazed, raised his sword slowly, and said, "This sword is named Extinction." With that, the sword intent formed tornadoes rushed towards Xuan. At the same time, an incredibly brilliant sword light slashed across the sky. The water mist mirror couldn't bear such a powerful force and shattered directly. Doom. The crowd became restless. Soon, someone condensed another water mist mirror. This time, people saw an unimaginable scene. Xuan was still standing in the distance, but countless sword energies appeared around him, blocking Phi-Bai's sword advance, unexpectedly able to withstand Phi-Bai's sword. This man is incredibly strong. However, many sword practitioners couldn't help but sigh slightly. This man is about to be defeated. Because Phi-Bai's sword was aggressive, while Xuan adopted a defensive position. The way of the sword has always been about advancing without retreating, only attacking and not defending. If one falls into a defensive position, then failure is not far off. Phi-Bai's expression remained indifferent at this moment, but the excitement in his eyes gradually faded. It seemed like a child getting bored of a new toy. Just as Phi-Bai's sword was just about to reach Xuan's chest, Xuan calmly said, "Considering your skill in swordsmanship is not common, if you submit to me now, I can spare your life." Doom. Many people were shocked, and many even chuckled out loud. Even Lu Zongxu was a bit confused, seeing that he was about to lose his life under the sword. Was he still talking so brazenly? Phi-Bai remained indifferent. In this person's eyes, there was only the sword, nothing else. He simply said coldly, "You are not qualified to make me submit." Xuan smiled faintly. "In that case, let me show you what it takes to be qualified." With that, the sword aura around Xuan suddenly disappeared. Phi-Bai's sword speed increased abruptly, turning into a stream of light aiming at Xuan. However, at this critical moment, Xuan caught the tip of the sword with 2 fingers and said, "Now, it's my turn." A giant sword composed of white sword aura suddenly appeared, and then Xuan held the sword in one hand and swung it fiercely. Doom. A violent shockwave occurred, and the trial platform couldn't withstand such immense power, collapsing into numerous cracks. Phi-Bai was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The scene fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. The Moonlight Sword Master's face changed drastically. How is this possible? Originally, he harbored a strong intent to kill Xuan, especially since one of his true disciples died at his hands. But seeing Phi-Bai make a move, he no longer bothered to intervene. In his eyes, Phi-Bai's move had already spelled out this man's death sentence. But he never expected that even Phi-Bai would fall under his sword. Fei slowly got up at this moment, his face showing a hint of confusion. What kind of sword technique is this? Zuan's sword dissipated into countless sword auras. Then he said, indifferently, "This is the supreme sword technique." Fei let out a breath, suddenly showing a pleased expression. "So, I have lost." With that, he turned and limped away. Zuan didn't kill him either. In this world, pure swordsmen were becoming fewer and fewer. Killing one meant one less. In this battle, Zuan emerged victorious. The onlookers fell silent. Many sword practitioners looked pale, shocked by the astonishing sword strike Zuan just performed. With half of the participants eliminated, some even met their demise. For example, those who battled against Jiangsu Men's Chen Lesheng or directly slain by this seemingly graceful and seductive woman. And the next opponent standing before Zuan was none other than Miyu from the An Palace. Miyu had just easily defeated his previous opponent, but now facing Zuan, he no longer wore a relaxed expression. However, this monk had an excellent demeanor, folding his hands together and saying, "An Palace from the western regions, Miyu." It was a sign of respect to introduce oneself before a battle. Zuan smiled and said simply, "In the secular world, Zuan." The astonishment caused by this introduction was even greater than when Zuan defeated Fei just now. Countless people looked bewildered. The secular world. This title felt so unfamiliar, causing only a few to have a change in expression. Fei, who had already left the trial, blinked, saying, "A person from the secular world." It turns out that to truly hone one's swordsmanship, one must go to the secular world. With that, Fei made a firm resolution. On the high platform, Jiangsu Immortal and Night Demon Empress were both shocked, because Night Demon Empress's avatar was directly exterminated by Zuan. She only knew his name and had no idea about his appearance. Especially, she never imagined that Zuan would dare to come to Kunlun. Upon hearing this name, the two exchanged glances, seeing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. This person must be eliminated, or else it would become a big threat. After hearing Zuan's introduction, Miyu was slightly surprised. So the benefactor is a great figure from the secular world. Disrespectful. Zuan smiled. Enough talk. Let's fight. With Fei's recent defeat, Zuan's fighting spirit was fully ignited. Miyu also kept silent, only softly saying, "In that case, please make your move, benefactor." With that, Miyu suddenly opened his eyes, the previous compassionate aura vanishing, replaced by an infinite killing intent and anger. A golden light emanated from his body, unbreakable and sturdy. "It's the wrathful eyes of Avira," someone exclaimed below. Master Miyu has already reached the realm of a physical arhat, one step away from becoming a bodily bodhisattva. Someone sighed. Miyu ignored everything around him, and with a seemingly indifferent expression, he launched a fist strike. It seemed as if the space itself was shattered by his punch, heading straight for Zuan. Miyu activated his protective golden light to the maximum, wary of Zuan's supreme swordsmanship, preparing to rely on his cultivated bodhisattva body to resist the sword strike. If he could endure it, then this guy would also be defeated by his fists. Many experienced onlookers saw through this plan, smiling knowingly. Only Fei looked on with a solemn face, softly muttering, "Such a fool." As Miyu's fist was about to make contact with Zuan, Zuan smiled. "Very good." With that, Zuan also raised his fist, and to the astonishment of everyone, they clashed together. Doom. Like thunder exploding, the water mist mirror shattered once again, but then someone reformed it. Back on the trial ground, Miyu and Zu and stood facing each other in silence. Finally, Miyu smiled bitterly. "It turns out, benefactor excels in both sword and fist. I have lost." With that, Miyu's golden light shattered, and he staggered back several steps, blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth, then clasped his palms together. "Many thanks for sparing me, benefactor." With those words, he turned and left. With one fist, Miyu from the An Palace was defeated. At this point, Zuan had won 2 consecutive battles with his sword and fist. The whole audience was shocked. Many people still thought they misheard. Then gradually all began to look strange. To think one person would challenge everyone. This is simply extremely arrogant. At least the experts or sect leaders from these various sects all snorted in anger. This is outrageous. Kill him. The Night Demon Empress and the Fairy of 1,000 Snowflakes, on the other hand, looked delighted. In their eyes, the more arrogant Zuan acted, the better. It would only provoke more anger, making it easier to kill him in the end. Within the immortal palace, Haoyu Huan, seeing the scene unfold, a faint smirk appeared on his lips. This man is quite interesting. He can actually defeat Bai and Miyuki consecutively, showing some skill. But compared to myself, he still falls short by a bit. Haoyu Huan had this confidence in his mind. Do as he says, Haoyu Huan said lightly. Zuo Yuhu nodded, yes. He looked at this man with a faint sense of foreboding, hoping for Zuan to die quickly. Soon after, changes occurred in the trial field. The elites of many sects gathered together, while Zuan slowly approached from the other side. These people were unaware of what had just happened, so when they saw Zuan, their expressions darkened. What's going on? Why are all of us gathered here? Questioned Miao Haoyan from the Tyrant King's Gate, puzzled. Zuan revealed a few handsome teeth and smirked coldly. I am Zuan. This time, I will defeat all of you by myself. Doom. These elite disciples from various sects were shaken. Someone even roared in anger. Arrogant. Miao Haoyan's face also darkened, about to retort. Then he fell silent, because just now, the voice of the Tyrant King's Gate Master resounded in his mind. This person is the one who killed your senior brother Zhang Nubing. Join forces and kill him. Similar messages were received by Chen Lesheng from the Fairy of 1,000 Snowflakes sect and Nangong Wushuan from the Night Demon Palace. The expressions of these individuals all changed. This person has just defeated Bai from the Sword Villa and Miyuki from the An Palace. He is powerful. Together, let's attack and kill him, Chen Lesheng declared loudly. Upon hearing about Zuan's remarkable victories, the others were stunned. Yes, he is still a person from the mortal world. Kill him. Miao Haoyan roared fiercely, a spear gradually forming in his hand. The Tyrant King's Spear. The signature skill of the Tyrant King's Gate. The others glanced at each other and then nodded, preparing their own best skills. These elite disciples, at the lowest, were all celestial beings, and some of them had even reached the quasi-immortal stage. In this kind of lineup, the momentum appeared extremely frightening. Zhu, and remained expressionless, his tone indifferent as he said, "This time, I will let you all know what it means to have a heart of reverence." With that, Zuan's aura rose to a terrifying height in the blink of an eye. Quasi-immortal. No. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful quasi-immortal? Someone exclaimed. As for the onlookers from various sects outside, they were stunned. What? What kind of monster is this guy? The Fairy of 1,000 Snowflakes murmured in fear. Even the Emperor Haoyu's expression slightly hardened. Such a powerful aura. Attack. Don't let his aura reach its peak. Miao Haoyan yelled. These people, awakened from their dreams, all unleashed their strongest skills. Tyrant King Anger Cutting River. 1,000 Mountain Night Snow turns red. Night Demon Boundless. Doom. Countless extremely powerful moves merged into a long river, rushing towards Zuan. Facing this attack, Zuan looked up and laughed. Just because you overlook everyone from above, do you truly believe you are superior? Once I defeat them, you will be next. Zuan's words puzzled many. Only a few had a sinking feeling and began to guess, looking up towards the immortal palace. Emperor Haoyu's face turned dark, his eyes flashing with chilling killing intent. Very well. Daring to provoke me, I will show you what it truly means to be an emperor's offspring shortly. Meanwhile, these combined attacks had already reached close to Zuan. Zuan's hair moved without wind as he raised his fist and shouted coldly, Astonish. Extreme. Limit. The final move of the Killing God's 6 forms. Finally, it appeared in Zuan's hands. Even though using this move at the quasi-immortal level would only unleash a fraction of its power, it was still more than enough. Time seemed frozen as each elite disciple's face was clearly visible, even the fear in their eyes. Then, everything began to crack inch by inch and, in an instant, it all shattered. The mighty blow caused the immediate collapse of the entire trial stage, including the whole trial field. The aftermath even affected the onlookers from the outside world. With one punch, heaven and earth bowed their heads. This was the magnificent Zhu, and once held as the supreme immortal. Zuan was now filled with battle fervor, laughing heartily. He leapt and transformed into a streak of light, appearing in the midair. Everyone stared at him in shock, including the elite disciples, who were heavily injured by the strike. Their eyes held a mixture of resentment, fear, and above all, reverence. Are you not going to show up? If you don't appear, I'll destroy your so-called immortal palace, Zhu, and stood in midair, calmly stating. This sentence was like a nuclear bomb, shocking everyone to their core. What? He dares to challenge the Immortal Palace. Although Xuan's previous punch was extraordinary, many saw the Immortal Palace as invincible, but some secretly rejoiced, believing that Xuan was truly looking for death this time. Meanwhile, an imposing voice resembling that of an emperor resounded. You are indeed good, but I am the Supreme Emperor's offspring, and you are still far from my level. With that statement, Emperor Haoyu appeared in midair. Dressed in black, his brows were sharp, and his face exuded an extreme majesty. Many onlookers kneeled as if they had seen a true immortal. Mortal, I will give you a chance now. As long as you hand over the secret technique you just executed, I can spare your life. A hint of greed flickered in Emperor Haoyu's eyes. Xuan's recent punch pleasantly surprised him. In his view, the reason why Xuan could defeat so many elite disciples with one punch must be because of this secret technique. Many people had nothing left to say. Some were even looking at Xuan with eyes as cold as if they were looking at a dead person. However, Haoyu Huan burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with anger and disdain. Very well, you have successfully provoked me. Now, I will show you what true power is. With those words, Haoyu Huan's figure seemed to grow larger, and his aura became even more majestic and ancient. The sky gradually darkened, with streaks of lightning descending and hovering behind Haoyu Huan, casting him in the likeness of a celestial emperor. It's the judgment of the Thunder Emperor. He has mastered it. Someone exclaimed in shock, but most others were just left dumbfounded. Phi Bai's face was turning pale at this moment, realizing he had no chance against Haoyu Huan. As for Miyabi, she could only shake her head bitterly, realizing the vast gap between them when facing Haoyu Huan, the extraordinary imperial prince. Thunder Emperor, pass judgment. Haoyu Huan coldly commanded. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly towards Xuan. Yet, Xuan did not flinch. Instead, he laughed heartily. Excellent, he said, before charging forward. Doom. The lightning struck, illuminating the world as bright as day. In an instant, the spectacular sight forced the onlookers to retreat far away. Many cultivators of shallow cultivation levels were already kneeling in shock on the ground. Ju Ryan's tense face turned pale, her fingers bleeding from the excessive force. Meanwhile, Luxinzu had lost the ability to be shocked at this point. Who would emerge victorious between these two men? As the lightning disappeared, the sky was empty. Many people were left puzzled, unable to find Xuan's figure. Could he have been obliterated by the lightning? Qian Zuferi and others gradually wore hopeful smiles. Surely, this man had finally perished. Some couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Truly, the Imperial Prince's power is awe-inspiring. Haoyu Huan, on the other hand, wore a smile of disdain. Is that all you've got? What did you expect out of me? With that thought, Haoyu Huan turned around, preparing to leave. But at that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. Then, an incredibly majestic voice resonated. The judgment of the Thunder Emperor. Ha ha. Daring to call yourself so with just a minor thunder god seal. Let me show you what true heavenly thunder really is. At those words, everyone looked up in utter shock. Su, and stood proudly atop the heavens, commanding a thunder so vast it was nearly a mile wide, rushing directly at Haoyu Huan. Haoyu Huan was somewhat surprised but coldly responded, break. With that command, the thunder instantly dissipated. He then arrogantly looked up, but his words caught in his throat. Xuan simply gestured, saying calmly, thousands of thunders, descend, doom. Countless thunderbolts came crashing down, merging in midair to form a colossal thunderbolt spanning dozens of miles wide, terrifying Haoyu Huan. How is this possible? He exclaimed. As he spoke, the thunderbolt struck him directly. A deafening roar echoed. As the lightning dissipated, everyone's hearts were in their throats, unaware of the ensuing outcome. Suddenly, the sounds of a cough, demonstrating Haoyu Huan's miserable state, could be heard, his figure gradually reappearing. But now, he looked anything but calm, his hair charred, clothes tattered, resembling a beggar. He stared fearfully at Xuan in the sky. How do you possess such powerful lightning techniques? Powerful? I don't think so, Xuan replied casually. In his eyes, these techniques were barely entry-level compared to witnessing godly thunderstorms that could obliterate even immortal kings with a single strike. But I'm indeed surprised you're alive. Xuan smiled faintly. I assume your thunder mark has been shattered. Haoyu Huan paled. As Xuan had noted, he had narrowly escaped the thunderbolt earlier because he carried a thunder seal, but now, that seal was completely shattered. His heart ached. "Let's see if you can withstand this blow," Zuan announced, ready to strike again. Gritting his teeth, Hao Yu Huan's eyes burned with anger and resentment. "You left me no choice." Hao Yu Huan's aura grew more ancient. Is the Imperial Prince burning his cultivation? What does he intend to summon? Someone shouted in fear. As Zuan paused, intrigued, an expression of playful smile crossed his lips. In that moment, the sky darkened entirely, a myriad of lightning appearing, creating an endless sea of thunder. Within this lightning sea emerged a giant wielding twin hammers. "Who dares disturb me?" His voice thundered, causing the land to tremble. Hao Yu Huang knelt humbly in midair. "Lord of Thunder, this person controls the 9 heavens' thunder with evil methods. I beseech you to slay him." "Heavens, he has summoned the Thunder Lord of the 9 heavens." Many people whispered in terror. Witnessing this scene, almost all commoners prostrated themselves repeatedly on the ground. This was a true deity. Upon hearing Hao Yu Huan's pleas, the Thunder Lord exuded a terrifying aura. The lightning crackled, creating tiny rifts in space. "Mortal, you dare control the divine thunder with evil methods, committing an unforgivable crime. This time, I shall annihilate your soul." The Thunder Lord roared, sending countless apocalyptic thunderbolts hurtling down. The terrifying aura caused the ground to collapse into a large pit. Everyone trembled in fear. Lux and Zuan and Zhu Ryan were so scared that their minds went blank, especially Zhu Ryan, who shed tears watching Zuan standing alone against the onslaught of divine thunder. Just when everyone thought Zuan was doomed, he raised his head and gave a faint smile at the Thunder Lord. "A mere minor god dares to judge me." The Thunder Lord was momentarily stunned. Then, as Zuan took a step forward, his hand up in a calm gesture, he commanded, "Obey my will, all thunders." With a command, the thunderbolts nearing him came to a halt, sensing the presence of a true emperor, halting in reverence. "No." The thunder deity suddenly understood something. "Spare me, Lord." But he could only say this sentence. Then his body constructed of thunderlight shattered violently, and countless thunderlights converged into Zuan's palm. At the core, there was faintly a person bowing and worshipping. That was where the soul of this thunder deity resided. At this moment, the thunder deity was filled with regret and fear. He finally understood why this person could command the thunder, because his identity was simply too noble and inexpressible. Compared to him, let alone himself, even the Thunder Emperor, who presided over the thunder deities of the myriad realms, had to bow and pay respect in front of him. But it was too late for regret. However, Zuan did not kill him. He simply sealed him in a certain place, then looked at Hao Yu Emperor, whose mouth could fit 3 duck eggs, and gave a faint smile. "Now, is there anything else fun? Let's all do it together." He actually called these things fun. Hao Yu Emperor trembled all over, then trembled as he said, You. He really didn't know what to say. The thunder deity lore he had been worshipping had been directly subdued by him with one move. This fact sent chills down his spine. Where did he come from? And why was he so powerful? However, Zuan was not interested in answering his questions. Seeing his puzzled expression, he nodded and said, "Since there isn't, then go and die." With that, Zuan took a step forward, and the suppressed divine thunder suddenly erupted. Hao Yu Emperor shouted in extreme fear, "Spare me." His voice stopped abruptly, because his entire body had been annihilated by the thunderlight. Even his soul did not have time to escape. This move made all cultivators shudder. For them, if their physical bodies were destroyed, there was still a final chance, which was to keep their divine soul from perishing, waiting for a good opportunity, perhaps even the chance for resurrection. But if even the soul was shattered, then there would be no chance for reincarnation. Zuan looked down at the people on the high platform and said, indifferently, "Since everyone is here today, let's end it all together." As soon as he finished speaking, the Moonlight Sword Master soared into the sky. "Kid, don't think that killing a prince will suffice. Our cultivation levels surpass his." The Moonlight Sword Master had a point. In terms of cultivation realm alone, they were stronger than the prince. But when it came to the realm of cultivation techniques, they were not as good as the prince. After all, what Hao Yu Emperor cultivated was the forbidden art of the Immortal Palace. Thunder Emperor's decision. This created a gap. However, the Moonlight Sword Master did not have time to consider all this. He had just discussed with the leaders of the Tyrant Gate and Kiangsu Ferry about joining forces to deal with Zuan. Otherwise, this person would surely become a great threat. So when the Moonlight Immortal Sovereign soared into the sky, Kiangsu Ferry, Night Demon Empress, and others rushed over. When enemies meet, they are naturally extremely hostile towards each other, especially the Night Demon Empress, who almost wanted to devour Zhu and Hole. But when Zuan saw her, his eyes also turned cold. This woman had tormented Fan Mengsu's soul for so long. Although her avatar had been crushed by Zuan later, the sins committed by the avatar were also difficult to absolve her main body from. Zhu, you killed my sect's true disciple. Today, you must settle this debt with us. Kiangsu Fairy shouted sternly. Zuan's cultivation just now had truly frightened her. Since several sect leaders were joining hands now, they should take this opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, the trouble would be endless. Zhu and nodded. Very well, then I will settle this debt with you all. With that, Zuan took a step forward and threw a punch. Dang! The leader of the Tyrant Gate in front of him was directly shattered by the punch. His soul detached and tried to escape in extreme fear. Zuan reached out and grabbed his soul, then crushed it with a slight squeeze. The leader of the Tyrant Gate's soul scattered and flew away. The remaining few people were all filled with fear. Let's attack together, shouted the Moonlight Sword Master, swinging his sword at Zuan. Doom! A sword aura resembling moonlight pierced directly towards Zuan. It was many times stronger than the sword used by Chang Tian that day, but Zuan showed no expression whatsoever. At this moment, his battle intent was raging. Countless sword energies soared into the sky, directly shattering the Moonlight Sword Master's attack, then rushing straight towards him. The Moonlight Sword Master shouted in fear. No. But these sword energies engulfed him like maggots on bones, drowning him completely. Moments later, the Moonlight Sword Master was dead. Phi Bai below shivered and murmured, "This sword." Surprisingly, he displayed no grief at all over the death of his senior uncle. In his eyes, nothing in this world was as important as the sword. When the Moonlight Sword Master died, Zuan's fist then struck Kiangsu Fairy. He directly blasted Kiangsu Fairy hundreds of meters away, blood pouring from her mouth. Cover. Above the Immortal Palace, the Jade Tiger on the left was staring in shock at everything happening below. Up until now, he still couldn't accept the fact that the Crown Prince Haoyu had already died. It wasn't until Zuan mentioned his name that he shuddered all over and gradually came to his senses. What's going on? How does he know my name? The Jade Tiger on the left was filled with suspicion, but he couldn't help but stick his head out and sternly said, Zhu, how dare you kill the Crown Prince of our Immortal Palace? You are dead. When my master returns, he will surely tear you apart into 1,000 pieces. Zhu and ignored him and pointed towards Zhu Ryan in the crowd. A sword aura shot straight towards her. The crowd let out a gasp, not knowing what Zuan was planning. Zhu Ryan felt light all over, then flew up. Zuan sent a sword aura to bring Zhu Ryan closer. The Jade Tiger on the Immortal Palace initially did not recognize Zhu Ryan. Zhu Ryan looked up, staring fiercely at the Jade Tiger on the left, her eyes filled with anger. Jade Tiger, do you still remember me? You are. 7 years ago, the Zhu family that you wiped out completely. Do you remember? Zhu Ryan said coldly. You are from the Zhu family. The Jade Tiger exclaimed. Yes. This time, I have come to seek revenge against you. The lives of 48 members of the Zhu family need to be avenged. Zhu Ryan said with hatred. The Jade Tiger's expression wavered. However, after a moment, his face gradually calmed down, and he sneered. So you are from the Zhu family. It's a pity I didn't eliminate you back then. I admit, I was the one who killed your family. But what can you do to me? As the Jade Tiger spoke, he began to feel complacent. Your ally this time is indeed powerful, to actually be able to kill the Crown Prince of our Immortal Palace. But he has offended our Immortal Palace. How long do you think he can survive? Zhu Ryan's face turned pale at his words, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger. Zhu and furrowed his brow slightly, and a resolute sword aura shot towards the Jade Tiger on the Immortal Palace. Ding! Suddenly, a faint silver light appeared in midair, directly blocking the sword aura. The Jade Tiger laughed triumphantly. Zuan, I admit your cultivation is good, but unless someone from our Immortal Palace goes down voluntarily, no one can break our mountain protection array. This was the Jade Tiger's confidence. The mountain protection array of the Immortal Palace, built by the Golden Immortal Palace Master and several elders, was as solid as gold. That's why he dared to act so arrogantly. Zhu and furrowed his brow slightly again, and countless sword auras shot towards the sky. However, this time, the silver light of the mountain protection array seemed even more brilliant. These sword auras still couldn't make a dent in it. Zuen, stop wasting your efforts. This mountain protection array is not something you can break. Unless our palace master and the elders are away, that's why you can live a little longer. Otherwise, you would have been killed on the spot long ago. I advise you to go back as soon as possible. Find a place to wait obediently for death. The Jade Tiger sneered. Ju Ryan's heart sank gradually. She finally understood how difficult it was to kill Jade Tiger. As long as he stayed inside, no one in the Kunlun fairyland could touch him. His words filled Ju Ryan with worrying. Sir, you originally were an outsider. You should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, as Jade Tiger said, things will be troublesome. Ju Ryan paused and continued. You have done enough for me. Ryan is grateful. I can never repay your kindness in this lifetime. I will repay it as an ox or a horse in the next life. Ju Ryan said, tears falling down her cheeks. This girl no longer wished for revenge. The crowd fell silent, with many faces showing signs of sadness. Over the years, the Immortal Palace had always been domineering. When Zuen emerged this time, it gave the Immortal Palace a heavy blow. However, many only realized now that the Immortal Palace still stood tall and unyielding. Lu Zongxu's eyes also filled with tears, involuntarily shouting, Sir, please leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Yes, leave. Many people began to clamor. The scene made the Jade Tiger on the Immortal Palace frown, shouting angrily, a group of lowly commoners, actually helping outsiders to oppose the Immortal Palace. In the future, I will kill them all. However, amidst these shouts, Zuen, who had kept his head low all along, slowly lifted his head, his eyes shining like the starry sky. I've said it before, Zuen said lightly, his voice not loud, but everyone present heard him clearly. In my eyes, none of you are immortals, so your self-proclaimed superiority is laughable. Zuan's words made many people tense up. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Do you need you to judge whether one is immortal or not? The Jade Tiger's expression changed. Then he smirked. You are right. To be or not to be an immortal, it is up to me to decide. I enforce the laws of the world with my words. With that, Zuen turned into a stream of light and shot towards the sky. Sensing a strong threat, the mountain protection array of the Immortal Palace suddenly became extremely brilliant, the silver light shining brightly, blocking Zuan's advance. Floating in midair, Zuen watched the shocked eyes of the Jade Tiger and the others behind the silver light and said calmly, Today, I will break your Immortal Palace. With that, Zuen took a step in the void, raised his fist, and shouted lightly, One punch, world destruction. The upgraded version of the first move of the God of Slaughter's 6 styles. It was also the most powerful fist strike Zuen had unleashed since entering the world. The punch struck the silver light as if it were drawn faintly, causing the silver light to flash violently, shaking the entire Immortal Palace shrouded within. The Jade Tiger was horrified. How is this possible? However, after all, it was a mountain protection array built by a golden immortal. Although this punch dimmed the silver light considerably, it still firmly protected the Immortal Palace. The Jade Tiger breathed a sigh of relief, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It sounded so grand. I thought it was really something extraordinary, but it's the same, unable to break through. But as his voice fell, Zuen lifted his left hand high above his head, turned it into a sword with his hand, and lightly said, Let's see the truth. This is the true sword of world destruction. A condensed sword intent shot straight into the sky, causing the winds and clouds to change within 100 miles. The sword cultivators below all watched in astonishment. Meanwhile, Fei stared with awe-inspiring eyes, shaking in awe. So, this was his true strength. How naive he was to think of diligently cultivating the sword path and catching up with him. It was just wishful thinking. At this moment, amidst the horrified gaze of the Jade Tiger and the others, a huge sword light, 7 or 8 miles long, fell with a resounding roar. The silver light of the mountain protection array only resisted for less than a breath before shattering. Zhou Yuhu knelt and shrank in midair. It's not that he didn't want to escape, but just under a casual pinch from Zuan, his cultivation was sealed. After all, he was only at the peak of Tianren. In front of Zuan, his cultivation was not even comparable to an ant. If he had not relied on the power of the Immortal Palace over the years, he would have been killed countless times long ago. He had always thought he would be like this magnificent Immortal Palace, always above everyone else. But he never expected to encounter a god of slaughter like this today. Zhu Ryan looked at Zhou Yuhu, her eyes red, clenched her teeth and said, "Traitor, when you killed my entire family, did you ever think this day would come?" Then she pulled out a short sword she carried with her and walked forward. Zhou Yuhu's face was ashen, trembling all over. He knew begging for mercy was useless, but in the face of the fear of death, he couldn't help but cry out, "Please spare me." Spurt. Zhu Ryan stabbed Zhou Yuhu's chest, full of killing intent, saying, "When you slaughtered my family of more than 40, did you ever think of sparing them?" Zhou Yuhu was in great pain, but unable to move, could only look at Zhu Ryan with eyes full of despair. "When you killed more than 40 members of my family, did you ever think of sparing them?" Zhu Ryan stabbed again. With each question, came another stab. Blood splattered on the ground, and Zhou Yuhu soon was pierced through like a sieve, ultimately dying in agony. When Zhu Ryan saw that Zhou Yuhu was truly dead, she threw away the sword and cried out loud, "Father, brother, I did it. I have avenged you." Her crying was like a cuckoo weeping blood, moving those who heard it. After crying for a while, Zhu Ryan bowed deeply to Zuan. "Master, I, Zhu Ryan, wish to serve you as my lord for eternity. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth not tolerate me." Zuan just smiled nonchalantly. "All right. The great vengeance has been avenged. There's nothing more here. Let's go." With that, Zuan and Zhu Ryan turned into flowing light and disappeared into the sky. After he left, there was a brief moment of silence, followed by a tumultuous uproar. Someone sighed. "From now on, Kunlun will face many troubles." These people's concerns were not unfounded. Since the day of the Immortal Palace, they had always been above all, and no one dared to show any disrespect towards them. But today, Zuan killed the prince, broke the Immortal Palace's mountain guarding formation, and killed Zhou Yuhu. When all these incidents were combined, it was not just a matter of losing face, but being trampled on and stomped. It was easy to imagine that when the Immortal Palace's master and elders returned, seeing this scene would enrage them to no end. When everyone dispersed and the events of today in Kunlun main city spread like a hurricane. For a while, the whole Kunlun shook. What? Someone actually defeated the top disciples of all sects? Someone exclaimed, incredulous. Not only that, even the prince of the Immortal Palace was killed by him. And he also destroyed the Immortal Palace's mountain guarding formation. Hiss. Everyone who heard this news took a sharp breath. The high-level figures of the major families and sects were all shocked and immediately sent out their subordinates to investigate. After the detailed accounts were placed on the tables of each family and sect, these usually lofty figures all fell silent, because every single event that occurred was truly horrifying. Jian Bai of the Mount Jian faction, the top disciple of the Ahuan Palace, and even when he faced all the top disciples of the sects alone, he still defeated them all. Then he killed the prince of the Immortal Palace, and slaughtered the elders or heads of several major sects. Finally, he broke the Immortal Palace's mountain guarding formation and destroyed the Immortal Palace's enemies. These events combined were truly chilling. Many of the big shots were all amazed. How powerful exactly was this man? Mount Jian faction. When the news reached here, the head of Mount Jian faction, Hu Buken, immediately called together several elders to discuss. In the listening sword pavilion, someone recounted the events. After listening, Wu Buken's eyes flickered and then he let out a long sigh. To have such a person appear in the mortal world, it is also the misfortune of our Kunlun. Then his face turned serious. The master of the Immortal Palace, Fumo, will definitely not let this matter go. We, Mount Jian faction, should watch and see how it unfolds. Good. The other elders also agreed. This time, although Mount Jian faction lost a sword sovereign, compared to the losses of the Immortal Palace, it was simply negligible. After all, the prince was someone the Immortal Palace had used countless resources to cultivate, making him the #1 young talent of the era. His death was a heavy blow to the Immortal Palace. In Qingmu town, life had become much better since Zhuanyuan sect was destroyed. The small town gradually became prosperous, and whenever it was quiet at night, Bian Qingmu couldn't help but think of Zuan. I wonder how you are doing in Kunlun City. Your cultivation is extraordinary, but after all, that is Kunlun City, the location of the Immortal Palace. Bian Qingmu sighed. She knew very well that the reason Qingmu town had its current prosperity was all because of Zuan. Many who had witnessed Zuan's methods, upon knowing that Bian Qingmu was acquainted with Zuan, deliberately sought to curry favor. One day, Bian Qingmu was busy with her work. The news of what happened in Kunlun City finally arrived through traveling merchants. Bian Qingmu immediately set aside all her affairs and gathered many informants to inquire. When they heard about the whole incident, the council chamber of Qingmu town fell completely silent. The leaders were at a loss for words, and even Bian Qingmu's face turned pale. She never imagined that in such a short span of time, Zuan had accomplished so many earth-shattering deeds. And Bian Chia couldn't help but say excitedly, "Master Xian is truly amazing." Once, whenever she spoke of Master Xian, it would draw many mocking looks, thinking she was exaggerating. But today, no one dared to mock her anymore. Bian Qingmu's eyes flickered with worry. Would the immortal palace just let this slide? While the outside world was in a frenzy, Zuan disappeared from the sight of the crowds and returned to Jishi Hall. In the room, Zuan played with a strand of brilliant and ethereal immortal aura. This was the residual celestial essence of the Emperor Haoyu, who had been killed by Zuan. Emperor Haoyu was only a step away from entering the ranks of the Golden Immortals, because once you became a Golden Immortal, your celestial essence became complete. So a bit of celestial essence had already condensed in his body. After Emperor Haoyu's soul scatter, this strand of celestial essence fell into Zuan's hands. Feeling the powerful force contained in this seemingly inconspicuous celestial essence, a faint smile appeared on Zuan's face. Thinking of this, Zuan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Then, his other hand released the sealed Thunder Ancestor. At this moment, the Thunder Ancestor had already transformed into something the size of a finger, kneeling in Zuan's palm, bowing in fear and begging for mercy. "Immortal, spare my life. Immortal, spare my life. I truly did not know it was you who had arrived here. Do you recognize me?" Zuan asked indifferently. The Thunder Ancestor shuddered all over, then tremblingly said, "I do not recognize you. Although your cultivation is not yet high, the aura on you is more noble than that of the Thunder God I have seen. Unless one possibility, that is you are a reincarnation of an immortal." Zuan smiled. "You are quite clever." The Thunder Ancestor chuckled a few times. "Immortal sir, could you spare this little deity?" Zu, and shook his head. "You seem quite interesting, so I will keep you around. When we go back, you can even be a toy for my daughter." The Thunder Ancestor was stunned. "What? Let a mighty Thunder Ancestor be a toy? This is simply insulting to one's divinity." But Zuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "What? You disagree? Then I will refine you right now." With that, two pure white flames rose in Zuan's eyes. "The flames of the divine realm," the Thunder Ancestor exclaimed. Then his expression became extremely fawning. "How could I disagree? To become a toy for the immortal sir's daughter is my honor." Zu, and laughed. "You are quite insightful. Rest assured, I will not kill you." With that, Zuan sealed him back up. In fact, Zuan had long prepared arrangements for this Thunder Ancestor. These naturally born spirits of the heavens and earth are very rare treasures, but the most suitable thing to do is to become a spirit for an artifact. Zu, and plan to refine this Thunder Ancestor into the spirit of the Flat Cotton Walk-in and Yan's possession when they returned to Earth. I wonder what this Thunder Ancestor would think if he knew that he would become the spirit of a walk in the future. Just at this moment, Zhu Ryan respectfully said outside the door, "Master." "Coming," Zuan said lightly. Zhu Ryan entered the room, holding a cup of hot tea. "Please have some tea, Master." Zhu Ryan had already treated herself as Zuan's little maid, taking care of everything meticulously. Zuan smiled and sat down at the table to drink tea. Zhu Ryan stood aside, hesitant to speak. "Do you have something to say, Zu?" and asked calmly. "Master, don't you plan to leave Kunlun?" "Of course I will leave, but not now." "Oh." After a moment of silence, Zhu Ryan said softly, "Master, there is something I want to tell you. If you disagree, just pretend I never said anything." "What is it?" Zhu Ryan nervously twisted her clothes. "When I left Kunlun City before, thanks to the help of my senior sister and a few senior brothers, now that they know you are my master, they all want to meet you through me." Zuan did not speak. Zhu Ryan became even more nervous, stammering, "They just want to set up a banquet to entertain you. Nothing else." "Master, if you don't want to go, I will go refuse them now." Zu, and nodded, "I'll go, hot." Zhu Ryan was still in surprise. "It's just a meal. It's not bad to go and see the fun," Zuan said lightly. Zhu Ryan's face lit up and she nodded. "Thank you, Master." Exhilarated, Zhu Ryan went to inform the others. Without hatred or constraints, This girl finally seemed like a normal girl. Zuan just smiled faintly, feeling somewhat admiring and sympathetic towards Chu Ryan. Admiration for facing enemies strong enough to make one despair. She had not given up. Sympathy that if it were not for him, her life would have been destroyed by hatred. In the evening, in a high-end restaurant in the main city of Kunlun, the banquet had already been prepared. Chu Lei and several senior brothers were chatting leisurely. I wonder if junior sister Ryan can invite this nobleman here, Chu Lei said. Should be possible. After all, to be accompanied everywhere by her shows that this person is highly valued by junior sister Ryan. Another senior brother said, Hehe, it looks like our junior sister Ryan is in for a great rise in status. Someone teased. As for Lu Zunshu, she just sat on the side, not saying a word. They had all once studied under a master of medicine, so in terms of relationships, they were all senior brothers and sisters. However, over the years, their relationships were not close. This time they were gathering for Zuan, and Lu Zunshu even saw a few people who had done tasks for the Immortal Palace, which seemed ironic. In addition, many people from small sects were also present. In fact, this was the true intention of Chu Lei and the others. By inviting Zuan, they were not just hosting a meal. They could gain the goodwill of many sects. This would greatly benefit Chu Lei and the others in their future development in Kunlun. Lu Zunshu could naturally see this, so she had been silent all along. Senior sister Zunshu, does this nobleman staying at your clinic have any special preferences? Lu Zunshu frowned, pondered for a moment, then shook her head resignedly. I do not know. Since Suan returned to the clinic, he had basically kept a low profile, and Lu Zunshu rarely saw him. Even if she did, it was just a nod in passing. Lu Zunshu suddenly remembered what Zuan had said before, that she should be grateful to be Ryan's senior sister. Now thinking about it, that statement seemed almost like a proverb. If she were not Ryan's senior sister, she would probably have been killed by Yu long ago. Lu Zunshu thought silently. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door. Ju Ryan entered first, dressed up for the occasion, a rare radiant glow on her face. This made many people look in astonishment. But when Zuan slowly walked in, all eyes were on him. Almost everyone bowed and stood up, saying, Greetings, sir. Greetings, immortal. Such greetings could be heard incessantly, Zu, and remained calm, nodding slightly. Chu Lei then came forward, bowing and greeting. Sir, your presence here is a great honor for us. Please take the main seat. Zuan did not refuse and sat directly in the main seat. The atmosphere of the entire venue became somewhat delicate. Chu Lei was indeed a tactful person, cracking jokes from time to liven up the mood, then frequently toasting. Zuan, on the other hand, mostly just nodded occasionally and accepted the toasts, without hesitation. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually became lively. The representatives from various sects looked at Zuan with fiery eyes. Those bold enough came over to toast. Zuan simply smiled then accepted each toast. Soon, all the members of those sects gathered around him. The sentence brought the whole audience into dead silence. The originally enthusiastic atmosphere suddenly turned chilly. Chu Lei was the first to ask, Is there anything to say? The messenger nodded, hesitated, looked at Zuan, and then said, The master of the Celestial Palace, Fu Wuliang, has returned and is extremely angry. He has issued a statement that tomorrow at the appointed hour, he will have this person go and face death. Doom. The entire banquet erupted into commotion. Many people looked at each other with fear in their eyes. No one had expected that the master of the Celestial Palace would return so quickly, and to specifically target and kill Zuan by name. It seems this man will have no way to survive this. After all, that is a golden immortal. What does a golden immortal represent? In the vast world of Kunlun Immortal Realm, while it might not have as many wandering immortals as there are hairs on an ox, there are still quite a number, and it's not uncommon to encounter those at the half-step Immortal Ascension level. Only those at the Immortal Ascension level are truly valuable and can be considered high-ranking figures. Those at the peak of Immortal Ascension are even more extraordinary and can be called unparalleled geniuses. Those who truly achieve half-step golden immortal status are very few. And the master of the Celestial Palace, Fu Wulian, is a true golden immortal. He is considered the top figure in Kunlun, a top-notch expert. Thinking about this, some people began to quietly slip away. For them, if the Celestial Palace doesn't pursue the matter, then Zuan, who enjoys great reputation, would be someone worth befriending. But now, with Zuan himself likely on the brink of danger, he naturally loses his value as a friend. And if they were to stay here for too long, if they were to incur the wrath of the Celestial Palace, it would be a disaster. With this thought in mind, soon, the vast majority of people at the banquet had left. Only Zhu Lei and a few others still sat awkwardly at the table. However, they were also considering how to extricate themselves. Soon, Zhu Lei cleared his throat twice. Hehe, I never expected the esteemed master to return so quickly. It's really hard to put into words. As he said this, Zhu Lei kept glancing at Zuan. He had expected Zuan to show a look of panic, but he didn't expect Zuan to just smile lightly. His return is timely. Had he not come, I would have been looking for him. Doom. Zhu Lei and the others looked astonished, exchanged glances, and then all looked somewhat disbelieving. In their opinion, Zuan's words were not just arrogant, they were downright arrogant. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Lei and the others stood up and excused themselves. There are urgent matters at home, so we cannot stay any longer. With that, they hurriedly departed. Before leaving, they didn't even say goodbye to Zhu Ryan. Watching the hasty departure of this group, Zhu Ryan's expression turned extremely unpleasant, her eyes even reddening. In her view, Zuan's willingness to come was for the sake of her reputation. But unexpectedly, with this sudden turn of events, this group of so-called senior brothers all deserted her. It was like a slap in the face to Zhu Ryan. Sir, Zhu Ryan said with infinite grievance. Zuan smiled faintly and said, if they leave, let them go. This is human nature. At this moment, the lively restaurant hall had become completely quiet. Only Zuan, Zhu Ryan, and Lu Zunshu remained. She hadn't left but was sitting on the side looking lost. Senior sister Zunshu, what are you thinking about? Zhu Ryan saw that Lu Zunshu hadn't left and felt a hint of warmth in her heart. After regaining her senses, Lu Zunshu smiled slightly and said, I'm not thinking about anything. Then she turned to look at Zuan. Sir, I know your cultivation is unparalleled, but the other side has many people. I think you should consider temporarily avoiding a confrontation. Zhu Ryan also nodded quickly. Even though she had infinite trust in Zuan, when faced with the master of the Celestial Palace, she also had some uncertainty. Zhu, and remained silent, picked up a glass of wine, slowly drank it, and then said, Ryan, here, send a message out. Tomorrow, I will slay the immortal. Zhu Ryan trembled all over, and she and Lu Zunshu exchanged a glance, both seeing worrying in each other's eyes. Not even half a day later, the news of the return of the master of the Celestial Palace, Fu Wuliang, had spread throughout the entire city of Kunlun. And then, Fu Wuliang's anger, wanting to kill Zhu, and the next day, spread like wildfire. Everyone was trembling. Everyone recalled the fear of being under the dominion of the Celestial Palace. And the major families and sects also received the news immediately. These people had different reactions, but basically no one believed in Zuan. And the severely damaged Night Demon Palace and the Snow Gate were all delighted, believing that Zuan was doomed this time. Many people thought Zuan would definitely not confront it and would probably make an excuse to run away. But unexpectedly, the news of Zuan facing the confrontation soon followed, especially that statement, tomorrow I will slay the immortal. This caused a sensation worldwide. Almost everyone thought Zhu was simply being overly arrogant. In the Celestial Palace, Fu Wuliang sat in the main hall, listening coldly to the reports from his subordinates. In his 40s, with a pale golden complexion, eyes as deep as the sea, he sat there, exuding an imposing and majestic aura like a true dragon emperor. When he heard the words about slaying the immortal, sparks of flame suddenly appeared around him, igniting and extinguishing in quick succession, making the entire hall scorching hot. Slay the immortal? Hehe. How long has it been since I heard those words? The messenger trembled and hung his head low. Suddenly, flames rose above his head, and before he could even scream, the flames reduced him to ashes. This cruel scene left everyone in the hall speechless. Fu Wuliang lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, his expression unchanged. Although you are just conveying the message, since you have said these words, then you must die. As for Zuan, golden flames flickered in Fu Wuliang's eyes. I will roast you bit by bit until you die, to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Fu Wuliang truly hated Zuan. This time he returned, only to find that the Celestial Palace's mountain protection formation had been breached, and the emperor he had carefully cultivated had already fallen. These things had enraged him and instilled a deep sense of dread in his heart. In his view, if Zuan was not eliminated, it would result in great trouble. The next day, the atmosphere in the entire city of Kunlun became somewhat tense. Many people dared not go out to watch the excitement and instead stayed at home. That the streaks of light in the sky never stopped. The entire city of Kunlun was shaken by this news. People flocked from everywhere. Although the celestial palace usually acted domineeringly, it was, after all, a local power. Zuan, on the other hand, had come from the secular world, so many people wanted to see how Zuan would meet his defeat. When they arrived outside the celestial palace, they saw dozens of wandering immortals coming and going, a sight that astonished many. Centuries of cultivation had made the celestial palace's strength unfathomable, but it was usually not on display. This time, however, it was revealed in all its glory because of Zuan. This person is tall and elegant, with a calm demeanor. The corners of his mouth are slightly upturned, carrying a hint of inexplicable smile, and his eyes are as bright and profound as stars. It's Zuan. He actually came. The crowd watching became restless, all somewhat incredulous. Zuan slowly walked onto the square, paying no attention to these people with various expressions. Instead, he looked up at the towering fairy palace and said faintly, "I'm here." His voice was not loud, but it echoed far and wide. Shortly after, the radiance within the fairy palace shimmered, and dozens of scattered immortals filed out, filling the sky, then stood on both sides, hands hanging by their sides in respect. Then, Fu Wuliang finally walked out of the fairy palace. With hands behind his back, his expression aloof, he slowly descended from the void. There was silence. Many people looked at Fu Wuliang with fearful eyes. Even Wu Bucheng, the head of the Yujian villa, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, had to take a few steps back at this moment, nodding in respect. This is the imposing aura of a golden immortal. Only Zuan remained calm, with a face devoid of joy or sorrow. "You are Zuan?" Fu Wuliang's voice was not loud, but it contained a sense of authority. Most people wouldn't even dare to move. Just these words alone would make them fearful. Zuan simply showed his handsome teeth in a slight smile. "Yes, that's me." "Very well. Since you dared to come, I will no longer torment you. Let me give you a quick end," Fu Wuliang said lightly. At this moment, Zhuar Yuyan behind Zuan was even more nervous than Zuan, especially facing the imposing aura of the golden immortal Fu Wuliang, something a weak woman like her could not withstand. Trembling slightly, she struggled to support herself. Zuan gently patted her shoulder. A surge of sword energy passed, and Zhuar Yuyan suddenly felt much lighter, then looked gratefully at Zuan. Only then did Zuan turn to face Fu Wuliang. "I'll give you a chance too. Kneel now, and I may spare your soul." This statement caused a stir. At this point, Zuan dared to be so arrogant. Many people could hardly imagine what Zuan was thinking. Fu Wuliang's eyes gradually turned cold, a fierce killing intent appearing on his face. "You brought this upon yourself. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Zuan smiled faintly. "Let's fight then." "Too much talk. Do you really think you're invincible as a golden immortal? In my eyes, you are just an ant." Zuan's words finally completely angered Fu Wuliang. 12 fire guards, kill him. With his order, 12 extremely tough guards came charging like ghosts, forming a mysterious formation and attacking Zhu. And directly, to 12 fire guards. These elite subordinates who had followed Fu Wuliang for many years. All were scattered immortals, proficient in formation attacks, and had already killed several longevity beings under their command. In Fu Wuliang's view, Zuan's cultivation was only half a step away from longevity. There was no need for him to take action. The 12 fire guards were enough to deal with him. However, his smug smile froze as soon as the 12 fire guards came close. Zuan raised his hand and threw a punch, sending out an invisible shockwave. Doom! The 12 fire guards groaned together, then were directly repelled and all fell to the ground, spitting blood. With just one punch, the 12 fire guards were defeated. This move surprised many. He seems stronger than he was during the trial. Fei Bai muttered to himself. Wu Bucheng's expression became more solemn upon hearing Fei Bai's words. If his strength really grew this fast, it would be terrifying. "Madman, you shall die." Seeing that even his personal guards couldn't withstand a single punch from Zuan, Fu Wuliang finally got angry. He reached out, and a fierce burning golden flame surged towards Zuan. Even though there was a distance, the scorching heat was still palpable. Golden flame. My God! No wonder the Venerable has been absent from the fairy palace. He was looking for this kind of divine flame. Someone exclaimed in shock. Many others felt a sinking in their hearts. This golden flame was an extremely fierce flame that could directly roast a person's soul. Extremely malicious and ruthless. Facing the surging golden flame, Xuan, however, wore a somewhat playful smile on his lips, not even attempting to dodge. Many people were puzzled. What was Xuan planning to do by not avoiding the attack? Was he seeking death? But just as the golden flame touched Xuan, these initially threatening flames suddenly became gentle. Then Xuan lifted his hand, and the flames turned into a wisp of fire in his palm. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, countless people were shocked. Fu Wulian's face also darkened. He could feel that he had lost control over these flames. Did Xuan possess some kind of treasure that made him immune to these flames? Fu Wulian was filled with doubt. Xuan played with the flame and said, "Playing with fire in front of me? Are you joking? Today, let me show you what real fire manipulation is." With these words, Xuan took a step forward. Doom. Strands of pure white flames appear in midair. Fu Wulian, who had been calm, was finally shaken, and exclaimed in disbelief, "Divine flames of the God realm, you do have good taste." Saying this, the flames of the God realm surged directly towards Fu Wulian. Despite his face showing various emotions, his eyes were filled with greed. He mainly practiced the Great Flame Spirit technique, and the best way to enhance his cultivation was to seek out various rare flames. For example, the golden flame he had was a kind of rare fire he had worked tirelessly to find. But compared to these flames of the God realm, it was simply insignificant. If he could kill Xuan and obtain this flame, it would be an infinite boon to his cultivation. Thinking this, Fu Wulian sneered. "Since you've delivered it to me, I'll accept it gratefully." With that, Fu Wulian clasped his hands together, engulfed. The flames of the God realm solidify in midair. Fu Wulian laughed heartily. "Thank you for this generous gift. However, I still must kill you." Saying this, he tried to engulf the flames of the God realm, but just as his fingers made contact, these flames, which he had previously subdued with his technique, suddenly became active again and began to spread along his finger. Wherever they touched turned into ash. How is this possible? Fu Wulian was shocked and swiftly broke off that finger, then looked at Xuan with a dark expression. "What did you do?" Xuan smiled faintly. "What could I possibly do to deal with you?" This first encounter between the two ended surprisingly, with Fu Wulian suffering a major setback. Many onlookers were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. Meanwhile, Fu Wulian's expression grew increasingly serious. Xuan was proving even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. "I admit, I underestimated you a bit," Fu Wulian said, indifferently, gradually floating in midair. "But you don't understand. Even though there's only one level of difference between a golden immortal land and eternal, the gap between them is more than just 100-fold. With those words, countless flames appeared around Fu Wulian, a powerful aura enveloping the entire scene. Those nearby felt their cultivation fluctuating. "It's the domain of a golden immortal," someone exclaimed. Once they reach the realm of a golden immortal, they can partially use the rules of heaven and earth. Within their domain, the strength and cultivation of their adversaries are suppressed to the minimum, a great weapon for confronting enemies. "Now hand over the fire seed, and I may spare your soul." Fu Wulian stood in midair, his voice as majestic as a deity. Xuan, however, smiled. "I had my doubts before, but now it all makes sense. So, you, a golden immortal, are truly incomplete." This statement puzzled many. Incomplete? What does that mean? Fu Wulian's expression changed abruptly. Originally, he had stalled at half a step away from becoming a golden immortal because he couldn't make it. It was at that despairing moment that an elder in the immortal palace was about to fall. He transferred his immortal essence to Fu Wulian. It was with this inherited essence that he managed to break through to the realm of a golden immortal. However, because it was not his own gathered immortal essence, it was far inferior to what he could have cultivated on his own. Thus, this golden immortal of his had flaws. But this was a secret buried deep in his heart, never disclosed to others. How could this man see through that? What kind of person was he? After all, no need to wonder how I know. I know far more than you can imagine, Xuan said calmly. Fu Wulian's murderous intent flared up. This child must not be spared. And so, he bellowed in anger, "Regardless of who you are, today you will undoubtedly die." 10,000 fires golden lotus. Doom. The flames swirling around him swiftly merge, transforming into dazzling golden lotus flowers. Each exuded a fierce killing intent. "This is getting more interesting," Zuen said calmly. "I suspect you're intentionally giving me opportunities. Otherwise, how come you always use the techniques I like?" Many didn't understand what Zuen meant, including Fumo Liang. After hearing Zuan's words, Fumo Liang coldly snorted. "Quit the mystification. Attack. Doom." These golden lotus flowers then rushed towards Zuen. However, Zuen raised his hand and said nonchalantly, "Fire of Karma. Red Lotus. Doom." A bright red lotus flower appeared in Zuan's hand, rapidly expanding and blooming. Upon seeing this red lotus, the onslaught of golden lotus flowers halted and bowed as if facing a revered king. The 10,000 fires paid homage to the red lotus. This scene left everyone speechless. "Now, it's my turn." Zuen stepped forward, suddenly disappearing from his original position. By the time he reappeared, he was already in front of Fumo Liang. With a wave of the red lotus in his hand, he enveloped Fumo Liang entirely. The raging flames instantly engulfed him. In the midst of the flames, Fumo Liang cried out in fear, "How can you possess such divine flames, Zhu?" and said flatly, "Why wouldn't I? Blame yourself for playing with fire in front of me." From the start, Fumo Liang was completely suppressed by Zuen because he was a fire cultivator. But for Zuen, who possessed two types of divine flames, this was practically like delivering himself on a silver platter. The fire soon fell silent. Many were perplexed. Had Fumo Liang already perished? An immensely enraged voice echoed from the sky. "Zuen, I will shred you into 1,000 pieces." With that, Fumo Liang raised his hand, and the 12 fire guards on the ground screamed and turned into ash. Their cultivations transformed into streams of light, flowing into Fumo Liang's body in midair. Zuen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Using blood curses on your own guards is one thing, but your viciousness knows no bounds." Fumo Liang smirked wickedly as he slowly raised his fist. "Witness my true divine power." Floating pagoda. As the essence congealed, divine power emerged. Fumo Liang finally unleashed the strongest attack of a golden immortal, the divine power. Doom. Everything around Zuen was locked down. Even his fluttering hair froze. To outsiders, Zuen seemed like a statue suddenly bereft of life, even losing the gleam in his eyes. "Master!" Zhu Ran cried out in astonishment. The various sects and families in attendance collectively breathed a sigh of relief. In their perception, Zuen's presence had vanished. This meant that under the might of the Golden Immortal, he must have ultimately failed and perished. The Lord of the Immortal Palace, Fumo Liang, once again proved to be invincible through facts. Only Fei's eyes flickered slightly, his thoughts inscrutable. Despite this, Fumo Liang's anger still simmered as he remembered how he had been beaten so badly, even resorting to using his life-saving treasure. With Zuan's supposed demise, all his bitterness was now firmly aimed at Zuen. Fumo Liang grinned wickedly as he slowly raised his fist. "Behold the true extent of my divine power." Floating pagoda. As the essence congealed, divine power emerged. Fumo Liang finally unleashed the strongest attack of a golden immortal, the divine power. Doom. Everything around Zuen was locked down. Even his fluttering hair froze. To outsiders, Zuen seemed like a statue suddenly bereft of life, even losing the gleam in his eyes. "Master!" Zhu Ran cried out in astonishment. The various sects and families in attendance collectively breathed a sigh of relief. In their perception, Zuen's presence had vanished. This meant that under the might of the Golden Immortal, he must have ultimately failed and perished. The Lord of the Immortal Palace, Fumo Liang, once again proved to be invincible through facts. Only Fei's eyes flickered slightly, his thoughts inscrutable. Fumo Liang's remaining anger grew as he recalled how he had been beaten so severely, even resorting to using his life-saving treasure. With Zuen seemingly defeated, all of Fumo Liang's ire was aimed squarely at him. A moment later, "I will extract all of your souls, then find the fire seed of that divine flame." Fumo Liang gritted his teeth, planning vindictively. A slight cracking sound was heard. Everyone fell silent. Even Zhu Ran, sobbing, heard it and looked up in surprise. In midair, Zuen, like a statue, slowly began to move his fingers, then blinked. Doom. Liberated from the binding of the floating pagoda, he had returned to normal form. Fumo Liang's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. "How is this possible? How could you break the floating pagoda?" At this moment, Zuan exuded an incredibly fierce aura. He too was furious now, speaking icily. Floating pagoda, ha ha. Watch me shatter it with one punch. With that, Zuan raised his fist and launched it with a powerful strike. Crack. After a thunderous crack, Zuan completely shattered the floating pagoda that had bound him, then charged straight at Fu Moliang. Before Fu Moliang could snap out of his surprise, Zuan had already reached him. No. Fu Moliang could only shout this one word before. Zuan sent him flying several miles away with one punch. Before his body could come to a stop, Zuan had appeared behind him, delivering another blow. Doom. Zuan seemed to be playing with Fu Moliang like a ball, rendering him defenseless. In the midst of this spectacle, everybody was left speechless. Who could have imagined that even the Lord of the Immortal Palace was no match for Zuan? At this point, Zuan's palm began to emanate the fire of karma, as he coldly declared, "I said I would slay an immortal today." With these words, he threw another punch. "Master, save me." Fu Moliang finally felt fear and shouted for help. With a sigh, a black-robed old man appeared in front of the fairy palace. Upon seeing him, Wubuk City and others all trembled, then incredulously shouted, "Elder Dangson." Dangson nodded and smiled at the crowd. "I never expected that after so many years, there would still be people who remember this old man on the brink of death." Wubuk City and others solemnly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Elder." Dangson was the former lord of the fairy palace hundreds of years ago, much senior in seniority compared to them. They never expected him to still be alive. Now, Zuan was really in big trouble. Everyone was thinking that. Dangson smiled at Zuan. "Young friend, your talent 'tis truly the best I have ever seen in my lifetime, to be able to defeat this scoundrel with half-step eternal life cultivation like me." Upon seeing his master appearing, Fu Wulian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, looking somewhat smugly at Zuan, thinking that he was done for. But facing this figure from hundreds of years ago, Zuan remained indifferent, coldly saying, "So you finally decided to come out?" Dangson's face flashed with a hint of surprise. "Young friend, you know of my existence, Zu," and calmly reply, "I've known from the beginning." "So, are you planning to save your disciple?" Dangson smiled. "It's nothing major. How about you release this scoundrel, and I'll prepare some wine in the fairy palace for us to become friends." Doom. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. That Dangson, such a figure, was being so polite to Zuan. Even Fu Wulian was somewhat surprised, not understanding why his hot-tempered master was acting this way today. But what everyone didn't anticipate was Zu. And shaking his head, "Be friends with me, are you worthy?" Silence fell over the whole place. Dangson's face darkened. "Young friend, what do you mean by that?" Zuan faintly smiled. "To tell you the truth, I came here this time to annihilate the both of you." With that, Zuan's flaming hand directly engulfed Fu Wuliang. "No, master, say it." The words weren't finished. Zuan's powerful flame had already incinerated Fu Wuliang's physical body. A brilliant stream of light suddenly appeared, about to escape. It was Fu Wuliang's fairy nucleus. Zu, and grabbed it, a smile playing on his lips, then sealed it away. The more fairy nuclei he collected, the more confident he would be in breaking the seals on Nana's body. It all happened very quickly, with Dangson not being able to react in time. Zuan had already killed Fu Wuliang and sealed away the fairy nuclei. Witnessing this scene, Dangson could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor, and angrily said, "Zuan, it's one thing to destroy my disciple's physical body, but why seal his fairy nuclei?" Fairy nuclei were the most precious thing for a golden immortal. As long as the fairy nuclei remained intact, there was a chance for rebirth. "Because I need it, and not just his. You won't be able to escape today either," Zuan said, launching himself towards Dangson, his body engulfed in flames. At this moment, even Dangson felt some fear. He couldn't see through Zuan's origins, and the methods Zuan had just revealed were too horrifying. But now that Zuan was charging at him, he couldn't help but shout angrily, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Stepping forward, Dangson exclaimed, "Illusory demon." Dangson's cultivation was much stronger than Fu Wuliang's, and the fairy nucleus he had condensed was a flawless golden immortal. Therefore, his illusory demon technique was much more powerful than Fu Wuliang's. The illusory demon enveloped Zuan. Dangson triumphantly laughed, "Zuan, you are still too young, falling for my scheme." Dangson had been feigning weakness from the beginning, waiting for an opportune moment like this. The illusion he cast seemed weak when first unleashed, but it was incredibly powerful, directly targeting the depths of one's soul, especially in Dangson's eyes. With Zuan being so young yet possessing such formidable cultivation, his Dao heart must be unstable. With this illusory demon, he could shatter Zuan's cultivation. However, his triumph lasted only for a few breaths. Zuan used his hand as a sword to pierce through the black mist surrounding him, and walked out from it. What's going on? Why aren't you afraid of the illusory demon? Dangson was greatly shocked. Zuan calmly stated, because my Dao heart is as firm as a rock. Dangson had no idea what Zuan had experienced. 3,000 years of arduous cultivation had allowed Zuan to refine his Dao heart almost flawlessly. Although he had perished when he ascended to the realm of Sage due to a slight obsession with Inyan, he had been reborn, reunited with Inyan and their two daughters, and rectified all past regrets. Hence, the current Zuan possessed a crystal-clear, impeccable Dao heart. Dangson's illusory demon had no effect on him at all. Dangson's gaze flickered for a moment, then grit his teeth. Very well, indeed not an ordinary person, but you will still die. With that, Dangson's whole being finally released its full power. Teak Golden Immortal! Wubuk City exclaimed, his face pale due to the overwhelming pressure. The most powerful cultivator in the Kunlun immortal realm had finally appeared. Dangson's face was expressionless at this moment, his demeanor proud, as if he were an emperor ruling over the heavens and earth. Zuan, you have forced me to use such power. You can be proud of that, Dangson declared majestically. Yet Zuan showed no fear, a faint smile playing on his lips. After unsealing the seals, I estimate you won't live long before you fall. This remark made Dangson furious. You seem to know everything. Rest assured, this time, I won't perish. With your cultivation and talent being so exceptional, I plan to occupy your physical body. Dangson grinned maliciously, striking down with a fist from above. It seemed like the space itself shattered from the force, the punch landing directly on top of Zuan's head. Zuan's expression turned serious, faced with the most formidable opponent he had encountered since his return. Limitless fist! Zuan bellowed, also delivering a punch. There was no sound. The exchange of blows between the two seemed like two ordinary people greeting each other. However, after a few breaths, Zuan suddenly stepped back several steps, while Dangson's figure also swayed. They could actually fight to this extent with the Teak Golden Immortal? How powerful was this Zuan really? The various aristocratic and sect forces were dumbfounded. This battle had already exceeded their cognitive range. Zuan, you are indeed powerful, but the stronger you are, the more I must kill you. Only by occupying your body do I have a chance to break through this damn Golden Immortal. So, go to hell. Dangson's expression turned ferocious due to greed, launching another fist. This punch's momentum was several times stronger than the previous one. Wherever it passed, the space cracked and seemed on the verge of collapsing. Doom. Finally, Zuan was forced back by this punch, retreating more than 10 steps, his face slightly pale. Zuan, let's see how many punches you can withstand. Dangson laughed triumphantly, his imposing aura becoming increasingly majestic. Everyone thought Zuan's defeat was inevitable. At a distance, Zhu Ryan's face turned pale. The Elder is going to lose. Suddenly, Zhu Ryan took a deep breath, gradually calming down. She recalled a secret technique her mother mentioned when she practiced their family's inherited Nugen technique, a technique that enhanced one's cultivation when one sacrificed oneself as an offering, but required complete faith in the person being aided. The consequence of this sacrifice was that one's soul would dissipate. Thinking this through, Zhu Ryan suddenly smiled brightly. Elder, this time, I will help you slay the immortal. At this time, Elder Dangson's fist struck once again. This time, the force behind the fist was more than twice as powerful, causing the atmosphere to change wherever it passed. Zuan snorted coldly. Countless sword oars emerged, forming a massive fan incomparable sword energy, directly aiming at the fist. However, this sword energy only lasted for less than a breath before shattering into pieces. Zuan, it's useless. You simply cannot comprehend what it means to reach the peak of the Golden Immortal. Elder Dangson sneered. But at that moment, a clear and cold female voice rang out, Master. Zuan turned his head and saw Zhu Ryan sweep her hair by her ears and smile brightly. For these days, thank you so much. After speaking, fierce flames surged up on Zhu Ryan's body. Karmic flame. How is this possible? What is this woman trying to do? Elder Dangson exclaimed in shock. He had completely ignored Zhu Ryan just now, thinking of her as nothing but an ant. But now, the karmic flames on Juran were extremely domineering heavenly flames. What was she trying to do? Zuan was slightly stunned, then seemed to understand something, furrowing his brow. Ryan. Ryan in the flames whispered softly, I am willing to sacrifice my soul to assist Master. With that said, a surge of karmic power concentrated on Zuan. However, Ryan's body suddenly fell to the ground, life and death uncertain. This scene shocked everyone. This woman actually sacrificed her soul to help Zuan. This was simply too crazy. Elder Dangson's eyelids also kept twitching. At this moment, Zuan lowered his eyebrows and shook his head gently. Why are you so silly? A mere golden immortal. Why go to such lengths? But since you've done this, then let me kill them all first. With that, Zuan raised his head, his eyes shining like stars. Kill. As he spoke, Zuan suddenly transformed into a stream of light, heading straight for Elder Dangson. Hehe, it's useless. How much karmic power can be obtained from the sacrifice of a mortal woman's soul? It cannot change your fate of death at all. Saying so, Elder Dangson reached out his hand, perfectly blocking Zuan's charge. Is this all you've got? Too slow. Elder Dangson smirked, about to make a move. Suddenly, Zuan smiled. At the same time, he crushed a remnant immortal tablet in his hand. A terrifying aura erupted suddenly. A hint of surprise appeared in Elder Dangson's eyes. What's going on? This is Haoyu Emperor's aura. Yes, the remnant immortal tablet Zuan crushed belonged to the Emperor Haoyu. Within this divine light, Zuan said casually, I'll borrow this for a moment. Finally, Elder Dangson understood what Zuan intended to do, shouting in fear, how is this possible? How can you use someone else's immortal tablet to enhance your own divine abilities? Who are you? Zuan didn't even bother to pay attention to him, just saying indifferently, Karma. Doom. With Haoyu Emperor's remnant tablet as a sacrifice, Zuan finally displayed a divine ability that once ruled all realms. Karma. Under Karma, a Buddha could be a commoner and an immortal king could be slaughtered. This was an incomprehensibly powerful divine ability. Although he was using a version that was incomplete and could not be more incomplete at the moment, it still firmly imprisoned Elder Dangson, rendering him immobile. Zuan then raised his fist, revealing several white teeth, and sneered. Now, my turn. With that, he punched out. Under this divine ability, karma was reversed. Elder Dangson's strength was weakened to the lowest, while Zuan possessed supreme divine power. Therefore, with this punch, Elder Dangson could only cry out in horror without even the strength to resist, and was directly sent flying. In midair, he spat out blood, filled with dread, gritted his teeth and desperately activated his life-preserving magic tool, trying to escape. Zuan, of course, wouldn't give him the chance, softly reciting, Reversal. Karma reversed. Elder Dangson felt his cultivation dissipating like flowing water, his whole body visibly aging at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. What's happening? No. No. Elder Dangson sensed the taste of death, crying out in fear. Zuan appeared behind him, whispering softly in Elder Dangson's ear. Did you want to know who I am? I'll tell you now. I once was the leader of all immortals, the supreme being of all realms. Elder Dangson's expression froze and gradually turned into ashes from the top of his head, scattering with the wind. In the blink of an eye, Elder Dangson vanished without a trace. A brilliant and captivating immortal tablet remained in place. Zuan picked it up and sealed it. With this, he now possessed 2 immortal tablets. As for the strand that belonged to Emperor Haoyu, it had been destroyed as a sacrifice. Everyone stared blankly, some even trembling uncontrollably. Zuan paid no attention to them. Instead, he looked up at the elders and disciples of the Immortal Palace, then dashed towards them. Seeing the sect leader and ancestors killed by Zuan, they were filled with terror. When Zuan rushed towards them, they turned and fled in fear. Rise, swords. Countless sword energies once again appeared, covering the sky and blocking even the moonlight. Kill. Doom. These sword energies fell, enveloping all the people of the Immortal Palace. Most of these people were wandering immortals, with some possessing cultivation levels close to eternal life. Facing these sword energies, they had no power to fight back. Soon, blood splattered, and the Immortal Palace's people all perished, and stood in midair, like a divine being, gazing down upon the earth. When Zuan's gaze swept over those with shallower cultivation levels, they couldn't help but kneel down uncontrollably. Even those who barely stood could not help trembling at this moment. Zhu and ignored them, using his divine sense to search the immortal palace in a moment, then shook his head. Boasting as an immortal palace, but your foundation is so lackluster. This one's not bad. With that, he flicked his hand, and a dusty ring flew into his palm from the immortal palace. All right. This place looks boring. Let's destroy it. Saying so, Zhuan took a step. Doom. The entire immortal palace trembled violently as if in an earthquake. Cracks appeared, and then it collapsed with a resounding crash. With that, the once lofty immortal palace vanished. Zhuan landed back on the ground, and a cluster of blood-red light appeared in his hand. Then he approached Zhu Ryan. This time, I'll give you a great opportunity. Saying so, Zhuan pressed the light cluster onto Zhu Ryan's forehead, then squinted slightly. Zhu Ryan, whose soul had scattered from the sacrifice, was gathered once again. Doom. Zhu Ryan felt a shock all over her body, then slowly opened her eyes. Master, did I die? Zhu. And smiled. You didn't die, but the people of the immortal palace did. Then Zhu Ryan was puzzled. How did she not end up soulless? Zhu. And said calmly, I needed to kill that golden immortal. Didn't need your soul as a sacrifice. And I did not call upon the power of karma, so you are naturally fine. With that, Zhuan turned and looked at the various sects and families. The immortal palace is destroyed. Do any of you have any objections? All of these people trembled, then hurriedly shook their heads. Your divine power is unmatched. We all bow to you, Master. When the news spread, the whole Kunlun fell silent. Those who once shouted that Zhuan must die were now too frightened to speak. The immortal palace was destroyed, killing even the golden immortals and wiping out entire families. These events made Zhuan truly the undisputed killer god. Many people couldn't help but lament, I never thought that our Kunlun immortal realm would be so overshadowed by a mundane person that we can't hold our heads up high. That they dared only to mutter these words in their hearts. As for the various sects and families, at this moment they all remained silent, fearing that any further trouble caused by Zhuan might lead to their own destruction by this divine killer. When Zhu Ryan's senior brother Zhu Lei and others learned of this news, they all fell silent. After a while, Zhu Lei sighed and said, It seems that we were truly short-sighted. If we hadn't left back then, based on this relationship, we would be so respected now. Zhu Lei's words made everyone sigh deeply. In Qingmu town, Bian Qingmu was initially unaware of this news. She was busy in the town when suddenly a grand procession arrived. Bian Qingmu thought it was an enemy attack and immediately sounded the alarm. But after the preparations were made for a battle, they discovered that the arrivals were not enemies, but gift-bearing processions from various major families in Jizhou City. Bian Qingmu was stunned. What was going on? Why were these usually high and mighty families suddenly so polite? Eventually, Bian Qingmu learned the news from these smiling people. These families were all scared by Zhuan's actions and feared that he might cause trouble again because of Jizhou's affairs. In their haste, they suddenly remembered Bian Qingmu's good relationship with Zhuan and hurriedly came to offer gifts as an apology. After hearing this, Bian Qingmu couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. At the same time, she was also greatly astonished. Zhuan, who she had almost dismissed as a fraud at first, had grown step by step into a prominent figure that everyone admired. This time, he directly overpowered everyone and became the ruler of Kunlun. Along with his status, he became more dignified. It was truly a marvel to think about. However, Zhuan was unaware of all these events. He lingered in the main city of Kunlun for another 2 days. During these 2 days, numerous sects and families tried various ways to please Zhuan. However, Zhuan completely ignored them. Many people thought that with his immense prestige this time, Zhuan would naturally become the ruler of Kunlun, but they had no idea that in Zhuan's eyes, this small Kunlun was insignificant. Oh, and there were also several sects like Qiangsu sect, Night Demon Palace, and Tyrant sect. Although their sect leaders were killed by Zhuan, their foundations remained. But when news spread of Zhuan's massacre of the immortals, the members of these sects were afraid of Zhu and seeking revenge again. As a result, they all scattered and fled. Consequently, these sects disbanded. However, during these 2 days, Zhuan was not idle. He taught Zhu Ryan a set of cultivation techniques. On that day, he extracted the essence of many fallen scattered immortals and gave it to Zhu Ryan to cultivate. This laid an incredibly solid foundation for her cultivation. This could be considered a great opportunity for Zhu Ryan. After Zhu Ryan memorized the techniques, Zuin nodded. It's over here. I should go back now. Zhu Ryan felt a bit reluctant. Master, let me go back to the mundane world with you. Zuin smiled. You were originally a person of Kunlun, so stay here and cultivate well. Besides, I might come back as well. This world can't be wasted. Zhu Ryan nodded at his words. Then, Zuin turned his hand into a sword, directly splitting the air with a black crack, stepped into it, and disappeared in Kunlun. Zhu Ryan stared blankly at the now restored space, feeling empty inside. At that moment, Lu Zenshu quietly approached, shaking his head. You shouldn't have let him go. Zhu Ryan lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. He has a family. And I have no other desires. As long as I can be his servant, it's enough for me. Lu Zenshu sighed heavily, remaining silent. Meanwhile, on the Kunlun mountain on Earth, on a picturesque hill, there was a sudden strong wave of spatial fluctuations, and then Zuin appeared in midair. When he just returned, Zuin couldn't help but exclaim, because he found that the spiritual energy on Earth had slightly enriched compared to when he left. However, the increase was very subtle. Only someone as sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations as Zuin could detect it. Strange. Have I been gone for a long time? Zuin looked around and found nothing unusual except for a small Taoist temple in the distance. Zuin flew directly to the temple. A young Taoist was cleaning the courtyard. Zuin descended from the sky, leaving the young Taoist dumbfounded. Could you please tell me what time it is now? The young Taoist stared blankly and hadn't reacted yet. Zu, and furrowed his brow slightly and whispered, sorry. He then directly obtained the information he wanted through his divine sense. It's only been 2 months. Often, the hidden realms and Earth don't follow the same timeline. In such cases, spending a day in the hidden realm could mean that a year had passed on Earth. This phenomenon led to the saying that a day in heaven equals a year on Earth. Since only a short time had passed, Zuin was relieved. Thank you. After saying that, Zuin soared into the sky, turning into light and disappearing into the horizon. The young Taoist stood in place, stunned like a statue. It wasn't until an old Taoist came out and scolded him for being lazy that the young Taoist snapped out of his daze. Then, trembling, he said, Master, I just saw an immortal. Immortal? Nonsense. You probably sneaked in and drank my wine again. No lunch for you at noon. The old Taoist scolded before heading back indoors. The young Taoist, holding a broom, shed tears in grievance. That was clearly an immortal just now. Zuin returned with a sense of urgency and had no mood to take a plane anymore. After breaking through to the half-step immortal realm, flying through space consumed very little energy. Therefore, he chose to fly directly towards Beijing. In Beijing, at the Tiaino mansion, Nan was playing with her 2 daughters in the garden. Little Shaw was napping soundly nearby. Since Nan arrived, it no longer needed to accompany Tang Zhuanyi to work. It just ate various cooked foods and slept all day long. Over time, it became completely lazy. Mom, Little Shaw is so lazy. And Xiang said, yes, I just pulled its ears to wake it up and play with me. But as soon as I let go, it laid down again. Such a lazy bug. And Nan grumbled. And Yin smiled, about to say something. Zhu, and flew directly back to the Tianzi one villa after landing on the ground. 2 little girls cheered and ran into his arms. Zuin lovingly picked up his 2 daughters. Daddy, what have you been doing this whole time? Nan, I missed you so much. Zhu Xian hugged Zuan's neck affectionately and said, Daddy went to fight monsters. Zuin teased his 2 daughters deliberately. As soon as they heard fight monsters, the eyes of the 2 little girls lit up. Daddy, who's stronger, you or Ultraman? Zhu Nan blinked her big eyes and asked. Zuin nodded seriously. Of course Daddy, stronger. What about compared to Sailor Moon? Zhu Xian asked eagerly. Daddy is stronger for that too. Zuin chuckled. Yay. The 2 little girls cheered. Daddy, can you transform? Zhu Xian asked. Transform? Yes. Just like Sailor Moon, super powerful transformation. Zhu Xian's eyes sparkled. Ah. Zuin suddenly felt that these 2 little girls seemed too obsessed with watching animations. Alright, Xian. Nan. Daddy can definitely transform, but you have to be obedient for me to transform for you. Okay. And Yen smiled and said, yes. We'll be good. Zhu Xiang and Zhu Nan replied in unison. Here, these are your little gifts, Zuin said, taking out 2 small pendants made of Millennium Qingmu wood hearts. Daddy, isn't this a frying pan? Xian played with it in surprise. Zuan had refined the Millennium Qingmu wood hearts into 2 amulets, but to make sure the 2 girls liked them, he made them look like small frying pans. Zuan nodded with a smile. Do you like it? Yes, we like it. Thank you, Daddy. The 2 little girls each kissed one side of Zuan's cheek and happily went inside to play. Zuan then stood up and looked at Yan, who stood gracefully and smiled slightly. Yan, and Yan's eyes turned slightly red as she swept her hair behind her ear and softly said, Husband. These simple 2 words conveyed more than 1,000 words. Zuan stepped forward and embraced Yan lightly. Yan slightly resisted, feeling shy. Xian and Nan are here, Zu, and patted her head gently and chuckled. I've blocked their vision. Yan hemmed and buried her head in Zuan's embrace. The 2 stood quietly embracing each other, enjoying the warmth of the moment. At that moment, Zisha was quietly retreating. The so-called blocking by Zuan was just a simple illusion that worked on the 2 little girls and had no effect on Zisha. Therefore, it saw everything that just happened. Zisha couldn't speak, but its mental capacity was like that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Seeing the adults and the madam pouring affection on each other, it quickly slipped away. If the adults found out, it wouldn't get its share of the good food. Just as it was about to exit the backyard, thinking it had escaped, Zuan's calm voice came. Where are you going? Zisha froze, then turned around, wagging its tail at Zuan, and felt amused and helpless. You're a dragon. Why are you acting more like a dog? And Zuan walked over, looking helplessly at Zisha's increasingly round waist. You need to lose weight. Moments later, bang, and threw Zisha like a cannonball from the mountaintop into the distant cloud dream lake. Zisha felt sad as it fell through the air. My cute roasted chicken, grilled duck, braised pork trotters, sauce elbows, pickled pig ears. Farewell. It plopped into the lake, transforming its entire body into a dragon, turned around in frustration, and sank to the bottom of the lake. Yan looked worried and said, Husband, isn't this too strict? It may be a dragon, but it still acts like a child. Zuan smiled. It's fine. I'm just helping it, or else a dragon would eat and sleep all day, losing its dignity. All right. A gentle breeze blew, and the 2 sat on a bench under the trees, surrounded by shade, while the playful laughter of the 2 little girls echoed from the villa behind them. The serene and warm atmosphere made a word suddenly pop into Zuan's mind. Life is good. Yan, let's get married. A long moment of silence. Oh. And Yan lowered her head and softly responded. What does "oh" mean, Zu? And asked with a smile. And Yan lifted her head, tears welling up in her eyes, but she smiled happily. Oh, it means I am very willing. Very willing. Zuan looked fondly at this silly girl, hugged her lovingly, and Yan leaned on his shoulder. Yan, this time, I will give you a unique and unparalleled wedding. Make up for all the previous shortcomings. Zuan said earnestly. I don't ask for anything else. Actually, things are pretty good as they are now. And Yan whispered softly. I promise to make you the happiest woman in all realms and realms, so I must fulfill that promise. Zuan said with a smile and revealed 2 fairy beads in his hand. What do you see these as? Although Yan did not know what these 2 radiant fairy beads were, she could sense the immense energy they contained. These are the fairy beads of a gold immortal. They can help you break some seals. Zuan explained. And Yan trembled all over, not thinking about the seals on her own body. She trembled as she asked, Gold immortal? Yes. And Yan's eyes turned red again. As someone who practiced cultivation, she understood what a gold immortal signified. That was a formidable existence that could dominate a realm. Zuan had obtained these fairy beads by slaying a gold immortal to break his own seal and had 2 of them. What's the matter? Zuan was still a bit puzzled. Although he had once been an immortal emperor, he couldn't fully understand a girl's delicate thoughts. And Yan took a deep breath and said seriously, Husband, the seal on me doesn't matter. We can slowly unravel them. Please don't take such risks in the future, okay? Because I would worry. Zuan was stunned momentarily and then deeply moved. For this girl, it was worth giving so much no matter what. Okay, I understand, but we can't waste these 2 fairy beads. Zuan's expression turned solemn, and flames of pure white rose in his hand, blending the 2 fairy beads into a small ball of light. Then he drew a mysterious seal on Yan's forehead, pressed it fiercely, and the light ball entered her body. Doom! And Yan's aura suddenly soared, and the energy from the fairy beads swiftly circulated throughout her body. In a part of Yan's soul, a gray mark exuding a powerful aura lit up as the fairy beads' energy surged, brightening up the mark. The energy of the fairy beads quickly gathered and started pounding in succession. Crack! A tiny crack appeared on the gray mark. However, at the same time, the energy of the fairy beads was exhausted. Zuen had anticipated this. Two fairy beads wouldn't be enough to break this seal. After all, it was a seal placed by an immortal king. Thinking of this, an infinite sense of killing intent rose in Zuan's heart. Whoever you are, if you dare to put a seal on my wife, you will be killed. The killing intent passed in an instant, and then Zuen smiled at Yan, saying, "All right, how do you feel?" Yan closed her eyes and felt it, then shook her head. "I don't feel anything." But immediately, her aura began to rise steadily. Soon, she broke through from the free and easy realm to celestial being, and still didn't stop. Directly broke through the peak of celestial being, reached the level of a quasi-immortal, and then stopped. Even Zuen couldn't help but be surprised. Others would struggle and work hard to advance in their cultivation, but his wife was different, breaking through realms simply as eating and drinking. "Husband, it seems like I've broken through again," Yan said. Zu, and pinched her nose and said with a smile, "Not seems like, you really did break through. It looks like my wife is a genius in cultivation." Yan blushed at being praised, but still raised her head proudly. "That's right. And maybe in the future, I'll surpass you. Then, I'll protect you." "Heh. Yes, my lady Yan," Zuen said with a smile. While the two of them were chatting intimately, Xian and Nan were secretly watching from a distance. "Sister, what are Mom and Dad doing?" Nan asked. Xian made a serious expression, gesturing for Nan to lower her voice, and then said, "You're too young, of course you wouldn't understand." Then do you understand, sister?" Nan blinked her big eyes and asked. "Of course," Xian said proudly. "I was born 5 minutes before you." Then she cleared her throat, lowered her voice, and said, "Mom and Dad are dating." "Dating? What is dating? Can you eat it? Is it tasty?" Nan asked in her typical series of 3 questions. Zhu Xiang frowned, lightly tapped Zhu Nian's head, and said, "Always thinking about eating. Dating is talking, you can't eat it." Oh. When she heard she couldn't eat it, Nan lost interest. She lowered her head and began to play with the small frying pan that Zuen had given her. The item looked so tempting and delicious. Nan drooled a bit, sneakily glanced at her sister Zhu Xiang, and when she didn't notice, she brought it to her mouth and took a bite. Unexpectedly, after Nan bit the small piece of wu, which was only a few centimeters in size, it suddenly grew much larger, becoming the size of a normal frying pan. Nan was shocked by this sudden change and trembled. Sister. Sister. Zhu Xiang turned to look, only to see Nan with a large frying pan hanging around her neck, and was also stunned. "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything. I just took a bite of the wu, and it became like this." Nan was on the verge of tears. It was only then that Zuen walked over with a smile. He had noticed the mischievous little ones watching from a distance, finding it slightly amusing, but still pretending to be serious. "What's going on, Daddy?" Nan ate too much and made this piece of wood very big. Zhu Xiang gestured with her hands to show how big it had become, looking panicked. Zuen looked, then furrowed his brow. "Oh. Once it grows, it won't shrink back. It looks like Nan will have to live with this pan from now on." "No. I don't want to live with a pan hanging around me. It's so ugly." "Woo-woo." Nan cried in fear. Yan helplessly glanced at Zuen. "Stop teasing. Nan is crying." Only then did Zuen smile, then crouched down and snapped his fingers. The frying pan suddenly shrank back to its original size. Both little girls were left dumbfounded. "Dad, how did you do that?" Nan asked, wiping away her tears. Zuen had been too engrossed in his moment with Yan to inform the two little ones that the 1,000-year greenwood heart was a spiritual object capable of changing in size. "Do you want to learn?" The two little girls nodded eagerly. "Listen. When you want it to grow, just shout transform into a beautiful girl. Shout Ultraman if you want it to help you fight monsters. Shout I'm not playing with you if you want it to shrink back." "Really?" "Yes. You can try it," Zuen said. Of course, the actual spell was not that simple. Zuen had tailored it specifically for his two daughters. Zhu Xian took off the necklace, transformed into a beautiful girl. The greenwood heart instantly transformed into a frying pan. Zhu Xian then excitedly shouted, "Ultraman!" The pan turned into a streak of light, smashing a large rock before returning to Zhu Xian's hand. "I'm not playing with you." The pan shrank back to its original size. "It's really amazing," the two little girls exclaimed. And Yan was amused and a little exasperated. Who gives frying pans as toys to two little girls? What's wrong with frying pans? A must-have for household travels, and they're also quite effective. Zuan chuckled, "But this isn't very ladylike, but mine is different." And Yan blushed. "Oh, so in that case, the carefully prepared gift I have for you would be useless." "What gift?" Zuan magically pulled out a frying pan. "This one." And Yan took it, examined it, but didn't notice anything special. "Give it a good swing," Zuan said lightly. And Yan followed his instructions and swung it vigorously. Suddenly, a thunderous lightning strike fell, instantly reducing a large tree to ash. The power stunned Yan. At that moment, she heard a respectful voice coming from the pan. "Madam, what's going on?" And Yan asked fearfully, "Zhu," and smiled. "This is a spirit-level frying pan specifically crafted for you by me. As for the speaking part, aren't you going to reveal yourself?" With Zuan's words, a huge figure made of lightning, about a dozen meters tall, appeared in the air and bowed respectfully before Zuan. "Master, this is the spirit made from a thunder lord that I refine," Zuan explained calmly. The frying pan was created when he was in Kunlun and was intended as a weapon for Yan. And Yang gradually calmed down and then looked with curiosity at the giant entity. "Is this thing made entirely of thunder and lightning?" "Yes." "Doesn't that mean if there's a power outage in the future, we can use it as a generator?" And Yan said excitedly. Zuan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh and nod. "It seems it could work. Husband, I really love this gift." And Yan was overjoyed. Little did she know that such a spirit created by a thunder lord was invaluable. Such an item would be considered a treasure in any cultivation world. Only Zuan would be extravagant enough to craft such a remarkable spirit into a frying pan. At dusk, the Bay River started to drizzle with autumn rain. "Zhuaner, let me drive you home," a colleague kindly offered. Tang Zhuaner smiled, then shook her head. "No need. I have to go to my friends first." With that, she put on a raincoat and walked into the rain. By the time she arrived at Laozi restaurant, the sky had completely darkened. "Oh, Zhuaner, why didn't you call ahead when it's raining, so Uncle Z could come pick you up?" Aunt Pang exclaimed when she saw Tang Zhuaner walking in with a raincoat on. "It's okay, the rain isn't that heavy." Tang Zhuaner took off the raincoat, smiling. "Look, your hair is all wet. Quickly dry it off. Don't catch a cold." Aunt Pang handed her a dry towel indulgently. "Where's Jingjing?" Tang Zhuaner asked as she dried her hair. "She's inside. She thought you weren't coming when it rained, so she's doing homework in the back room," Aunt Pang said with a smile. During this time, Tang Zhuaner would come to Laozi restaurant every night to help Jingjing with her homework. "I'll go inside then." Tang Zhuaner walked into the back room. It was only when her figure was completely out of sight that the few tables of diners in the hall let out a sigh in unison. "Heavens, this girl is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. Especially when she smiles. It's enchanting," a man said, infatuated. "Well, she has to be beautiful, or do you think I come here to eat at this time every day for no reason?" Another man at the table chuckled. "Hey, have you found out her name? At least ask for her phone number or WeChat." A man with longing eyes said, "Shh, don't say such things. This girl is definitely not ordinary." Someone quickly gestured to keep the voice down. "I don't believe it. Just because she walks here in a raincoat, she must have some big background." A skeptic said, "Don't believe it. Ha. Not to mention this girl, the background of this restaurant is beyond your imagination." Someone sneered. "This small rundown restaurant can have a background. Don't be ridiculous." Before this person could finish speaking, several big men in black suddenly appeared outside the restaurant, all of them burly, with the leader carrying a black umbrella exuding a fierce aura. Seeing this group of people, all the diners inside the restaurant shuddered simultaneously. Some even couldn't help but gasp in a low voice. "It's Su Jiuye, a top expert under Duke Dufan's command." Everyone was astonished. This was a figure of some reputation in Day River, so why would he appear on a rainy night here? As they were puzzled, Su Jiuye lightly tapped on the glass window. Laozi happened to come out and, seeing the man, approached to open the door. After the door opened, Laozi said, "Come in." Sujiuye smiled slightly, showing a hint of flattery on his face, and bowed. "I won't come in. I'm all soaked. Don't want to dirt your floor. I'm here on my big brother's orders. Just checking in. Have any unwelcome characters paid a visit recently?" Laozi shook his head. "Since you got rid of those guys demanding money last time, no more troublemakers have come around." "Yes, those guys have been sent packing out of Bay River by me. They won't dare to come back in this lifetime." Sujiuye nodded fervently. Just a while ago, a few inexperienced thugs came to Laozi's restaurant, finished their meal, deliberately threw a dead cockroach inside, and demanded compensation from Laozi, threatening to vandalize the place. Laozi quickly saw through their extortion scheme. If he complied, he'd be indignant. If he retaliated against them, he'd risk losing his business in the future. Thinking about this, Laozi was in a dilemma. Aunt Pang tentatively called a person she had met at Mr. Zhu's house during a meal, a man named Dufan. Dufan wasn't in the city at the time, but the moment he received Aunt Pang's call, he broke out in a cold sweat. Though Laozi and Aunt Pang were just ordinary folks, the fact that they had appeared at Mr. Zhu's banquet indicated they had some significant connections. If anything went wrong, and Mr. Zhu returned their heads. At the thought of this, he shuddered and said firmly, "Rest assured, I will send someone over immediately." After the call, he promptly informed Sujiuye, who was in the city, and gritted his teeth over the phone. "If this matter isn't resolved properly, we'll all be in trouble together." Hearing of the severe consequences, Sujiuye, who was drinking in a bar, was scared witless and immediately gathered his men and rushed over. He thought it might be some formidable power at first, but upon arriving at the restaurant, he found only a few inexperienced troublemakers who didn't know any better. And when these thugs saw Sujiuye, they were all dumbfounded. Who on the streets didn't recognize Sujiuye? Especially in the eyes of these small-time thugs, Sujiuye was practically a godly figure. Though Sujiuye wanted to deal with these guys on the spot, he restrained his anger and greeted Laozi with respect, according to the instructions from his boss. After all, his boss repeatedly emphasized the need for a respectful attitude. Laozi was actually a little embarrassed by Sujiuye's behavior. After this incident, Sujiuye remained vigilant. He didn't want to be dragged into trouble by some ignorant thugs, so he made it a point to drop by from time to time, for no particular reason. Today was no exception. Watching the group of big men trembling in the rain, Laozi felt a bit guilty, so he took out 100 yuan from his pocket. "Since you refuse to come in, here's 100 yuan. Go buy some water to drink." Sujiuye trembled all over when he saw the money. If he dared to accept the 100 yuan, Dufan could easily take his life, so he quickly waved his hand, rejecting it. "Uncle Z, there's no need for such courtesy. Just treat me as your junior. If there's anything, you can tell me at any time." And this scene of Sujiuye nodding and bowing made the diners in the restaurant stunned. The man who had spoken before sneered, "See that? Now everyone knows I was right. If Sujiuye nods and bows, this person can't be ordinary, can she?" The diners fell silent, but they all understood one thing. This small restaurant was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Likewise, that stunning young lady was definitely not an ordinary person. Later, when Sujiuye firmly refused the money, Laozi had to take it back and nodded. "Thank you all for your hard work. Not hard at all, not hard at all. This is all necessary. Go about your business quickly." Sujiuye smiled and said. After Laozi left, Sujiuye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sujuksen felt a lot more relieved in his heart, turned around and was about to leave. A car stopped by the roadside, and a group of people got out of the car. A man and a woman, followed by two delicate and cute little girls. They looked like a family. The man was handsome and the woman was exceptionally beautiful. This combination naturally attracted a lot of attention. Upon seeing this family, Sujuksen, who was just about to leave, was stunned. As the man and woman chattered and walked towards the restaurant, passing by Sujuksen, the man glanced at him indifferently before leaving straight away. It wasn't until the group entered the Old Z restaurant that Sujuksen shook all over and came back to his senses. This man. Sujuksen was full of doubt. Beside him, his henchman smacked his lips and exclaimed, "What a beautiful girl. She's 100 times more beautiful than the stars on TV. Really?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sujuksen fiercely kicked him, knocking him into the rainwater and then proceeding to rain down heavy blows on him. As he kicked, Sujuksen murmured angrily, "If you're tired of living, just find a building to jump off. Don't drag me into it, okay?" Sujuksen's fierce and angry expression frightened everyone, and it wasn't until his henchman fainted from the beating that Sujuksen stopped and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking towards the Old Z restaurant with lingering fear, there was no mistake. It was definitely him. Just by that one glance, he was certain. With this thought, Sujuksen had a sudden inspiration and quickly dialed Dufan's phone number. Dufan happened to be in Beijing City drinking with some business friends when he saw Sujuksen's call. He was first surprised, then his expression became serious. At this time, could something have happened at that restaurant? Dufan immediately answered the call. "Hey, boss, I'm at the Old Z restaurant. I just saw the young master." "What?" Dufan was shocked, jumped up suddenly, startling his business partners. "Say that again?" Taking a deep breath, Sujuksen said, "I saw the young master entering the restaurant. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" "Absolutely not. He glanced at me, that indifferent look. I will never mistake it," Sujuksen said decisively. After a brief hesitation, Dufan made a decision. "Wait outside. Don't let those troublemakers disturb the young master. I'll be right there." "Understood." Dufan hung up the phone. His business friends were displeased. "Mr. Du, with your sudden reaction, how can we continue talking about business?" Dufan grabbed his coat from the sofa, cursing as he ran outside. "Talk about your mother asterisk. I don't have time to deal with you guys right now." Meanwhile, in the Old Z restaurant, the sudden arrival of this group of people quieted the entire hall. Some people were even dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, a stunningly beautiful girl walked in, and now such a high-profile family appeared. How many surprises can this small restaurant offer? The fat lady, who was calculating bills, noticed the unusual atmosphere and looked up. When she saw the smiling man, the fat lady was stunned for a moment before happily exclaiming, "Zian." Yes, it was none other than the Zuan family. Zu. And nodded and smiled. "Auntie," the fat lady shouted. "Lao Zi, stop being busy, Zian is here." Lao Zi rushed out, all excited upon seeing Zuan. And when the nose was heard, Zi Jingjing and Tang Zhuaner, who were studying in the inner room, also came out. And Yan smiled at Tang Zhuaner. "I was planning to wait for you to return in the evening, but found that it was raining. Knowing that you were coming to Uncle Z's to study, I came over with Zuan. Uncle Z won't mind, right?" "Why would he?" "Never mind if you can come." Lao Zi was about to come forward and speak but hesitated. The more he interacted, the more Lao Zi realized the depth of Zuan's power. Even those arrogant big brothers were now very respectful to him, and Lao Zi knew the reasons why. So he had some reservations, afraid that being too casual might upset Zuan. And Yan naturally noticed this, and deliberately teasingly remarked. This showed how thoughtful and proper Yan was in her interactions with others. Zu. And understood Yan's intention, and the smile on his face intensified. "This girl is really a treasure." So he smiled and said, "I happen to want to taste Uncle Z's collection of old wine, so I must have a good drink tonight." Lao Zi laughed heartily. "All right. Your Uncle Z has everything but old wine." In the conversation, the previous slight unfamiliarity had disappeared. In this bleak autumn wind, the most appropriate thing to do was to sit with friends and have a steaming hot pot. Lao Zi politely asked the other guests to leave. Of course, these people dared not stay. They all saw what Sujuksen had just done. Who would dare to cause trouble? Lao Zi placed a few tables together, lit a copper stove, and the girls quickly cleaned various vegetables. Lao Zi then brought out a large piece of fresh mutton and began to cut it. However, due to the hurried circumstances, the knife wasn't sharp enough, so the cutting was slow. Seeing this, Zuan smiled. "Let me do it." He took the knife, and with a slight force from his wrist, the entire knife turned into a phantom, beginning to chop the meat. There was no sound of the knife hitting the cutting board, only the sound of finely cutting meat. In a moment, the mutton was well cut, evenly thick, and could reflect the light like slices of mutton. Lao Zi was dumbfounded. He had never seen meat being cut like that. The knife didn't even touch the cutting board throughout the process, relying solely on precise control, lifting the blade immediately after cutting the meat. This was easier said than done, and incredibly difficult to execute. It seemed that Zuan's reputation and status were not acquired easily. The group sat around, and Xiangxian and Nianian were eager, especially Nyan, her mouth watering. When the lamb was put in the pot, they waited quietly for 5 or 6 seconds before they could fish it out and taste it. Coupled with Lao Zi's own condiments, the food was smooth, fragrant, and enough to make one forget all worldly troubles. This time, Nyan poured a little wine, raising her glass to Lao Zi and the fat lady. Thanks to your many care in the past, otherwise, he and I might not have made it to today. This glass, I toast to you both. Lao Zi and the fat lady raised their glasses. Don't be polite, we are all family. Don't mention those things. Upon hearing these words, the room suddenly fell quiet. Jingjing, who had been somewhat silent, trembled slightly, causing the lamb she was holding with chopsticks to fall onto the table. Tang Zhuaner sighed softly beside her and quietly picked it up for her. Mr. Z and Aunt Pang were delighted and exclaimed, "Really? That's great. Both of you didn't have a wedding before, so it's indeed time to make up for it." Mr. Z even promised enthusiastically, "I will be the chef for you then. I guarantee it will save money and taste good." Zuan smiled. "There's no need for a chef. You two were witnesses to the difficult times for me and Nyan, so I would like to invite you to be the officiants at the wedding." Mr. Z was about to readily accept, but Aunt Pang hesitated. "Zian, I know you are a good child, and there's nothing to say about you and Mr. Z, but we are just small business owners of a restaurant. Being officiants for you, I'm worried we're not qualified enough." Aunt Pang had her own concerns. Zuan now had a completely different status, with guests coming who were either powerful figures or dignitaries from various places. Having himself and Mr. Z as officiants wouldn't be enough. And smiled. "Auntie Pang, in my eyes, you are the best choice. If you are not qualified enough, who else is? And this time, the officiants won't just be you two, I plan to invite a few more." Aunt Pang finally breathed out a sigh of relief and eagerly nodded, saying, "That's good. Then we wholeheartedly agree." At that moment, Mr. Z raised his cup. "Let's all toast to Zian. They have come a long way. It hasn't been easy." "Cheers." Aunt Pang echoed loudly. Everyone raised their cups. Even Zi Jingjing showed a sincere smile, holding up a glass of juice. "Zian, I wish you well." Zuan and Anyan exchanged a smile, raised their glasses and said, "Thank you everyone. Cheers." Everyone emptied their glasses, the atmosphere becoming even more lively. Outside, although the rain had stopped, the chilly autumn wind could freeze people to the bone. Even so, Du Fan, who had rushed over, insisted on not waiting in the car, but standing on one side of the entrance of Mr. Z's restaurant, standing respectfully with his hands down. "Brother, how about I wait here? You go back to the car and rest first. Who knows when Mr. Zhu will finish his drink?" Suju said. Du Fan shook his head. "No need. This bit of wind is nothing. I will wait here." In fact, Du Fan was very clear in his heart. Although Zuan was inside, he was likely aware of everything happening outside. Therefore, he should show more respect. These days, Du Fan's strength had become stronger, and he had begun to enter some legitimate industries. Everyone remained silent about it. Remember that in the past, if Du Fan dared to meddle in someone else's business, it would definitely cause a conflict. But now, things were calm. Du Fan understood that it was all because of Zuan. The more he thought about it, the more terrified Du Fan became. Terrified of Zuan's power. So, compared to the benefits received, what did it matter to stand outside and feel the cool breeze? Standing outside respectfully feeling the cool breeze, the restaurant door opened. Zhu Xian poked his head out, his big eyes rolling around. "Who is Uncle Du Fan?" Du Fan quickly walked forward with an almost fawning smile. "Miss, that's me, but please don't call me uncle, just call me Du Fan." Facing a 4- or 5-year-old child, Du Fan showed unmatched respect, because he knew very well that these two little girls were Zhu Xian, Mr. Zhu's daughters, and they were greatly doted upon. Not to mention provoking them, even if a single strand of their hair fell out, Mr. Zhu would probably skin him alive. Zhu Xian giggled. "I'm not a miss, I'm Xiang. And, my dad asked you to come in." "Yes. Yes. Sorry Xiang." Du Fan's expression brightened and he nodded and bowed, saying, in his heart, though, he regretted a bit that he had only bought snacks and toys the kids liked on his way here. If he could win over these two little girls, it would greatly benefit his future development. Du Fan thought to himself, respectfully walked into the restaurant. "Mr. Zhu, Mrs. Zhu, Miss Tang, everyone," Du Fan greeted repeatedly. looking a bit funny. Tang Juaner couldn't help but chuckle. This charming laughter made Du Fen startle, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look up. "Please sit," Zuan said calmly. Only then did Du Fen dare to sit down. "Your information is quite accurate. I just returned to Beijing. And you already knew." Du Fen trembled, thinking he had upset Zuan. Quickly said, "It's not about accurate information. It's just that one of my men happened to be guarding outside Uncle Z's restaurant and happened to see you." Zhu and nodded. Mr. Z had just explained what had happened before. Zuan didn't particularly dislike Du Fen, but didn't particularly admire him either. However, Du Fen did know how to seize opportunities well and was very capable. Mr. Z's restaurant was a testament to that. "You did well." Zuan's words made Du Fen feel elated, and he said, "It's my duty. Uncle Z is also my elder. Troublemakers were causing issues, so I naturally had to step in. This time returning to Beijing, you are the first to know besides my family," Zuan said lightly. Du Fen was delighted, so he knew that Mr. Zhu had returned earlier than anyone else. "My phone is lost, and you can help notify the others," Zhu and said. Du Fen was ecstatic. It was an opportunity for him. He nodded repeatedly, thumping his chest. "No problem, Mr. Zhu, you can rest assured. But, do you have something to say?" Du Fen asked cautiously. Zuan gave a faint smile. "I am planning to get married." "Married? With who?" Du Fen stole a glance at the graceful Onion sitting beside him and suddenly understood. There was determination in his eyes. "Don't worry, sir, I will inform everyone." He got up to leave. Zhu and calmly inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" Du Fen was indeed a bit hungry, but he felt that since all the people sitting at the table were Zuan's close confidants, he was just a lackey under Zuan's command, not qualified to dine with them. So he shook his head. "I have eaten. It's more urgent to assist you, sir." With that, he respectfully exited Mr. Z's restaurant. Once he left, Aunt Peng curiously asked, "Zian, this guy looks pretty good. Why is he so afraid of you?" Zhu and smiled. "Looks good." "Aunt Peng, do you know his background?" "What background?" "He used to call the shots in the Beijing underground world." Aunt Peng took in a sharp breath at this revelation. "As for why he's so scared of me," Zhu and smiled, "it's probably because of a strong desire to survive." Du Fen walked out of the restaurant, his face full of excitement. "Big brother, what did Mr. Zhu say?" Suju quickly approached and asked. Du Fen smiled faintly. "Mr. Zhu is getting married." "Married? With whom?" "Of course, with Miss An." "Miss An? Aren't their children already grown up?" Suju obviously didn't catch on. "Do you know why I am the big brother and you can only be a little brother?" Du Fen said lightly. "Heh. I don't know. Because you don't use your brain. Haven't you heard about the things Mr. Zhu did in Zhongdu?" Initially, the An family did not agree to this marriage, so Mr. Zhu and Miss An probably eloped. Du Fen's face flashed with a hint of fear. Later, the An family, who obstructed and committed many grave errors, was destroyed by Mr. Zhu. Suju listened with a troubled expression, swallowing hard. "So, this time is definitely Mr. Zhu feeling sorry for Miss N, purposely holding a wedding ceremony." "Ah, I see. So what do we do, big brother?" "Rob a bridal studio," Suju said with a fierce tone. Du Fen covered his eyes in despair. "Don't call yourself my little brother in the future, it's embarrassing." "Then what should we do?" Suju still felt a bit aggrieved. "Mr. Zhu wants me to notify his friends and subordinates." "Understand? You mean, it's the Qin family, as well as the Zhengde Martial Arts Hall, Huaxi Medical Hall, Qingmang Town, and people from the provincial capital." Du Fen had researched all of Zuan's associates, so he knew who to contact. Soon, Du Fen's men began to act. Du Fen himself changed into a proper new outfit and headed towards the city center, Qin Family Building. After walking into the lobby, Du Fen went straight to the front desk and requested to see Qin Yu or Qin Yuan. The front desk staff looked Du Fen up and down, coldly handing him a sign-in form. "Please fill in your personal information first." In this place, Du Fen didn't dare to say anything else, filled out the form obediently, handed it back, and asked, "When can I see Miss Qin or Mr. Qin?" The front desk looked at the calendar. "Probably in a month." "What?" Du Fen was about to jump up at that moment. "What's wrong? This is already an expedited time frame for you. Can't you see that everyone else is waiting in line?" The front desk pointed to a stack of sign-in forms piled nearly half a person high. Dufan couldn't help but feel right. A month. By then, the wedding of Mr. Zhu was probably already over. Please inform Miss Chin right now. Tell her I really have an urgent matter. Everyone says they have urgent matters. Can I possibly inform her? Besides, our chairman Chin has so many tasks every day. Time is extremely precious. There's no time to waste on people like you. The front desk remained cold. Dan spoke in a very unpleasant manner. Finally unable to contain the anger in his heart, Dufan, who had clawed his way up from the bottom, faced Zuen with respect out of fear. But that didn't mean he would have a good temper in facing others. He suddenly slammed the table, grabbed the front desk staff's collar, and said fiercely, I order you to inform her now, or I will make sure you regret it. Surprisingly, the front desk at that moment didn't panic but pressed a button on the phone. There's a disturbance, come quickly. After a moment, a group of security guards rushed into the lobby. A hint of disdainful smile appeared on the front desk's face. Dare to cause trouble in front of our Qing group? You're really blind. Captain Yan, get this guy out. The captain of the security guards, a sturdy man in his 30s, was sizing up Dufan. After a while, he stroked his chin and said with a hint of amusement, Du boss. Dufan recognized this man at a glance. It was Yang Lame, who had followed him before but later climbed up the Qin family tree, gradually no longer putting Dufan in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Lame chuckled. Du boss, what are you doing at our Qing group? Collecting protection fees? His words caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter. Dufan sneered, hey, fine, since you won't let me see her, when something happens to the Qin family in the future, let's see who can bear that responsibility. Something happen? What could possibly happen to the Qin family? Yang Lame's tone was mocking. Everyone looked disbelieving. Of course, and it's a matter of life and death. Dufan said proudly. In his view, the Qin family's rapid expansion in the past 2 years was all thanks to Zuan. Without Zuan, the Qin family would be like a tree without roots and not worth fearing. Yang Lame naturally thought Dufan was exaggerating and was about to mock him when a deep, masculine voice rang out. What exactly is your matter? You insist on seeing our miss? With those words, the imposing He Wang walked over. Seeing him, the security guards and front desk staff all respectfully bent down. He Wang and Dufan had met before. After Zhu and saved He Wang with a pill, his stagnant cultivation showed signs of loosening. He Wang, overjoyed, began to immerse himself in martial arts, ignoring mundane affairs. Now, he had already broken through to the realm of Tianren. Dufan didn't dare to be neglectful, nodded slightly, and said softly, it's a very confidential matter. It involves Zhu. Dufan mentioned just a name. He Wang trembled all over, his eyes gleaming. Come with me. With that, he led Dufan onto the VIP elevator and headed straight to the top floor CEO's office. The security guards and front desk staff in the lobby looked at each other in shock, fear flashing across their faces. Especially Yang Lame. Could it be? Did this guy really have some important matter? This was Dufan's first time coming to the top of the Qin family building. Outside the CEO's office was a secretary desk. He Wang walked over with a dark face. I need to talk to the miss. The chairman is in there negotiating with some foreign clients. There's no time. The secretary said. No time to waste. Dial the private number. He Wang said. The secretary, with no choice, nervously dialed Qin Yu's private number. What is it? Qin Yu pulled out her phone, frowned upon seeing the call from the secretary, and answered, sounding a bit annoyed. Manager He Wang wants to talk to you. Just as the secretary finished, He Wang stepped forward to take the call and said, in a deep voice, Dufan wants to see you. This is Dufan's first time seeing such a large office. It was arranged very simply, without any extravagant decorations, but that huge floor-to-ceiling window was enough to prove everything. Sitting in this office, it felt as if he had the entire North River at his feet. What's wrong with Mr. Zhu? Qin Yu blurted out. Last night, I saw Mr. Zhu. He has already returned to North River. What? Qin Yu exclaimed, her expression gradually becoming serious. Mr. Zhu returned to North River without notifying her. Could it be that he was dissatisfied with the Qin family? The more she thought about it, the more flustered she felt. Then why are you here? Dufan looked at the fleeting panic on Qin Yu's face, feeling somewhat pleased. Heh, what can your Qin family do, even if you're powerful? Isn't it better to listen to me obediently now? I am nothing but a simple person. Last night, Mr. Zhu and I enjoyed some drinks together. During the banquet, Mr. Zhu mentioned that he is getting married and asked me to inform everyone. Du Fan's face was full of pride, and he also boasted a little. Qin Yu didn't pay attention to the surroundings at all, only catching the part where Mr. Zhu said he was getting married. This sentence left Qin Yu's mind blank for a moment, and it took a while for her to regain her composure. Where is Mr. Zhu now? I don't know. Du Fan was not lying about this part. Qin Yu immediately made a phone call. Hello, has anyone returned to Villa Tianzi? No. 1. Chairman, hasn't someone always been living there? The property manager of Yunmeng Manor replied inexplicably. Nonsense, I'm asking about Mr. Zhu. Qin Yu roared. I'll check right away. If you can't find out, then you can pack your bags and leave. Qin Yu said angrily. She had repeatedly instructed that if anyone entered or left Villa Tianzi, no. 1. They must inform her. Especially if Mr. Zhu appeared, she needed to be informed immediately. Qin Yu's intention was to know the news as soon as Mr. Zhu returned, but she never expected that Mr. Zhu had returned without her knowledge this time. Missing such important news was simply disrespectful to Mr. Zhu. Thinking about the consequences of angering Zuan, Qin Yu felt a tremor throughout her body. The property manager on the other end of the phone was even more terrified by Qin Yu's final shout, and after hanging up, he immediately rushed to check the visitor records, but found nothing. Manager, what are you looking for? A security guard couldn't help but ask upon seeing his sweating boss. Villa Tianzi, no. 1. The property manager muttered absent-mindedly. The security guard heard this sentence and couldn't help but laugh. I forgot to tell you. I saw that Mr. Zhu from Villa Tianzi. No. 1 last night. The property manager shuddered, his eyes gradually lighting up. What? What did you say? I was on duty at the gate last night and happened to see Mr. Zhu taking his family out. They didn't return until late at night. I was just about to tell you, the security guard said. The property manager jumped for joy, hugged the security guard, and then said with a smile, well done. Tomorrow I will promote you to be the deputy team leader of the security team. After that, he hurried back to his office, dialed Qin Yu's number. Qin Yu was waiting by the phone, and immediately answered when it rang. Chairman, Mr. Zhu returned last night, and he is now staying at Villa Tianzi, no. 1. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt relieved. Good. Remember not to disturb him, but keep a close eye on him too. Understand? Yes. Qin Yu hung up the phone and found herself covered in cold sweat. She was most afraid of what Zuan thought of the Qin family, but now it seemed fine, otherwise he wouldn't continue to stay at Villa Tianzi, no. 1. Then she turned to Du Fan and nodded. Thank you. Du Fan smirked. No problem. Just notify Miss Qin. Did Mr. Zhu say anything else? Like how he plans to handle the wedding? He didn't mention that. Qin Yu nodded, and surprisingly escorted Du Fan to the elevator entrance. This scene left several secretaries in shock. Before leaving, Du Fan casually commented, I think your company is great in all aspects, but the receptionist and head of the security team in the lobby are too arrogant. You should know. Mr. Zhu dislikes people being too arrogant. Qin Yu shuddered, nodded, and said, got it. Thank you. After Du Fan left, Qin Yu turned back to her office. Go dismiss all the front desk staff and the head of the security team on duty in the lobby today, and warn everyone. Be obedient. Don't be arrogant, Qin Yu said with a fierce expression. Yes. Black Wang responded and left. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu told her grandfather, Qin Yuan, about the news. At this moment, Qin Yuan was fishing by a beautiful lake in North River. He had already begun to enjoy his retirement. Many of the group's affairs were left to Qin Yu to handle, so when he saw the phone call was from his granddaughter Qin Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. What happened? After the call was connected, Qin Yu quickly explained everything. When she mentioned that Zuan was getting married, Qin Yuan's expression also changed significantly. You did well. Qin Yuan nodded. Mr. Zhu didn't inform us of his return this time, and he didn't directly notify us of such an important news. It does make one feel uneasy, but I think there should be nothing wrong. Mr. Zhu is a true immortal of this generation. He wouldn't bother with such trivial matters, but our attitude must be sincere. I'm heading back now. We'll go to Villa Tianzi, no. 1 together soon. And this wedding is a perfect opportunity. Our Qin family can show our sincerity. While the chaos was ensuing in the Qin family because of this matter, Zuan was teaching his wife martial arts in Villa Tianzi, no. 1. At the moment, Yan's cultivation had reached the level of a half-step immortal, But apart from this cultivation level, everything else was a mess. Zuin had to start from the basics, such as how to circulate spiritual energy and how to perform techniques. However, Yan showed no interest in these and quickly became bored after practicing for a while. Seeing this, Zuin could only helplessly smile. Back when he was being revered as an immortal, countless talented individuals would kneel before him, offering precious treasures, seeking his guidance, but Zuin never took a serious look. Yet now, Yan was bored and complained that his teachings were too dull. "How about I teach you how to use a frying pan?" Zuin tentatively asked. Yan's eyes lit up immediately, nodding eagerly. "Yes, yes." Even Andin and Nan ran over, wanting to learn as well. "Dad, we want to learn too." Zuin couldn't help but smile wryly, and took out a frying pan. He lamented in his heart. A dignified immortal had to carry a frying pan to teach martial arts. Then he began to teach his wife and children how to defend against enemies and maximize their lethality. "What kind of novel trick is this?" Qin Yu asked his grandfather Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan also looked bewildered, shook his head and said, "I have no idea. Probably some novel and strange martial weapon, but the more I look at it, the more it looks like a pot." Qin Yu said, "We ordinary mortals have mortal eyes. How could we possibly see through its mysteries?" Just as Qin Yuan finished speaking, two little girls got excited and threw a flat cotton top made of green wood out. Ultraman, dang! The flat cotton pop directly shattered a large rock, then returned to the hands of the two little girls. And Yan, pleased with what she saw, ignored the techniques Zuin had just taught her and swung it forcefully. Dang! A thunderstrike fell from the sky, blasting a big hole in the top of a small mountain. Qin Yuan and Qin Yu, the grandfather and grandson, were astonished. After a while, Qin Yu nodded in admiration and said, "Grandpa, you were right. How could this thing possibly be a pot? It's like a magical treasure that only appears in novels." Qin Yuan said with a serious look, "I think this might be the legendary heaven-overturning seal." The two of them speculated below. When Yan and the two little girls had enough fun, Zuin also gave up the idea of teaching them profound martial arts. Especially Yan, the techniques she used according to Zuin's teachings looked awkward, but when she performed on her own, it was as natural as breathing. Could it be innate talent? Zuin couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. His wife's talent was indeed quite unique. When Zuin approached, Qin Yuan and Qin Yu quickly stood up respectfully and said, "Sir." Zuin had already noticed their arrival, so he smiled and nodded. Qin Yu stepped forward anxiously. "Sir, you returned to Beijing without telling us. It was all because of my negligence. Please forgive me." Qin Yuan also stepped forward and said, gesturing with his hands, "Sir, the Qin family's original intention has never changed. We have always been your solid backing. Perhaps due to our rapid development now, there may be some mixed motives and things done improperly that have upset you. Feel free to tell us. I, Qin Yuan, am willing to take full responsibility." The two of them looked apologetic, making Zuin somewhat puzzled. "What's going on? What's the confusion, Zu?" and asked, "Why are you making a fuss?" Qin Yuan and Qin Yu looked at each other, then said with a puzzled expression, "Sir, aren't you blaming our Qin family?" "Why would I blame you? Then why didn't you inform us of your return this time, and even let Dufen convey the news of your upcoming marriage?" Qin Yu asked boldly. Zuin couldn't help but laugh at their response. "I lost my phone, didn't have your numbers, and was too lazy to inform everyone. Dufen happened to be around, so I asked him to convey the message. It's as simple as that." Qin Yuan and Qin Yu were dumbfounded. Turns out, their anxious and fearful actions were all because Zuin had lost his phone. In any case, it was good news. Qin Yuan and Qin Yu felt relieved. Qin Yuan smiled and said, "I see, you really scared this old man, Zu," and laughed. "I seem like a capricious king to you. Are you that scared?" Qin Yu thought to herself, "You're not a king, but for us, you are more formidable than a king." After entering the house, they chatted for a while. Then Qin Yuan said earnestly, "Sir, getting married is a joyous occasion, but we wonder about your plans." Qin Yu listened attentively as it was her most concerning question. As long as Zuin stated his plan, the Qin family could handle everything. Even if Zuin said he planned to get married on the moon, Qin Yu would not hesitate to call the space center in Country M immediately and arrange for a rocket and spaceship. Zuin smiled faintly. "Let's wait until the others come in." Just as he said that, Tan Dong, Tan Xiaoyu, Hua Xingyu, Hua Tingting, and their grandfather and grandson all walked in. They only knew about the news because of Dufan's notification. When they heard that Zuan was getting married, they were all astounded. Hua Tingting was seeing patients in the clinic at that time. After hearing the news, she looked downcast for a long time. Finally, Hua Xingyu sighed and said, "Why don't you stay home to guard the gate? I'll go." Hua Tingting shook her head. "I want to go." Hua Xingyu sighed. "All right, let's close the clinic. We'll leave now." Similar scenes unfolded at the Binarth Martial Arts Hall. However, Tan Xiaoyu was at least a martial artist, with a broad-minded nature. Although there was still a hint of sadness deep down, she followed her father, Tan Dong, with blessings in her heart. The room became lively, and Yen felt a bit embarrassed as the ongoing discussion was about her and Zuan's marriage. Despite being a mother now, Yen still had the innocent heart of a young girl. So she turned and went to another room, followed by Hua Tingting, Tan Xiaoyu, and Tang Zhuaner. In the room, there were only a few men and Qinyu left. Zuan chatted with them over tea. Without mentioning what to do next, none of them dared to speak. After more than an hour passed, footsteps were heard outside. Shai Dong brought along his younger siblings, Shai Hao and Shai Julie, representing the Shai family. Feng Keiachu, on the other hand, led a large group of subordinates representing the Feng family. In addition, there were also many smaller prestigious families from the provincial capital, all of whom had come. "Mr." They all called out in unison. They had just arrived at Beijing. Dufan's ability to handle matters was indeed good. In order to inform the major wealthy families in the provincial capital as quickly as possible, he simply rented a helicopter and rushed over personally. Upon arriving here, the first person he sought out was the Shai family. Shai Dong was a bit puzzled upon hearing that a big shot from Beijing had come to find him. But after the meeting, he learned that Zuan was getting married. Shai Dong was also greatly shocked and immediately sprang into action. Shai Hao, who was away on a business trip, immediately flew to Beijing. At that moment, a fleeting thought crossed Shai Dong's mind. If he were to conceal the news and go alone, could he deceive the other prestigious families? But he quickly dismissed the idea. It's best not to play tricks in front of that man. Otherwise, not even a deity could save you. So he immediately notified the Feng family and other wealthy families, and they all came rushing over. The room was now packed full of people, all silently watching Zuan. Zuan smiled faintly. "Thank you all for coming. This time, I am getting married to my wife. She followed me without asking for anything in return, so I naturally want to make it up to her." "Great!" the crowd thundered. With so many people present, they couldn't all stay at Villa Tianzi. Qinyu was in charge of accommodating these guests. After settling them in, Zuan made a few phone calls. In the barracks, and Qing had just finished her official duties and was preparing to go home. "Colonel An, this is a gift from General Wan in the Zhonghui military region." A female communication officer walked in holding a huge gift box. And Qing shook her head without letting her finish. "Return it." With that, and Qing turned and left. The female officer looked helplessly at An King's receding figure and silently counted how many times this month. And Qing, now known as the #1 beauty in the military region, had countless suitors pursuing her, but she remained as cold as ice, unmoved by anyone's advances. When she drove back home, and Ying'an and Meng had just returned as well. They were both now working in management positions at Qianyuan Company, keeping busy and fulfilled every day. Just as they were about to have dinner, and King's phone rang. She lowered her head to look and instantly relaxed her tight brows that had been furrowed recently. "Brother-in-law," and Qing said. Upon hearing this address, and Ying'an and Men, who were having their meal, perked up their ears. Zuan laughed on the other end of the phone. "How did you know it was me? This is a new number." "Heh. Besides you and my sister, no one else knows this phone number." And Qing said with a smile. "Brother-in-law, when did you come back? Is everything settled over there?" And Qing knew that Zuan had recently gone to Kunlun, so she asked. "I just returned yesterday. Everything has been taken care of," Zuan said calmly. Although Qing knew how formidable Zuan's strength was, she couldn't help but take a sharp inhale. Even Kunlun, a mythical place, had been conquered by Zuan. Just how powerful was her brother-in-law? "I called to tell you something." "What is it?" "I'm planning to hold a grand wedding for your sister." And Qing was momentarily stunned. Then her mouth curved into a happy smile. "It's about time." "Where is it?" "Beijing." "I'll rush over right now." And Qing was eager. But Zhuan chuckled. There's no need to rush. Since we want to make amends, it must be unparalleled. That's how I see it, Zhu. And shared his idea with Cheng. And her eyes lit up as she listened, nodding in agreement. All right. I'll go along with your plan. After hanging up the phone, Ying and Meng exchanged glances. And Qing smiled. Brother-in-law and older sister want to redo their wedding. I'm going to Beijing to bring my sister back, and you two can come along too. And Ying and Meng's eyes sparkled as they nodded in unison. Great. Meanwhile, Chen Chu, who had been living a peaceful life at home recently, Zhongdu was calm and prosperous. Qianyu and company was flourishing, and everything was going smoothly. With nothing much to keep him busy, he spent his days reading in the peaceful confines of his home. However, when he received a call from Zhuan, he immediately transformed, sharp as a drawn sword. Mr. Zhu, what's the matter? Zhuan smiled faintly. I wanted to inform you that Yan and I are planning to get married. Excellent. That's wonderful news. I'll definitely attend. Chen Chu laughed heartily, offering his heartfelt congratulations. But I'd like to do everything in the most traditional way. And Yan doesn't have elders in Zhongdu, so you'll be representing her family. I'll come to fetch her when the time comes. No problem. Chen Chu readily agreed. It was a matter of giving him face. How could he refuse? As for the others, you can inform them accordingly, Zhuan said before hanging up. At that moment, Chen Rushi happened to walk into the room and saw her grandfather in high spirits. She couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, what's going on? Why are you so happy? Chen Chu sighed softly when he saw his granddaughter and said, Mr. Zhu is going to marry Yan. Chen Rushi was momentarily taken aback, her face turning pale. But after a while, she took a deep breath and smiled. This is great news. True love conquers all. Chen Chu stood up. Mr. Zhu wants me to represent Yan's family, but I feel like just me alone isn't enough. Since the military folks received so many benefits from Mr. Zhu last time, it's time they come out to support the occasion this time. Chen Chu was fond of lively events, and he especially enjoyed grand celebrations. Naturally, he was more than willing to be involved in Zhuan's wedding. Zhuan then made separate calls to his three buddies. Jia Zuhui, Yan Bini, and Chia Le had all grown in influence alongside the increasing power of Qianyu and company. However, when Zhuan called them, the three of them remained casual, exchanging jokes and banter. It was only when Zhuan finally revealed the news of his upcoming wedding with Yan that the three fell silent for a moment before expressing their heartfelt joy. After witnessing Zhuan and Yan's most tender moments, the trio genuinely felt happy for them. In short, with a few phone calls from Zhuan, the atmosphere in Zhongdu gradually heated up. However, it was the article by the female journalist Chen Xiaoyi from the provincial capital that truly set off a wave of excitement. Of course, she was no longer working at the entertainment magazine, but had taken up a position at a highly influential media outlet. The media both at home and abroad were all in an uproar. Many well-known media outlets promptly provided detailed coverage. Among them, the Hollywood media in Country M was especially notable. In their reports, they praised Zhuan with overflowing words of admiration. For those who didn't know better, they would have thought it was a media outlet from Huaxia. In reality, only those in the know understood that Zhuan had saved everyone at the Oscar Awards ceremony back then. This karmic connection was truly significant. Although restricted by the intelligence agencies of Country M, they couldn't speak directly, but it was fine to say some good things. When the Shen family heard this news, they were all shocked. When Zhuan returned directly from the city of Xin to Beijing back then, it had left Chen non-desolate for a long time. For this grand wedding, she insisted on returning to the country to participate. Shen Kong naturally agreed. Meanwhile, in the city of Xin, when Sinan held a newspaper, his expression ever-changing. Sitting opposite him was surprisingly Griffin. They sat facing each other, seemingly harmonious. However, this scene would have been impossible in the past. But now, the city of Xin had gradually shed its dark tones. Griffin's gambling business was flourishing, and he was too lazy to engage in shady deals that didn't earn much money. When Sinan also laid many of his subordinates to open several hotels, and business was booming. Dear Win Sinan, I'm thinking of going to Huaxia now. How about you? Griffin said with a smile. Nowadays, Griffin was always dressed in traditional clothing, trying to make himself look like a Chinese as much as possible. In his words, he wanted to dress like the gods, because in Griffin's eyes, Zuan had already reached the level of a creator god. When Sinan remained silent and then shook her head after a while, "I'm not going," she said, getting up and leaving. Griffin watched her lonely figure as she walked away and shook his head. To fall in love with a god. Ah, love, it really gives you a headache. However, the biggest reaction came from intelligence agencies around the world. In Country M, when intelligence head Quixie found out about Zuan's upcoming wedding, he was on edge. Zuan had stirred up half the world on his own. Now he was adding a woman into the mix. Immediately, he made a call and shouted into the phone, "I don't care what methods you use, you must find out the details of this wedding for me. I want a high-quality photo of Zuan, not another damn picture where you can't even see his face clearly. Yes. Also, find out in detail who this Zuan's wife is. I want all the information. We can find that out now." Soon, information about Anyan was delivered. Because Zuan was the focus of attention in various countries, everyone around him had detailed information. When Quixie saw Anyan's identification photo, his eyes lit up. This girl looks so kind. This is a good start. After reviewing the information, Quixie became happy. "Oh God, are you finally showing favor to your subjects? This girl is not a demoness, and she is kind, with no violent tendencies. This is amazing." Meanwhile, in Country R's Tokyo, within a courtyard, many powerful figures, who were prominent outside, were all standing silently with respect. In front of them was Tokyo's underground female emperor, Lady Takeuchi Kyoko. Lady Takeuchi Kyoko held the luminous sword that the Tokyo underground tycoons feared, known as the Sword of God, and her icy gaze swept over everyone present. "I will be attending the master's wedding in Country HUA. Stay here and behave yourself. If there is even a slight mistake, my master might come back to Tokyo again," Lady Takeuchi Kyoko said calmly. Upon hearing this, these so-called powerful figures broke out in cold sweat. Lady Takeuchi Kyoko alone was terrifying enough. If that godlike man were to show up again, Tokyo would be on the brink of destruction. "Hai Yi, please rest assured, Lady Kyoko, we will behave ourselves. Lingnan, you family." The atmosphere in the Sword Pavilion was somewhat strange. The head of the family, Yu Lang, sighed deeply. "Well, we all know that this is impossible. Mr. Zhu's extraordinary cultivation must belong to someone with a heart as firm as a rock. We hope that Yuran could get closer to him, but it was just wishful thinking." Yu Ming nodded. "Father, what about our Yu family in Zhu's wedding?" Yu Lang said, in a deep voice. "Prepare generous gifts and go as a group." Yu Ming was startled, bowing his head. "Yes." Only Yuran sat silently on the side, tears shimmering in his eyes. In the evening, Yu Lang arrived at the Rain God Temple. The oracle opened the temple door, and Yu Lang walked in and looked up at the statue of the god, saying softly, "Lord of the Rain God, what are your plans for Zuan's wedding?" His voice sounded strange in the empty hall, but after a moment, a golden light shimmered above the shrine. Yu Lang picked up a bamboo slip that appeared out of nowhere. It was a rain god slip, of no great use. At most it could temporarily control the weather in the surrounding area. That the rain god was not a powerful deity, so this was the best he had. Yu Lang nodded. "I will offer it on behalf of the rain god." After a moment of silence, he placed several items on the shrine. "These are the remaining relics left by our ancestors, which I did not bury with them. Keep them, Lord of the Rain God." With that, he turned and left. The hall returned to its peaceful state. After a while, the relics left by Lingnan swordsman Yuan moved slightly, followed by the sound of a woman weeping. The global media was basically stirred up. Powerful figures from all sides rushed to Beijing. Today, Zuan's strength was already a mystery. But in the martial arts forum, someone asserted that Zuan was already considered the #1 martial artist in the world. This statement surprisingly received the agreement of the majority. While the news of Zuan's wedding was causing a commotion outside, Song Yi, who guarded Shangjian, hurried over. When he saw Zuan, he first offered his congratulations, then presented a feng shui seal. "Head, sir. I don't have much to offer, but this feng shui seal has been with me for many years, and it might have some effect. When the day of the wedding arrives, place it beside the bride, and nothing evil will prevail." Hearing this, Zulan, who was nearby, said disdainfully, "With my brother around, do you think any demons or evil spirits would dare to come close?" Zulan's words left Song Yi speechless, so he could only smile awkwardly. Zuan smiled faintly. "Why did you arrive so late?" Song Yi's expression became serious, And he whispered to Zuen on the side, I've been busy with an auction event in Shenzhen these past few days. An auction event? Yes. The auction will be held in a month. At that time, sir, you can go and enjoy the show. What's interesting about it? Zuen naturally knew that Song Yi wouldn't make random suggestions. Raphael walked off the plane with a frown. He didn't like it here. At this time, he should have been in the shops of Bell Street, in England, measuring and tailoring for elegant British gentlemen and ladies, not coming to a foreign country thousands of miles away to design wedding attire for a pair of unfamiliar wealthy strangers whose names he had never heard of. But he had to come because the other party offered a price he couldn't refuse. This awkward mentality of wanting to make money, but feeling a loss of status made this renowned fashion master from country Y always wear a constipated expression. Mr. Raphael, please follow me. At that moment, a dignified middle-aged man smiled and approached him. This man lifted Raphael's spirits a bit. It seemed that at least there were gentlemen in this country. Though when they walked out of the airport hall, several flashy luxury cars were waiting outside. Mr. Raphael, please get in the car. Our chairman has been waiting for you for half a day. What a country full of nouveau rich. Raphael thought to himself as he got into the car. Soon, he arrived in a high-rise building and then saw a woman who appeared stunningly beautiful in his eyes. The woman exuded a cold and commanding aura, like a queen of the corporate world, captivating everyone around her. Mr. Raphael, I am glad you've come to Beijing. I am the one who invited you, Qinyu. Qinyu nodded and smiled. I'm sorry, if I had known that such a beautiful lady would be the one calling me, I would have come sooner. Also, if I were 20 years younger, I would surely be envious of the man who marries you. Envious that he possesses this world's treasure. Raphael began to boast the unique gentlemanly humor of country while Qinyu smiled faintly. Mr. Raphael, I think you've got it wrong. It's not me who is getting married. Then who is it? My most respected gentleman. Or rather, the true master of our group. Qinyu's words left Raphael somewhat stunned, sparking intense curiosity. The woman's exceptional demeanor and obvious wealth made Raphael wonder who the man she referred to as master could be. This curiosity lingered until Qinyu escorted him to Villa No. 1. As Raphael entered, he couldn't help but freeze. Inside, he saw many peers. Designer Chia Zhang from Country R. Emerging designer Garcia from Country M. Heavens, isn't this the brilliant designer who designed the wedding gown for the royal family of Country Y? These people softened Raphael's pride. Each one's position in the design world was no less than his own. But what intrigued Raphael the most was the white-haired man sitting in the middle. This man, of Chinese descent, exuded a serene air, had slender fingers, and dressed elegantly and simply. Raphael could sense that this man was unquestionably a tailor, a master of tailoring at that. With so many experts gathered, the identity of the man must be exceptional. While he was still in doubt, Zuen led Yen into the hall. Qinyu quickly stood up. Sir, these are the experts I have invited from various countries to tailor wedding gowns and formal wear for you and your wife, Zhu. And nodded. With Zuan's skills, he could create a suit with a wave of his hand. It would not only fit perfectly, but could take any desired style. However, Zuan wanted to give Yen a wedding that was flawless and unmatched in the world. What does flawless and unmatched mean? Having what others have, and even what they don't. It's about having what seems impossible. That's what Zuan wanted. Qinyu executed it perfectly. At that moment, Raphael and others snapped out of their astonishment. If this man were to become a model, then all the top male models in the world wouldn't have a chance. This was the only thought in Raphael's mind. Years of tailoring had trained his discerning eye. With just one glance, he could see that Zuan's proportions were absolutely perfect, even better than what sculptors could create. How could a person have such a perfect figure? As for Yen, he didn't dare to look closely. This girl was so beautiful and graceful that staring at her for long would distract him from his tailoring work. When he began taking measurements, Raphael couldn't help but admire, his face showing signs of infatuation. Designing a dress for someone with such a figure in a lifetime would make a tailor's career complete. The female assistants responsible for taking Yen's measurements also looked enviously. Miss, I swear, the gown I create this time will be the most beautiful in the world. Heaven, my inspiration is about to burst my head. Is there a simple work table here? I need to record my inspiration. The wedding dress designer Valen exclaimed dramatically. Qinyu smiled. Of course. I have equipped each of you with a world-class atelier. Use any fabric from around the world. Remember, this time it's not about cost-effectiveness, but about beauty. Valen rushed to the workshop as if possessed. In the following days, he probably wouldn't even get to sleep. Meanwhile, Raphael pondered how to complement Xuan's perfect figure with his designs when he overheard Qinyu speaking to the elderly man. Mr. Fun, have you made your decisions? Mr. Fun. Raphael shuddered suddenly, recalling a legendary figure in the design and tailoring world. Fun Kai, a Chinese craftsman renowned for his unparalleled tailoring skills around the world. Raphael didn't expect that they would be able to invite such a figure. At that moment, Mr. Fun looked at Xuan with reverence. Being somewhat of a practitioner himself, he understood Xuan's current fame. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. I have a plan. I will make a traditional Chinese robe for the gentleman and a Chinese-style wedding gown for his beautiful wife. Excellent. Qinyu was very pleased. I appreciate your hard work. I expect samples in 3 days. Don't worry, if the results are good, the payment can even be doubled. The already substantial remuneration would now be even more substantial. At least the designer Garcia from Country Ann gritted his teeth. Let's do this. These designers began preparing their garments in their respective workshops, while Qinyu went to prepare other necessary things. During this time, she had completely put business matters behind and focused solely on preparations for Xuan's wedding. Cao Xiaoyan is the CEO of the Hong Kong Zhou Shafu Jewelry, a renowned female powerhouse in the jewelry industry in Hong Kong and even worldwide. She came to Beijing this time at the invitation of Song Yi. Cao Xiaoyan greatly respects Song Yi, this middle-aged man who took over Hong Kong just a year ago, as such superb governing skills, and it is simply awe-inspiring. Initially, many people thought Song Yi was an outsider and didn't take him seriously at all, but after just a short year, all the major families in Hong Kong bowed down to him obediently. And Cao Xiaoyan has heard rumors. Behind Song Yi, there's a terrifying man who wiped out the Ming family overnight. This has also added a layer of mystery to Song Yi. So when Song Yi personally called to order jewelry, Cao Xiaoyan immediately brought her most skilled team north. Miss Cao. Song Yi greeted with a smile. A shiver ran down Cao Xiaoyan's spine as she nodded. Mr. Song. Miss Cao, you've come at the right time. Today the master has some time. Please follow me. Song Yi said. The master. Cao Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback and then suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The one referred to as the master by Song Yi. Could it be that man? In a state of doubt, Xuan led Yan into the room. Song Yi hurried to greet them. Master. This is Miss Cao, the CEO of Zhou Shafu Jewelry. They are considered the most knowledgeable experts in jewelry in the world. Xuan nodded slightly and looked at Cao Xiaoyan. As his gaze swept over, Cao Xiaoyan felt all the hairs on her body stand on end. The man's gaze was aloof as if he were a king of the heavens, sending shivers down her spine. I wonder what kind of jewelry the master plans to customize. Cao Xiaoyan said nervously. Zhu, and smiled, pointing to Yan. We are getting married, so we plan to customize some wedding jewelry. Cao Xiaoyan nodded and turned to Yan. Madam, please come over here. We need to measure your wrist and finger sizes. As they sat on the sofa, Cao Xiaoyan's team was preparing to measure Yan's wrist and finger sizes. It was then that they noticed the dazzling ring on Yan's hand. This, Cao Xiaoyan was first shocked and then stunned. In her professional eye, this ring was impeccable. Whether it was the gemstones, design, or overall craftsmanship, just this ring alone would be worth tens of millions. Cao Xiaoyan was in disbelief. Her assistant let out a low gasp. Madam, the necklace you're wearing. Yan smiled, gently took off the necklace. My husband gave it to me. The group was stunned, their mouths agape. A man in his 60s, with hair already graying, tremblingly caressed the necklace with his hands. This elder was Zhou Shafu's most senior jewelry master, whom even Cao Xiaoyan had to respectfully address as Master Zhou. Master Zhou. This, Cao Xiaoyan could of course see the extraordinary value of the necklace, but she was unsure of the gem it was made from. Master Zhou shook his head and looked at Yan with reverence in his eyes. He whispered in Cao Xiaoyan's ear, this is a jewelry imbued with powerful spiritual essence. Its value is immeasurable. Cao Xiaoyan was left dumbfounded. A jewelry imbued with spiritual essence. Such items were exceedingly rare, and she hadn't encountered many in all her years in the industry. Moreover, according to Master Zhou, The spiritual essence in this necklace was extremely potent. In fact, this necklace was made from the unaging spring in Sin City, carrying abundant spiritual essence. Master Zhou took a deep breath and sigh, saying quietly to Cao Xiaoyan, "Madam, just with these 2 pieces of jewelry you carry, you can buy all the jewelry companies in Hong Kong. What other jewelry do you want to customize?" On the side, Song Yi furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Who was pushing the business outside? Only Master Zhou knew that the person who could wear such exceptional treasures was definitely not an ordinary person. If he, as Zhou Xiaofu, didn't serve well, wouldn't endless trouble come his way? At that moment, Zuan calmly said, "Don't mind whether we need it or not, everything should be done at the highest standard." This made Master Zhou bow deeply. Yes. The female assistants beside him, including Cao Xiaoyan, couldn't help but feel a great sense of envy. In a woman's lifetime, meeting such a powerful, mysterious, and doting man would bring unparalleled happiness. After taking measurements, the professional team quickly presented over 10 design options for Yan to choose from. Yan was dazzled by the beautiful designs as a woman who naturally loved jewelry. Seeing this many stunning designs at once, she found it challenging to make a decision. Zuan gave a faint smile and asked, "What do you think?" Yan replied, "They are all pretty good." Zhu and nodded, "All right, we'll take all of them." Everyone, including Cao Xiaoyan, was left dumbstruck. They had encountered wealthy families before, but none had been as extravagant as this. Designing a set of jewelry would cost at least millions, and these dozen sets would cost billions. But this man just took them all without batting an eye. Yan hesitated. "Darling, you don't need to get so many." Zuan smiled faintly. "If you like them, we'll take them all and you can wear them gradually in the future." Then he turned to Cao Xiaoyan. "When can these be made?" Cao Xiaoyan shivered and hastily said, "At the soonest, it would take 3 days." Zuan furrowed his brow slightly. 2 days. Price increased by 30%. Before Cao Xiaoyan could react, Zuan added, "Cash payment. Remember, don't waste time." Saying this, Zuan led Yan away. Cao Xiaoyan and her team stared blankly at Zuan and Yan's departing figures, their faces filled with astonishment. They had finally witnessed true extravagance. What they didn't know was that Zuan didn't really care about this. If he had enough time, he would even collect some quintessential golden crystals, then refine them with the light of the sun, moon, and stars. Only jewelry made from these quintessential sun, moon, and star golden crystals would be the most beautiful and extravagant in all realms. They'll have to catch up later, Zhu, and thought to himself quietly. At that moment, Qinyu rushed over. "Sir, the clothes and wedding dress have already been partly made. Shall we try them on first?" Zhu and nodded. "Okay." Also, Director Cao Zheng from the provincial capital has brought the world's top photography team here. Zuan smiled. Cao Zheng also got wind of the news. "Let him come over later." Understood. Cao Zheng was the director from the provincial capital who had shot a movie there before. His wife had been rescued by Zuan, so Cao Zheng was always grateful to him. This time upon hearing about Zuan's upcoming wedding, when Zuan emerged in a perfectly tailored and exquisitely crafted formal dress, the room fell silent. Just as Raphael had said, Zuan possessed the perfect model physique. The dress served to highlight Zuan's incredibly noble demeanor even more. Perfect ... simply perfect. "This is the best dress I've ever made in my life," exclaimed Raphael. Following her, Yan walked out gracefully in a trailing gown. The meticulously designed bridal gown, paired with Yan's unmatched figure, created a breathtaking sight, like a blooming garden, stunningly beautiful. Then came the 2 little girls, dressed in intricately designed children's formal attire, resembling to little princesses, exquisitely lovely. The family stood there, not needing to say a word, creating a beautiful scene. After a moment of silence, even Feng Kai couldn't help but express his admiration multiple times. "Very good. But Mr. and Mrs., you can try on the traditional Chinese dresses I have made as well." When Zuan and Yan emerged in the meticulously tailored traditional Chinese dresses by Feng Kai, their aura differed from before. Zuan in a white scholar's robe, tall and elegant, seemed like a noble young gentleman in a murky world, proud and independent. And Yan, on the other hand, in a bright red bridal attire with a phoenix crown, appeared regal and aristocratic, like a noblewoman of the royal family. This scene was witnessed by Cao Zheng and the photographers who had arrived. Initially, These photographers were not pleased to come here, as each of them was a top figure in the industry, usually in charge of photography for major films or events. Coming here to take wedding photos, it was somewhat difficult for this group to accept, but out of respect for Cao Zheng's influence in the film industry, they reluctantly agreed. Nowadays, Cao Zheng's influence in the film industry was growing. These photographers didn't dare to offend him. However, upon seeing Zhu and Andanyan, all the photographers were stunned. They had photographed countless handsome men and beautiful women, but whether it was a movie or television star or a top model, these individuals always had flaws. A photographer's job was to avoid these flaws as much as possible and capture only the beautiful aspects. Yet, Zhu and Andanyan standing there exuded flawless beauty effortlessly. "Oh my God, am I seeing angels?" murmured a bearded foreigner softly. Cao Zheng just smiled faintly upon hearing this. Angels? These foreigners' imaginations. They are quite lacking. If they knew that even the small dog next to Mr. Zhu was a Chinese dragon, I wonder how they would react. Then, taking a step forward, politely he said, "Mr. Zhu." Zhu nodded slightly. "Why didn't you bring your wife with you?" Cao Zheng's face lit up with happiness. "As you just gave birth to our son. She's still in the hospital." "Oh, congratulations, congratulations." Zhu smiled slightly. "Mr. Zhu, I heard you are getting married soon, so I gathered some friends here to take your wedding photos and videos for the whole event. But do we have any suitable places in Beijing for taking wedding photos?" Cao Zheng asked. Qin Yu smiled beside him. "Of course we do. And even if we don't, we can make it happen." Their words oozed self-confidence, leaving the group of photographers slightly stunned. Qingfeng River, a well-known scenic spot in the province and even nationwide. It was a popular location for taking wedding photos for many couples. Every day, newlyweds from all over the country came here. Today was no exception. Just as a few local couples from Beijing were taking photos, a luxurious bus from Zhengdu pulled up by the roadside. A well-dressed couple alighted. The man was in his 40s or 50s, with a big belly and thinning hair, exhibiting a strong air of arrogance. The woman was in her 20s, with a face that seemed to have undergone countless cosmetic surgeries, filled with insincerity. "Honey, didn't you say you were taking me on a trip to Europe? Why are we in such a remote place?" The woman pretended to pout. The man chuckled. "We are getting married soon, so we should take a few wedding photos, and this place is the most famous backdrop, much better than Europe." The woman nodded. She was marrying this older man for money, so the location for the photo shoot was of no importance to her. At this moment, a professional photography team alighted from a luxurious bus, with better equipment and higher quality personnel compared to the nearby local studios. "Honey, it's so amusing. Some people are still wearing such outdated, shabby clothes for their wedding photos, probably rented." The woman intentionally spoke loud enough for the nearby couples to hear, making their expressions turn unpleasant. The man laughed heartily after hearing her. "Just a small city. How can it compare to Zhengdu?" He was about to start shooting, but all the good spots had been occupied by the couples who had arrived earlier. Frowning, the man said, "Make way quickly. We arrived first. Why should we give way to you?" Someone challenged. The man sneered. "Because I'm from Zhengdu. Believe it or not, I can pay to crush you." His words were arrogant but effective. The new couples had unpleasant expressions, but reluctantly moved from their spots. "Hehe, see? No matter when, money still talks." The man spoke smugly. At this moment, a dozen cars drove in successively on the mountain road in the distance. All of them were brand new luxurious buses. The lineup surprised many, prompting whispers among the onlookers. "What are they up to? Not sure. Are they here for a photo shoot too?" Once the buses had parked, a group of well-trained security personnel descended first, followed by various professional photography equipment. "It looks like they are planning to shoot a film," a few studio workers whispered. In their view, such professional equipment, each piece costing tens of thousands, must be for a film shoot. At this point, a team of photographers came down. "Damn." An employee from a photography studio couldn't help but curse. "What's wrong?" asked the person beside him. "Isn't that Mark, one of the world's top photographers? Why is he here?" The studio employee, who was a professional photographer, had turned to working in wedding photography after struggling to find a job post-graduation. However, he still kept tabs on industry trends and naturally knew how skilled photographers like Mark were. The pair from Jeondu stood there in uncertainty and shock. The grandeur of the scene indicated that these were no ordinary people. "I estimate he is a new movie star," someone exclaimed. Amidst the amazement and chatter of the crowd, Zuin lowered his head and smiled at Yan. "Honey, how do you like it here?" "Honey, could it be that these two are also a couple here to take wedding photos?" Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. Yan nodded. "The river view is really beautiful." "Oh, why does that small mountain look so peculiar?" Yan pointed to a small mountain in the distance that looked like it had been cut in half by something. And chuckled. "That little mountain, that was when some fool came to stir up trouble in Beijing, and I chopped it in half with one sword." Zuin was referring to the incident when the member of the Yu family last time came to Beijing to challenge him with a sword and was killed by him in one stroke. However, his words sounded differently to many ears. For example, the man from Jeondu, upon hearing this, sneered, "You really boast without any backup. Why don't you mention that you smashed him with one punch too?" And furrowed his brow slightly, but before he could speak, Haiwan, who was with him, rushed forward. "What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I am a businessman from Jeondu. If you dare to lay a finger on me, beware that I." The man looked terrified as Haiwan stormed towards him and screamed in fear. Haiwan didn't bother wasting words on someone like him and simply grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and tossed him into the Qingfeng River like throwing out garbage. The river was fast-flowing, and it was already autumn, bone-chillingly cold. After the man fell into the river, he took a few gulps of water, then clutched onto a tree root at the bank in a panic. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't climb up, so he had to cry out for help. But no one dared to move, including the woman present who was trembling with fear. And calmly said, "Haiwan, yes, sir. Give him a lesson and leave it at that. Someone like him, if he dies, will only pollute the Qingfeng River." "Understood." Haiwan reached out from the bank and lifted the man back up. This time, the man was soaked and shivering, standing in place in fear, not daring to move, just looking at Haiwan, Zuan, and the others with extreme trepidation. Zuan nonchalantly said, "Before you speak next time, make sure you know who you're dealing with. Otherwise, you might end up shortening your life." The man nodded frantically. Yes. But may I ask who you are, friend?" The man still held a hint of vengeance in his heart, thinking that as long as he knew who you were, he would find a way to repay you when he got back. Zuan smiled faintly. "You are from Jeondu." "Yes." "Well, if you are engaging at a high level, you should know my name. I am Zuan." "Zuan." The man repeated it silently twice, then suddenly shook all over, looking at Zuan with eyes of disbelief. You are Zu," and nodded. "That's right, I am." The man turned pale with fear. "I had no idea it was you." Zuan waved his hand, not interested in hearing apologies from someone like him. "Now go." "Yes." The man felt like he had been pardoned and ran off, not even looking back at his girlfriend. Once they got into the car, he shouted, "Quick, drive away from here." It wasn't until the car left the banks of Qingfeng River that the man heaved a sigh of relief, then slumped into his seat. His girlfriend was also frightened and asked with a trembling voice, "Honey, who is that man? Is he very powerful?" The man forced a smile. "In Jeondu, he is like a god of death. All the noble families kneel at his feet. Do you understand?" The woman shuddered, her face turning pale, and dared not ask any further. The man was secretly relieved that he could survive in front of this god of death and thought to himself that he must donate more money to the temple after this incident. After this little incident, Zuan and Yan began to take wedding photos. The local couples and the local photo studios in Beijing didn't leave but stood at a distance watching quietly. Specifically, the people from the photo studios were astounded by the professionalism of these photographers. The local couples looked at Zuan and Yan with eyes of admiration fit for stars. After all, beautiful things attract everyone's gaze. For example, at that moment, Zuan was dressed in traditional Han clothing with a sword at his waist, standing by the river. And Yan wore a red outfit, holding an oil paper umbrella, standing beside him. The sunlight at that moment shone upon them, rendering the scene as if it were a dream. These photographers were more excited than anyone else at that moment. They had never seen such a beautiful and captivating scene, leading many of them to have bursts of inspiration, coming up with many more aesthetically pleasing outfits and poses for Zuan and Yan. The photo shoot continued until nightfall. Qinyu had a 5-star hotel package sent directly from the city, And after everyone finished eating, several photographers gathered together, looking at the full moon in the sky, contemplating how to make use of the beautiful moonlight. I think the best idea is to have both of them standing in the middle of the river, with the moon shining in the sky and reflecting on the river. The effect of the photos will surely be outstanding. One photographer exclaimed excitedly. That's true. But how are they supposed to stand in the middle of the river? Yes, the river is rapid and it's late at night, and we don't have time to find a boat. The photographers were troubled, their brows furrowed in worrying. Upon hearing this, Zuin couldn't help but smile. This is simple. Oh, do you have a good idea, sir? The photographer's eyes lit up, eagerly asking. Of course I do. With that, Zuin took in Yan's slender waist and walked slowly towards the river bank. Sir, it's dark and slippery by the river. It's dangerous. The photographers quickly shouted upon seeing the scene. Yes, let's find another way. Let's not risk our lives. Just as they were about to say not to joke about risking lives, the words never left their mouths. Zuin and Yan were already walking on the river, stepping on the water without wetting their shoes. This scene left all those who had never witnessed Zuan's abilities stunned. The foreigner with a big beard crossed himself repeatedly. Oh my god, he really is an angel. Only Cao Zhang and Haiwan, among others, were not surprised. To them, whatever exceptional feat Zuan performed was not astonishing. At that moment, Zuin and Yan walked onto the surface of Qingfeng River. The full moon was hanging directly in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on the entire Qingfeng River as if it were a jade belt, while Zuin and Yan stood upon it like a fairy couple. The photographers snapped out of their trance, no longer worrying about how Zuin achieved it, and began frantically taking pictures after adjusting their angles. Oh my! If these photos can be published, I am sure to receive the best of the year. A photographer sighed in admiration upon seeing the final effect. When these photographers finally finished shooting, the clear light on the river became more intense, as if the whole river was engulfed in a green flame. The photographers were all stunned by this phenomenon. These days, the property manager, Wukong at Yunmeng Manor, has been very busy. The news of Mr. Zhu from Mansion 1 of the Sky Villa getting married soon has spread like wildfire. Every day, people from all over the world come to visit. Among these people are friends of Zuan, as well as those who just want to enjoy the spectacle. There are also media representatives from around the world, who spend all day squatting in front of the Yunmeng Manor gate, trying to snap a few photos of Zuan and Yan. Wukong is very sensitive to this because Qin Yu has given orders that anyone who is not invited should not be allowed in. In the Qin group, Qin Yu's words are law. Wukong dare not slack off, so he simply moved into the guard post in front of the gate and kept watch there around the clock. After a few days, he has lost a lot of weight, but his mental state is unexpectedly good, because during these days, he has encountered many important figures that he had never been in contact with before. The more so, Wukong becomes more surprised. This Mr. Zhu's influence is too great. This is the Shen group from Hollywood in Country M, and Wukong still enjoys watching the movies they produce, and now the boss and daughter from the Shen family have come. On top of that, there is the underground female emperor from Tokyo in Country R, and prominent families like the Hideout clan are nothing but a joke in front of this woman. And such important figures, as a sign of respect, actually got out of their cars at the entrance and walked in on foot. These are people of the sinful city. Even the Yen family from Lingnan has come. Wukong sighs every day. On a relatively quiet day, he was sitting in the lounge drinking tea, and the security guard rushed in urgently. Manager, it's not good. Someone is causing trouble. With that, Wukong spewed out the tea in his mouth and immediately stood up with a fierce expression on his face. Who dares to cause trouble here? I don't know, but a large group of vehicles have arrived, many of them military vehicles, and the men who got off them are quite fierce. Wukong was shocked, and he hurriedly ran outside, thinking to himself, who dares to cause trouble? It's well known throughout Beijing that Mr. Zhu from Mansion 1 of the Sky Villa is getting married soon. The underground boss Dufan has even issued a strict order, so anyone who dares to cause trouble during this time will be dealt with mercilessly. In fact, no one dares to come. Thinking this, he arrived at the gate of Yunmeng Manor. Dozens of security guards firmly blocked the entrance. Although they looked a bit fearful, no one flinched. Wukong was somewhat comforted, and when he reached the front, he looked up. Sure enough, more than 20 cars had arrived, and the men who had just gotten out were all powerful and intimidating. This kind of presence made Wukong's face go slightly pale, If this had happened before, he would have been scared away long ago. But now, he thought, Mr. Zhu is standing behind me. I can't embarrass him. So he gathered his courage and said sternly, "Who are you? What are you here for?" The men looked at each other but remained silent. At that moment, a woman got down from the leading military green Hummer. You're able to remain calm in front of our group. Your small security team is not bad." Wukong was taken aback as he looked at this woman carefully. This girl, why does she resemble Miss Yan a little? Wukong had met Yan a few times, so he had a deep impression, which is why he was a bit astonished at first sight. The girl smiled slightly. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm Yan's sister, Ching." Even though she said so, Wukong was still not at ease. "Miss N, please wait a moment." With that, Wukong turned around and dialed Qin Yu's number. "Chairman, a large group of people have arrived. The leading person is a girl named Ching. Should we let them in?" Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh helplessly. "Let them in right away. That's Yan's sister." "Understood." Wukong turned back with a smile on his face and said, "Miss N, I'm really sorry." Our chairman said, "With so many people now, we have to be cautious with unfamiliar faces. Please come in." And Qing was not upset. She had intentionally not come down earlier just to see how these small security guards would react. Impressed by their behavior, she nodded approvingly. "Well done, thank you." She was expressing gratitude on behalf of her sister Yan. With that, Qing got back in the car, and the convoy roared and Nan drove off. Wukong was still a bit dazed. "Thank you. Hey, such an important person actually thanked me." The Sky Villa is now very lively. Every day, new guests arrive. But sometimes Zhu and Yan are not around, and even Qin Yu is busy. So the hospitality duties are taken on by Tang Zhuiner. At first, Qin Yu was somewhat worried, thinking that Tang Zhuiner was shy and would have difficulty handling such responsibilities. But after several days, Tang Zhuiner's performance earned the admiration of everyone. Although Tang Zhuiner was not very talkative, she was courteous in dealing with people, and her sincerity and genuine attitude made many people like and respect her, gaining a large number of fans, such as the Shen family from Hollywood, Shen Nan, and the Yen family, Yuan Ran. These two are now loyal supporters of Tang Zhuiner. One day, the three of them were organizing things, and they heard a loud roar of vehicles from the mountain below. While they were still puzzled, the convoy had already arrived at the front gate of the villa. With more than 20 military vehicles arriving together, it created quite a sensation. Especially when the fierce men got off the vehicles, the atmosphere at the villa became somewhat tense. Tang Zhuiner's face turned slightly pale, but she still stepped forward to ask, "Who are you?" Seeing this scene, Yuan Ran and Chen Nan also walked over. Takenguchi Kyoko followed silently with her flashing sword. Yuan Lang coughed lightly, and Yuan Meng, the strongest combat force in the current Ling and Yen family, stood quietly on the side with a hand on his sword. Griffin sneered, and dozens of hidden dark disciples lurking around began to slowly reveal themselves. Shai Hao and Feng Zhaoku looked at each other and took a few steps forward without making a sound. The atmosphere in front of the villa suddenly became tense. At that moment, Qing opened the car door, leapt down from the towering Hummer, and greeted Tang Zhuiner with a narrow smile. "Zi Zhuiner, it's been a while, don't even recognize me anymore." Tang Zhuiner was first surprised, then exclaimed in delight, "Qing." Hearing this name, everyone who was tense before was startled and then relaxed. Although many people had not seen Qing before, they knew she was Yan's sister. Upon seeing her two adorable little nieces, Anking's face instantly lit up with a smile. Squatting down, she first kissed each of them. Then, like performing a magic trick, she pulled out a big bag of snacks and toes. "Do you miss your aunt?" "Yes." The two little girls exclaimed in unison. At the same time, Zuan and Yan also appeared in front of the villa. Upon seeing Zuan, these imposing men immediately became extremely respectful, quickly forming a line. "Commander!" they all shouted in unison. Yes, accompanying Anking was the entire team of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Zuan nodded slightly. "Why did you all come too?" Captain Chang Hao stepped forward. "We heard that the commander is about to get married, and all of us from Fire Phoenix want to come and congratulate." Then he chuckled. "Of course, we also want to drink the commander's wedding wine." Zuan chuckled. In fact, when the members of the Fire Phoenix learned that Zuan was about to get married, they were all extremely excited, especially when they found out that Anking would come to pick up her sister at Beijing first. They collectively petitioned to come along. Anking thought for a moment and agreed. She was now considered the immediate superior of Fire Phoenix, because other than Zuan, none of them respected anyone else. It was only because of Anking's relationship with Zuan that they accepted her. At this time, several more people got off the car, and Ying'an and Meng timidly called out, "Brother-in-law." Zuan nodded slightly, but looked towards Chen Ruxi on the side. Chen Ruxi smiled sincerely. "Congratulations." Zuan smiled. "You came too." "Yes. My grandfather originally wanted to come, but because he had to prepare for the wedding, he sent me instead. Your 3 brothers are also preparing, and asked me to give you their regards," Chen Ruxi said. At this time, Qin Yuan and Qin Yu also arrived. Seeing the powerful aura of Fire Phoenix, they couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. "Everyone, it's not easy for all of us to gather today. I have arranged for chefs to come. Let's have a small gathering together," Qin Yuan said loudly. Everyone nodded. Qin Yuan's arrangements were very thoughtful. Soon, a top-notch team of chefs arrived, bringing various rare ingredients, and began preparing dishes enthusiastically. This lively scene made the little sand in the distance envy. It lifted half of its head, exposing its nostrils above the water, greedily sniffing the faint aroma of food, saliva dripping into the water, turning into ribbons of light. A few small fish swam by, getting touched by the golden ribbons, and suddenly, their bodies expanded several times, their scales covered in a golden halo, their auras becoming stronger. Zuan naturally saw the pitiful look of the little sand, couldn't help but feel a bit amused and helpless, and could only communicate with it using telepathy. "Come over, but don't scare anyone." The little sand was ecstatic, its body rapidly shrinking, soon transforming into the appearance of a small dog, then instantly appearing in front of the villa, sticking out its tongue watching the chefs cook. No one noticed the additional dog, except for Zhu Xiang and Zunayan. Little Sand. The 2 little girls joyfully tossed a chicken leg to it. The little sand wolfed it down hungrily, with tears of joy in its eyes. "The 2 misses are so kind to me. And this is what a dragon should eat." Thinking about eating raw fish in the lake these past few days, that was not the life of a dragon. Wine and dishes kept coming. Zuan said to Qin Yu, "Send some dishes to the security guards at the gate later." Qin Yu was momentarily surprised, then nodded with a smile. "All right." When Wukong and the security guards at the gate received the steaming hot food from the Tianzi mansion, they were all dumbfounded. The person delivering the food smiled and said, "Mr. Zhu personally ordered this to be delivered. Please eat." Wukong felt a warm current surging in his heart. He never imagined that someone as important as Mr. Zhu would think of them, so he waved his hand. "Eat. After eating, make sure to guard the gate well. Don't let those troublemakers ruin Mr. Zhu's celebration." The security guards roared in agreement. "Don't worry. If anyone dares to cause trouble, we'll deal with them." Meanwhile at the Tianzi mansion, the banquet was reaching its climax. People were toasting Zuan one after another. Zhu, and accepted graciously, quickly drinking with a large group of people. Even later on, the members of Fire Phoenix took turns toasting. It's important to note that drinking alcohol is strictly forbidden in the military. These tough men had been holding back for who knows how long, allowed to drink freely this time. Their eyes were already red. They drank from large bowls. Even with such formidable drinking capacity, they were no match for Zuan. In just an hour, except for the teetotaler Zhou Danu, basically all the members of Fire Phoenix were drunk on the ground. Zuan, on the other hand, remained sober, showing no signs of being drunk. By then, in addition to his fearsome reputation, Zuan also gained a nickname as the alcohol-immune god. The wine banquet continued until the moon was high in the sky. The drinkers were mostly drunk. The women had all returned to their rooms. In the night breeze, Zuan continued to pour and drink wine by himself, while Little Sand continued to eat voraciously. If it weren't for everyone being drunk, they would surely be amazed at how much this seemingly small dog could eat. After devouring over 30 roasted chickens, Little Sand let out a contented sigh. Had enough to eat? Zuan faintly smiled. Little Sand shook its head, using telepathy to say, "I ate too quickly. I need to take a break and then eat again later." Zuan couldn't help but chuckle at that. "Can't you pace yourself a bit? Being able to eat roast chicken with the commander is my ambition." Little Sand adamantly replied, "Zhu," and fell silent for a moment, then poured a glass of wine. "Here, have a drink with me." Little Sand hesitated. "Is this thing tasty?" "It's okay. It's better than water at least," Zuan said. Little San gritted its teeth, saw that no one was watching, used telepathy to lift the glass, licked it with its tongue and tasted it. It's a bit spicy, but not bad. Saying that, Little San downed the drink, blinked its eyes, then crashed to the ground in a drunken stupor, much to Xuan's surprise. Under the cool moonlight, a girl around 14 or 15 years old lay on the ground fast asleep. The girl had an exquisitely beautiful face, slightly chubby cheeks, with a hint of baby fat, and two small dragon horns on her head. Xuan looked at this scene in amazement, then sighed, and couldn't help but laugh as he whispered softly, "After following me for so long, I only just realized you're actually a female dragon, and, as a dragon at least, your alcohol tolerance seems to be a bit poor, isn't it?" At this moment, Enyen came out. "Husband. Hey, who is this?" Enyen looked at the girl lying on the ground in surprise, and couldn't help but ask. Enyen nodded, but still stared at Zisha with some curiosity. "I didn't expect this little dog to look pretty good after transforming into a human," Enyen said with a smile. "Haha, as long as the dragon clan can transform, they are basically all handsome and beautiful. It's a talent of their race," Xuan said casually. "Honey, how do you know?" "In the past, I traveled through the heavens and visited the dragon realm. The dragons there are like this, and the more noble their bloodline, the better looking they are. Like the princess of the dragon clan." Xuan quickly closed his mouth, but it was too late. Enyen looked at Xuan with a smile. "What about the dragon princess, Xu?" and laughed, trying to change the subject. "The weather is really nice today." "I asked about the dragon princess," Enyen said sternly. "Of course the dragon princess doesn't look as good as my wife." Xuan quickly tried to save himself. Enyen then nodded. "That's about right." But then she couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "Wasn't I scary just now?" Xuan looked relieved. "Yes, very scary. You scared me." But he couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, "Does this silly girl really think she can scare me?" "Honey, is the outside world very exciting?" Enyen asked with sparkling eyes. Xu and nodded, holding a cup in his hand, and said softly, "Very exciting. In the vast heavens and realms, there are countless amazing stories happening every day." Xuan then briefly recounted some interesting things that happened during his travels through the various realms. For example, the Dragon Clan is a very powerful race in the vast heavens and realms. The ancestral dragons among them even have powers not inferior to immortal kings. They have their own realm called the Dragon Realm. "I traveled in the Dragon Realm for a long time, and made many friends," Xuan said casually. Just as he mentioned the word friends, in the incomprehensibly distant Dragon Realm, a dragon with the power of an immortal king suddenly trembled all over, his face full of fear. "Did you feel it?" Several other ancestral dragons also nodded solemnly. "It's that guy's aura. I knew it. How could a failed promotion possibly cause the downfall of a peerless immortal venerable?" One dragon said with a bitter smile. "Hurry, pack up the treasures. Don't let that guy come to rob us again." Another dragon gritted his teeth. "Should we notify the little princess?" "No. Absolutely not. That guy has seen the true face of the dragon princess, and according to the royal rules, anyone who sees the true face of a dragon female must either be killed or become her husband. If that happens, the dragon realm will be doomed." "Understood." Of course, speaking of these things now is still too far off. And Yan is unaware of all this. She is just listening with fascination. Xuan smiled, then rubbed her head. "All right, I will take you and Xiaoxian to see it one day." "Yes." Then Yan suddenly leaned in close to Xuan's ear, with a mischievous smile on her face, and whispered softly, "Honey, tell me truthfully, in these 3,000 years, has there been any woman who has caught your interest? Just tell me, I won't get angry." Xuan blinked. "Of course there have been, but I turned them all down." "Honey, I have never done anything to betray you." And Yan looked at Xuan. Her eyes gradually filled with tenderness. 3,000 years of time. This man has walked alone. Just thinking about it made Yan feel a heartache that was hard to put into words. "Okay. Don't think too much. It's time to sleep, Xu." And saw Yan's thoughts and comforted her with a smile. "Okay. What about Zisha?" And Yan pointed to Zisha, who was sleeping deeply on the ground. Xuan, exasperated that it was just a cup of wine, couldn't believe Zisha was still drunk. "Take him back to Xiaoxiang and Zhaonianian's room," Xuan said as he picked up Zisha as if carrying a bag. The next day, when Xiaoxiang and Zhaonianian opened their eyes, they saw Zisha, who had turned back into a little dog, squatting in front of the mirror, gazing at himself. Zisha, what's wrong with you? Zhu Xian asked. Zisha, communicating with the two little girls through his divine sense, couldn't help but say, I had a dream last night. What did you dream about? Roasted chicken? No. I dreamt that I had turned into a young girl, and a very pretty one at that. After Zisha finished speaking, he turned to look at the small dog with curly hair in the mirror, feeling somewhat distressed. How did he turn back into this after a night's sleep? And Qing had to return to Zhongdu with Qing first. The two little girls were reluctant to part, tears almost falling, and Yan also couldn't bear to leave her two daughters. Since their return, the mother and daughters had never been separated. Zhu and smiled, stooped down and said to Xiaoxiang and Xiaonianian, Xiaoxiang, Xiaonianian, Mom will go back to the home in Zhongdu first. Then, after Dad makes preparations, he will take both of you to pick her up. Okay. The two little girls nodded. Mom, see you later. I will go with Dad to pick you up. Zunan waved her hand with teary eyes. Then she turned to Zhuan and asked, Is this called getting married, Dad? Zhu and smiled. Yes, this is called getting married. Then can I be with Mom next time we get married? Zunan asked. This sentence drew a lot of laughter. Zhu Xian was even more direct. Silly girl, Dad and Mom only get married once. You think it's like ice cream. You finish it and there's more. It seemed to remind Zunan, and she suddenly remembered something. Sister, you ate my ice cream last night. Zhu Xian looked a bit embarrassed. Okay, today I won't eat. I'll give it to you. Children's emotions come and go quickly. They were soon drawn to the ice cream and forgot about the temporary separation from their mother. And Qing nodded to Zuan. Brother-in-law, we're leaving. When you come to pick us up, remember to bring more red packets. The atmosphere in Zhongdu will probably be even livelier. Zuan smiled. Okay, whatever you need. Take care of them when you return. Zuan said to the members of the Phoenix sect. Although he was drunk last night, everyone had already fully recovered. After hearing Zuan's instructions, these people energetically shouted, Rest assured. Instructor. Cheng Hao even said, Instructor, with our Phoenix sect, we will surely ensure the safety of the lady. Yes. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I will crush their heads one by one. Zhou Danu said earnestly. Zuan smiled. He just said it casually. Now, Yan's strength alone was already remarkable, not to mention the numerous protective formations Zuan had placed on her. Sir, when do you plan to go? In 5 days, Zuan replied casually. 5 days later, Song Yi pondered for a while, but didn't find anything special about that day. However, since his senior had said so, he would follow his instructions. Moreover, the senior was right. Wherever he was, evil spirits would surely disperse and good fortune would converge. So why bother choosing a day? What Song Yi didn't know was that Zuan had chosen 5 days later because it happened to be Yan's birthday. Zuan still remembered their first birthday celebration together. Even though Zuan was struggling financially at the time, he had bought a cake without hesitation. As they happily ate the cake together, the power suddenly went out. Outside, the lights of 1,000 households were bright, but inside it was pitch black. And Yan smiled and lit candles, saying it was the best candlelit dinner. Looking back now, Zuan could still recall the bittersweet memory of that day. He had vowed to make up for it 1,000 times over in the future for Yan. This was why Zuan was working tirelessly now, striving for perfection in every aspect of the wedding. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to give Yan the best. News of the wedding in 5 days spread, making Qinyu even busier. She had to prepare various things within the next 5 days. However, some difficulties arose, and she had to consult Zuan. Sir, I just estimated that if you were to go to Zhongdu for the ceremony on that day, it would take several hours at the fastest, meaning it would be a full day round trip. And that's assuming there are no unexpected delays. If there's traffic, it would further delay the schedule. Qinyu's concern was practical. And it wasn't a matter of what if there's a traffic jam, but more of there will definitely be a traffic jam. Zuan nodded in response. I have considered this issue. Then how do you plan to address it, sir? Qinyu asked anxiously. Zhu and smiled. There will be a solution soon. This is not a problem. What's the next issue? Qinyu nodded. Since the sir said it wasn't a problem, then it must be fine. Also, these are the dishes planned by me and several head chefs for the wedding day. Could you have a look, sir? Zuan took the menu page and briefly looked through it, then furrowed his brow slightly. The dishes are all fine, and the quality is good enough, but why are there question marks at the end? Chin Yu sigh. I didn't expect the news of the Sir's wedding to cause such a stir. There are now over 1,000 guests coming to Beijing, and the ingredients needed for these dishes are mostly deep-sea seafood, very rare. I've checked all the major markets in Beijing and the provincial capital. They can't supply such a large quantity, no matter how much money we offer. The big seafood suppliers made it clear that everyone wants to make money, but some seafood is extremely rare and difficult to catch. It's fine as a rare treat, but as a main course, it's simply impossible. Chin Yu was extremely distressed. Indeed, she had contacted almost all the markets in the past few days. Even if the prices were increased tenfold, no one could provide such a large quantity. The large seafood suppliers clearly stated that whoever could afford it would want to earn money, but the key was that some seafood was extremely rare and difficult to catch, making it almost impossible to obtain as a main dish. Zuan was taken aback by this news. Leave it here for now. I will figure out a solution. Yes. After Chin Yu left, Zuan looked at the list of seafood needed on the menu, his eyes flickering slightly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Villa Tianzi No. 1, Griffin made an international call. Mr. Griffin, do you need any assistance? An old and steady voice came from the other end of the phone. Griffin chuckled. Charles, how's business these days? Terrible. The economy is bad now. The rich would rather fly first class than book private jets. Charles began to complain. The Charles Griffin was speaking to was one of the top aircraft manufacturers in country N. However, he didn't produce commercial aircraft but only private jets. He had made a fortune a few years ago, and the economic conditions were good. So when Griffin heard this, he just chuckled. Even if you're not making money now, the wealth you accumulated before is enough for your expenses for 10 lifetimes. Charles was a very shrewd businessman. Upon hearing Griffin say this, he thought Griffin was going to borrow money and quickly started pretending to be broke. In his mind, although Griffin, once the bone picker of Sin City, now seemed to be on the right path, if he were to ask for money, it would be like a forced snatch, and he wouldn't expect to get it back. Griffin naturally sensed this, furrowing his eyebrows. Enough. I'm not trying to borrow money from you. On the contrary, I have a big deal. Are you interested? Big deal? Charles became slightly interested. Yes. It's a big deal from Huaxia. Huaxia, don't joke with me. The rich in Huaxia prefer to buy yachts. Very few are interested in private jets. Even if they do, it's the outdated models for show. Charles was somewhat dismissive. Griffin calmly said, this time is different. My master wants to buy 5 private jets, and all of them must be the latest models with the highest configuration. What? 5? Charles, who had been leisurely drinking coffee, shuddered at the words, spilling coffee all over himself. He didn't even care about the custom-made suit worth thousands of dollars on him. His eyes sparkled with vigor, saying solemnly, Griffin, are you serious? Absolutely. But there is a condition. Please, go on. Charles immediately opened his notebook and listened attentively. This was a 5-jet order. In the past, during his business days, he only sold 7 or 8 jets in a year. This one order would be enough for him to live comfortably for 3 years. My master demands that they be delivered to Huaxia within 5 days. Griffin said calmly. Charles, who had been happy, froze. After a long while, he was somewhat angry. Griffin, these are not just 5 potatoes, they are 5 private jets. How do you expect me to deliver them to Huaxia within 5 days? Are you kidding me? Griffin seemed to have expected this reaction, so he held the phone away from his ear a bit. After Charles finished his rant, Griffin calmly said, Charles, after my master assigned me this task, you are the first one I called. Then I have to thank you. My friend, Charles said somewhat sarcastically, ready to hang up. But one sentence from Griffin made him pause. Charles said, in a low voice, Griffin, are you sure everything you're saying is true? And the money for 5 airplanes is not a small amount. Griffin smiled slightly. Do you know about Chuanyuan? Charles was taken aback. That miraculous potion from Huaxia that can make people young again. Exactly. The formula for Chuanyuan is in the hands of my boss. Hiss. Charles took in a sharp breath. The Chuanyuan that had recently captivated global billionaires was actually developed by Griffin's boss. Hearing this, not to mention buying 5 private airplanes, even purchasing an aircraft carrier fleet would be more than affordable. Now, please give me a definite answer. Will you deliver within 5 days or not? Charles paused for a moment, then said decisively, all right, 5 days it is. For the money, Charles was ready to go all out. Griffin couldn't help but laugh heartily at this. He finally realized that using money to persuade people was more fulfilling than resorting to violence and bloody methods. For example, even if he told Charles to kneel down and sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, he would do it without hesitation. Very well, but dear Charles, you must understand, my boss has a very bad temper. If he doesn't see the 5 airplanes in Huaxia within 5 days, you know the consequences. My disciples would be more than happy to greet you as well. Charles's face turned a little pale, but he gritted his teeth. Don't worry, there won't be a problem, but I need a deposit. Give me the account number. Send 30% right away. Griffin cut Charles off impatiently before he could finish. Finally, after reaching an agreement, Charles hung up the phone and wiped the cold sweat from his face. His secretary stared at him dumbfounded. She had heard the entire conversation just now. Mr. Charles, have you gone mad? 5 days to deliver. You can't even draw up blueprints for airplanes. How is it possible to send them to Huaxia? Charles leaned back in his chair and smiled faintly. Who said I have to make them now? Huh? Spread the word. I will buy 5 brand new private airplanes at a price 10% higher than usual. Yes. The secretary shuddered, finally understanding Charles's intentions. After Griffin informed Zuen of the negotiation results, Qingyu, who was listening on the side, widened her eyes in astonishment. So this was the solution that the boss had mentioned. If they really bought 5 private airplanes, the issue of transportation and traffic congestion could indeed be resolved. But this solution was really straightforward and crude. And buying 5 private airplanes within 5 days sounded like something out of a fairy tale. It seemed like Qingyu sensed her concerns, and Griffin chuckled. Miss Qin, rest assured, I know these capitalists very well. As long as there's profit, they would even sell you the rope to hang them with, let alone deliver 5 airplanes in 5 days. Qingyu nodded. Zuen didn't think much of it. Even if the airplanes didn't arrive, they could each summon a sword aura and then fly to Jiangdu together. It would be too sensational. But whether it was too straightforward and crude, in Zuan's view, any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. And to him, worldly wealth was completely useless, so spending it did not bother him at all. However, the next issue couldn't be solved simply by throwing money at it. How could they obtain a large amount of rare ingredients? Zhu, and glanced at little Shannon on a chicken leg next to him, and smiled faintly. After eating so much roasted chicken, it was time for some exercise. He then picked up little Sha and said to Qingyu, I'll be right back. With that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Where is the boss going? Qingyu was puzzled. Griffin chuckled. I never bothered to speculate on the boss's actions, because what the gods do, mortals can never comprehend. Above the vast and boundless sea, a stream of light suddenly appeared, Zhu, and flew while searching the area below with his divine sense. However, the results made Zuen furrow his brow in silence. Due to pollution and overfishing, fish and shrimp had almost disappeared near the coast. Zuen had to fly towards the deep sea. In a remote region of the sea, the boatman Luobai carefully cast his fishing net, silently praying for a good catch today. Otherwise, this time he would have risked everything in vain. The area he was in was a terrifying place that made coastal fishermen shudder. Numerous ships had accidents here every year, often resulting in shipwrecks and casualties. Over time, the sea routes in this area had been abandoned. However, many bold fishermen still came here to fish, but many never returned. Those who narrowly escaped were also deeply frightened. According to their accounts, one moment the sky was clear, and the next moment a sudden fierce wind would rise, causing huge waves on the sea, with giant tentacles lurking within the waves. These descriptions made later generations even more terrifying, and from then on, no one dared to fish in this area. If Luobai hadn't spent several days at sea without a catch, and faced the prospect of losing everything, he wouldn't have taken the risk to fish in this area. May the Bodhisattva bless him, may the Dragon King bless him, but please don't let anything happen. It seemed as though his prayers were heard. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Soon, a fierce wind blew, and the calm sea began to boil. Luobai was terrified, trying to steer the fishing boat away. However, in the face of the immense power of nature, this small fishing boat was like an ant. Beneath the sea surface, a long tentacle suddenly emerged, heading straight for Luobai's boat. Terrified, Lullaby screamed, closed his eyes, lamenting that this was the end. He was surely going to be buried at the bottom of the sea. Just then, a voice tinged with surprise sounded. "Ha! A wild octopus monster!" Lullaby slowly opened his eyes and witnessed a scene that he would never be able to forget in his life. A man was standing in midair, grabbing the giant tentacle with one hand, a hint of joy on his face. A god, a deity. These words suddenly flashed in Lullaby's blank mind. Meanwhile, Zuin was using his divine sense to inspect the huge octopus monster underwater. It really is wild, with a cultivation of 200 to 300 years. Quite rare. Sensing the imminent danger, the octopus monster struggled madly, trying to escape. "I was just lacking some precious dishes, now I don't have to worry." When we reached the middle of the sky, only then could we see the immense size of this octopus monster. Its body was as large as a football field, with tentacles several dozen meters long. This scene made Lullaby wide-eyed in amazement. At this moment, the octopus suddenly exerted force and snapped off the tentacle that was grabbing Zuan's hand, causing it to fall into the water in a panic and flee. Although it hadn't fully developed its consciousness, the creature's instinct made it sense an unparalleled sense of danger, leading to its terrified escape. However, Zuin just smiled faintly and said, thinking of running. Then he said to Zisha, "Catch it, and the demon pill is yours." Zisha nodded in response, let out a roar towards the sky, causing a dragon's roar that shook the surroundings. Lullaby was so scared he almost fell off the boat. Then he saw Zisha suddenly revealing his true form. A huge golden dragon appeared in the middle of the sky. Lullaby trembled all over, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face, and he knelt down on the deck. As a fisherman, he naturally had an innate reverence for dragons, and now seeing a live golden dragon, Lullaby was overwhelmed with emotion. He thought to himself that his prayers must have been heard by the Bodhisattva and the Dragon King, hence their arrival to save him. Zisha had no time to pay attention to others' worship. Once he entered the sea, he swiftly headed towards the octopus, desperately fleeing. As he passed, the creatures of the ocean retreated, all trembling in fear, making way for him. This was the might of the dragon clan. The octopus monster was locked into place by Zisha's aura, and the suppressive pressure from its bloodline made it tremble all over, soon unable to escape. When Zisha caught up, he showed no mercy. With a snap of his dragon jaws, he bit off the octopus monster's head. The demon pill, mixed with flesh and blood, was swallowed by Zisha. After devouring it, Zisha's whole body shimmered with light, and his dragon scales seemed to become tougher. Seeing this, Zuin smiled faintly. This octopus monster had harmed countless beings over the years, so its fate was well deserved. Zuin took a step forward and casually commanded, "Rise." The monster's body floated to the surface of the water. Despite having its head bitten off by Zisha, the octopus was still intimidatingly large and not easy to consume entirely. After hundreds of years of growth, its flesh had become extremely tough, making it nearly impossible for an average person to swallow. However, Zuin was familiar with handling such creatures. When he was born in the past, he had thoroughly studied the eating habits of demon races. He engulfed the octopus monster with soar energy, effortlessly cutting off its extremely tough outer skin, leaving only the tender flesh inside. Soon, the huge octopus monster was completely dissected, leaving behind 200 to 300 caddies of edible meat, which was sufficient. Additionally, due to the octopus monster's long period of cultivation, its flesh and blood had special effects. For ordinary people, it could promote longevity and strengthen the body, while for cultivators, it could enhance their cultivation. However, consuming only this type of flesh was not enough. Zisha circled under the sea, and wherever his dragon aura passed, numerous sea creatures floated to the surface and automatically gathered together according to their respective species, forming what looked like an underwater aquarium, allowing Zuan to pick out the specimens he desired. With a simple gesture from Zuan, the selected marine creatures floated up. The miraculous scene filled Lullaby, who was dizzy from bowing repeatedly, with envy. After years of fishing at sea, he had never seen such a convenient way of fishing, like a self-service supermarket. Zoo, and chose dozens of species, totaling about 2,000 to 3,000 caddies of seafood. He felt it was enough and waved his hand, causing the remaining marine creatures to sink back into the depths. With so much seafood floating in the air, Zuin muttered an incantation, and the seafood, along with the octopus monster's flesh and blood, rapidly shrunk and formed a grayish light ball, appearing in Zuan's hand. After completing all of this, Zuan looked down at Luobai, who was devoutly kneeling, and gave a slight smile. Since our meeting is considered fate, I will assist you. Saying this, he was about to gather a school of fish for Luobai. Overwhelmed with emotion, Luobai's heart fluttered, and he made one of the most correct decisions of his life. He knelt on the ground, saying with utmost sincerity, "Great Bodhisattva, I do not need fish. I only ask that you grant me an item from the Dragon King as a family heirloom." Zuan was slightly surprised by these words and nodded with a smile. "What do you want?" Luobai whispered, "I think a dragon tooth would be nice." At this moment, Zishao emerged from the sea, his eyes widening upon hearing Luobai's request. "To ask for my dragon tooth." An overwhelming aura instantly enveloped a fishing boat, intimidating Luobai, who quickly changed his words, "I was just speaking casually. Any reward you see fit will do." Zuan chuckled and plucked off a piece of Zisha's dragon scale. "Keep it as a memento." With that, Zuan departed. Though Zisha cast a stern gaze at Luobai, feeling somewhat displeased, he understood that it was Zuan who had taken his dragon scale and reluctantly followed. Holding a fish tank-sized dragon scale, Luobai stood dumbfounded at the bow of the boat, gradually becoming more and more excited. This was an authentic dragon scale. "Chairman, I think if we can't find so many ingredients, we could lower our standards a bit. Also, using such high-quality seafood for so many banquet tables seems overly lavish," suggested a 5-star chef. "Yes, let's consider serving premium dishes for the main banquet and slightly downgrading for the others," echoed another. These suggestions were reasonable, but Qinyu didn't dare to make the final decision. She understood Zuan's intentions very well. For this wedding, he was determined to make it perfect in every way. "Wait a bit longer. Mr. Zhu should be back soon." But even if it's Mr. Zhu searching for ingredient, the most headache-inducing issue with ingredients has been resolved. The remaining trivial matters are nothing but being solved with money. And just as preparations are being carried out in a busy and orderly manner on the North Bank, Yan has already returned to the capital. The convoy slowly stops in front of the Yan family's gate, and Qing gets off the car. But the first person to come out to greet her is not someone from the Yan family, but a man in his 30s with shoulder straps indicating his rank, dressed smartly and confidently. Seeing this man, Qing's face becomes unpleasant. "Wang Zheng, what are you doing at my home?" Because Qing and Wang Zheng are not in the same military district, she, as a colonel, dares to directly address Wang Zheng, who is a major general. Wang Zheng smiles. "Colonel An, I arrived in the capital yesterday, but you were not at home at the time, so I have been waiting until now. I'm asking you, what are you doing here?" And Qing has no good expression on her face. Wang Zheng's eyes flash with a hint of hostility, but he still smiles and says, "The gift I had someone send last time, Colonel An must not have liked it, so it was returned. That's why I came here to apologize." "It's not necessary," and Qing coldly says. At this moment, Yan also gets off the car. "Kinger, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, sister. Just an annoying person." Wang Zheng, upon seeing Yan, shows an amazed expression on his face. These two sisters are both so beautiful. Is there anything else? If not, please leave. And Qing says sternly. Finally unable to bear it, Wang Zheng's face turns dark. "Colonel An, why do you have to keep me at a distance like this? You know, I am only 35 this year, and I am already a major general. The future is limitless, and I truly like you." Speaking of his military rank, Wang Zheng's face is full of pride. And what he said is indeed true. A major general in his 30s is already remarkable. But Qing smiles slightly. "Wang Zheng, do I need to make it clear to you the reason why the members of the Liu family were so bold to come and snatch the Fire Phoenix last time? What role your Wang family played in it? Don't you know?" This statement causes Wang Zheng's face to suddenly darken. The Wang family did indeed participate in the Liu family's affair last time, because at that time, Wang Zheng was possessive of Qing. But he also understood that it would be difficult to win her over if he didn't make her isolated and unsupported. So he helped the Liu family to seize control of the Fire Phoenix together. These were things that Qing only found out later. Therefore, of course, she has no good feelings towards this Wang Zheng. "Let's go, sister." And Qing and Yan are about to enter the house. Wang Zheng says menacingly, "Colonel An, I hope you can think clearly. My Wang family's power in the Manhwaedit region. If you are willing, then there will be endless benefits for the Yan family." And Ching just coldly rebukes, "Get lost. Leave while I am still in a good mood." Wang Zheng is enraged. He, who has been hailed as a prodigy since childhood, has never suffered such a humiliation. He is about to erupt. Just then, Cheng Hao and others get off the cars one after another and directly surround Wang Zheng and the soldiers he brought. Every member of the Fire Phoenix is looking at Wang Zheng with an unfriendly expression, ready to tear him apart at an king's command. The fierce aura exuded by the Fire Phoenix members makes Wang Zheng, who has never been on the battlefield, gradually turn pale. "Colonel An, what do you want to do? Let your subordinates openly confront a major general on the streets of the capital?" Wang Zheng says with a mix of sternness and vulnerability. And King's lips show a trace of disdainful smile. "So what? You are overstepping your bounds." Wang Zheng hadn't finished speaking when a very authoritative voice interrupted him. "Since when can the people from the Manhwaedit military district come to the streets of the capital to act recklessly? Overstepping my bounds? Hehe. Do you not understand the quality of the ranks in your Manhwaedit military district?" The voice continues. "When the time comes, you cannot afford to offend the infamily, otherwise, HMPH. The person speaking is a major general with stars on his shoulders, representing the group of military personnel that just walked down from a dozen imposing military vehicles parked on the side of the road. Wang Zheng is dumbfounded. These generals are all powerful figures in the capital. In other words, none of them are someone his civilian ranking can provoke, especially the major general who is speaking. Even Wang Zheng's father couldn't afford to provoke him. To Wang Zheng's astonishment, this group of generals walks towards An Qing, speaking affectionately. "Little Qing, did you welcome your sister back yet?" And Qing nods. "Greetings to all the generals. Ha ha. When we are not in the camp, it would be better for you to call us uncles instead of generals. The title of general is too distant." The leading major general named Yan laughs. "Yes, Uncle Yan." And Qing obediently replies. "And when will your brother-in-law come to the capital?" When An King's brother-in-law is mentioned, the group of generals show a strange expression on their faces. And Qing smiles. "It should be on my sister's birthday, which is 4 days from now." "Good, good." Uncle Yan nods repeatedly with a smiling face, but when he turns to look at the bewildered Wang Zheng, the smile disappears from his face. "Go back and tell your old man. Manhwaedit is not his territory. The Wang family cannot act recklessly here in the capital, and I advise you to refrain from provoking the infamily, otherwise, HMPH. Uncle Yan doesn't finish his sentence, but the meaning is clear. Who doesn't fear and respect the infamily now? Because that killer, he never shows mercy. If he truly enjay him, no matter what noble clan you belong to, you won't escape a total annihilation." How dare Wang Zheng speak in front of these people? He thought the infamily now only had An Qing, a colonel, left, and most of their influence was gone, making them an easy target. That's why he repeatedly harassed An Qing. But looking at the situation now, these generals are not only friendly towards An Qing but almost fawning. It shows how powerful the An family's influence is. So when Uncle Yan tells him to leave, he feels as if he has been granted clemency, doesn't even dare to look at An Qing, and quickly runs away. Hehe. The Wang family is used to dominating in Manhwaedit, thinking the capital is also their playground. Uncle Yan sneers, but before they could enter An's residence, Chen Shu arrives with his men. Upon seeing him, Uncle Yan teases, "Old Chen, you notified us all, saying Mr. Zhu is about to get married. So we all rushed here. Where did you go?" Chen Shu smiles. "Yanner is like a junior to me. Now that she is getting married, I couldn't come empty-handed." These past few days, a certain incident has been trending in the city. People are discussing it everywhere, on the streets and in the alleys. "Hey, have you heard? Chen Laoyi gave An Yan a dowry that filled up dozens of large trucks." Someone said. "Hehe, you've only heard about it. I actually saw it with my own eyes." Another person sneered. "Oh, really? Then tell us, what did they send?" The people around gathered to listen. "I heard there were countless fun things inside. There were hundreds of pounds of gold jewelry alone." "Gold? Hey, that's just one of the least valuable things they gave." This person, feeling proud to have attracted so many listeners, deliberately spoke loudly. This statement caused a commotion among the crowd. "Gold isn't valuable? Then what is considered valuable?" Some people were skeptical. "You all are just common folks. You can't imagine the life of the truly wealthy. Today, I'll tell you." This person attracted attention and then whisper, Have you seen blood coral over 3 meters high? The crowd shook their heads. I personally witnessed it that day, and let me tell you, that thing is a true rare treasure. Have you seen pearls the size of a child's fist? I saw dozens of them that day. Have you seen a limited edition sports car global version? I've seen that. The crowd nodded. Heh. They sent 7 of them in one go. Why send 7? Someone asked. Why? Each car is a different color. They were sent according to the day of the week. Oh. The crowd suddenly realized that these aren't even the most valuable things. This isn't valuable enough. Hey. Poverty really limits your imagination. This person gestured with hands. What are you gesturing at? Someone curiously asked. Have you seen such a large wooden box? Made of rosewood. So what? I know a wealthy friend who has that. Seizing the opportunity to show off, someone spoke quickly. The key isn't the box. Then what is it? The crowd inquired. At this point, the individual's face was filled with a dreamy look, and he said, that is the most valuable gift I've seen. Inside the box, stacked densely, are all property deeds. Dang. The crowd that was not amazed by the 3-meter-high blood coral or fist-sized pearls were finally stirred up. Did you see it clearly? Of course, I saw it clearly. Chen Lao Yi personally opened it for people to see. Guess where all those properties are located? Where? Third Ring Road. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks, some with disbelief written all over their faces. Are you kidding? Are there that many houses on the Third Ring Road? Based on your demonstration, there must be at least 1,000 units. Yes, our family lives on the Third Ring Road, and the houses there are currently in high demand. This person continued to smirk, waiting for everyone to finish speaking before saying, I knew some of you wouldn't believe it. Some people asked Chen Lao Yi the same question, and you know what he said? What did he say? Chen Lao Yi said, it's a newly built residential area, and all the property deeds for the houses are in there. This statement dumbfounded everyone. They had heard of gifting houses, but never had they heard of gifting a whole residential area. Alright, I'm just wasting my time here. What's the point of telling you all this? I need to hurry off. This person said, Brother, where are you rushing off to? Naturally, to see the excitement at N's residence. Isn't the official wedding happening in a few days? What excitement is there to see now? Someone asked confusedly. Heh, such a bunch of ignorant folks. Do you know who is currently helping at N's residence? Who? Basically, those with some status and reputation in the city have all gone there. Not to mention, do you know War Yan, the master gardener? Yes, we know. I love her botanical creations the most. She's at Anne's residence right now, and she's turned the place into a floral paradise. Just for that, it's worth going there to watch the bustle all day. After saying this, the person turned and left. The remaining people looked at each other, their eyes shining with excitement. Let's go see. As the rumors outside had said, Anne's residence had now become a floral paradise. War Yan had pulled out all the stops, showcasing various exotic flowers and plants, transforming the entire Anne's residence into a beautiful spectacle. Not only her, but almost all the talented individuals in the city had also gathered. Even someone sweeping the floor could be a company's CEO. Jia Zuhui, Yang Bingyi, and Chia Lesan were never far from Anne's residence, busy every day. For instance, at present, the three of them had brought a ladder and were hanging lanterns in front of a door. The trio now had assets of over 100 million but still maintained their busy routine, jumping around tirelessly, showing no signs of a wealthy elite's attitude. The entire Anne's residence had turned into a bustling construction site with people busy everywhere. The festive atmosphere intensified amidst the hustle and bustle. As for the absolute protagonist in Yan, she remained in a state of confusion throughout. In her mind, once she returned to the city with Cheng, a simple arrangement would await her until Zuan came to pick her up. She never expected the situation would escalate so much, leaving her bewildered. Sensing Yan's confusion and perplexity, Cheng smiled and said, Sister, this must all be brother-in-law's idea. Sigh. I've told him many times, I really don't care about these things. As long as we can be together, why make such a fuss about all this chaos? Yan replied. Cheng shook her head and chuckled. Actually, I understand and support brother-in-law's actions. From the day you met, fell in love, to having desires and yearnings, the journey you've traveled has been too challenging. Now, although brother-in-law doesn't claim to rule the world, he has made a mark, naturally wanting to make it up to you. At this point, A faint trace of envy flickered in King's eyes. The grandiose display he's organized is to announce to the world that you are his woman. Listening to her sister's comforting words, Yen nodded, feeling her heart overflowing with happiness. At that moment, the door opened, and a group of elegantly dressed women entered. When Yen put on the traditional Chinese wedding gown hand-sewn by Master Feng Kaiyan stepped out, the group of women first scrutinized her with critical eyes, then nodded in satisfaction, one after another. Only the leader of these women was slightly taken aback. "May I ask, is this bridal gown also from the hands of Feng Kai?" And Yen nodded. "I'm not sure if it is, but people call him Master Feng." The woman laughed. "It's easy to see at a glance. In the world, only he can create such craftsmanship." Then the woman spoke seriously. "Miss N, whether in temperament or appearance, you are the most outstanding person I've ever seen. But since it is such an important time for marriage, I think you can be even more beautiful and noble. For example, when you wear this kind of traditional Chinese wedding gown, the way you walk is different from wearing a Western wedding dress," the woman said, demonstrating to Yen. And Yen followed suit, and her aura immediately changed. The woman's eyes lit up because Yen's understanding was simply astonishing. With just a casual look, she could grasp 7 or 8 points of charm. "Miss N, do you know how precious your talent is? If you had met me earlier, I would have trained you to become the most elegant and graceful dancer in the world," the woman exclaimed. And Yen smiled shyly. "Thank you, but my husband probably wouldn't approve." Mentioning her husband, the woman immediately closed her mouth. Of course, how could the wife of that man go up on stage to dance? Even after the woman left, Yen still didn't know who she was, but judging by her demeanor, she was definitely not an ordinary person. And Qing laughed quietly and said, "That woman is the rumored confidant of Old Man Chen, and also the once highly honored dancer Tai Yujin." And Yen was first surprised upon hearing this, then couldn't help but chuckle. In the capital city, there had always been many rumors about Chen Shu and Tai Yujin. Now it seems, the rumors might be true. 2 days later, Yen stood in front of the mirror, looking at the incomparable beauty reflected in it, feeling a bit stunned. Tai Yujin stood by, also showing amazement on her face. After these 2 days of interaction, Tai Yujin was deeply impressed by Yen's insight. No matter what movement, Yen basically understood it after just one look. So in just 2 days, the already charismatic Yen became even more refined and charming. Tai Yujin was extremely satisfied with the results. To be able to mentor such a girl for 2 days in her lifetime and witness her growth firsthand was an unparalleled sense of achievement. "Miss N, a woman should please herself first. I believe when Mr. Zhu comes to pick you up, he will definitely be pleasantly surprised," Tai Yujin said. And Yen smiled brightly at this remark. The breathtaking beauty in this smile made everyone in the room a little stunned. And Yen then turned back to look at herself in the mirror, silently thinking, "Husband, I am ready. When will you come to marry me and take me home?" Meanwhile, up in the North River, the flight to the capital city was scheduled for tomorrow, but there was still no sign of a private plane today. Griffin, who had been relatively calm, could no longer sit still. He had been frantically calling Charles since the morning, but all attempts were met with no response. By noon, after another failed attempt to reach Charles, Griffin, seething with anger, smashed his phone to pieces. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Charles, how dare you play me? I will have you torn limb from limb." But being furious was not helping the situation, so he reluctantly went to see Zuan. Sir, Charles still hasn't sent the plane yet. Tomorrow." Griffin stammered nervously, afraid that Zuan would erupt in anger again. Unexpectedly, Zuan just gave a faint smile and said, "It's okay." Although Zuan didn't blame him and even comforted him a few words, guilt and anger still filled Griffin's heart. The bone cutter who had once operated in the darkness was now showing his fierce claws. He decided that after the wedding, he would seize Charles and painstakingly pick apart every bone in his body. As night fell and there was still no sign of the plane, Griffin had completely lost hope, to the extent that he didn't even show up for dinner, because he felt ashamed to face anyone, having failed to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Zuan. "Sir, should we just drive to the capital now?" Qin Yuan, dressed in custom luxury clothing, suggested. He naturally had to follow tomorrow, so he was waiting in Tianzi Villa tonight. Knowing that the private plane had not arrived, he inquired. Zuan shook his head. "No need. Driving there would take too much time. I have my own way." "All right." Seeing Zuan's decision, Qin Yuan could only nod. At a time when everyone else was worrying, suddenly, the sound of roaring engines could be heard in the distance. Those who were chatting outside looked up and were all in shock. "It's a plane," someone exclaimed. Griffin, who had been sitting indoors, initially didn't pay attention, but upon listening carefully, it was indeed the sound of a plane. He trembled all over and leapt out of the window. Sure enough, 5 brand new private planes were flying in the sky. Anticipating the arrival of the planes, a makeshift airstrip had been prepared in advance. When the planes landed and Charles descended the stairs, Griffin charged forward, landing a punch right on his face. The blow sent Charles stumbling, almost falling, with blood instantly flowing from his nose. "Charles, you almost ruined a major event for my master. Do you understand?" Griffin said ominously. Terrified, Charles shivered all over, blooded face and all, hastily apologized. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Griffin. You must listen to my explanation. I had the plane ready yesterday, but it was intercepted by the military en route to your country and was only released this afternoon." Despite his blooded appearance, Charles was full of regret. "The military? Did you not mention my master's name?" Griffin demanded angrily. "I did, but it backfired. Initially, they were going to release it, but once I mentioned it, they held on to it for another day," Charles explained, his heart bleeding at the memory. Ever since he received Griffin's call, he had not slept for these days, frantically searching for a ready-to-use private plane. Just by chance, he managed to gather all the necessary resources. Overjoyed, he hastily flew to China. As Griffin had made it clear, if he arrived a day early, he would receive an additional 30%. That was worth millions. However, upon entering China, he was intercepted by the military and wasted a day. "Oh, do you know which military faction intercepted you, Zhu?" and asked calmly. Charles, being adept at reading the situation, hurriedly answered respectfully, "Respected sir, even if I turned into ashes, I would remember. It was a family named Wang from Zhonghuai." The mention of the Zhonghuai Wang family made Qin Yuan and the others change color slightly. This family was a long-standing aristocratic military clan. However, Zhuan simply smiled faintly. "You've worked hard. Despite this not being your fault, the additional 30% still stands." Charles was overjoyed. "Thank you so much, sir." 5 brand new private planes lined up in a row, with Charles leading Zhuan to tour each one. "Sir, these planes were originally meant for the Z Dynasty royal family, so each one is equipped with utmost luxury. For example, this one even has a private swimming pool," Charles excitedly introduced Zhu, and remained calm, but the entourage following along, led by Qin Yuan, was all in awe. Despite the abundance of wealthy individuals in China in recent years, when it came to extravagance, they were still no match for the deep-rooted aristocrats abroad. Unlike those private planes that can only accommodate about 10 people, each one here can hold over 30 people and provide an extremely comfortable seating environment for every guest. Charles elaborated, but Zhuan remained expressionless, causing Charles to feel somewhat uneasy. With a quick change of tone, he continued, "Of course, these may not mean much in your eyes, sir, but I must introduce the most important part of these private planes." With a clap of his hands, over 20 attendants dressed as flight attendants emerged. Charles proudly stated, "These individuals have undergone rigorous training and were originally intended to accompany these planes to be sold to the Z Dynasty, but now they all belong to you, sir." Charles then gestured toward the flight attendants. As he had mentioned, these flight attendants had all undergone strict and specialized training, and they all respectfully bowed to Zhuan. "Greetings, sir," with impeccable Mandarin pronunciation. "Ha. Each of these flight attendants here is a graduate of a top university, fluent in at least 4 or 5 languages, truly rare beauties." Charles wore a self-explanatory expression typical of many men. Zhuan, however, remained indifferent. It was these flight attendants who felt a bit of joy in their hearts. Globally, those who could afford such luxurious private planes were mostly elderly individuals. These young women had prepared for the worst. Little did they expect their boss this time to be such a young and handsome man. With a shake of his head, Zhuan stated, "Not necessary." Charles didn't quite understand. "I mean, we don't need so many flight attendants." This statement made the atmosphere tense, and the faces of these beauties gradually turned pale. Charles hesitated, saying, "Sir, these beauties were all sent along with the private planes, so even if you don't want them, there won't be any discounts." At that moment, Griffin couldn't hold back anymore, took a few steps forward, and exclaimed angrily, "Charles, does my family care about that money? You fool! You didn't know anything and arranged all this. Do you know why my family bought these planes? Why?" Charles blinked his shrewd eyes, thinking to himself, what else could they do besides flying on private planes to enjoy the life of top-tier wealthy individuals? "My family bought these planes to pick up the bride." "You fool!" Griffin cursed. "Pick up the bride." Charles was still somewhat confused. "In other words, these planes are to be used to pick up the lady." Charles finally understood, and he was shocked. Not only him, but even the flight attendants were astonished. Spending over $100 million just to pick up a bride. It was simply extravagant to an unreasonable extent. "Let these flight attendants stay here. This way, we can bring more guests." Qin Yuan spoke up at this point. Zhu, and nodded, then looked at the group of pale-faced ladies and calmly said, "After picking up the bride, you can then follow the planes." With Zuan's words, the flight attendants breathed a sigh of relief, each scheming in their own minds. Little did they know that their employer had bought these planes solely for the purpose of picking up the bride and probably wouldn't need them afterward. After all, no matter how fast a plane flies, can it match his ability to transcend space directly? By the time the sun rose, the team heading to Central Capital for the wedding had gathered. Thinking about it, Nan would definitely go. Lao Zi and Pang Yu were dressed in brand new, appropriate attire, looking like successful businessmen, as they were the witnesses. In addition, Tang Xuaner and Zulan would also be present as part of the groom's family. When all these various individuals were accounted for, there would be around 40 people attending. Zuan changed into a traditional Chinese outfit, a faint smile appearing on his handsome and refined face. "Let's depart." The 5 planes took off, heading straight for Central Capital. As the planes passed by the entrance of Yunmen Court, Wukong and many security guards saluted in unison. Global media had been broadcasting live since early morning. When these journalists saw the 5 new planes flying off into the sky, they couldn't help but let out soft gasps of surprise. What a grand gesture! Meanwhile, in a quiet town in Europe, Fen Menchu sat on the sofa, watching the live coverage on TV absent-mindedly. "Menchu, today, you're supposed to attend a film festival. Shall we leave now?" Han Yao whispered. She understood Fen Menchu's current state of mind, and wanted her to temporarily forget about it with work. Suddenly, Fen Menchu stood up, returning to the country. Han Yao thought she must have missed her. "I thought I would feel jealous, but their relationship with Anyan makes me unable to feel any jealousy. This is his moment of happiness, and I should respect that by stepping aside," Fen Menchu said softly, then turned and ran out the door. Han Yao stood frozen in place, only sighing deeply after a while. Are women trapped by emotions all so foolish? Central Capital. From early morning, the entire family was crowded with guests coming to offer their congratulations from various circles. With just the family's few servants, they were simply overwhelmed. Chen Zhu immediately called over people from the Chen family to come and help. The Fire Phoenix and many military officials also spontaneously came to maintain order. Nearly all the prominent families in Central Capital had shown up. This spectacle made many people sigh in awe at the family's current prestige. Some people couldn't help but laugh and said, if a luxury brand's car doesn't show up at this time, it means that brand isn't luxurious enough. By midday, the whole family compound was bustling with excitement. Countless media were focusing their cameras here. This was almost like a globally broadcasted wedding. In this atmosphere, there were inevitably some jealous voices filled with bitterness. "Hey, it takes at least 7 to 8 hours to drive from Beijing to Zhengdu. If they are just leaving now, they might be lucky to arrive by evening," someone said coldly. "Exactly, and I don't think they will even make it today. Haven't you seen how traffic is jammed everywhere?" "True. Even if they arrive in Zhengdu, it will still take several hours to get to an family compound. Today's wedding. I doubt it." These jealous words made many people uncomfortable listening to them, but they couldn't refute. Jia Zuhui, Yang Bin, and Chia Le were all anxious at this moment. "Why hasn't the second brother arrived yet?" "I just inquired, and it's true that traffic is jammed everywhere," Chia Le said anxiously. "Don't worry, the second brother always has a plan. He must have thought about this," Jia Zuhui said. Meanwhile, Anyan had finished dressing up and was sitting quietly in the room, listening to the commotion outside. She couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" And Qing furrowed her brows, Nothing. Just some jealous people saying nonsense. Oh. And Yan nodded. Sister, did my brother-in-law tell you how to get to Zhongdu? I asked. But he just smiled and told me to trust him. Hearing this, Enqing couldn't help but sigh in relief. After all this time, Enqing believed there was nothing that Zuan couldn't accomplish. Just then, the sky outside suddenly darkened, accompanied by a strong whine, signaling the approach of a storm. This situation made everyone at an family compound busy, fearing that the carefully arranged wedding venue might be ruined by the impending storm. However, some people who were not happy or had grudges against Zuan secretly rejoiced. Let it rain heavily. It would be even better if it hailed. Even Chen Shu's face couldn't help but show some displeasure. The weather forecast had vehemently claimed that there would be no rain today, so how come it's suddenly going to storm? Could it be that human plans are no match for the whims of nature? Just then, the distant sound of a plane's engine roar. Some sharp-eyed people saw 5 planes flying in the distance and couldn't help but exclaim, "Look at that!" Everyone looked up, and the planes were already hovering over the family compound. Many people were stunned, thinking, could this be the bridal entourage arriving? This is so astonishing. At the same time, raindrops started to fall. Some people intentionally shouted, "It's going to pour. Hurry back home to collect your clothes." The crowd was bustling when suddenly a person on one of the planes rose into the air, shouting coldly, "Open." His voice may not have been loud, but it felt like an explosion in everyone's mind. Doom. The dense clouds in the sky instantly split apart and dissipated rapidly. Sunlight once again streamed down, shining on many shocked faces. Chen Shu smiled faintly and finally let go of his lingering worries. Whatever the issue, as long as he's here, it can be solved. And at that moment, Zuan, after breaking apart the dark clouds with his fist, stood aloof in the sky, his face cold as he sent a divine message toward a certain location. In a certain place, a middle-aged man who had been meditating suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with horror as he shouted, "No!" But before he could finish, his head exploded with a resounding bang. This scene shocked everyone present, especially those nearby, whose shoulders were splattered with blood. Zhu and saw this horrifying sight, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. They dared to sabotage my wedding. If it weren't for the fact that we are welcoming relatives now and I shouldn't be too ruthless, I would have annihilated them now. Let them live a few more days. With that thought, Zuan slowly descended to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, members of the Fire Phoenix squad formed a line and shouted in unison, "Instructor." Zuan nodded slightly and then scanned the crowd. Many who were initially suspicious were now trembling with fear and didn't dare meet Zuan's gaze. However, most still wore expressions of curiosity and astonishment. Zuan's entrance method was truly unique and shocking. Meanwhile, the 5 private planes had landed directly behind the family compound. With a large open space behind the residence, it was the perfect place to park the planes, though it tested the pilot's skills. Only these rigorously trained pilots dared to land directly there. Once the planes landed, Chen Yuan, Tang Zhuaner, and others all disembarked and joined Zuan. Chen Shu, smiling broadly, welcomed them. "Mr. Zhu, congratulations." Zuan smiled faintly. "Uncle Chen, no need for formalities." The mention of Uncle Chen made Chen Shu briefly stunned before he burst into hearty laughter. "Great. Great. Today is indeed a joyous day. Come, let's talk inside." After Zuan and the others entered the banquet hall, people outside started discussing excitedly. "Wow, is he even human? Falling from such a height, without a scratch?" Someone was shocked. "Do you only realize now how powerful Mr. Zhu is? Didn't you see how he dispersed the approaching storm just now?" What shocked me the most were those 5 planes. I just checked carefully, and all 5 planes have the character Zhu printed on them, and they all look brand new. Did he just buy them? This statement left many people in silence. For these powerful families, the overwhelming oppression from wealth and influence was what truly made them despair. Many people with ulterior motives quietly slipped away. Inside the banquet hall, after accompanying Zuan for a while, Zhu Xiang and Zunan couldn't contain their eagerness and called out, "Dad, where's Mom?" "Yes, we miss Mom." The daughter's words brought a smile to many faces. Chen Shu, grinning, said, "Think about it, as you pass through the banquet hall, there are a few rooms in the back. Your mother is in one of them, but you'd better bring some red packets along." Zhu Xiang and Zunan nodded vaguely and then looked at Zuan, saying, "Dad, do you have the red packets with you?" Zhu and smiled, stood up, and said lightly, "Of course I do. Let's go together to meet Mom." Walking through the banquet hall, the long corridor in front had already been covered with flowers, becoming a truly flower corridor. Zuanhe, Xian, Tangjuaner Zulan, and many others walked towards the inside. Just as they were halfway there, they saw someone blocking the way with a wheelchair. "Mr. Zhu, it's a joyous day today, and we, the two sisters, are here to join the fun. Give us the red envelope." Wei Rulin, sitting in the wheelchair, smilingly reached out her hand. Wei Yanyan also said, "Yes, Mr. Zhu, I have brought out all the precious things in my storage for your wedding." Zuan smiled. "Thank you, Miss Yanyan. Of course there are red envelopes." Saying that, he handed over to bulging red envelopes. Wei Yanyan and Wei Rulin were just here to join the celebration and didn't take the so-called red envelope seriously. But as soon as they took the red envelope, the expressions of Wei Yanyan and Wei Rulin changed. "This is ... Wei Yanyan exclaimed. Zuan smiled faintly. "Some people call this kind of thing Ling Stone, but I think calling them Jade Essence is better." Wei Yanyan and Wei Rulin exchanged a glance and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. As soon as they took the red envelope, they felt the spiritual energy inside, and now hearing Zhu and call it Jade Essence, they were even more shocked. "Mr. Zhu, this thing is too precious. We were just joking. How can we accept it?" Wei Yanyan said, preparing to return the red envelope. Zhu and smiled. "I have plenty of this thing, and you've also helped with the arrangements for the Yin family." With that, Zuan took a step forward towards the inside. Wei Yanyan and Wei Rulin watched his retreating figure, looking a bit dumbfounded. "Rulin, should we really accept this thing?" Wei Yanyan asked. At this moment, Zuan's voice came. "Wearing this thing more frequently, she might even have a chance to stand up." Wei Rulin was stunned at this revelation, and then said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." "You're welcome." Zuan smiled faintly and had already walked away. This Jade Essence or Ling Stone was indeed a good thing for ordinary cultivators, but Zuan knew very well that while it could initially enhance one's cultivation, prolonged use would only bring harm. That's why he hadn't let Yan or anyone else use it. And when he said he had plenty, it was because of the ring he had plundered from the Immortal Palace. That ring was a mustard seed ring. As the name suggests, it could hold Mount Meru in a mustard seed, a spatial ring that could contain many things. After Zuan got it, he broke the seal on it and found tons of Ling Stones inside. Useless to him, he decided to give them out as red envelopes this time. What was of little value to Zhu, and was a precious treasure to ordinary people. After passing through the flower corridor and arriving at the door, the room was tightly closed, with bursts of women's laughter heard from inside. Zuan smiled slightly and approached to knock on the door. "Who is it?" A woman's voice came from inside. "The one who came to welcome the bride." "Welcoming who?" "Yan." "Who is Yan?" "My wife." "Couldn't hear you." "Speak louder," came the playful response from inside. Zuan smiled. Even though he was an immortal today, he had to obediently follow the rules, so he shouted, "I'm here to bring my wife and Yan back home." His voice shook the flower corridor, causing many flower petals to fall down. Whisperings could be heard from inside. Although the voices were low, Zuan could still hear them. "Should we open?" "Let's wait a little longer," but the elders at home said. "Tease them a bit. After all, Mr. Zhu's status is noble. At least let him sing a song." When Zuan heard this, he didn't wait for them to speak, but instead smiled and said, "I'll sing a song for you all. If I sing it well, will you open the door?" "How about that?" "Good." And the people who came with Zuan were also somewhat amused. What song did Mr. Zhu plan to sing? The little sparrow outside the window, chattering on the utility pole, "You said this sentence, feels like summer." The surroundings gradually quieted down. Zuan's voice was not professional, and he wasn't aiming for professionalism either. He was simply singing this song with the emotions of that ignorant young man from 3,000 years ago. His voice trembled slightly, but it carried a warmth like the afternoon sun, full of memories. Everyone listened quietly. As he sang, Zuan seemed to go back to those nights and saw the loving couple embracing quietly. That kind of beauty was the reason that supported Zuan over the 3,000 years. On the large bed in the room, covered with a red veil, Yan's face was already tear-streaked. After the song ended, the room was silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous applause. "Great. So good." Some people were so excited they couldn't stop shouting praises. Some people's eyes were filled with tears, quietly clapping, as if Zuan-san had also stirred up memories deep in their hearts. Only Zhu Xiang and Zunan didn't feel anything, pounding on the door, saying, "Mom, we're here with Dad to pick you up. Open the door." Their childish voices dispersed the previous sadness. The door was opened. Tang Juaner, Qin Yu, and Zulin stepped forward to distribute the red envelopes. Griffin, at the back, had a twisted expression of worry. He had never seen such extravagance, using ling stones as red envelopes. This adult, sometimes you really are extravagant, Griffin thought secretly in his heart. As they walked inside, they saw the spacious room was cozy and romantic, with An Yin sitting silently on the large bed in the middle, covered by a veil. Zuin stepped forward to the bed, quietly watching. The room gradually fell silent. Through the red veil, Zuin could still see the tears on An Yan's face. His heart suddenly ached. Then, he slowly knelt down on one knee. As he knelt down, a low gasp came from the crowd watching the spectacle. Many people thought that given Zuan's character, he would never kneel down. Ignoring all these thoughts, Zuan's eyes were fixed on An Yan, who was trembling slightly. And then, with a smile, he said, "Wife, come home with me." There were no words like "Will you marry me?" Just a simple sentence, "Come home with me." Many people nodded secretly, realizing that this was indeed in line with Zuan's character. With that, Zuan gently lifted An Yan's hand and slowly put the mustard seed ring on her finger. Many people in the room were surprised. This sentence shocked many people who had originally looked down upon it. And Wei Rulin was even more shocked, murmuring, "Mount Sumeru inside a mustard seed. I thought this kind of thing was just a legend. I never thought it actually existed." And when many people learned from others about the divine and precious nature of this ring, they all looked at An Yan with extremely envious eyes. Especially many girls almost went crazy with envy. Zuan's thoughtfulness and gentleness, dominance and wealth, handsomeness and strength, all made these girls envious. An Yan stood up with Zuan's support and naturally hooked her arm into Zuan's, walking out together. Zhu Xiang and Zunan followed closely behind, the two little maids today dressed in intricately crafted children's formal wear. This family walking together attracted many envious and admiring gazes. When they arrived in the banquet hall, the atmosphere reached its peak. Chen Zhu and many others stood up to greet the newlyweds. Zuan nodded slightly to the crowd. Just at that moment, a hearty laughter came from outside. "General Zhu, congratulations." "General Zhu, what kind of title was this?" Many people were puzzled. Then a large group of people filed in from outside. The appearance of this group stunned everyone present, because the people who came were basically generals, and the number of them seemed to include all the generals in the capital. Someone quivered. 100 generals congratulate. Many people were shocked. There was a legend in Hua country that if 100 generals appeared at a wedding to offer congratulations, then the newlyweds would be forever happy. Of course, this was often regarded as just a legend. After all, who could invite 100 generals to a wedding? But today, Zuan did just that, and leading the group was General Yan Zhang. He walked up with a smile on his face, shaking Zuan's hand. "General Zhu, we were a little delayed on the way, so we arrived late." Zuan's mouth curled into a slight smile, then glanced at Chen Zhu, who was looking smug standing on the side, knowing that he must have been behind this. Although Zuan was indifferent to the idea of 100 general congratulations, since they had come and given such a good start, he had to consider some face. So he smiled and nodded. "Thank you, generals, for coming." "General Zhu, you're too polite. We are colleagues after all. When you get married, of course, we must come and have a drink with you," General Yang said with a smile. Many people couldn't help but wonder. "Colleagues?" And he addressed Zuan as general. "What's going on here?" At this moment, General Yang looked around at the puzzled looks and smiled slightly. "You all may not know yet, General Zhu was personally appointed as the Vermilion Bird Lieutenant General by General Lin, and after our discussions, we felt General Zhu had too many merits, so we decided to promote him to Major General." Doom. The whole room was in shock. Major General? That was a real high-ranking military rank in Hua country, second only to General and Lieutenant General. Now, countless jealous eyes were focused on Zuan, but Zuan just smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "Thank you, generals, for your kindness." General Yan chuckled. "General Zhu, you are too modest. With your merits, this promotion is well-deserved." With that, he personally took out the Major General's medal and pinned it to Zuan's chest. Then it was time for the celebration. There were even more people at today's event than expected, but Chen Zhu was prepared. He had already booked the entire back kitchens of the top famous hotels in the capital, where several chef teams were busy preparing the food. Dishes were served one after another. Zhu and others had to finish this meal before taking Yan home. According to the rules in Hua country, the groom at a wedding, no matter who comes to toast, must finish the drink. Many people came just to witness Zhuan's embarrassment. Chen Zhu had already arranged for a few people with strong alcohol tolerance to be ready to replace Zhuan at any time. But to everyone's surprise, Zhuan drank without hesitation when the toast reached him. Soon, a large number of people were left lying down. Even when someone challenged him, Zhuan simply stopped pouring wine and drank straight from the bottle. And it was all Maotai liquor at 53 degrees. But Zhuan drank it like water, easily finishing 10 bottles. This shocked everyone in the room. No one dared to challenge him anymore. And Zhuan showed no signs of intoxication. He even managed to get all the generals drunk. Eventually, General Yan's tongue became a bit thick and he started talking nonsense, holding Zhuan's hand and saying, "General Zhu, those documents you gave to our country last time were a great help." Zhuan smiled and had Qin Yu hand a red envelope to each general. "What's this?" someone asked in surprise. Zhu, and calmly said, "The martial arts you were given last time will hit a bottleneck in the late stages. When that happens, use this spirit stone to help break through." Zhuan's words cleared the generals' drunken confusion, and their eyes lit up. "General Zhu, is there more?" General Yang asked eagerly. Zhu, and smiled, "There's plenty of this stuff, but I don't have time to bring it out now." With that, Zhuan stood up, raised a glass, and nodded to everyone in the room. "You all came here to celebrate with me, so I'll drink a toast to you all." Then, Zhuan finished the glass in one go. Everyone applauded and cheered. Zhuan smiled, then bent down and said to Yan, "Let's go. It's time to go home." Yan obediently stood up. Everyone automatically made way for them. Yan and Zhuan walked away hand in hand. And Qing followed behind, her eyes filled with tears, finally seeing her sister find her lifelong happiness and home. She was naturally filled with joy. There were also many people going to Beijing this time. In addition to Qing and others who were going for sure, Chen Zhu and Chen Rushi, Wei Yongyan and Wei Rulin, as well as General Yang and others, were all going to accompany the newlyweds. After everyone boarded the plane, they left the capital amidst the envious gazes of others and flew to Beijing. It was only after the plane disappeared from sight that someone exclaimed, "This wedding truly is unparalleled in the world." After that, this group of people dispersed. The girls with Yan also returned home. One of them, upon returning home, enthusiastically discussed what had happened today. "Did you receive a red envelope this time?" Until someone in her family asked, she suddenly remembered the red envelope Zhuan had given her and hurriedly took it out. "I wonder what this Mr. Zhu will give us in this red envelope. I guess it's gold. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so weighty." But when they opened it, they found a brightly colored jade stone inside. "What is this thing?" The family members were puzzled. A phone rang, and after the head of the household answered it, his expression gradually turned serious. Yes, I will definitely hand over the item to the country." After hanging up the phone, someone asked, "What's wrong?" The head of the household smiled bitterly, then looked reluctantly at the jade stone. "It was a call from the military just now. This jade stone is a treasure, and they want us to hand it over to the country. But how can we? What we got is, don't worry, they'll give our family enough in return." The Beijing River. The plane slowly comes to a stop. When Zhu and Yan walk down the gangway, countless fireworks fly into the sky and gradually burst open, illuminating the night sky of Beijing like a dazzling kaleidoscope. A red carpet leads all the way from the temporary airport to Villa No. 1. Zhu and Yan walk hand in hand up the path. Behind them, fireworks are bursting in the sky, and ahead are countless eyes watching them, making Yan appear a bit nervous. Zhu and notices this and tightly squeezes Yan's hand, whispering softly, "Don't be afraid." And Yan softly acknowledges with a sound. But then, a few grumbles come from her stomach. Zhu chuckles and whispers, "Hungry." Though separated by a veil, Zhu can still see Yan's face turning red visibly. In fact, Yan has not eaten properly since yesterday, and now smelling the fragrance of food coming, she naturally feels hungry. "Wait a little longer, I'll cook for you." Hum. And Yan nods happily. "Daddy, Naan is hungry too." Zhu Naan, who is following behind, says with a mouth watering, wanting to get married, holding the wedding dress on the side. Xian couldn't help but say, "Didn't you just eat a piece of cake on the plane? But the cake doesn't taste good. It's only delicious when daddy cooks." Zunan says with a pout, "If it's not good, why did you eat so much? You ate a lot too." Zunan protests, "But not as much as you. You ate more, sister." The two little girls start bickering. Zuan and Yan smile at each other, and then Zuan holds Yan's hand and slowly walks towards the wedding venue. He will fulfill everything he promised this girl. This wedding is just a beginning, bout to heaven and earth. According to Beijing's customs, the most important ritual for the newlyweds is the final boat to heaven and earth. When Song Yi called out these words, many people hesitated. For example, Tang Zhuaner. She looked at the stage with some worrying. Is Zuan, who is so strong, willing to kneel down? In the worried eyes of everyone, Zuan smiles slightly and half kneels down with Yan. And Yan is a bit excited and says, "Husband, Zu," and whispers softly, "It's all right. Heaven and earth are not worth it, but you are worth it." This sentence makes Yan choked up. And this scene is also seen by Fen Manchu, who arrived at the scene in a hurry. She stood there, gazing at the new couple on the stage, her eyes filled with infatuation. Manchu, Han Yao called out with some concern. She was worried that Fen Manchu could not bear this blow. But unexpectedly, Fen Manchu smiled. "Have you noticed? He looks so handsome in a suit." Han Yao couldn't help but worrying more. "Manchu, if you feel bad, just cry it out." "Cry? Why should I cry? He's getting married, and so happy. I'm just too happy. Come on. Let's go drink at his wedding banquet." Fen Manchu walked into the venue with a smile. Her arrival caused a stir among the crowd. "Wow, it's Fen Manchu. Didn't she go abroad? Why did she come back now?" Many people exclaimed. Tang Zhuaner was also surprised and hurried over. "Manchu." Fen Manchu smiled. "I'm late, but fortunately I made it." Tang Zhuaner nodded but couldn't bear to look at Fen Manchu's smile. When the formalities were over, the wedding banquet officially began. Top chefs from Beijing and the provincial capital had long been prepared, and upon hearing the order to start, they immediately began preparing dishes. Exquisite dishes came out like flowing water, and the aroma alone was enough to whet one's appetite. At this moment, Yan shouted in surprise, "Manchu." Fen Manchu nodded, smiling, "Congratulations on your wedding." This scene between the two surprised many people. "Isn't it harmonious?" Fen Manchu then smiled at Zuan and reached out generously. "Congratulations, Zu," and smiled and shook her hand gently. "If you don't show up again, I'll fly to Europe to fetch you." Fen Manchu smiled but didn't say anything. "Since everyone's here, I'll make something special for you." Saying that, Zuan turned and headed to the kitchen. When the people in the kitchen saw him coming, they were all taken aback. "Mr. Zu, what are you doing here? It's full of smoke. You better go to the front. Don't mind me. Just clear a stove from me." Although the others didn't know what Zuan was up to, they still obeyed and cleared a stove as instructed. Zuan took out the octopus monster meat he obtained that day and skillfully started skewering it. Then he grilled it over the fire. Soon, a unique fragrance wafted out. Many people were amazed by this scent. "Mr. Zu, what are you grilling? It smells so good." Zu, and smiled. "This is the meat of an octopus monster I caught a few days ago. With a couple of 100 years of cultivation, it naturally tastes extraordinary." Many people's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So, all the grilled items made by Zuan were quickly devoured. Only Fen Manchu didn't eat. She had been happily drinking wine. Many people who admired her fame came to toast, and she did not refuse. The banquet continued until late into the night before finally coming to an end. As people began to disperse, Fen Manchu was still drinking with intoxicated eyes. Tang Zhuaner walked over with a sigh. "Enough. Stop drinking." Fen Manchu looked up at her. Tears suddenly filled her eyes, but she smiled and said, "It's okay. I just want to drink more of her wedding wine." Tang Zhuaner remained silent, then sat down next to Fen Manchu. "Actually, I know that your current feelings are probably the same as mine, right?" Fen Manchu said softly. This statement made Tang Zhuaner shiver. Quickly turned her head away, not letting Fen Manchu see the tears in her eyes. "There's nothing wrong with liking someone. To mistake lies in not meeting him at the right time. Isn't that right, Zhuaner?" Fen Manchu said softly. Zuan's wedding has caused a huge sensation. Even if one didn't attend the event, there were still countless people who saw the entire process of the wedding through various channels. The extravagance needs no mention, but more importantly, the overflowing romance made many girls envy. For a moment, the slogan "Marry Mr. Zhu" was trending on the internet. However, amidst the hustle and bustle outside, Zuan and Yan and their two little maids hid in their former home. This place certainly lacked the luxury and spaciousness of a top-notch villa, but the values it represented were irreplaceable. Moreover, with numerous media outlets swarming the area just to obtain more information about Zuan, the tranquility there became more precious. On the second day of the wedding, Zhao Zuhui and others returned to the capital. They were all key members of Qianyuan, and their absence would cause great losses. Chen Xiu, Wei Ryan, and the others also left together. After they departed, Zuan's warm home still remained lively. For example, Tang Zhuaner, Fen Menchu, Song Yi, and others would come over every day to share a meal. Laughter and cheerful chatter always filled the small room. Until 3 days later, on a quiet morning with no one around, Fen Menchu quietly left for Europe, and Tang Zhuaner returned to work. Everything gradually returned to normal. Only Song Yi did not leave. One day, he found Zuan. "Sir, the auction in Hong Kong is in a few days. Shall we go?" Zhu and nodded. "All right." Since the situation in Beijing had been resolved, it was time to take his wife and children on a warm honeymoon trip. If Song Yi found the auction interesting, then Hong Kong would be their first stop. Just as Zhu and Song Yi were preparing to set off for Hong Kong, in a luxurious hotel, "Master Long, we just received news that the bug immortal Lucia also arrived in Hong Kong yesterday." "I see. You may leave," Master Long Guanyu said, indifferently. After the messenger left, a hint of seriousness appeared on Master Long Guanyu's face that was as calm as an ancient well. "Lucia, why is she not playing with bugs in Miao Fairy Valley and instead running to Hong Kong? Could it be she is also interested in this auction?" Master Long Guanyu muttered softly. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Master Long Guanyu said with closed eyes. After the door opened, a man and a woman walked in. The man was in his 50s, with a prominent figure. If there were media present, they would recognize him as a well-known tycoon in Hong Kong, Li Ho. The woman was young and beautiful, a rising star in Hong Kong, Si Jin. When they saw Master Long Guanyu sitting with closed eyes on the high chair, they quickly bowed in greeting. "Master Long, speak. What business do you have with me?" Master Long Guanyu said faintly. Li Ho and Si Jin exchanged glances, and then Si Jin spoke in a trembling voice. "Master, I would like to ask for your help in dealing with someone." "Oh, who?" "A despicable person who has been oppressing me." Speaking of this, a look of resentment appeared on Si Jin's face. 10 million. Master Long Guanyu said directly. He couldn't be bothered with the grudges between these people. Si Jin hesitated. 10 million was not a small sum. She then said, in a deep voice, "Master, if you were to kill the other party, would it not arouse suspicion? Are you questioning my ability?" Master Long Guanyu frowned. A fierce and bloody aura enveloped him. Si Jin shivered and quickly said, "Of course, I am not questioning it, just casually asking. Master, could you lower the price a bit?" "Lower the price? Ha, you can hire a thug for 5,000 to take care of the other party. That's cheaper." After Master Long Guanyu finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Si Jin gritted her teeth. 10 million is 10 million. As long as the other party is killed, anything is fine. Give me the 8 characters. After receiving the money, Master Long Guanyu said, indifferently. Si Jin was prepared and handed over a piece of paper with the enemy's 8 characters written on it. After taking a glance, Master Long Guanyu's mouth showed a hint of a smile. Gong Zhaoqing, the new award-winning female star. Si Jin lowered her head deeply. "All right, you may leave. Within 3 days, you will see news of her sudden death in the newspaper." Si Jin hesitated and wanted to say more, but Li Ho had already pulled her away, then smiled at Master Long Guanyu. "In that case, Master Long, we will take our leave." With closed eyes, Master Long Guanyu lightly acknowledged. After Si Jin followed Li Ho out of the hotel, she couldn't help but say, "Boss, can Master Long really do it? After all, that's 10 million. What if he can't accomplish it?" Li Ho chuckled. "What do you know? Since Master Long arrived in Hong Kong 3 months ago, he has acted over a dozen times and has never failed to deliver. Furthermore, his methods are mysterious. He's a sorcerer from Nanyang, very sinister. If you keep prying and know him, even you won't be safe." Si Jin took a deep breath, too afraid to speak. Meanwhile, In the hotel room, as Master Long Wanyu was resting with his eyes closed, the piece of paper in his hand suddenly ignited a ghostly flame and then vanished. Here is a dirty alley in Hong Kong. Various disgusting garbage and sewage littered the ground. Lucia slowly walked through the alley and arrived at a closed door deep in the alley. She lightly knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The door opened, and a man with a sharp face behind the iron gate was impatient. Lucia handed him a piece of paper and spoke, in a heavy dialect, "I am looking for FEI." The man looked Lucia up and down. Lucia was wearing clothes made from homemade cloth, washed out and grayed, looking very rustic. The man couldn't help but show some disdain, saying arrogantly, "Who are you to look for our brother FEI? Just tell him that Gu's people are here." Lucia rubbed his rough hands, calloused from labor, with a simple smile. "All right, wait here." The man walked away impatiently. Lucia looked around with some helplessness and said, "Brother FEI actually settled in such a place. Staying here for a long time will eventually wear away his cunning." FEI was only in his 20s, with a rebellious face, staring intently at the TV showing a horse race. The man with the sharp face came inside. "Brother FEI, there's someone outside looking for you." FEI frowned impatiently. "Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy?" FEI suddenly stopped him again. "Wait, what does that person look like?" "Rustic looking, wearing clothes made of a fabric similar to burlap, and he also said, he's from Guzhou." Before the man could finish his sentence, FEI had already disappeared. "FEI." The man didn't know what happened, so he shouted urgently, "Come back and I'll teach you a lesson." FEI shouted without looking back. When he arrived at the door, as soon as he saw Lucia, all the unruliness on FEI's face disappeared, turning into an incomparable deference and awe. "Master Gu." FEI opened the iron gate and respectfully said, "What brings you to Hong Kong, Master?" Lucia smiled and said, "I was actually planning to call you, but I forgot your number. Luckily, I found this note and asked someone to guide me here." FEI quickly took the package from Lucia's hand and led the way ahead. Everywhere they passed, people who witnessed this scene were left dumbfounded. No one had ever seen the famous FEI act so deferentially. The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks trembled in fear. Could this rustic-looking man have a significant background? When they reached a clean and empty room, FEI knelt down respectfully. "Master Gu, do you have any business in Hong Kong?" Lucia waved his hand. "This is not Gu Valley. No need for so much formality. I came to Hong Kong this time for a certain item. The one from the auction." FEI asked. "Oh, how did you know?" "I have a friend who knows some high-profile people in Hong Kong. They have mentioned this auction, and they also said that the renowned Long Wanyu came for this item." Lucia smiled. This item is more important for the southern Yan charms, so naturally, he had to come. "Yes." FEI replied with a bow. Lucia scrutinized him for a moment, then furrowed his brow slightly. "How is your Gu technique now? Show me." FEI trembled but summoned his inherited Gu technique with a determined expression. A small jade-green snake appeared in the room, lowering the temperature significantly. Lucia frowned. "Is that all?" FEI nodded with a wry smile. "Your Gu technique has regressed to this level. If you don't improve, you'll be a waste in this lifetime," Lucia said with disappointment. FEI hung his head in silence. "Well, since the auction is still a few days away, I will teach you the Gu art," Lucia said. FEI's face turned bitter, but he dared not disobey and nodded. "Yes." When Zuan's family and Songyi arrived in Hong Kong, they were greeted with great ceremony. Many people were there to see Songyi. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zuan used a concealment technique on himself and Yan and their two daughters, making them appear as an ordinary family of four. After all, they couldn't attract attention every time they went out. But this still attracted many curious looks. Many people wondered why this family appeared with Songyi. Perhaps they were Song Master's relatives, they thought. When they returned to the hotel, invitations from a dozen prominent families were promptly delivered, inviting them to a banquet to honor Songyi. Zhu and chuckled. "It seems like you're quite popular in Hong Kong." Songyi sighed. "These noble families only bow to me because of your reputation. I'm just a spokesperson at most." Zunan asked, "Dad, what's a spokesperson?" "You don't even know what a spokesperson is. So clueless." "A spokesperson is like a salt carrier." Zhu wanted to explain. "Oh, I see now." Zunan nodded. Zhu and Andanyan couldn't help but laugh at their daughter's innocence, and Songyi suppressed a smile. At night, in front of the Breton Hotel. Kingji, we're here, the agent said. Gong Xiaoqing seemed absent-minded and took a moment before responding. Kingji, are you okay? The agent asked with concern. I'm fine. Gong Xiaoqing shook her pale face and got out of the car. She felt extremely agitated today, as if something was always following her. Especially when she closed her eyes, many terrifying figures appeared in her mind. This feeling was simply unbearable. Miss Gong, hello. At that moment, a handsome man approached with a smile. Gong Xiaoqing forced herself to look at the man and nodded. Oh, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Dong was a rising male star in Hong Kong, just like Gong Xiaoqing, known as the new stars of the industry. This time, many wealthy families hosted a banquet and invited both of them. Zhang Dong's gaze swept across Gong Xiaoqing's slender figure. Then he smiled. Miss Gong, why do you look so pale? Maybe I haven't had enough rest these days. Gong Xiaoqing said, as she walked away. She was not impressed by Zhang Dong. As insiders, she had heard many tabloid stories about him, and knew he was a playboy, so she naturally wanted to keep her distance. However, Zhang Dong did not intend to let Gong Xiaoqing off so easily and followed her. I watched a movie you starred in when you were just starting out. It was really well made, especially that scene in the middle. It was truly breathtaking, Zhang Dong said with a smile. Gong Xiaoqing felt embarrassed. She had, indeed, starred in less mainstream films when she first started her career. It was a stain she was eager to erase and definitely not something she wanted to be reminded of today. What are you implying, Mr. Zhang? Gong Xiaoqing suppressed her anger. Zhang Dong shrugged. No implications. I'm just praising your acting skills. I'm sorry, but I don't think I have a close enough relationship with Mr. Zhang for such comments. Please show some respect. With that, Gong Xiaoqing walked away in annoyance. Zhang Dong watched her retreating figure, a sly smile appearing on his face. Ha ha, just a prostitute, pretending to be high and mighty. Today's banquet was grand. Many prominent families and celebrities like Zhang Dong and Gong Xiaoqing attended. People gathered in groups chatting, and Zhang Dong navigated through various circles effortlessly. When Song Yi made his appearance, everyone warmly greeted him. Mr. Song. Master Song. Song Yi smiled and nodded. However, Zuan, who was with him, was completely ignored by everyone. Song Yi looked at Zhang Dong, who was smiling, but did not extend his hand. He just nodded slightly and continued walking forward. Zhang Dong stood awkwardly in the distance, his expression changing unpredictably. This kind of banquet was actually quite boring, so Yan and the two little maids did not come. Zhu, and watched Song Yi chatting and laughing with several prominent families, shook his head inwardly, then found a corner to sit down and started leisurely drinking red wine. However, his gaze was soon drawn to Gong Xiaoqing, who was sitting not far away with a pale complexion. This woman seems to carry something interesting, Zuan thought to himself as he sipped his red wine. Sensing Zuan's gaze, Gong Xiaoqing looked up and saw a nondescript young man sitting not far away, raising his cup to gesture towards her. Gong Xiaoqing had expected to feel annoyed, but when she made eye contact with the young man, the disgust and fear that had been lingering in her heart suddenly vanished, replaced by a very comfortable tranquility. Gong Xiaoqing was surprised by this unexpected feeling and found herself intrigued by Zuan, so she also raised her cup in response. Zuan smiled faintly, took a sip of red wine, then looked away, ignoring her. Gong Xiaoqing, on the other hand, observed Zhu, and carefully. Zuan was still hiding his true appearance with a disguise, making him look like an ordinary person. However, his noble temperament was still evident. Gong Xiaoqing pondered to herself and, almost involuntarily, stood up and walked toward Zuan. Hello. Gong Xiaoqing stood in front of Zuan, smiling. Zuan raised his head, nodded slightly, and replied calmly, hello. Gong Xiaoqing was somewhat surprised as she had expected to see joy on Zuan's face, but his expression remained calm and indifferent. May I sit here? Gong Xiaoqing asked, pointing to the seat beside Zuan. Zuan smiled, please. After sitting down, Gong Xiaoqing once again observed Zuan up close. She was curious why a person with such plain features had such bright and deep eyes. She also noticed a pleasant fragrance emanating from Zuan. Feeling clearer in the head, after smelling the fragrance, Gong Xiaoqing commented, you look very familiar. Zuan replied casually, I just arrived from the mainland. Oh, I see, Gong Xiaoqing responded. So, are you related to Master Song? He is a distant uncle of mine. Zuan casually lied. Oh, My name is Gong Xiaoqing. Nice to meet you. Gong Xiaoqing reached out her hand to Zuan, but he did not respond, just glancing at her delicate hand and saying, Miss Gong seems to be a celebrity. Embarrassed, Gong Xiaoqing withdrew her hand and nodded. Yes. Oh. I see. Zuan murmured softly. Is there something you'd like to ask? Gong Xiaoqing did not catch his muttering and asked. Nothing. Zuan shook his head. Meanwhile, Zhang Don, who had been watching from a distance with a displeased expression, approached them. Miss Gong, why are you sitting here alone? Zhang Don said jovially. Seeing him, Gong Xiaoqing's expression turned grim. Mr. Zhang, do I need your permission to sit here? Of course not. Zhang Don said, but his eyes were fixed on Zuan. In his eyes, this ordinary-looking man must be someone important. Nice to meet you, friend. I am Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong proudly introduced himself, extending his hand to Zuan with a condescending look. To his disappointment, Zuan did not even look up at him, and remained relaxed, sipping his red wine on the sofa. Zhang Dong's expression turned sour, and he sarcastically remarked, Does this gentleman have a hearing problem? Why else would he not even hear what others are saying? At that moment, Zuan glanced at him, causing Zhang Dong to freeze. Zuan's indifferent gaze made Zhang Dong feel uneasy. Even his eyelids seemed unable to move. Zuan then turned his eyes away and calmly uttered a single word. Leave. Zhang Dong felt like he had been hit hard in the chest. Staggering back a few steps, he turned pale and looked at Zuan with fear in his eyes. Zuan was indifferent to such people and turned to Gong Xiaoqing. Miss Gong, have you been feeling unsettled lately? Gong Xiaoqing recovered from her surprise and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's been since last night. I can't sleep well, and when I do, I have terrible nightmares. Can you help me? Gong Xiaoqing looked at Zuan expectantly. With a slight smile, Zuan said, It's simple to resolve. I can do it now. But what intrigues me is, have you offended someone? Before Gong Xiaoqing could answer, Zhang Dong scornfully interjected. So you're a charlatan. Be careful not to be deceived. Little Ching, if you get cheated out of money, that's fine. But if it's something else, hey. Gong Xiaoqing could not tolerate it anymore and retorted angrily. This gentleman is Master Song's nephew. What concern is it of yours? Keep spreading baseless rumors, and I'll call security. Zhang Dong sneered. Go ahead. Let's see who will be escorted out. Being annoyed by the incident with Zuan earlier, Zhang Dong kept a close watch on him, convinced that Zuan was a fraud. In his mind, true masters were in their 40s or 50s, with an air of transcendence. This man appeared plain and ordinary. What abilities could he possibly have? The conflict between them drew the attention of many people, including Song Yi and other elders of prestigious families who turned their heads to see what was happening. When Song Yi saw that it was Zuan, he was slightly surprised, a hint of amusement crossing his face. Gong Xiaoqing still wanted to say something, Zu, and waved his hand, then looked at Zhang Dong with interest. Are you implying that I'm a fraud? Ha ha. That's right. Zhang Dong's expression became even more arrogant, because he noticed that Song Yi and the others were all watching from afar and didn't come over. It seemed that this man was not an important figure, Zu, and nodded. Do you dare to make a bet with me? A bet? What kind of bet? Zhang Dong asked coldly. There is something strange on Miss Gong's body. If I can expose it, then you have to kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Agreed. Zuan said calmly. Zhang Dong hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth fiercely. Fine, but what if you can't expose it? There won't be so many ifs. Zuan said lightly, then suddenly reached out towards Gong Xiaoqing and grabbed something in his hand. A cluster of something emitting a strong, foul odor appeared in Zuan's hand, and this cluster wriggled and squirmed disgustingly. The onlookers gasped in shock. However, Gong Xiaoqing felt refreshed and clear-headed. Zhang Dong took a few steps back in fear, his face turning pale. What? What is this? I know. You're using magic tricks, aren't you? Ha ha. It must be. Trying to deceive people with some kind of trickery, Zu. And raised an eyebrow slightly. What? Reneging on our bet? Zhang Dong did consider reneging. If he knelt down and kowtowed, it would be all over the news tomorrow, and his career would be doomed. Zuan just smiled. Very well. Since you are acting this way, then this thing is yours. With that, Zuan waved his hand casually. The cluster directly turned into a stream of light and headed straight towards Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong screamed in terror, trying to dodge, but to no avail. The thing seemed to have eyes and chased after him, then directly entered Zhang Dong's body. What? What have you done to me? John Dong was horrified. Zuan leaned back on the sofa, took a sip of wine, and smiled. You'll soon find out. Good luck. Meanwhile, in another hotel, Long Guanyu suddenly opened his eyes. The room lit up as if struck by lightning, illuminating everything. What's going on? It seems like someone tampered with the evil spirit summoning I set up, but strangely, I can still sense it. Long Guanyu looked puzzled. At the same time, someone entered the room. Master Long, representatives from Zhonghui have arrived. Let them in. Long Guanyu lay back on the sofa again, saying calmly. Soon, Wang Zheng, dressed casually, entered, followed by two men looking anxious. Master Long. Wang Zheng smiled and said. Long Guanyu glanced at him before focusing on the two men. What happened? Master, that day while we were performing a ritual in Zhonghui, unexpectedly, Brother Da saved me suddenly exploded. As they mentioned this, the two men couldn't help but shiver. Long Guanyu's face showed surprise, then he looked at Wang Zheng. General Wang, I hope your Wang family can explain this matter. Wang Zheng was excited deep down, but he tried to remain calm. Master Long, I can assure you, the person who killed your apprentice must be Zuan. Zuan? Long Guanyu was intrigued, his expression turning serious. Yes, that day I couldn't stand Zuan's arrogance. Since it was Zuan's wedding day, I asked my top disciple to help teach him a lesson with a little magic. But who would have thought that Zuan would act so tyrannically? We merely summoned a storm, yet he resorted to killing. Wang Zheng said sorrowfully. Long Guanyu lay back on the sofa once more and said, I understand. You may leave now. Master Long, aren't you going to? General Wang, I don't need you to tell me how to handle matters. Zhu, and killed my disciple, and I will seek revenge. But not now. I see. Wang Zheng smiled slightly. You have also come for the item at the auction, right? Long Guanyu wasn't surprised that Wang Zheng knew about it. Why don't we talk about a collaboration? Wang Zheng proposed. What kind of collaboration? Our Wang family can help you obtain that item, but on the condition that you kill Zuan, and become an honorary guest of our Wang family. After hearing this, Long Guanyu naturally understood Wang Zheng's intentions. Yet, after a moment's thought, he nodded slightly. Fine, but it will have to wait until after the auction. No problem, I won't leave Hong Kong during this time. I await Master Long's good news. With that, Wang Zheng left. A disdainful smile appeared on Long Guanyu's lips. Want to exploit me? Your Wang family is not qualified yet. Zhang Dong, filled with resentment, sat in the car, repeatedly trying to convince himself that it was all an illusion. Just some magic tricks that the guy had pulled off. This world is a scientific one. No room for such nonsense. After comforting himself, Zhang Dong felt less tense. Boss, where to? The driver and assistant asked. Zhang Dong smiled. Let's go to the Golden Rose. Heh. Boss, you're out partying every night. Can you handle it? The driver laughed. There's nothing I can't handle. If there is, it means the girls are not hot enough. Zhang Dong said smugly. When they arrived at the Golden Rose, with his level of stardom, it was easy for him to attract some vain girls. Soon, he set his sights on a target. After chatting for a while and having a few drinks, they became familiar with each other. Just then, Zhang Dong suddenly felt the urge to urinate, so he stood up and said, Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. When he reached the restroom and finished, he looked at his handsome reflection in the mirror, couldn't help but chuckle. But at that moment, he suddenly felt the surroundings grow eerily quiet. Did the power go out outside? Zhang Dong wondered. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse in the corner of the mirror of a girl in a red dress squatting on the floor. Even though he couldn't see her face clearly, her graceful figure was noticeable from behind. Zhang Dong's heart skipped a beat. No response. The girl in red seemed to have fallen asleep. Zhang Dong reached out and rested his hand on the girl's shoulder. Smelling the faint scent of her hair, he smiled and said, Miss, are you drunk? Let me take you home. With a forceful tug on the girl's shoulder, he wanted to see what she looked like. He then saw an incredibly smooth face. Zhang Dong let out a deafening scream because although the skin of the face was delicate, it had no features. And just as Zhang Dong screamed, the face suddenly split apart, like the slit-mouthed woman in a movie, and directly swallowed Zhang Dong's head. Crunch! Zhang Dong's head was bitten into pieces, and his body fell to the ground. The next day, the news of the famous actor Zhang Dong's tragic death in a bar restroom shocked the whole of Hong Kong. Upon hearing the news, Palace Xiaoqing shuddered. If it wasn't for that man, she might have been the one dead. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly got up. Miss Palace, where are you going? I'm going to see Master Song, Palace King said, in a deep voice. But when she arrived at the hotel where Song Yi lived, Palace King suddenly hesitated. Not knowing the man's name, she wondered if it would be impolite to proceed so abruptly. As she hesitated at the door, Zuan, accompanied by Yang and two daughters, walked out of the hotel. Zuan was preparing to take them shopping. It was a must to go shopping in Hong Kong, otherwise, it would be a waste. Coincidentally, as they stepped out, they saw Palace King. At that moment, Palace King also saw Zuan and, with a pleasantly surprised expression on her face, hurried forward. Sir. Zuan smiled faintly. What a coincidence. Palace King noticed An Yan beside him, but because An Yan was obscured by Zuan, she couldn't see her clearly and only thought the woman's features were ordinary, but her eyes were truly beautiful. She then nodded. Yes, sir. I'm here with my family. It's time to explore Hong Kong. These are your family members. Yes. These two are my daughters. Zhu. And smiled. Palace King nodded in surprise. She hadn't expected that Zuan already had a family. However, she quickly responded, smiling, Sir, you have an admirable family. By the way, I still don't know your name. Zuan chuckled. My surname is Zhu. Mr. Zhu, thank you so much for yesterday. I just read in the newspaper about John Dong. Dead, right? Zuan said calmly. Palace King nodded solemnly. So Mr. Zhu already knew. There's no need to look at the news. He definitely wouldn't have survived for more than 3 days, but I didn't expect him to not even make it through the first day. Zuan had seen that Palace King's fate was tainted by impurity, something distinct from demon possession or curses. This influence directly affected her destiny. Fortunately, Palace King's fate was still decent, so it held up for a few more days. When it transferred to John Dong, his weakened destiny led to his demise that night. It was a case of getting what he deserved. Palace King nodded palely. I really have to thank Mr. Zhu for intervening. It was just a small effort. It's the person who placed the hex on you that has some skill. Someone is clearly targeting you. With that, Zuan, accompanied by An Yan and the others, prepared to leave. Palace King stood still, her expression changing. Then, gritting her teeth, she followed them. She was now terrified and felt safer next to Zuan. Mr. Zhu, how about I guide you? I'm a born and raised Hong Kong native and know the best places around. Palace King suggested. Hearing this, Zuan glanced at An Yan. An Yan smiled and nodded. If that's the case, Miss Palace, please lead the way. Palace King was overjoyed. Not a bother at all. It's my pleasure. Jin Yuan Building, Hong Kong's most upscale shopping center. Palace King led the way wearing sunglasses, while Zuan and his family followed, strolling leisurely. Palace King was evidently familiar with this place, impeccably describing each store. Mr. Zhu, this is the most high-end and luxurious jewelry store in Hong Kong. Founded by Zhou Xiaofu, many celebrities, including myself, come here to buy jewelry. Zhu, and nodded and led An Yan inside to take a look. At that moment, the store wasn't crowded, but at a jade counter, there was a young couple, with the girl hanging on the man's arm, coquettish. I want this jade pendant. The boy hesitated. It costs over 10 million. Is a jade pendant worth that much money? How about I buy you a gold necklace instead? No. I want that jade piece. The girl's voice was so sickly sweet it could make people nauseous. As Palace King entered the jewelry store, the girl who was being coquettish suddenly froze. At the same time, Palace King also recognized her. Her face darkened. Si Jin. Palace King and Si Jin were both from the same entertainment company. They started off on good terms, but as Palace King's fame grew, Si Jin began to pick fights for no reason. The two grew apart and became hostile towards each other. However, Palace King never imagined that this girl who presented herself as pure and innocent on screen would be coquettish with a man who could be her father for a jade pendant. In Si Jin's heart at that moment, there was a flash of guilty panic. She had just paid Long Dunyu for a spell to kill Palace King, and now she had bumped into her on the street. But looking at Palace King's radiant appearance, she didn't seem like she was close to death. However, Si Jin then noticed Zhu, and next to her and a cold smile formed on her face. Oh, isn't this Palace, the big star, out for a stroll with a man for no reason? The comment was laced with blatant insinuation. Palace King's expression darkened, and she coldly said, Don't speak nonsense. This man is my savior, Mr. Zhu. I'm here to guide him and his family. And you, sir, if I'm not mistaken, you are Mr. Lee Ho Lee, right? Lee Ho smirked, took Si-jin by the arm proudly. Exactly. Miss Palace, when I pursued you, you refused, so I had to turn to your little sister. Upon hearing this, Si-jin's face paled, and her eyes filled with hatred towards Palace Zhaoking. Why was this woman always the best? Why was it that even a man who couldn't chase her ended up with me? Si-jin was elated. She glanced at Gong Zhaoking and Zhu, and as if in a demonstration, then sneered, Miss Gong, I'm truly sorry. Mr. Lee treats me much better than he treats you. So why don't you accompany this guy for a leisurely stroll? Heh. Si-jin was smug. When the waiter brought out the jade pendant, she held it fondly, showing it off in front of Gong Zhaoking and Zuan. See? This is a top-quality jade worth over 10 million. I guess you two will never be able to afford something this expensive in your lifetime. Her words were extremely offensive. Gong Zhaoking's face turned extremely ugly, as she wanted to say something. Zuan, however, smiled, then shook his head lightly and said, how pitiful. Being swindled, then still showing off. This statement caused a brief silence in the jewelry store. Then Si-jin, like a shrew, sneered. What do you mean by that? Who's the swindler? Zuan smiled faintly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to target you two individuals. I'm simply stating the facts. A jade pendant that is worth at most a few $100,000 being sold for millions, that doesn't sound like swindling. Zuan paused, because even pigs are smarter than you two. This statement was shocking. Si-jin was first stunned, then exclaimed, are you saying this jade pendant is fake? Mr. Lee's face darkened. However, the biggest reaction came from the jewelry store. The tall and proud female service attendant behind the counter cast a disdainful glance at Zuan, and with an arrogant tone, said, you, a person from Hua Nation, this is Hong Kong, not a place for you to casually speak. Otherwise, we can sue you for defamation. Exactly. Nonsense. Sue him for defamation. Si-jin was even more excited than anyone else. Zuan looked at Si-jin, who was acting like a shrew, a hint of amusement in the corner of his mouth, then turned to the female service attendant and said, whether it's real or fake, you should know better than me. Do you need me to explain in detail? The female service attendant's face immediately turned extremely unpleasant. She picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Manager, there's a disturbance. Then she hung up the phone, looking contemptuously at Zuan. Our manager will be here soon, and I hope that by then you can clarify all the words you just said, otherwise we'll see you in court. Zuan remained indifferent. Fine. I was just curious to meet your manager. With that, Zuan sat down on the sofa in the store, calmly waiting. Mr. Lee's face was gloomy, while Si-jin's expression was constantly changing, lost in her thoughts. Soon, there was a tumult of footsteps outside, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man with an oily face, accompanied by several burly men. As soon as he entered the jewelry store, the middle-aged man angrily spoke, who dares to cause trouble in my jewelry store? The service attendant quickly approached, then pointed to Zuan sitting on the sofa. Manager, it's him. He keeps saying our jade pendant is fake. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou's face turned fierce as he looked at Zuan. Young man, do you have any evidence to claim our jade pendant is fake, Zhu? And glanced at him. Manager Zhou, who initially had a strong demeanor, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The look in this man's eyes was quite scary. Evidence, Zhu, and said lightly, then asked, let me ask you, does this store belong to Zhou Shafu? Of course. I am Zhou's descendant, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao proudly stated. Zhu, and nodded. Very well, then let me ask you, who is Cao Xiaoyan? Zhou Hao and the jewelry store service attendants were all taken aback. You. No, Director Cao. Zhou Hao's tone suddenly softened. With a suggestive smile, Zuan leaned back on the sofa and intertwined his fingers. I wouldn't say no. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Despite being a member of the Zhou family, he was insignificant, with no real importance. On the contrary, Cao Xiaoyan was the most popular female designer and director in the Zhou group. Even he had to respectfully address her as director. But a few days ago, she visited my house with her team to make a set of jewelry for my wife, as a casual acquaintance, Zuan said nonchalantly. This statement left Zhou Hao and the others momentarily stunned, exchanging looks of disbelief before all showing disdainful smiles. Young man, just now I thought you were someone important. Now I see, you're just a braggart. Zhou Hao sneered. Yes. Unless, an extremely distinguished guest. Our director Cal rarely pays personal visits. As for you, HMPH. The arrogantly posed female service attendant sneered mockingly, implying that Zhu-an was not qualified. Zhu-an calmly remarked, "You don't believe me? Fine. You can call her over now. Who do you think you are, having director Cao come over just like that? And you, accusing our jade pendant of being fake. Don't try to change the subject," Zhou Hao said with a hostile expression. Si Jin and Mr. Li stood by watching the commotion. Upon hearing this, Si Jin wore a scornful smile. "Manager Zhou is right. Don't try to change the subject." Zhu-an raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. "All right, since you're not making the call, I'll do it myself." With that, Zhu-an took out his phone. Zhou Hao sneered, "I want to see who you can call over today." Ignoring his taunt, Zhu-an directly dialed Song Yi's number. "Call Cao Xiaoyan." Zhu-an glanced at the store. "What's the name of this store?" Before Zhou Hao could speak, Si Jin coldly said, "Zhou Shafu 7th store in Golden Yuan building." Zhu-an smiled faintly. "Heard that. Have her come here. Oh, and tell her I'll only give her 15 minutes. With that, Zhu-an hung up the phone. Now, all we have to do is wait 15 minutes to find out the truth. Zhu-an's indifferent demeanor made Zhou Hao doubt for a moment. Could it be that he really could contact Director Cao? Thinking about the shady actions he had been doing behind headquarters back, he felt a bit nervous. But optimism prevailed. This man seemed ordinary. How could he possibly make the esteemed Director Cao visit, as he claimed? With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Hao reluctantly dragged a chair to sit directly opposite Zhu-an, staring at him intently, as if afraid he might escape. Gong Zhaoqing, on the other hand, was at a loss. She was just a small entertainer and was overwhelmed by the involvement with Hong Kong's foremost family, the Zhou family. Only Si Jin stared at Gong Zhaoqing with a look as if she was about 2 pounds. 5 minutes passed. No one came. Zhu-an gave a faint smile and said, "Seems like you've underestimated me." Zhou Hao sneered, "Don't blame me. It's your own fault. If you don't pay up, none of your family can leave." Zhu-an's gaze turned cold as he grew weary. He had only given Cao Xiaoyan 15 minutes because he had some goodwill towards their professionalism and dedication at that time, not wanting to resort to violence directly. But now that she couldn't make it in time, he decided not to be lenient anymore. "Very well, it seems like this isn't your first time doing this. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." With that, Zhu-an's aura rose steadily. Just then, they heard someone running towards them, gasping for breath and shouting, "Please spare them! Please spare them!" A group of people rushed over urgently. Zhou Hao wasn't concerned at first, but when he saw who it was, he was dumbfounded. It turned out to be Cao Xiaoyan, and not just her, an elderly man was following behind her. "Zhou. Master Zhou," Zhou Hao stammered, feeling a cold sweat breaking out. This Master Zhou was the one who had accompanied Cao Xiaoyan to North Zhang initially, also sweating profusely as he had run all the way there. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's cry, Master Zhou flew into a rage and didn't hesitate to slap him twice. Zhou Hao was struck dumb, not daring to move, just standing there respectfully. After the slap, Master Zhou turned to Zhu-an and, like Cao Xiaoyan, was also taken aback. Cao Xiaoyan was filled with fear at that moment. She had been busy preparing for the news store at the harbor, and suddenly she received a call from Song Yi. When she answered, Song Yi gravely informed her that Zhu-an had summoned her to the 7th branch of Jin Yuan building within 15 minutes. Cao Xiaoyan was stunned, her mind blank, especially after Song Yi's final words, "If you don't make it in 15 minutes, don't blame the master for being impolite." After she regained her senses, she was trembling with fear and immediately rushed to Jin Yuan building. She also informed the headquarters and had Master Zhou follow along. Cao Xiaoyan was clever. Though she held a significant position in the Zhou family, she was ultimately an outsider. Only someone like Master Zhou, respected throughout the clan, could assert dominance. Hearing Cao Xiaoyan's account, Master Zhou sensed the severity of the situation and rushed to Jin Yuan building promptly. When they arrived at the entrance and joined forces, they ran all the way in. However, upon entering, they found a stranger, not the Mr. Zhu they had in mind. But this man's demeanor, especially his gaze and aura, resembled Mr. Zhu so much. Who could he be? They both wondered. Zhu-an's voice rang directly in their minds. "I am Zhu-an, but keep it quiet." Cao Xiaoyan and Master Zhou exchanged a glance, both seeing the utter astonishment in each other's eyes. What was happening? Was this some sort of encrypted message from a martial arts novel? But since it was indeed Mr. Zhu instructing them discreetly, They understood. "Mr. Zhu, why have you summoned me here?" Cao Xiaoyan asked respectfully. Her posture made everyone at the store tremble with fear, especially the proud-looking female attendant, who was shaking uncontrollably at the moment. Zhuan smiled and pointed at Zhou Hao, whose face had turned pale. "This store of yours colludes with outsiders to deceive and defraud customers, selling a jade pendant worth merely $1 million for tens of millions. Are you aware of this?" With those words, an initially anxious face Si Jin turned ashen. And Li Ho wasn't a fool either. He immediately grasped the situation and widened his eyes in disbelief. Cao Xiaoyan shuddered, shaking her head. "Mr. Zhu, I truly didn't know about this. But if you say so, it must be true." Zhuan shook his head. "I won't force anyone. You can take a look." Saying so, Zhuan gestured towards the jade pendant in Si Jin's hand. Master Zhou's face turned grim. He snatched the jade pendant from Si Jin, examined it for a moment, then shook with anger, tossed it towards Zhou Hao. The hard jade pendant shattered against Zhou Hao's forehead, causing blood to trickle down immediately. Despite that, Zhou Hao didn't dare move a muscle. Calamity upon the household! Calamity upon the household! Master Zhou quivered with rage. "Considering the efforts of my Zhou family since the establishment of Zhou Xiaofu, always diligent and relying on quality to earn the respect of customers, you dare to engage in such underhanded tricks. Today, I won't spare you." Master Zhou pounced on Zhou Hao like an enraged lion, terrifying Zhou Hao into kneeling on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. "Master, please forgive me. I was momentarily misguided, and I'll never dare to do it again." "Again? Do you think there will be another chance for you? If not for the master's consideration for my reputation and Xiaoyan's sake, do you think you'd still be alive to talk to me?" Master Zhou shook with fury. Hearing this, Zhou Hao finally understood that everything Zhuan had said earlier was true. What kind of noble status did this man have to instill such fear in Master Zhou, who usually faced dignitaries without flinching? Zhou Hao regretted deeply as he pointed at Si Jin. "Mr. Zhu, Director Cao, Master, this woman is the one who masterminded this. She insisted on it, even agreeing to take more than half the share once successful." Si Jin's face turned ashen, stammering, I didn't." At this moment, Li Ho realized that he was the real victim here. Consumed by rage, he slapped Si Jin, sent her crashing to the ground, then angrily declared, "You wretched woman, I funded the scheme against Gong Zhaoqing yesterday, and you still plotted against me in such a manner. Truly a wolf in sheep's clothing." With that, Li Ho suddenly realized his own mistake and covered his mouth in shock. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Everyone had heard it. Gong Zhaoqing stood up, seething with fury, pointing at Si Jin. "How heartless! You went as far as using others to harm me. What wrong did I do to you to make you despise me this much?" Si Jin collapsed on the ground, shaking all over and unable to speak a word. Just then, Zhuan stood up leisurely, yawned, and said to Anyan and his two daughters, "Well, it's time for us to leave." Gong Zhaoqing anxiously called out, "Sir, this person, she harmed you, so how you choose to seek revenge is up to you." Zhuan replied casually. After Zhuan left with her family, Gong Zhaoqing made a phone call, and soon someone tucked the limp Si Jin away. Li Ho glared at Zhou Hao angrily, chuckled darkly a few times, then turned and left. After only Zhou's family remained in the store, Master Zhou shouted with a face as cold as water, "Close the door." The waitstaff quickly and nervously closed the door. Master Zhou then sat in a chair, glaring at Zhou Hao, who was kneeling on the ground. "Colluding with outsiders to ruin the reputation of the family. Do you know what punishment you should receive?" Zhou Hao trembled at the words, a look of despair appearing on his face. "Second Master, don't call me Master. I don't have a descendant like you who nearly ruined the Zhou family beyond repair," Master Zhou said with anger on his face. "Beyond repair." This word frightened Zhou Hao, his face ashen as he said, "Den, who is that man? Who?" A hint of fear appeared on Master Zhou's face. "He is the backer of Song Yi, the legendary killer." Hearing this, Zhou Hao's eyes went blank as he collapsed on the ground, a smell of urine emanating from him. Master Zhou coldly snorted, "Only now you realize fear. It's too late. Banish him from the Zhou family." "Yes." Meanwhile, when Zhuan returned to the hotel, before nightfall, she heard some news. The young star in the entertainment circle, Si Jin, suddenly announced his retirement. The official explanation was due to health reasons, but only a few people like Zhu and understood the true reason. This Gong King seems to have left some room for maneuver in her actions, not completely ruthless. Zhu, and thought to herself. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel room, Long Guanyu looked at the news in the newspaper and furrowed his brow slightly. Master Long, it seems someone has broken the curse you placed, Wang Zheng said with a smile. Long Guanyu's face was as calm as water. It's not surprising. After all, I only placed a simple ghost curse. Breaking it is no big deal. After the auction is over, I will settle accounts with this Gong King. Listening to Master Long, it seems that the items at the auction are very important, Wang Zheng said. Long Guanyu remained silent, lying back on the sofa with his eyes closed to rest. Wang Zheng felt a bit off. Damn, a so-called master in the Jianhu. What's all this arrogance for? If it weren't for dealing with that guy Zuan, I wouldn't even be wasting time here with you, Wang Zheng thought to himself. As the auction drew nearer, Kuntina walked out of the airport lobby wearing large sunglasses. Although most of her face was covered by the glasses, her slender legs and delicate collarbone revealed her as a very beautiful Western woman. Miss, where would you like to go? The taxi driver asked in English. Take me to the Lively's bar near here. Thank you. The driver was taken aback, then looked regretfully at Kuntina's profile. Miss, I advise you not to go alone to those bars. They are full of drunks and troublemakers. If you go. Kuntina handed him a 20-pound note. The driver shut his mouth obediently, feeling a little sigh. Such a beautiful girl going to such a place. Stepping into some of the hidden corners of Hong Kong, there were some very chaotic bars. These dive bars had fights almost every day. The people here were mainly thugs from nearby neighborhoods and the least self-respecting girls. When Kuntina walked into one of them, many people were stunned. Kuntina walked to the bar counter and said coldly, "Give me any drink please. Remember to add ice. Thank you." Soon, a poorly mixed and awful drink was handed to her. Kuntina frowned but slowly started to drink it. A few thugs exchanged glances with each other, then approached with wicked grins. Girl, drinking alone, isn't it lonely? Do you want us to accompany you? Kuntina's lips curved into a beautiful smile, then nodded. Sure, I'm a bit lonely. Hearing this, the thugs were delighted and approached even more boldly. Where are you from? One bolder thug asked as he leaned closer, his face full of lewd smiles, his hands starting to become restless. Kuntina raised an eyebrow imperceptibly, then smiled flirtatiously. Where do you think I'm from? I think you come from my heart. The thug thought he made a great remark, looking smart. Kuntina smiled slightly, lightly tapped the thug's forehead with a finger, then stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Care to join me? The thug was beyond thrilled. Foreign girls sure are open. He eagerly nodded. Sure. I also need to go to the bathroom. With that, he followed Kuntina to the restroom. The remaining thugs looked enviously. In the restroom, Kuntina frowned. It was too dirty here. Cigarette butts and syringes littered the floor. When the thug smirked and closed the restroom door, Kuntina's face relaxed. Girl, today, let me show you my skills. The thug was about 2 pounds. At that moment, Kuntina's eyes gradually turned eerie red, and two huge fangs emerged from her mouth. The thug was terrified and about to scream. Kuntina charged forward, biting his neck in one swift motion. The thug's expression changed from fear to ecstasy, his eyes gradually dimming with the blood draining away. After a while, the thug's body slumped to the floor. Kuntina frowned. The blood tasted bitter and had a strong metallic smell, making her nauseous. Oh well, endure a bit more. Once she found the blood pearl of the Duke, she wouldn't have to worry about blood for consumption. With these thoughts in mind, the red color in Kuntina's eyes receded, and her long fangs returned to normal. If it weren't for the dead body on the floor drained of blood, it would have seemed like a dream. Meanwhile, at a face home, Lucia stared seriously at EFEI practicing his Gu techniques, then shook his head helplessly. One of your Gu cores has been completely destroyed. Unless you come back to the valley with me to recuperate, you won't be able to regain your previous level. Lucia shook his head directly and said, as a descendant of the Miao immortal, how can you not have a Gu heart? Come back with me when the time comes. A face immediately fell, then quickly changed the subject. Lord Gu, are you ready with the money for the auction in Shanjiang? Money? What money? Lucia asked. AFEI widened his eyes. Of course, it's the money used to buy things, right? Do you have to snatch forcefully? Lucia smiled. Of course not like that. The thing I value this time is not measured by money, but by barter. As long as the other party values your item, then you can exchange with them. Then, what are you prepared, Lord Gu? A curiously asked. Lucia grinned, and suddenly 2 insect eggs appeared in his hand. Although they look similar to chicken eggs in size, the aura contained within them shocked A. Is this the egg of the Gu King? A exclaimed. Lucia nodded proudly. Exactly, and it is a Gu King cultivated by me personally. A was full of shock. He knew the value of a Gu King. Each Gu King was extremely precious wealth, let alone a Gu King cultivated by Gu Lord Lucia himself. To exchange such a treasure, the item he valued must be extraordinary. A was curious. The day of the auction finally arrived. Different from typical auctions, this auction was not open to the public. Everyone attending was invited. Security was extremely tight, and almost everyone wore masks and sunglasses, fully armed, as if afraid of revealing their true identities. Zuan, who came to watch, stood out because he was a new face that many had never seen before, sparking curiosity from the attendees. Wang Zheng sat in a distant corner, occasionally glancing at Yan, who sat beside Zuan. Although Yan was currently disguised to look ordinary and unremarkable, Wang Zheng felt she was familiar. Strange, where had he seen her before? However, when the auction officially began, everyone's attention shifted to the stage. A man with white hair, emanating a powerful aura, walked onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's auction. The first item for auction today is this Millennium Wild Ginseng. With that, he opened an exquisite box revealing a ginseng plant over a meter long, with facial features faintly visible on its root. The preciousness of this item goes without saying, not to mention its life-saving properties. Just having it by your side is like having an extra life. Therefore, the starting bid for this auction is 10 million, with a minimum increment of 100,000. Let's begin. With the auctioneer's command, bidding started. 11 million, 12 million, 15 million. Ultimately, the ginseng plant was sold for a staggering 180 million. Zuan, unimpressed, could tell at a glance it wasn't aged 1,000 years, probably just 400 to 500 years. Although valuable, it didn't meet the criteria of a 1,000-year ginseng, the true king of medicinal herbs. The following items varied widely, including spirit charms handwritten, I doused Master Zhongzhen, prayer beads blessed by the 9th-generation living Buddha of the Western Great Buddha Temple, akin to sacred relics. These items held unparalleled efficacy in the mortal world, but to Zuan, they were merely trash. Thus, he even began yawning out of boredom.